Chen Chen looked at the so-called campus belle before him, feeling the undisguised disdain in her eyes as she appraised him. The scene left him forced to accompany his roommate's girlfriend on a shopping trip, utterly helpless. His mind couldn't help but drift back to half an hour ago. Ding's suitable host detected urban god-level tycoon system has been successfully bound. Just after his soul had transmigrated, Chen Chen was merging with the original Bodis memories. Suddenly, a mechanical ding exploded in his mind. Chen Chen had transmigrated his soul, entering the body of a college student, also named Chen Chen. He had originally been an ordinary employee of a company, living the life of a 996 corporate slave. On his way home, he saved a child who had fallen into the water, but he himself sank to the bottom and never came up. In the last moment of consciousness, he thought it was worth it. At least he saved a flower of the nation's future. But unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes again, he had transmigrated into the body of another person with the same name, Chen Chen. From the merged memories, he learned the original owner of the body was a college student majoring in finance at Magic City University who had just started. It was also the original owner's misfortune. He just took a shower, accidentally slipped, hit his head on the sink, and without further accident ascended to heaven. Then Chen Chen unexpectedly took over the original body. Chen Chen shook his head, feeling a bit of pain, but he had no mood to care about this minor issue. Before transmigrating, he was a novel fan, a regular on Transmigrated. He was naturally no stranger to systems. He knew exactly what a heaven-defying existence it was. Chen Chen's voice trembled with excitement. System, no, that's not right, Brother Tongzi. Brother Tongzi, is that you? Are you still there? Host. The mechanical electronic voice sounded again. This made Chen Chen unable to suppress his excitement any longer. His body was trembling slightly. He pinched his arm hard. The pain confirmed he was not dreaming. Host, you don't need to speak aloud. You can communicate with me silently in your mind. Additionally, the system functions have been activated. Do you wish to view your personal panel? Open the personal panel. Chen Chen responded to the system in his mind, his voice excited and even stammering. Host Chen Chen, age 19, height 180 cm, weight 72 kilograms, looks 82, charm 67, cash balance 5525, 39 renminbi. Current cashback multiplier 15 times, current task none. Brother Tongzi, can you explain the 15 times cashback multiplier in detail? Are there any restrictions? Chen Chen took a few deep breaths, barely suppressing his excitement, and asked the system for details. Host, any consumption you make will have a random chance of 1 to 5 times return with no restrictions. Don't I need to spend with a beautiful woman? No restrictions on spending, only for females. No exclusive consumption returns. Yes, as long as the host spends successfully it will return. However, spending on high appearance opposite sex individuals will increase the chance of triggering a high multiplier. Take off. Chen Chen knew he was about to take off. Such a simple and unpretentious system. A tycoon system. Just give money. Just have money. The more you spend, the more money you get. Especially spending on beauties gives even higher returns. The system wants him to be a playboy. He. The most important thing is that there are no restrictions on consumption. In the novels Chen Chen had read before, they all said you had to bind with someone, spend only on bound characters to get money. Either it was simp gold or something. How could it compare to his brother Tongzi? Brother Tongzi, what is the task? Chen Chen continued to ask the system. Task trigger conditions are random. The host does not need to pay attention. When a task is released, the host will be Okay, I understand. Chen Chen saw the system reply and stopped dwelling on the task system. But why is my looks score over 80, while my charm is only 67? Charm value is affected by the host's looks, temperament, clothing, etc. It is a comprehensive score based on the host's daily state. Ding, congratulations, host, on triggering a welfare task. Change your appearance to boost your charm. Task reward influenced by the comprehensive charm score. Upon completion, the higher the score, the higher the reward. Just as he mentioned the task, here it came. And this task was good, worthy of a welfare task. Chen Chen was 180 meters tall with a handsome appearance that the system's score could attest to. Although still a bit lacking compared to the dear readers, it was no exaggeration to say he was handsome. Only his messy hair and this set of cheap 9 yuan delivery clothes lowered his system score. Chen Chen decided to start with clothes and hairstyle to improve his charm score. Calming his emotions, Chen Chen dressed and prepared to leave the bathroom. But then he suddenly remembered something important. Brother Tongzi, do we have a newbie gift pack or something? I saw in novels that other people's systems have them. No newbie gift pack, but there is a newbie support fund of 100 RMB. Do you want to claim it now? The system's voice, like heavenly music, made Chen Chen's heart bloom. So many zeros. He silently counted in his mind, 10 million. A full 10 million. He just wanted to shout out loud, Brother Tongzi, you're generous. Brother Tongzi, you're awesome. With 10 million, who needs a bicycle, who needs a gift pack? This is the biggest gift pack. 10 million, a sum that many families can never earn in a lifetime. Brother Tongzi just gave it as a newbie support fund. The smile on Chen Chen's lips was so wide that even an AK couldn't suppress it. Claim. Dong dong dong, the SMS notification sound immediately rang. Your industrial and commercial bank account ending in 8069 received a transfer of 100 yuan at 1326 on September 13th. Available balance 10005525. 39 yuan. His smile faded as he began to trick Chu Mo into believing. Others are just fooling you. Growing tall has... He had no classes in the afternoon and decided to complete the system task right now. Chen Chen walked out of the bathroom and saw a person holding a phone rushing out in a hurry. He immediately recognized him as his roommate Zhang Yu, a few months older than Chen Chen. A local of Magic City with a decent family background, a minor rich second generation. He was easygoing, had a good personality, and no arrogance that looked down on others. He was quite pleasant to get along with. Zhang Yu was about to step out when he noticed Chen Chen coming out of the bathroom. He hesitated a little, then asked Chen Chen, "Are you busy this afternoon?" Hearing this, Chen Chen looked puzzled. Instead of answering, he asked back, "What's up?" Then he replied, "I'm planning to get a haircut and buy some clothes in the afternoon." "What's up? Do you need something?" "What's up? Do you need something?" Zhang Yu's eyes lit up at once. A sly grin spread across his face. "Oh, what a coincidence. Let's go. My girlfriend asked me to go shopping with her." Chen Chen's expression immediately turned strange. He stared at Zhang Yu and raised his voice. "Are you out of your mind? You want me to tag along when you and your girlfriend go shopping?" Zhang Yu quickly put on a flattering smile and explained, "Bro, listen to me. She's not going on a solo date with me. 2 other girls from her dorm are coming along too. They probably just need a pack mule. It's not like I'm the only guy and we're not that close yet. That's why I thought of bringing you along. More people, more fun. And besides..." He paused deliberately, then flashed a lecherous grin. "The girl coming with Jejia seems to be quite a looker. And you are still single. Who knows, you might hit it off. Jejia can play matchmaker. What do you think? Pretty good, right?" Chen Chen pondered. According to the system's cashback rules, any purchase could receive cashback. But the system also stated that spending on high-attractiveness women had a higher cashback multiplier. The system was encouraging him to approach beautiful women. Besides, he was actually looking forward to meeting pretty girls. Girls were pretty great in many ways. "All right, let's go." Chen Chen agreed to Zhang Yu's invitation. Zhang Yu threw an arm around Chen Chen's shoulder. "All right. Damn, you sound reluctant. Other people would kill for this chance. I only brought you because we're close." They walked to the school parking lot, arriving at Zhang Yu's car. Like Chen Chen, Zhang Yu was a freshman, but he was also a rich. Soon after enrolling, his family bought him a BMW 3 Series. In today's society, even for most families, having 300 yuan to buy a car was no small feat. Having 300 yuan to buy a car was completely different from having 300 in savings. Chen Chen got and fastened his seatbelt and looked around the interior with curiosity. Zhang Yu could tell Chen Chen was curious, but only curious. From his expression, there was no envy. This puzzled. Although Zhang Yu didn't mean to show off his family background, naturally gave him a sense of superiority. He didn't understand why Chen Chen, who seemed to live an ordinary life, could be so calm. He could tell that Chen Chen's calm was genuine, not an act. Zhang Yu felt that if Chen Chen wanted it, he could buy a better car anytime. Little did he know Chen Chen was far from being envied. The current Chen Chen was not the old Chen Chen. With the system, he could easily buy a car far better than a BMW 3 Series with the 10 million yuan in his account. Driving was fast. They soon arrived at the girls' dormitory. Zhang Yu called his girlfriend. In less than 3 minutes, 3 girls walked out together. Chen Chen and Zhang Yu got out of the car waiting for them. As they approached, Chen Chen took in their appearances. The one in the middle was Zhang Yu's girlfriend, Li Jejia. Chen Chen had met her before. She had delicate features, a pretty girl. The girl on Li Jejia's left was average-looking. What caught Chen Chen's attention most was the girl on Li Jejia's right. Slender willow eyebrows, clear dark eyes, a straight nose, soft full lips, smooth fair cheeks, and a high ponytail. A sight that was impossible to look away from. Chen Chen's gaze moved down. She wore a white short-sleeve top and a black pleated skirt revealing 2 long fair legs radiating youthful vitality. Ding detected a high-attractiveness female. Check her personal information. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Chen Chen's mind. Chen Chen was startled by the sudden sound, then immediately thrilled. He had been wondering what kind of girl qualified as high-attractiveness. Now the system gave him the answer. He silently thought, view info. Name Su Chuxia, age 19, height 167 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms, beauty 89, figure 85, overall 87, driving count 0, affection 0, driving count. What was that? Chen Chen wondered. He asked the system, bro, what is driving count? And what score qualifies as high attractiveness? Driving count represents purity. The number indicates how many individuals of the opposite sex have had deep interactions with her. 0 means body pure. An overall score of 80 or above qualifies as high attractiveness. Wow, 80 is high attractiveness. Su Chuxia's score is pretty high. No wonder she's so beautiful and has such a great figure. Chen Chen asked curiously, bro, what's Li Jejia's score? Li Jejia, overall score 72. Does not meet high attractiveness standard. The system's answer gave Chen Chen a clearer understanding of the strictness of the scoring. In truth, Li Jejia was quite pretty in both figure and face. In her class, she would likely have many admirers. But in the system's eyes, she only scored 72, a full 15 points below Su Chuxia. It seemed encountering high-attractiveness girls was quite rare. Li Jejia had met Chen Chen before, and Zhang Yu had told her in advance that Chen Chen would come. So when she saw him, she wasn't surprised. Li Jejia smiled and introduced her 2 roommates. Come, let me introduce you. This is Wang Ling, and this is Su. Hearing this, Zhang Yu and Chen Chen nodded politely and introduced themselves in turn. After exchanging greetings, suddenly Wang Ling spoke cheerfully. Did you know? Xu Xiao is the school beauty, and she doesn't have a boyfriend. Today you two can be her protectors. Although Wang Ling was plain-looking, her voice was quite pleasant. And from her tone, she was clearly a lively out. After hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately put on a serious expression and replied, "Don't worry, I will always be Princess Jiajia's most loyal knight." He then theatrically thumped his chest with his right hand, as if to prove his sincerity. Before Chen Chen could speak, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding, Su Chuxia's affection 10. Chen Chen wore a baffled expression, utterly perplexed. What had just happened? He hadn't said a single word. How could Su Chuxia's affinity toward him suddenly plummet to negative? Bewildered, he turned his gaze to Su Chuxia, who was also subtly scrutinizing him from head to toe. A slight frown creased her brow and a hint of disdain flickered across her face. After a moment of reflection, Chen Chen deduced the reason for the drop in her favor. Su Chuxia possessed stunning beauty, quickly becoming the campus belle of Moda University after enrollment. Naturally, she attracted a swarm of wealthy suitors. As for himself, his only redeeming feature was his passable looks. He wore cheap, ordinary clothes, and his hair was... He appeared utterly rustic, his charm score reduced to a mere 67. How could such a disheveled appearance ever appeal to a beauty like her? If she hadn't been polite, it was only out of consideration for Li Jiajia, as they were roommates. Su Chuxia quickly changed the subject. Aren't we supposed to go out? It's too hot. Let's hurry. With that, she strode forward on her long legs, opened the car door, and climbed in. Zhang Yu, sensing the tension, chuckled and tried to smooth things over. Haha, right, let's get in the car first. Chen Chen paid no heed to Su Chuxia's attitude, instead offering an enigmatic smile. Zhang Yu drove with Chen Chen in the passenger seat and the three girls in the back. Chen Chen, Zhang Yu said, you want to buy clothes. Where are we heading? Li Jiajia asked after they got in. Chen Chen turned. Didn't Zhang Yu say you girls were going to Taikuli for shopping? Change plans. No, it's just that things at Taikuli are expensive. Well, just window shop, we probably won't buy anything. Li Jiajia spoke tactfully, but Chen Chen understood her implication. She was hinting that Taikuli was costly. However, the current Chen Chen cared little about prices, as long as something suited him it was fine. No problem, as long as the destination is the same. He'll get a haircut before buying clothes, Chen Chen said in a flat tone. Zhang Yu exchanged a glance with Li Jiajia, said nothing, and started the car. Half an hour later they arrived at Qiantan Taikuli and parked. Chen Chen unbuckled his seatbelt and got out, having already chosen his target barbershop, so he headed straight there without hesitation. I'm going to get a haircut. You guys go ahead. Well, come along, we've got nothing else to do. After a brief discussion, they decided to follow Chen Chen. Chen Chen didn't mind and walked directly to the barbershop. Li Jiajia stared at the minimalist hair corner sign and looked surprised. Wait, Chen Chen, you're getting a haircut here? Yo, what's wrong? Is this place bad? It's not bad. I've seen it online. It's expensive, but that's the only downside. I've heard even a simple haircut costs over 1,000 yuan. Li Jiajia clicked her tongue. That sounds good. The four exchanged glances, said nothing, and followed Chen Chen into... The interior was decorated in a minimalist modern style, with soft lighting and local illumination, creating a warm, yet clear view for haircutting. The semi-open design ensured privacy without feeling cramped. Greenery adorned every corner, and photos of previous clients on the walls added vibrancy and artistic flair. As Chen Chen and his group entered, the receptionist immediately greeted them. Good afternoon, sir and ladies. Do you have a preferred stylist? Her attitude was excellent and her smile was sweet. No, please arrange a stylist for me and find a place for my friends to... Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. The receptionist's smile never faded, even though only Chen Chen needed... She quickly assigned a young trendy stylist to Chen Chen. After the stylist arrived, the receptionist led the four to the waiting area and thoughtfully provided tea and snacks. Meanwhile, the stylist discussed Chen Chen's requirements. Chen Chen simply said, it's all up to you. Just work with my face. The stylist grinned, delighted by such a decisive client. Sir, leave it to me, Tony. Chen Chen turned to look at the stylist in surprise and joked, as expected, all professional stylists are named Tony. The stylist chuckled at the remark. Based on Chen Chen's face shape, Tony offered his suggestions. Chen Chen found them suitable. Tony was indeed professional. After finalizing the plan, a shampoo assistant was called to cleanse Chen Chen's hair and perform a scalp treatment. Then the real work began. Half an hour later, the haircut was complete, along with a facial shave and eyebrow shaping. Tony's skill was truly impressive. Chen Chen felt that Tony had boosted his charm by at least 10 points. Indeed, the saying that a haircut is as transformative as plastic surgery wasn't just talk. Satisfied, he scanned the QR code and paid 128 yuan. As payment went through, his phone immediately buzzed with a text tone. Your ICBC account ending in 8069 received 3864 yuan at 1451 on September 13th. Awesome. Chen Chen felt an exhilarating rush. Spending 128 on a haircut triggered a triple cashback, netting him 3864 yuan, effectively earning 2576 yuan after the haircut cost. Afterward, Chen Chen returned to the waiting area where the four were resting. Wang Ling gasped when she saw him so handsome. What a huge change. Zhang Yu chimed in, bro, getting a haircut is like going to Korea for plastic surgery. You look completely different. If it weren't for your face, I wouldn't believe you're Chen Chen. Even Su Chuxia and Li Jiejia looked at him with surprise. Su Chuxia's affinity 5 the system prompt made Chen Chen glance sideways at her. It seemed women were all potential looks-obsessed creatures. Sigh, this world, judged by appearances. It's not that big a deal. I just don't usually bother. Still, the recognition secretly pleased him. I still need to buy clothes. You coming? Chen Chen continued walking forward. This time no one objected, they nodded and followed. Chen Chen knew little about high-end clothing brands. In his past life, he had never been in a position to interact with. The only brand he vaguely knew was LV. Not because he had ever bought it, but because he had heard the name from TV, movies, and novels. As expected, LV did not disappoint. In the indoor street, he looked up and saw the LV flagship store occupying 2 floors, exuding an aura of luxury. It was undoubtedly the most dazzling store on the street. As Chen Chen was about to enter, Zhang Yu quickly grabbed his arm. Based on his past impression of Chen Chen, he didn't think he came from a wealthy family. Bro, you're buying clothes here. Of course, why else would I be here? Chen Chen looked exasperated. Think it over. Things here aren't cheap. Zhang Yu tried to dissuade him, but Chen Chen dragged him into the store. Once inside, Zhang Yu stopped advising and instead looked astonished. Bro, you never spend big money normally. What's the deal? Are you secretly a rich second generation? No, I'm not. Chen Chen shook his head, denying the guess. I'm not a rich second generation. Zhang Yu did not believe Chen Chen's words, firmly convinced that Chen Chen was just a rich second generation experiencing life. He smirked and entered the store with Chen Chen, followed closely by the 3 girls. Su Chuxia was somewhat surprised to see Chen Chen wanting to buy clothes at LV, her curiosity about him growing even. She could tell that Chen Chen's attire was indeed very ordinary, yet his demeanor exuded an inexplicable confidence and composure. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Chen paused slightly, but did not pay much attention and continued to walk. The sales consultant at the entrance, noticing customers entering, quickly stepped forward to greet them. That seasoned gaze immediately discerned that the newcomers were likely students. Although she thought they were just here to get a glimpse of luxury items, and that the chances of making a sale were slim, her professional demeanor kept her smiling. Welcome to the LV flagship store. How can I assist you? I'm just browsing. Chen Chen waved his hand, indicating that he would look around first, and that the sales consultant should not mind him. The sales associate tactfully stepped back a few paces, but did not leave, remaining nearby to provide assistance whenever needed. Chen Chen thought angrily to himself. As expected, much of what is written in novels is deceptive. In novels, the plot at this point should have the sales associate looking down on poor students, and then the poor student swipes a card to flaunt wealth. Chen Chen, unsure about how to match outfits, casually pointed at a few items and asked the sales consultant to retrieve them. Seeing Chen Chen casually pick clothes to try on, Li Jiejia stepped forward to stop him. Chen Chen, what kind of clothes are you planning to buy? What's your budget? Just something casual to wear. I don't really have a budget. No budget. What does that mean? Li Jiejia asked, puzzled. It means any price is fine as long as it fits well, Chen Chen replied casually. It was as if they were not visiting LV, but rather a discount store. Li Jiejia's lips twitched slightly. You don't seem to understand matching. How about we help you choose something? You probably don't have a specific goal, and Chuxia is a fashion blogger. She can definitely choose better than you. Chen Chen turned around in surprise to glance at Su Chuxia before nodding in agreement. Then I'll trouble you guys. I really don't know how to match outfits. Su Chuxia was still quite shocked to hear Chen Chen say he had no budget and that any amount was fine. Hearing Chen Chen ask for her help in choosing clothes lit up her eyes with excitement. Su Chuxia came from a modest background and usually did not have access to such things. As the campus belle of Magic City University, she had many admirers and received numerous gifts. Yet she had not accepted any, as she did not plan to fish for compliments. Influenced by her family, she was well aware of the harsh reality that poverty brings difficulties in marriage, the struggles for daily necessities, and the frustrations of arguments over money. Therefore, her plan was to find a boyfriend from a well-off family who liked her during university. Then they would marry after graduation and lead a life as a housewife and wealthy lady. Su Chuxia was very beautiful, and she knew this was her advantage. As long as she kept herself clean, she had the confidence, at least during her university years. During college, the rich second generation were much more naive. They still believed in love. Su Chuxia couldn't help but feel her heart race when she saw that the cheapest item was priced at 7,888. She had always been particularly interested in fashion and had browsed various luxury items online. But this was the first time she had a legitimate reason to pick anything she wanted. Although it wasn't for herself, it still brought her immense excitement. Her fondness for Chen Chen increased a little more. Su Chuxia's fondness. 3. A professional doing professional work. Su Chuxia truly lived up to her title as a fashion blogger. In no time, she returned with the clothes, pants, and shoes she had selected for Chen Chen. Here, try on this outfit. Chen Chen did not hesitate much, picking up the clothes and shoes, turning to head into the fitting room, and immediately changed into them. Su Chuxia saw Chen Chen in his new outfit and felt he looked handsome at first glance. The clothes suited him perfectly. Chen Chen now wore a polo shirt on top, black casual pants, and a pair of casual sneakers, The complementary colors enhanced his clean and sophisticated appearance. At that moment, Chen Chen looked like a dashing young gentleman. Su Chuxia's fondness, Tin Wangling quietly approached Li Jejia and whispered in her ear, "Jejia, don't these two look like a couple in matching outfits? The guy is handsome and the girl is beautiful, they look great together." However, Wang Ling's whispers were not very quiet. In this quiet environment with everyone not far apart, they all heard her clearly. Su Chuxia's ears visibly turned red. She quickly walked a few steps to Wang Ling's side and reached out to poke her in the waist. "You're going to die, oh how dare you say such things." Wang Ling hurriedly dodged and surrendered. "Haha, I was wrong. Shu Xiao, I'm sorry, spare me. I just noticed you both wearing similar colors. You are so beautiful and Chen Chen is so handsome, it really feels like you two have great chemistry." At this moment, Su Chuxia's face began to blush. Perhaps it was influenced by Chen Chen's current looks, or maybe it was from his confident and composed demeanor in the luxury store. Or perhaps it was both. Su Chuxia didn't mind Wang Ling's teasing. However, her youthful heart was stirred, and she angrily said, "You keep talking, you just wait until I deal with you." After a while of playful banter with Wang Ling begging for mercy and promising not to say anything silly again, Su Chuxia finally let her go. The blush on Su Chuxia's face had yet to fade as she shyly glanced at Chen Chen. She discovered that Chen Chen was also looking at her with an inexplicable smile on his face, which made her quickly. Su Chuxia's fondness. Chen Chen checked Su Chuxia's status panel and found that her fondness had risen to 23 points. Chen Chen was somewhat surprised from a starting fondness of 10 to now 23. How long had it been? The speed of increase was quite rapid. Especially just now, it could almost be said that he had gained 20 points of fondness in a row. Based on this brief interaction, when it comes time to pay and showcase his financial power, Su Chuxia should gain some additional fondness, right? Setting aside his scattered thoughts, Chen Chen felt that Su Chuxia was quite skilled in selecting and matching outfits, so he wanted her to help him pick a few more sets. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Su Chuxia ask with some anticipation, "So how does this outfit feel to you?" It's great. As expected of a fashion blogger, the clothes suit me much better than what I would have chosen myself. Could you help me pick out a few more sets? I need some changes too." Chen Chen was generous with his praise and asked Su Chuxia to help him choose again. "Okay, no problem." Su Chuxia glanced at the price tags on the clothes, her eyes brightening a bit. She said nothing further and continued to help Chen Chen choose outfits with Li Jejia and Wang Ling. "Tongzi, what's my current charm rating?" Chen Chen called out to the system in his heart. "The host's current comprehensive charm value is 80. Submit the task." Chen Chen remembered clearly that the system had said the reward was based on the comprehensive charm score at the time of submission. The higher the score, the better the reward. So after getting his hair trimmed, he didn't submit the task reward directly. Instead, he waited until he had completed the entire outfit before submitting the task and claiming the reward. Now the comprehensive score had reached 80, which was not low. According to the system's definition of a high attractiveness beauty, Chen Chen had already crossed the threshold of high attractiveness. Ding. Detected that the host currently has unsettled merchandise on hand. Submitting the task now will not count the comprehensive score. Continue submitting the task. No, don't submit. Chen Chen quickly stopped. Originally, he thought that wearing the clothes would be enough to submit the task, but he didn't expect that the clothes had to be paid for before they could be counted toward the comprehensive score. Then again, it made sense. If he could submit without paying, it would be exploiting a loophole in the system. Without paying, it wasn't his property, so naturally it couldn't increase his score. Soon Su Chuxia and the other two picked out 3 more sets of clothes and shoes for Chen Chen. After trying them on, he was very satisfied. He paid directly. Ding. Host successfully spent 16,000 yuan, triggering a 2x cashback. Cashback amount 32,000 yuan. Then the phone notification rang. Dong dong dong. Your ICBC card ending in 8069 received 3,000 yuan at 1537 on September 13th. The sales consultant had been accompanying them throughout the service. She admitted that she had misjudged them. At the same time, she was grateful that her professional demeanor had prevented her from showing any impatience. This was a high-quality customer. Thinking about Chen Chen's casual attitude when paying and watching the receipt slowly print out with a click, click, click. Then considering that the expenditure of over 1,000 meant she could earn nearly 1,000 in commission, her smile became even more sincere. Su Chuxia's affection 10. Chen Chen didn't pay much attention to the increase in Su Chuxia's affection. He had anticipated it. He could sense that Su Chuxia was not the kind of aloof goddess people thought. Her disdain for all suitors was probably because none of them met her standards. The shift from her initial disgust when she first saw Chen Chen to the surge in affection now was proof. Her seemingly cold exterior was just a camouflage. The system's notification of increased affection couldn't be false. However, the fact that she had 0 drivers in her past indicated she was an innocent, inexperienced girl, not one simply driven by materialism. Chen Chen felt a secret thrill seeing the 3,000 yuan returned. Another free shopping spree plus a profit of 16,000 yuan. And he hadn't forgotten that there was still a task reward to claim. System, submit the task and claim the reward. Ding. Host's current comprehensive charm score is 80. Ding, congratulations on completing the welfare task. Change your appearance and enhance your charm. Reward Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018 watch. Hearing the system reward, Chen Chen quickly pulled out his phone to search for the price of the Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018. He had heard a saying before. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches, and losers play with computers at home. Besides, he had heard of Patek Philippe. The cheapest watch from this brand seemed to start at over 3,000 yuan. But when he looked up the price of this watch, he was still shocked. His heart pounded wildly. 13 million yuan. He could hardly believe his eyes. Even if the watch were made of gold, it wouldn't cost this much. A car priced at 13 million or a house at 13 million. He could accept that. But a watch worth 13 million yuan. Before the system bound to him, he wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Even if it weren't this Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018. Even the cheapest Patek Philippe watch would have been almost impossible for him to own. Yet now, just by completing one task, the system had directly rewarded him with it. This made Chen Chen shout in his heart, "Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! System, I love you, I really love you to death. Host, do you wish to claim the reward now?" The system's voice was still that cold mechanical tone, but to Chen Chen's ears it sounded like heavenly music. Claim the reward. Task reward claimed successfully. Relevant certificates are temporarily stored in the system space. They can be retrieved at any time if needed. As the words fell, Chen Chen felt a slight weight on his left wrist, followed by a cool sensation from his wrist. Chen Chen looked closely and saw the Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018 already on his wrist. Its case was made of stainless steel with a roughly 40mm dial and a three-hand design. The dial had Patek Philippe signed at the top and Tiffany at the bottom. It was truly simple and pleasing to the eye. The more Chen Chen looked, the more he loved it. He couldn't bear to take it off. Zhang Yu noticed Chen Chen's unusual behavior. He thought the high price of the clothes had overwhelmed Chen Chen. He quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Bro, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the clothes?" Chen Chen quickly lowered his hand and replied, "Nothing, the clothes are fine." Zhang Yu's gaze inadvertently caught Chen Chen's lowered wrist. He saw the Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018 on Chen Chen's wrist. He was a bit puzzled, but didn't recognize the watch. He only thought it looked nice. "When did you buy a watch? It's pretty. How much did it cost? I might get one myself. I bought it from a small shop before. It's not expensive. I was wearing it earlier, you probably didn't notice." Chen Chen was evasive, smiling, but not revealing the price. He was never the type to show off. Su Chuxia's gaze also fell on the watch. She was certain that Chen Chen hadn't been wearing anything on his wrist just moments ago. And from her experience browsing luxury goods online, she could tell that Chen Chen's watch was not cheap. But Su Chuxia didn't say anything. Given how Chen Chen had spent over 100 on clothes, without batting an eye, it seemed his family was quite wealthy. It was normal for someone like him to own an expensive watch. Perhaps he had been keeping a low profile or experiencing life. He hadn't been wearing the watch before. Maybe it was in his pocket, and he put it on after changing clothes. It was fortunate that Su Chuxia didn't know the price of this watch, or she wouldn't have been so calm. After leaving the LV flagship store, Chen Chen, to express his gratitude to Su Chuxia and the others for helping him choose clothes, initiated another round of handmade milk tea and triggered a 2x consumption refund. Ding host successfully spent 150 yuan, triggering a 2x consumption refund. Refund amount 300 yuan. Each holding a cup of milk tea, they wandered aimlessly. Chen Chen asked if anyone needed to buy anything, but they all said they were just strolling and having fun. The items here were too expensive, and they didn't need anything. Chen Chen didn't mind. He had already achieved his goal, so he continued to follow the group. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a vehicle display stand in the area ahead. The three-pointed star of the Mercedes-Benz logo was exceptionally conspicuous. Zhang Yu noticed that Chen Chen was captivated by the display area of the Mercedes-Benz vehicles, and this time, he learned his lesson and did not try to stop him again, especially after witnessing Chen Chen casually spend over 100,000 on a few pieces of clothing. He knew that this classmate of his was deeply concealed, likely a low-key rich second generation. Moreover, he wasn't the kind of person with just a little money at home, barely qualifying as a minor second generation. After all, with his conditions, he certainly did not have the means to spend over 100,000 on clothes. His monthly allowance was only 2,000 from his family. 2,000 was not a small amount, especially considering that the average living expenses for college students nowadays were only around 2,000 to 3,000. However, as the saying goes, comparing oneself to others is bound to lead to death. Comparing goods will lead to dismissal. Zhang Yu once thought that his family was South Bay, but in reality, he was the clown in this tragic scene. There weren't many cars, but there were plenty of people. However, Chen Chen felt that most of them were probably there to see the car models. Indeed, although there were only 3 cars, the exhibition area had invited 3 car models, one for each car. The 3 models were not particularly stunning in terms of beauty, they were more like the modest type. But their good figures and revealing outfits certainly caught attention. Chen Chen's gaze swept over the 3 models, ensuring that he didn't miss any of them. Su Chuxiao noticed that Chen Chen's gaze was fixed on the models. She looked down at her own figure and thought, I can't see my toes. She then looked back up at the model's pitifully scanty clothing and couldn't help but think indignantly him a pervert. Ding Su Chuxia's affection points 1. This didn't mean that Su Chuxia had developed feelings for Chen Chen. She was just feeling jealous. An affection score of 33 still hadn't reached the level of liking, but there was certainly a degree of fondness. After all, after tidying up, Chen Chen could now be considered handsome, meeting Su Chuxia's aesthetic standards. Furthermore, after the incident at the LV flagship store, she experienced a sense of recognition and the financial power to casually spend over 100,000 on clothes. Otherwise, her affection points wouldn't have increased by 43 in just a few hours. However, she compared herself to the models in terms of figure and looks, and she felt that she was far superior to them. Su Chuxia was simply feeling unreasonably frustrated about being outshone by someone she deemed inferior. When Chen Chen heard the notification of his decreased affection points, he reflexively looked at Su Chuxia. What had this girl done to annoy her? Why did her affection points drop by 1 again? He looked at Su Chuxia only to find her staring back at him with her big watery eyes. However, when she saw Chen Chen looking at her, she immediately averted her gaze. Chen Chen felt somewhat puzzled, but disregarded Su Chuxia and turned his attention back to the vehicles. He didn't come here specifically to look at a few car models. He was drawn to a car, the Mercedes-Benz G63. This vehicle had been his dream car. Its rugged and solid style, the powerful lines of its body exuded a strong presence. This was the dream of many men. However, the price of this car would awaken 99 of people's dreams. He could only suppress his thoughts and watch from a distance. The base price was 2.55 million. The on-the-road price was 3.168 million. TSK tisk. If I didn't have the system, I would never have any connection with this car in my lifetime. Chen Chen sighed internally, feeling even more grateful for the system that had chosen him. Zhang Yu was also beside Chen Chen, admiring the Mercedes-Benz G63. So imposing, this car is really handsome, and the price is truly outrageous. Do you like it too? Chen Chen teased. Well, which man wouldn't like this car? But liking it is useless, awaken. Chen Chen smiled, but did not respond. He noticed a woman sitting at the side of the display table. She was quite beautiful, but dressed rather provocatively, especially with 3 buttons of her top undone. She was currently looking down at her phone. Her long manicured nails were quite alarming, and when Chen Chen looked closely, he realized her middle finger seemed to lack any trace of nail polish, but he didn't know why. Seeing that this woman was wearing the Mercedes-Benz flagship store's uniform, he assumed she was just a regular car salesperson and didn't think much of it, walking straight over. Is this car for sale now? The salesperson glanced at Chen Chen with a sideways look, but did not answer, lowering her head again. Chen Chen thought she hadn't heard clearly and asked again, hello, is this car for sale now? The car displayed is obviously for sale. Well, otherwise why would we put it out? Asking so many questions when you obviously can't afford it, what's the point? Do you even know what kind of car this is? Do you know how much it costs? Chen Chen was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and inwardly scoffed. It seems that not everything in novels is a lie. He had previously complained about not experiencing the face-slapping moments in the LV store, and now look, Chow Chow has arrived so quickly. Ding detected that the host intended to buy a car, but was insulted by the car salesperson. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. The host cannot be insulted. Please purchase the Mercedes-Benz G63 and slap the salesperson in the face to make her recognize reality. Mission rewards 1. Vehicle license plate magic ACC 666, 2. A villa in Jiangwan Hamlin. Chen Chen knew his system was quite generous. However, he truly didn't expect that to uphold the host's dignity, it would directly require him to buy a car and slap someone in the face. Plus, they would throw in a license plate and a villa. This was the Jiangwan Hamlin villa worth tens of millions. Chen Chen was not angry about the salesperson's attitude, but rather he felt somewhat grateful to her. Zhang Yu, upon hearing the salesperson's voice, immediately approached, as he had been listening to their conversation the whole time. Although he thought Chen Chen had approached just to inquire about the car's specifications, he was surprised by how poor the salesperson's attitude was, launching a verbal attack on Chen Chen. Just as he was about to argue back with the salesperson, Chen Chen held him back, preventing him from stepping forward. Zhang Yu looked at Chen Chen puzzled, but Chen Chen shook his head, indicating him to calm down and not be impulsive. Although Chen Chen was not someone who liked to be ostentatious, he was also not the kind of person who would endure grievances silently. He had his own plans. However, just as he was about to say something, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding detected a high attractiveness opposite sex. Do you wish to view their personal information? He glanced to the side and saw a girl wearing the same sales uniform jogging toward him from the back. View information. Name AI Xiaoying, age 25, height 166 centimeters, weight 53 kilograms, attractiveness 82, figure 95, overall rating 89, driving experience 0, affection points 0. This girl, who appeared to be another car salesperson, first bowed and apologized to Chen Chen and the others. Then she hurriedly asked what had happened. Chen Chen didn't embellish anything. He simply recounted the events as they were. After hearing what happened, AI Xiaoying looked back at the woman behind her, who did not refute his account, confirming that Chen Chen was neither lying nor exaggerating. Glancing at the woman behind her, she thought, "Ah, so annoying, how many times has this been already?" Ding. AI Xiaoying's affection points 10. She then looked directly at Chen Chen, smiling as she spoke. "Hello sir, my name is AI Xiaoying, and I am the sales manager at the Mercedes-Benz flagship store. Thank you very much for consulting us about the Mercedes-Benz car. I also sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience caused by our actions. I apologize on behalf of my colleague. Now what questions do you have? I will be happy to answer them if that's alright with you." "I didn't say anything wrong. It's the truth. He just came up and asked questions. Judging by his appearance, he doesn't look like he can afford it. Why should you apologize on my behalf? Who do you think you are?" Before Chen Chen could speak, he heard the murmuring voice of a nearby saleswoman. Chen Chen still didn't get angry. He said to AI Xiaoying in a very calm tone, "No need to introduce. See, I told you so. He can't afford it. Why bother asking?" Before the saleswoman could finish, Chen Chen's voice directly interrupted her. "Just write up the invoice." As his words fell, that saleswoman was like a chicken with its neck wrong. The unfinished words in her mouth could no longer be spoken, and only a gurgling sound could be heard from her throat. AI Xiaoying, Zhang Yusu, Chu Xia, and the others all stared at Chen Chen in a daze, and for a moment the scene was surprisingly silent. After a dozen seconds, AI Xiaoying was the first to come to her senses. She stammered to Chen Chen, "Sir, I didn't hear clearly just now. Could you repeat that?" Chen Chen sighed helplessly and said again, "Just bring the contract and write up the invoice." Ding. AI Xiaoying's affection 10. Chen Chen turned his head to look at the previous saleswoman, wanting to see. He found that she was on the phone speaking in a very low voice, and he could vaguely hear part of the conversation. Being bullied. This was his original plan. He definitely intended to buy the car. But he had no intention of letting the saleswoman get the credit for the sale. He had planned to simply find another salesperson to sign the deal, making her lose the commission and regret it. But unexpectedly, Chen Chen discovered a stunningly beautiful woman. Although AI Xiaoying's appearance score was not as high as Su Chuxia's, she was still of the charming and lovely type with a score of 82. What stood out even more was her figure. A figure score of 95 was almost enough to make people overlook her looks. Based on her weight, she should be a girl with a slender figure from top to bottom. However, she was like a thin branch bearing heavy fruit. Her slender waist paired with a pert and full derriere. TSK. Not to mention that AI Xiaoying's appearance was not bad either. This resulted in AI Xiaoying's overall score reaching 89, 2 points higher than Su Chuxia's. More importantly, AI Xiaoying was 25 years old, yet her driver count was also 0. She was still a pure maiden. Chen Chen felt he had really struck gold. Just then AI Xiaoying trotted over with the purchase contract. "Mr. Chen, the on-road price for this Mercedes G63 is 168 million. For installment, the down payment is 80000. Can you accept that?" "Down payment? I want to do a down payment." That clown saleswoman jumped out again. "Ha ha, can't even afford a down payment, and you want to buy a car? Probably. Full payment." The saleswoman's half-finished words were choked back, and she shut her mouth again. Swipe. Ding. AI Xiaoying's affection 20. Ding. Su Chuxia's affection 10. As a sales supervisor, AI Xiaoying was not unaccustomed to seeing customers buying luxury cars. Ding. AI Xiaoying's affection 20. Ding. Su Chuxia's affection 10. As a sales supervisor, AI Xiaoying was not unaccustomed to seeing customers buying luxury cars. But in the past, who were those people? Basically, they were greasy middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s. They would haggle over buying a car, asking for this and that, and always trying to take advantage of her. Unlike Chen Chen, who was so young, handsome, and paid so decisively and swiftly, her affection for him was skyrocketing. AI Xiaoying was already 25 years old, and her family had urged her to find a partner more than once. They even arranged blind dates for her, but working as a saleswoman at Mercedes, AI Xiaoying's standards were not low. She simply couldn't stand the so-called blind dates her family introduced to her, so each date ended in failure. But if you said she was materialistic, AI Xiaoying was not the kind of girl who would sacrifice everything for money. She still hoped to have a sweet love. That was precisely why her first time was still intact. Because of her outstanding figure and good looks, many bosses who came to see the cars as well as their manager had proposed to keep her as a mistress. Some were even willing to offer 100 per month, but she refused without hesitation. AI Xiaoying became a sales supervisor based on her real abilities. So if she didn't want to, no one could force her. As for Su Chuxia, her impression of Chen Chen was even better. From the over 1,000 spent on a haircut, 160 on clothes, to this car, worth over 3 million. And this was clearly not Chen Chen's limit. In Su Chuxia's view, Chen Chen was only a freshman, and he already had so much disposable money at hand. His family must be extremely wealthy, and his face was so handsome. For her, finding Chen Chen was the perfect way to achieve class mobility and realize her dream of becoming a wealthy housewife and lying flat. AI Xiaoying was holding Chen Chen's bank card and ID somewhat dazedly. Just as she was about to go swipe the card and register, she heard a voice that was clearly affected and syrupy. "Brother, someone bullied me, and that bitch AI Xiaoying even stole my order. You have to make it right for me." "Boo-hoo. Everyone turned to look, wanting to see what trick this saleswoman was pulling now. They saw her throw herself into the newcomer's arms, hugging him tightly. She rubbed her body against him vigorously while crying false tears. AI Xiaoying saw the newcomer and helplessly introduced him to Chen Chen. This is our manager Xiao Xian. He's Cheng Yuanyuan's brother, I suppose. Cheng Yuanyuan was the previous saleswoman. Chen Chen heard the strange tone in AI Xiaoying's voice when she said brother. He instantly understood. This was definitely not a real brother. Xiao Xian comforted Cheng Yuanyuan for a few words, and then pulled her off himself. Yes, pulled her off. He had already seen Chen Chen's young appearance and the Mercedes G63 he wanted to buy. Being young was not scary, nor was buying a car worth 3 million. But the combination of the two made such a person not someone he could afford to offend. Cheng Yuanyuan had not truthfully explained the situation to Xiao Xian on the phone. Cheng Yuanyuan told him that someone had bullied her, scolded her, and that AI Xiaoying didn't help her, and even colluded with others to bully her in order to steal her car sales order. A person who could become the manager of a Mercedes dealership was naturally not a fool. Xiao Xian knew what kind of person AI Xiaoying was, and he also knew what kind of person Cheng Yuanyuan was. He did not take Cheng Yuanyuan's one-sided story at face value. He came to understand the situation first. After all, AI Xiaoying was capable, but Cheng Yuanyuan's skills were also formidable. He had originally planned to just muddle through if it wasn't a big deal. But after arriving at the scene, he immediately felt he still braced himself and walked over, intending to discuss with Chen Chen. He wanted to see if he could offer Chen Chen some discounts on the car purchase, and then ask him to let the matter go. Then he would talk to AI Xiaoying, have the order credited to Cheng Yuanyuan, and privately compensate AI Xiaoying. That way everyone would benefit, a win-win-win for all. Earlier, being a bit far away, Xiao Xian hadn't seen clearly, only knowing that Chen Chen was young. As he got closer, he noticed the wristwatch on Chen Chen's wrist. Others might not recognize it, but as a Mercedes sales manager, he naturally had an eye for such things. Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018. 13 million. His pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized that watch. This was the first time Xiao Xian saw the true appearance of the watch, yet he had no doubts about its authenticity. He still possessed this level of judgment. The reason he recognized this model was that he had seen someone wearing the same one in the news. There were only 170 pieces globally priced at a staggering 13 million. Who could afford to wear this watch? Their status and background were surely beyond what a mere sales manager like him could provoke. Cold sweat visibly broke out on Xiao Xin's forehead. He couldn't help but silently curse Cheng Yuanyuan for nearly getting him killed. Yet while cursing her, he also grumbled about Chen Chen in his heart. You, a young master who can play with a 13 million watch, want to buy a car to get a supercar? Why come to our humble Mercedes dealership to stir up trouble? He certainly didn't believe that someone who could afford a Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018 would be unable to buy a supercar. Spending 13 million on a watch would make spending tens of millions on a car seem effortless. Xiao Xian knew this matter had to be handled properly. He couldn't let it turn into a muddle. He had to satisfy this young master. Otherwise, if the young master got angry, his fate would undoubtedly be miserable. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he nearly bent at a 90-degree angle, using an extremely flattering tone. Hello, young master, how should I address you? Chen Chen initially thought this manager was here to support Cheng Yuanyuan. He expected a lengthy dialogue. However, he was taken aback by the extreme contrast in behavior and tone. Seeing Xiao Xian in a daze, he did not respond. Xiao Xian nervously looked up, noticing the young master, yet Chen Chen ignored him, causing Xiao Xin's heart to sink further. At that moment, AI Xiaoying, standing by with the contract documents, hurriedly intervened. Manager Xiao, this is Mr. Chen. Xiao Xian cast a grateful glance at AI Xiaoying, then began to say something else to Chen Chen. Young Master Chen Yu. But unexpectedly, Cheng Yuanyuan was unwilling. Seeing Xiao Xin's somewhat humble and flattering attitude toward Chen Chen, she felt quite dissatisfied. She was indignant. She called Xiao Xian over to support her, and now this was how it turned out. So she interrupted Xiao Xian, speaking in a pretentious tone. Brother, so what if he can't afford a car? Why are you so flattering toward him? Hearing Cheng Yuanyuan's words, Xiao Xin's hands trembled with anger. Cheng Yuanyuan was oblivious to Xiao Xin's reaction, continuing to ramble. Brother, they bullied me just now. You have to help me get my revenge. Chen Chen said with a strange expression. This brother, how do you plan to help your sister take revenge? At this moment, Xiao Xian was drenched in cold sweat, wishing he could devour Cheng Yuanyuan. He quickly turned around and shouted at her, shut your mouth. Get out of here, say one more word, and see how I deal with you. You clearly said you loved me, protecting me, and everything, yet you actually yelled at me. Why should I leave? Cheng Yuanyuan looked incredulous. Is it because of AI Xiaoying, that vixen, that you? Before Cheng Yuanyuan could finish her sentence, Xiao Xian slapped her face, interrupting her voice. He then leaned closer to Cheng Yuanyuan, gritting his teeth, and saying, if you want to get me killed, I will ensure that you live worse than death. Cheng Yuanyuan, still confused about what was happening, felt a twinge of fear. She was merely a canary raised by Xiao Xian, usually relying on him to exert her power. But if Xiao Xin wanted to deal with her, it would be an easy task. Seeing that Cheng Yuan had stopped making trouble, he turned around and subconsciously glanced at the watch on Chen. He then continued to speak to Chen Chen in a flattering tone. Young Master Chen, I apologize for the lack of discipline. I am embarrassed in front of you. Rest assured I will strictly discipline them later. If you have any demands, please feel free to mention them. I will definitely satisfy them as long as I can gain your forgiveness. Chen Chen had already figured things out. At first, although Xiao Xin didn't arrive with a fierce demeanor to show off, he did have the intention of supporting Cheng Yuan. The sudden change in attitude must have occurred when Xiao Xin approached and noticed the watch on his wrist. He likely recognized it, mistaking him for a wealthy second-generation heir. However, thinking about it, it made sense. How many second-generation rich kids with strong family backgrounds would wear a 13 million watch at Chen Chen's age? Chen Chen didn't offer any explanation. Since obtaining the system, he hadn't deliberately spent money to show off, but his wealth would only continue to grow. When money reaches a certain level, it becomes just a cold number lying in a bank account. But don't underestimate this string of numbers. Wealthy people often possess more than just money. Although Chen Chen currently had no background, he himself was a powerful background. Or rather, the system was his powerful background. He firmly believed that his background was not inferior to anyone else's. Chen Chen was not a person who boasted or flaunted their wealth, but he also wasn't the type to feign poverty or play the fool. Chen Chen raised his wrist slightly, his tone calm and composed, recognized it. Xiao Xin's gaze involuntarily followed Chen Chen's raised wrist, and he saw it more clearly. Although he had never seen this model in person before, upon seeing the Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018, his first impression was one of understated luxury. This made him even more certain that the watch was definitely genuine. He lowered his waist even further, his tone becoming even more respectful. Yes, young Master Chen, the Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018 looks simply perfect on your wrist. It complements your aura so well. So can I buy a car now? No, young Master Chen, do you like this G63? I'll give it to you. Your presence here makes my dealership shine. How could I let you spend money? Xiao Xin gritted his teeth. Although he had some money, the price of a G63 was no small sum. He could sense from these few short sentences that this young Master Chen did not care about what had just happened. To him, this was likely just a little amusement. But he still had to present his attitude, seeing it as an investment. 3 million was not a trivial amount, but he could still scrape it together with some effort. If he could cling to young Master Chen's thigh, his future days would surely be prosperous. Do you think I lack this little money from you? Chen Chen did not intend to accept Xiao Xin's flattery. He was not short of this 3 million. He had not deliberately spent money to show off, though otherwise even 30 million, 300 million, or 3 billion would be easy for him. Moreover, buying a car involved his system tasks and the delicious task rewards as well. If it was a gift from Xiao Xin, who knew if the system would recognize it, he just wanted to hurry up and pay for the car. Ding AI Xiaoying's favorability 20, Ding Su Chuxia's favorability 15. Upon hearing from Xiao Xin the brand and model of Chen Chen's watch, Zhang Yu and the women were all struck with astonishment. Patek Philippe, a timepiece with a minimum value of over 3,000 yuan. Chu Xia could not resist looking up the watch model online. The result compelled her to exclaim in shock. 13. Chen Chen was engaged in conversation with Xiao Xin and did not catch what they were discussing. Of course, even if he had heard, he likely would not have cared. When Li Jejia heard Su Chuxia mention the figure of 13 million, she turned to her in disbelief. Chuxia, what 13 million? The watch. The one Chen Chen is wearing. I looked up the Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018 model online. It's valued at 13 million. 13 million. That must be some foreign currency, right? Zhang Yu expressed incredulity. No, it's RMB. The watch on Chen Chen's wrist is worth 13 million renminbi. Zhang Yu fell silent. He recalled how he had joked with Chen Chen earlier about wanting to buy a similar-looking watch. Now he felt as if someone should chop up all the flesh on his body. He simply could not afford it, even by selling everything he owned. AI Xiaoying was not far from Su Chuxia and the other women, so their conversation reached her ears without omission. Upon hearing that the watch worth 13 million was worn so casually by Chen Chen, she was utterly stunned. Her mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a small egg. As if prearranged, the group all turned their gazes toward Chen Chen simultaneously. Chen Chen also heard the system notification indicating an increase in favorability from AI Xiaoying. He turned to look at Su Chuxia and AI Xiaoying, noticing their unwavering eyes fixed upon him, radiating an unmistakable fervor. One was a cool and aloof school beauty, the other a pure and charming saleswoman. Chen Chen had not made any move yet. Within a short span, their favorability scores had risen to 60 points. Su Chuxia seemed to lag behind. Chen Chen glanced at her panel and found her score was 57 points. He cast a peculiar and slightly disdainful look her way. A scene unfolded in his mind. He tapped Su Chuxia's smooth forehead with a finger, speaking in a tone of mild reproach. Look at the diligent sales beauty. Her favorability has already reached 60 despite knowing me for a shorter time. You've known me much longer, yet your favorability hasn't risen as quickly. What Chen Chen did not realize was that there were reasons behind the rapid rise in favorability. Su Chuxia had always harbored the thought of finding a wealthy boyfriend during university, then marrying him after graduation to live the life of a wealthy lady. Chen Chen perfectly fit her expectations, his clothes car, and the staggering 13 million yuan watch. She could easily imagine how blissful life would be if he liked her, pursued her, and they began a relationship. As for AI Xiaoying, she was the sales supervisor at Mercedes-Benz and had seen much of the world. She frequently interacted with affluent clients purchasing cars. Consequently, her standards for a partner were high, as she looked down on men from ordinary backgrounds. Unwilling to settle for greasy middle-aged men or become a kept woman labeled a gold digger, she remained single. She had intended to concede to parental pressure and try dating someone with acceptable family conditions, but unexpectedly met Chen Chen, a perfect young man who was not only wealthy, but also handsome. Upon initial contact, AI Xiaoying found Chen Chen to be honest, making him the ideal partner in her eyes. Chen Chen could not guess the thoughts in the two women's minds, but felt pleased about their rapid increase in favorability. He did not want to speak more with Xiao Xian, but instructed AI Xiaoying, swipe the card, sign the contract. Xiao Xian observed Chen Chen's refusal to accept his flattery, feeling both relieved and disappointed. Relieved to save 3 million, disappointed to miss the chance to leverage Chen Chen. AI Xiaoying acted quickly. As the POS machine approved the card, swiped the receipt, printed out. Ding, the host successfully spent 316,000 yuan, triggering double cashback, receiving 633,600 yuan. Dong dong dong, your industrial and commercial bank card, ending 8069, received 633,600 yuan on September 13th at 1640. The system's cashback notification sounded in his mind, followed by a text message alert. Refreshing. Chen Chen had experienced system cashback before, so he did not overreact this time, but still felt gratified. He had obtained a car for free and earned 168 million. Ding, congratulations on completing the task. The host must not be humiliated. Please purchase the Mercedes-Benz G63 to slap the face of the car salesman and make him face reality. Task rewards 1. License plate ACC 666-2. A villa in Jiangwan Hamlin. Upon hearing the task completion, Chen Chen looked toward Cheng Yuanyuan's direction. Cheng Yuanyuan still stood where she had been, now clearly frightened. She had thought that with Xiao Xian's favor she could act with impunity here. But after Xiao Xian's threat and hearing that even a single watch on Chen Chen's wrist was worth 13 million, she was genuinely afraid. In her eyes, Xiao Xian was already a big figure, but he certainly could not afford a 13 million yuan watch. Moreover, she had to count out to Xiao Xian to curry favor, so how could she dare to show any dissatisfaction or arrogance? She could only pray in her heart that Chen Chen would not pay her any more attention. Chen Chen had no spare thought for this clown Cheng Yuanyuan. His phone rang. He took it out and saw an unfamiliar local number from Modu. Without hesitation, he swiped to answer. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Chen? This is the Modu Vehicle Administration Office. The license plate ACC 666 you previously bid for has been produced. When would you be available to pick it up? Apparently this was the license plate awarded as a system task reward. He had originally planned to go in a few days but changed his mind after glancing at AI Xiaoying. I will arrange for someone to pick it up shortly. Alright, I won't disturb you further. Goodbye. After hanging up, Chen Chen turned to AI Xiaoying and asked, can you drive? AI Xiaoying was momentarily startled, thinking, how could a car salesperson not know how to drive? She smiled and nodded. Mr. Chen, I can drive. Good. I sent the license plate to the Vehicle Administration Office. Help me get it installed and then deliver it to me. This. Xiao Xian quickly interjected. Alright, young Master Chen, leave it to Xiaoying, you can rest assured. Chen Chen opened his personal WeChat QR code and said to AI Xiaoying, add me on WeChat. Once it's done, send me a message. Afterwards, I'll treat you to a meal. AI Xiaoying quickly opened her phone to scan the QR code and add Chen Chen on WeChat, secretly delighted. She thought as long as she had his contact and was delivering the car, there would be more opportunities to interact. She looked down at her figure with a hint of pride. I don't believe you won't be tempted. Ding, AI Xiaoying's favorability 5. Su Chuxiao felt a twinge of jealousy seeing AI Xiaoying add Chen Chen on WeChat. In contrast, although she had known Chen Chen longer, she had not even added him yet. Yet AI Xiaoying, who had known him for a shorter time, had already added him, and Chen Chen even promised to treat her to dinner. However, Su Chuxiao felt reluctant to ask Chen Chen for his WeChat herself. Looking at AI Xiaoying's curvaceous figure, especially her slender waist and ample bosom, Su Chuxiao as a woman could not help but feel envious. Men always preferred a more generous figure. Though she was not small herself compared to AI Xiaoying, the difference was significant. Although she had a slight advantage in facial beauty, AI Xiaoying's looks were also not lacking. Thinking this made her a bit anxious. Xiao Xian, seeing Chen Chen add AI Xiaoying on WeChat, immediately shelved his previous lascivious intentions toward AI Xiaoying. Men understand men best. He knew Chen Chen must have his eye on AI Xiaoying. Though he himself fancied AI Xiaoying and was somewhat lustful, he knew well that lust could be perilous. He knew which women were attainable and which were not. He would not recklessly risk his life for a woman. After settling the license plate matter and adding AI xiaoying on WeChat, Chen Chen had no intention of. He was indeed interested in AI xiaoying, but that did not mean he would fawn over her like a sycophant. They had just met and made contact. There was no rush. With a favorability score already as high as 65 and the follow-up of delivering a car, there would be ample opportunities to engage with AI xiaoying. I'm leaving now. Contact me once it's ready. Oh, I'll be waiting for your message. After bidding farewell to AI xiaoying, he turned to Su Chuxia and the others. Let's go. As Su Chuxia left, she glanced once more at AI xiaoying. With a woman's intuition, she was certain AI xiaoying had feelings for Chen Chen. Turning her gaze toward Chen Chen's retreating figure, Su Chuxia's expression grew complex as she followed closely. Li Jiejia observed everything and pondered silently. As Chen Chen left the display area, he clearly sensed the shift in the gazes of Zhang Yu and the others directed at him now, imbued with a subtle sense of distance. Chen Chen certainly knew the reason behind it. It was akin to how the original owner had a good relationship with Zhang Yu before, who had never displayed the arrogance typical of a second-generation wealthy individual. However, there was still a certain barrier in their interactions, heavily influenced by their respective identities and family backgrounds. Now it was merely a matter of swapped positions. Thus, with a mix of amusement and helplessness, Chen Chen remarked, "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Do I look like I eat people?" "I don't know about eating people, but it's pretty scary," Zhang Yu said somewhat awkwardly. Li Jiejia lightly slapped Zhang Yu's arm and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Looking at Su Chuxia, she then turned to Chen Chen and inquired, "Young Master Chen, you're so wealthy. Oh, what does your family do?" "What young Master Chen? I'm not a young master, just call me by my name. I'm just a child from an ordinary family, as I've mentioned to you before." "Ordinary family? Don't joke around. Which ordinary family possesses a 13 million Patek Philippe?" Zhang Yu immediately retorted. "Which ordinary person can buy a 3 million car without batting an eye?" Zhang Yu simply did not believe that Chen Chen was a child from an ordinary family. Su Chuxia, then what do you want? Li Jiejia, once I get his WeChat, you have to call me good sister in the sweetest, most cutesy voice. The kind that makes you sound all His family was truly quite ordinary. It was just that he had become different since meeting Tongzi Ge. However, the existence of Tongzi Ge was something he could never mention to anyone. "My parents are both teachers. I remember mentioning that before," Chen Chen said to Zhang Yu. "Alright, let's not dwell on this issue. Don't look at me with the eyes of a wealthy second generation. I'm really not one. We'll interact the way we always have. You didn't look down on me when you were wealthy, did you?" Zhang Yu's personality was naturally carefree. Thinking about it made sense. He didn't want anything from Chen Chen, so why overthink it? He quickly adjusted his mindset and spoke in a teasing tone. "Young Master Chen, what's it like wearing a 13 million watch? Tell me, satisfy my curiosity. Oh, I've never seen such an expensive watch in my life. What feeling can there be? It's just a tool for telling time. Do you want to try it on?" Before he finished speaking, Chen Chen made a move to take the Patek Philippe off his wrist. This time Li Jiejia hurriedly refused before Zhang Yu could speak. No, don't let Zhang Yu wear it. If it gets scratched or damaged, he'd owe a fortune for it." After speaking, she shot a warning glance at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu awkwardly chuckled and didn't dare to say anything. Seeing this, Chen Chen continued to smile as he took off the watch and offered it to Zhang Yu, telling Li Jiejia, "It's not that serious. This thing isn't as delicate as you think." Zhang Yu didn't take the watch to play with, but instead pointed at Li Jiejia and jokingly said to Chen Chen, "Chen Chen, I appreciate the good intention, but you should take it back. Otherwise Jiejia will break my legs when we get back." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that Zhang Yu wouldn't take it, Chen Chen didn't insist and put the watch back on his wrist. "Alright, if you want to play with it, just let me know anytime." After a little playful banter, Chen Chen felt that Zhang Yu's attitude had noticeably changed. Though it wasn't quite the same as before, it was already much better. Chen Chen had nearly 4 more years of university life ahead and wanted to enjoy it fully. Although it was highly likely he would move out of the dormitory later and not continue living in the dorm, he didn't want to create too much distance between him and his dorm brothers because of money. Before he had crossed over, the original owner had always gotten along well with these roommates. Recalling his thoughts, Chen Chen checked the time and then sought the opinions of the others. "Do we still want to continue shopping?" Li Jiejia and the others also looked at the time, realizing it was already past 5, and they no longer had the desire to continue shopping. So they suggested, "Let's not shop anymore, it's getting late. Let's find a place to eat. It can be considered a celebration for young Master Chen getting his new car." Chen Chen also felt it had been a long time shopping and was somewhat tired. Just as he was about to ask the girls what they wanted to eat, his phone rang again. He answered the call, and a pleasant voice came through the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Chen?" "This is Chen Chen. Who are you?" Chen Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. "Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Bai Shi from the Jiangwan Hanlin Property Management, your villa's steward. The villa you purchased at Jiangwan Hanlin is now ready for you to move in at any time." Chen Chen had previously wondered about the license plate phone call. The system's rewards included 2 items. Besides a license plate, there was also a villa. However, there was no system notification at the time. He had originally planned to wait until he had some spare time to ask the system about the villa, but it had come up like this. It turned out the villa required a final cleaning before handover, which explained the delay compared to the license plate. Mr. Chen, there are a few contracts regarding the villa that need your signature. Do you have time now? Yes, I'll be there in about half an hour. Chen Chen quickly replied without hesitation. All right, I'll wait for you here at the sales center. Just call me when you arrive. Chen Chen hung up the phone and apologetically said to Li Jiejia and the others, I might not be able to go eat together today. I just received a call, and I have some matters to attend to. Pausing for a moment, Chen Chen continued, let's do it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll treat you all. Let's have both dorms come. It'll be a celebration for me buying a car and a gathering between our two dorms. Chen Chen didn't mention that he was going to check on the villa. After all, so much had happened today already. He didn't want to make the relationship that had just begun to thaw become distant again because of a villa. Li Jiejia and the others were perceptive enough not to pry into his reasons. When they heard Chen Chen say that everyone from both dorms should come, she exchanged glances with Su Chuxia and Wang Ling. Furrowing her brows, she opened her mouth as if she had something to say, but ultimately didn't voice it. Zhang Yu chimed in. All right, you go handle your business first. It's not urgent right now. At this moment, Zhang Yu thought of Chen Chen as a wealthy second generation. It was inevitable that he would be involved in some family business matters. Just now he vaguely heard something about contracts over the phone. That definitely shouldn't affect Chen Chen's work. He was just somewhat surprised that Chen Chen, so young, was already starting to engage with such matters. He was increasingly convinced of Chen Chen's identity as a wealthy second generation, especially one who was valued highly by his family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be starting his training so early. It must be said, a perfect misunderstanding. And it must also be acknowledged that Zhang Yu must have read quite a few novels featuring domineering CEOs. Chen Chen was about to leave, and the one who felt the most reluctant was Su Chuxia. Apart from the brief interaction when buying clothes, they had barely exchanged a few words throughout the day. In fact, they hadn't even added each other on WeChat, let alone the grand romantic pursuit Su Chuxia had imagined. Su Chuxia glanced down at herself. She had a great figure, and she considered herself quite beautiful, yet she couldn't help wondering why Chen Chen seemed indifferent to her. Why else wouldn't he even ask for her contact information? A doubt crept into her mind. Perhaps Chen Chen wasn't attracted to her type. Maybe he preferred AI Xiaoying, or had her charm diminished. In truth, Chen Chen did like Su Chuxia very much. After all, she had a stunning figure and a beautiful face. In Chen Chen's mind, since this was their first meeting, it wouldn't have been appropriate to ask for her WeChat in front of her roommates Li Jiejia and Wang Ling, even though his own roommate Zhang Yu was present. He didn't want Su Chuxia to feel embarrassed or think he was too forward, which might lower her opinion of him. It wasn't as if they would never meet again, nor was there no way to contact her. There would be plenty of opportunities. He planned to ask for her WeChat the next time they met, or simply have Zhang Yu get it. Little did Chen Chen know what this nearly 60-point favorability rating truly meant. When he later learned through the system the significance of each favorability level, he would feel a twinge of regret. Of course, that's a story for later. For now, after Chen Chen left, the others lost interest in continuing their shopping or going out to eat. After a brief discussion, they returned to school in Zhang Ye's car. On the way back, Li Jiejia seemed to sense Su Chuxia's unease. With Zhang Yu and Wang Ling present, she took out her phone and sent Su Chuxia a WeChat message. Li Jiejia, feeling the flutter of spring. Have you fallen for Chen Chen? After sending the message, she noticed Su Chuxia was still lost in thought, not checking her phone. Li Jiejia turned around, poked Su Chuxia's arm, and when Su Chuxia looked over, she waved her phone to signal her. Su Chuxia took out her phone, opened WeChat, and saw Li Jiejia's message. She looked up abruptly, her face flushing, and denied it vehemently. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Her voice was so loud that even Wang Ling, who was playing on her phone, was startled and asked what was wrong. Li Jiejia quickly covered it up, saying it was nothing, just joking with Su Chuxia, and told Wang Ling to go back to her phone. Then she waved her phone again at Su Chuxia, signaling to continue the conversation on the phone. By now, Su Chuxia's ears were bright red. She pulled out her phone and continued to deny. Su Chuxia, there's nothing like that. Don't make assumptions. Li Jiejia, really. I was going to help you win Chen Chen's heart, but if you're not interested, forget it. Su Chuxia was deeply conflicted. She didn't want Li Jiejia to know her thoughts, as it was embarrassing, yet she was also eager for Li Jiejia's help. After all, Li Jiejia's boyfriend was in the same dorm as Chen Chen. After hesitating for a long time, she finally suppressed her shame and replied to Li Jiejia. Su Chuxia, if I tell you, promise you won't laugh at me. Li Jiejia, don't worry, you're my best friend. How could I ever laugh at you? As she sent this message, Li Jiejia, sitting in the front seat, couldn't suppress her smile. She thought to herself, your thoughts are written all over your face, and you still try to deny it. Little sis, you're so easy to read. Li Jiejia, Zhang Yu shares a dorm with Chen Chen. He's like a surveillance camera. Any movement over there, and we'll know everything. How about it, sis? If you're interested, just say it out loud. He'll help you. Su Chuxia, I do have some feelings for Chen Chen, but he didn't even ask for my WeChat. Maybe he doesn't like someone like me. Li Jiejia, sis, be confident. With your figure and your face, even I, a woman, would be drawn to you. How could Chen Chen not like you? Su Chuxia, really? He really might like me. Li Jiejia, don't worry, you'll figure out how to get Chen Chen's WeChat for you. But if I do, how will you thank me? Su Chuxia. They'll treat you to a meal. Li Jiejia, haha, do you think I'm that cheap? Su Chuxia, then what do you want? Li Jiejia, once I get his WeChat you have to call me good sister in the sweetest, most cutesy voice. The kind that makes you sound all sugary. Su Chuxia saw the message, looked up, and glared at Li Jiejia in the front seat. Su Chuxia, you pervert. Li Jiejia, tch, take it or leave it. Deal. Su Chuxia gritted her teeth. Su Chuxia, deal. Li Jiejia, and a meal on top of that. Su Chuxia felt Li Jiejia was taking advantage of the situation and driving a hard bargain. She replied bluntly no, and broke. Then she shoved her phone into her pocket and continued daydreaming, ignoring Li Jiejia. Li Jiejia turned around, saw Su Chuxia's reaction, and decided not to tease her further. Since Wang Ling was still in the car, and to spare Su Chuxia's fragile pride, she didn't directly ask Zhang Yu, but sent him a message on WeChat. Li Jiejia turned around, saw Su Chuxia's reaction, and decided not to tease her further. Since Wang Ling was still in the car, and to spare Su Chuxia's fragile pride, the driver gave Chen Chen a surprised look. His first reaction was astonishment that someone so young could be living in Zhongwan Hamlet. But then he dismissed the thought, figuring Chen Chen might just be going there to handle some business. Without further comment, he started the car and drove off. 20 minutes later, the driver reminded Chen Chen they were almost there. Chen Chen took out his phone, found Bai Zai's number, and called back. The call was answered instantly. Mr. Chen, have you arrived? Yes, I'm almost at the sales center. Good, I'll be waiting at the entrance. You'll see me as soon as you get out. All right, I'm here. As he spoke, the car reached the destination. Chen Chen paid and got out. A faint system notification about a small transaction came and went, but he ignored it. After getting out of the taxi, Chen Chen saw a slender woman in a professional suit not far away holding a phone and looked. Mr. Chen, I don't see your car. Where are you? I see you. To your right. Seeing Bai Shi looking over, Chen Chen raised his hand to signal and then hung up the phone. Bai Shi felt a bit surprised by Chen Chen's choice to take a taxi. This was not meant to belittle Chen Chen, it just felt overly modest. After all, he directly purchased a villa worth 37.5 million yuan without even glancing at the house. But who would have thought that such a wealthy person who spent money like water would only use a taxi as his mode of transport? At this moment, the taxi had not yet left. As soon as the driver saw Chen Chen get out of the car, a beautiful woman in a professional outfit approached to greet him. He realized he had underestimated the passenger in his taxi. He was truly a rich second generation. The driver couldn't help but marvel at how low-key today's rich second generation was before he drove away. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was checking the system information as Bai Shi was striding towards him, and the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, high attractiveness of the opposite sex detected. Would you like to view their personal information? Chen Chen was not surprised that the system classified Bai Shi as highly attractive since he had already seen her face. Her delicate features were beautiful and harmonious. Her jet black hair was styled up, revealing her fair swan neck. Paired with her professional outfit, she appeared clean and neat, with a curvy figure and long straight legs that looked stunning in black stockings, making it hard for Chen Chen to look away. Black stockings are eternal. View information. Name Bai Shi. Age, 23. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Attractiveness, 90. Figure, 89. Overall score, 90. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 30-inch. The panel displayed that Bai Zai's attractiveness score was 1 point higher than Su Chuxia's. However, in Chen Chen's eyes, a professional woman and a campus belle could not be compared. Each had their own unique traits, and he liked them all. On the other hand, AI Xiaoying's main characteristic was her slim figure, but she had two prominent features that created a stark contrast which added many points to her score. This must be the reason AI Xiaoying was rated highly by the system. Bai Shi and Su Chuxia couldn't compare, but Bai Shi also had her own distinctive trait. Her long straight legs kept Chen Chen's gaze fixed on her. Bai Zai's zero driving experience also made Chen Chen more fond of her. In this materialistic and money-centric environment, Bai Shi, as the exclusive private housekeeper of the villa, maintaining her integrity, was quite admirable to Chen Chen. However, the initial favorability of 30 points puzzled Chen Chen. But thinking about it, it might be because he was her boss after all. Bai Shi would depend on him for her salary in the future. Ding, Bai Zai's favorability 20. As the system's prompt sounded in his mind again, Chen Chen became completely unsettled. Gaining an additional 20 favorability points meant that he started with a total of 50 right from their first meeting. Was it really this easy to increase favorability? Chen Chen couldn't help but ask the system in his heart, System, why is Bai Zai's favorability towards me so high? Ding, the reason for the increase in favorability is for the host to explore on their own. Tip, the higher the host's charm value, the easier it is for the opposite sex to be attracted to the host, thus increasing the likelihood of favorability. As favorability increases, the difficulty of further increases correspondingly rises. Chen Chen understood that the higher his charm value, the easier it was to increase favorability, but as favorability grew, the difficulty in increasing it also increased. So system, what stage does a favorability of 50? A favorability of 50 indicates admiration, above 60 indicates liking, above 70 indicates you may choose freely, above 80, they will heed your every word, above 90, they will follow you through life and death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden prompt. Increasing the favorability of the opposite sex to above 80 will grant 1 system lottery draw. Increasing it to above 90 will grant 5 system lottery draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a random mission. Increase the favorability of a highly attractive opposite sex to 80. Reward 1 system lottery draw. Chen Chen was bewildered by the series of system prompts. He had only inquired about the specific stages of favorability, yet he triggered both a hidden prompt and a random mission. But soon after he became excited again. System, what rewards are there for the lottery draw? Lottery rewards are... Hearing the system's answer, Chen Chen felt a bit downcast. That answer felt as if he had heard it before. He looked at the panel. There were currently 3 highly attractive opposite sexes: Su Chuxiao favorability 57, AI Xiaoying favorability 65, Bai Shi favorability 50. Among them, AI Xiaoying's favorability was the highest at 65, indicating the intermediate stage of liking according to the system's prompts. Su Chuxiao was also about to reach 60. Although Bai Zai's favorability was only 50, this was their first meeting, and they hadn't even exchanged a word yet. The phone call doesn't count. Chen Chen felt pleased that being handsome means that beautiful women like him. He was no longer concerned about why Bai Zai's initial favorability was so high. After all, having high favorability was better than low. Bai Shi had already arrived beside Chen Chen, and she was also appraising him. Tall and handsome, yet so much better than her previous boss, an old man who always tried to take advantage of her. Moreover, although Chen Chen looked young, he possessed a calm and confident aura. Thinking about becoming this man's private housekeeper in the future unconsciously led her to some fanciful thoughts, which was the main reason for her sudden increase of 20 points in favorability. Hello, I am Chen Chen. Seeing the beautiful woman in front of him, slightly lost in thought, Chen Chen was the first to speak. His voice interrupted by Zai's slightly colorful fantasies. Snapping back to reality, she couldn't help but feel her ears blush slightly, secretly scolding herself for getting lost in her thoughts. Bai Shi quickly extended her delicate, smooth white hand. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the private housekeeper arranged for you by the Jiangwan Hanlin Property Department. You can come to me for any issues or requests you have in the villa. Chen Chen looked at her soft white hand and politely reached out to shake it. The moment their hands touched, the silky sensation made Chen Chen reluctant to let go, wanting to hold it and play with it carefully. But Chen Chen still managed to resist the urge and withdrew his hand first, otherwise Bai Shi might mistakenly think he was a rogue, which would lead to a loss of points. Ding! Bai Zai's favorability 3. The system's prompt confirmed that Chen Chen's thoughts were correct. The instant their hands made contact, Bai Shi seemed to feel a jolt of electricity at the point of contact. It made her heart skip a beat, but as Chen Chen pulled his hand away, she felt a moment of surprise. She was quite confident in herself, even if she wasn't a peerless beauty. She still counted as a great beauty, and there were plenty of people who tried to take advantage of her. Bai Shi even suspected that her charm might have diminished recently. Otherwise, why would Chen Chen just shake her hand politely and then release it after just 2 or 3 seconds? This is how women are. They fear being taken advantage of by those they dislike, while also worrying that those they like won't take advantage of them. It's like a woman wearing a low-cut dress while covering herself with her hands. Chen Chen's actions left Bai Shi somewhat self-doubting, but undeniably her favorability toward him increased. She composed herself and led the way with a smile. Mr. Chen, there are a few more contracts for the villa you purchased that require your signature. Let's discuss them inside. Following Bai Shi into the sales lobby, as soon as he stepped through the entrance, he saw 2 greeters standing on each side of the door. Seeing Chen Chen following Bai Shi into the sales lobby, they smiled in unison and bowed, greeting him. Good day, sir. Welcome to Jiangwan Hanlin. Their voices were crisp and melodious. Chen Chen, hearing their unified welcome, knew it was merely part of their job, yet it still lifted his spirits. He looked up and sized up the 4 beauties, finding that although they were far from Bai Zai's level, each was still charming and attractive. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he secretly asked the system about the appearance scores of these 4 greeters, discovering that they all exceeded 70 points. At the same time, the system explained to Chen Chen that even a 79-point person was quite different from an 80-point high appearance one, so one could not rely solely on scores to compare. Chen Chen sighed inwardly. If it were before I bound with the system, even these 4 greeters would have been out of reach for someone like me. Without further ado, he silently thanked Tongzi Gu once more. Chen Chen followed Bai Shi into a VIP room, where there were only 2 sofas and a coffee table. The space was small but offered excellent privacy. What would you like to drink, Mr. Chen? Is pure tea okay? As soon as Chen Chen sat down, he heard Bai Zai's polite inquiry. Sure, I'm not picky. Bai Shi brewed the tea, poured a cup, and handed it to him. Where are the contracts? Bring them over, ill sign. Chen Chen took the tea and got straight to the point. Bai Shi reached for the several contracts that had been prepared nearby, but did not hand them over directly. Don't you need to see the house first? No need, just sign. Chen Chen found it troublesome, thinking that since the house was a free gift from the system, it would ding Bai Zai's favorability 1. Chen Chen's decisiveness also increased Bai Zai's favorability by 1 point. Bai Shi said nothing more. She did not sit on the sofa with him. Instead, she placed the contracts on the coffee table and crouched down to introduce them one by one. From Chen Chen's perspective, her rounded curves strained the fabric of her clothes. The faintly exposed cleavage was like an abyss full of temptation. Her tight professional attire further accentuated the graceful curves of Bai's figure. Chen Chen dared not look too long and quickly averted his gaze, but after mere seconds his eyes seemed to autolock, uncontrollably returning to Bai. Bai noticed his intrusive gaze but did not shy away. Instead, she took a deep breath, making her fullness even more prominent. She even felt a hint of pride inside, having earlier worried that her charm had diminished. Now seeing Chen Chen's reaction, her confidence was restored. Ding Bai's favorability too. Normally, if anyone else looked at her like that, she would have glared back. She was not the kind of girl who would be bullied without resistance. Her previous boss had tried to take advantage of her only to be berated harshly. That incident led to a complaint, punishment, and 3 months of retraining. Then by coincidence, she became the personal butler for Chen Chen's villa. Before taking the job, her superiors had sternly warned her to rein in her temper, or the consequences would be more severe than 3 months of training. Now Chen Chen also looked at her with that same intrusive gaze, yet she felt no aversion, instead a strange sense of pride welled within her. Chen Chen signed the contracts mechanically, somewhat dazed. Bai ignored his staring gaze and prepared to stand up. As expected, an accident occurred. Perhaps because she stood up too quickly or lost her balance, Bai stumbled and fell straight toward Chen Chen. Seeing Bai falling toward him, Chen Chen's mind had not even reacted before his hand moved instinctively. He quickly reached out, precisely wrapping one arm around her waist. His other hand followed, and with both arms he pulled her into his embrace, preventing her from falling. Bai was stunned, as she had not intended this. Standing up too quickly had made her dizzy, and she lost her footing. She thought she would hit the ground hard, but to her surprise, she found herself in Chen Chen's arms. Regaining her senses, she felt a large hand covering her chest. That hand seemed to radiate a scorching heat that spread from her chest through her entire body, making her weak. She felt like a soft-shelled shrimp, unable to muster any strength. Bai was inexplicably fascinated by this feeling, an experience she had never had before. In Chen Chen's embrace, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. "Miss Bai, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself anywhere?" Chen Chen's worried tone was unmistakable. Bai was jolted awake by his words, her face flushing crimson as she struggled to get up. But not only was her body weak, Chen Chen's arms held her tightly, so her struggle only brought her back into his embrace. Bai realized that Chen Chen's hand was still on her chest. Her face turned so red it seemed ready to bleed, and even her fair swan-like neck showed a faint pink. In a soft, tender voice, she said, "Chen, Mr. Chen, your hand." She looked like a little white rabbit about to be devoured by the big bad wolf, innocent and pitiful. Although Bai's voice was very low, Chen Chen heard it clearly. Reflexively, his hand tightened slightly, and through the fabric he felt a soft cotton-like texture, immediately realizing where his hand was. Just as he was about to apologize, he heard Bai let out a soft moan. That sound snapped something in his mind, as if a string had completely broken. He stiffly lowered his head to look at the Bai in his arms, only to see her doe-like moist eyes staring back at him, her lips slightly parted, full of allure. He could no longer resist. Bending down, he captured her slightly parted lips. Bai's eyes flew wide open, her body tensed, and her small hands, which had been gently pushing against him, instantly clenched into fists. Only one thought filled her mind: my first kiss is gone. She stared at Chen Chen with an incredulous, but then, as if something occurred to her, she quickly shut her eyes again. After a long time, their lips parted. It was just a simple kiss without any strings attached. Anyone with improper thoughts should stand in a corner as punishment. Chen Chen slowly straightened his body, his gaze fixed intently on Bai. At that moment, she had her eyes tightly closed and her small fists were helplessly resting at her sides. Her delicate body was incredibly stiff, clearly showing that she was very nervous. Chen Chen let out a self-deprecating smile, realizing he truly couldn't resist a bit of temptation. Chen Chen considered himself to have a more composed personality. Even after soul transmigration to this place and experiencing the legendary system binding, he could quickly adjust after a moment of excitement. Having millions in his account did not make him lose his mind. He could handle watches, cars, and villas with ease. He could also remain calm about the system's cashback feature. Su Chuxia and AI Xiaoying's looks and figures were very appealing to him, yet they didn't leave him so flustered. Why couldn't he hold back this time? Reflecting on the short half-day since the system binding his life had undergone tremendous changes. Money, beautiful women, villas, luxury cars. In the past, none of these were things he could dare to wish for. But now he could easily obtain them. Yes, he was no longer the same person he was before the transmigration. Now he had the system's help. A 19-year-old university student. His future life would definitely not be ordinary. No longer bound by those boring constraints. If he couldn't change his mindset, wouldn't that mean he was stubbornly enduring hardships for nothing? Looking at Bai and thinking of Su Chuxia and AI Xiaoying, there would surely be other beautiful women in the future. With money and the system backing him, he would never lack for anything, and he had the ability to provide them with a better life. Though their time together was short, whether it was love at first sight or lust, he cared for them. He genuinely liked these girls. Considering their feelings towards him, Chen Chen made a silent resolution. He would not give up on any of them. He would make sure they became his women. This isn't called being a scumbag, it's called being affectionate, and his love is simply divided into several parts. Chen Chen justified himself in his heart. Why, she could feel her heart racing wildly, yet she was curious why Chen Chen was so quiet. Just as she was about to sneak a peek at him with her eyes half closed, she suddenly heard Chen Chen speak to her in an extremely gentle tone. "Open your eyes." Instantly, she crushed the thought of sneaking a peek. On their first meeting, she collapsed into her boss' arms and lost her first kiss to him. Yet she did not resist. Even now, she found herself somewhat reluctant to leave the sense of security provided by Chen Chen's embrace. If she opened her eyes now, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? By Zai's favorability 5. You enjoy being held by me so much. If you don't open your eyes soon, I'm going to kiss you again. Chen Chen's gentle yet teasing voice came again. No. Hearing that Chen Chen planned to kiss her again, she hurriedly opened her eyes. But upon seeing Chen Chen's affectionate gaze, she shyly closed her eyes once more. Chen Chen saw By Zai's reaction and heard the sound in his mind indicating an increase in favorability. He realized she wasn't truly rejecting him, it was merely shyness or a reflex that made her speak. Without hesitation, he aimed for her delicate lips again. By Zai's favorability 3. This time Chen Chen didn't hesitate, actively exploring uncharted territory. However, the owner tightly closed her teeth, making her refusal very clear. Chen Chen's attempts were met with rejection, but he wasn't a shy child. He quickly formulated a plan. His grip tightened slightly as he unleashed his ultimate skill, the diamond claw, and a muffled moan escaped. A new map was unlocked and Chen Chen indulged in treasure hunting. A transparent water line connected them. Seeing By she so nervous, she could hardly breathe, her face flushed, Chen Chen quickly soothed her softly. Time ticked by. At this moment, she had already left Chen Chen's embrace, sitting next to him. The redness on her face had not completely faded, but she still mustered the courage to glare at Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, what does this count as? Chen Chen looked up as if deep in thought, then suddenly seemed to recall something. This counts as the boss being subjected to the housekeeper's hidden rules. She, upon hearing this, felt both embarrassed and angry and pretended to reach out to pinch Chen Chen's side. Chen Chen hurriedly caught By Zai's small hand, holding it in his palm. Just joking, just joking. She be my girlfriend. She was momentarily stunned, not expecting him to be so straightforward. She thought seriously for a moment. Mr. Chen, I admit I have feelings for you, but we just met, isn't it a bit too direct? Chen Chen understood her meaning. The rapid progress made her feel a bit frightened. He did not force Shi to agree immediately. Don't call me Mr. Chen, or just call me by my name. Chen Chen shifted the topic. But you are my boss, how can I just call you by your name? How about I call you Boss Chen instead? Shi seemed much more relaxed compared to earlier. I'm only 19, Boss Chen, don't you think calling me old is a bit? 19. Little brother. You are so young. Shi raised her hand to cover her mouth, laughing secretly. But in her heart, she suddenly thought, I'm already 23, if I had agreed just now, wouldn't that make me an old cow? No, wait, would it be a young cow eating old grass? Little. Chen Chen's forehead was filled with black lines. No man could tolerate such provocation, and Chen Chen was no exception. One day I'll show you just how little I am. Hearing Chen Chen's fierce words, she understood the ambiguity in her earlier statement. She hurriedly stood up. I'll just call you young master then. Young master, it's getting late. Why don't we go check out the villa you... Chen Chen did not object to she calling him that. Being called young master by such a stunning woman in a professional outfit felt quite nice. Since Chen Chen did not drive over, she arranged for a sightseeing car. After Chen Chen got in, she sat beside him and began to introduce the villa situation. Young master, our community adopts a vehicle pedestrian separation model. Your villa is a 3-story lower-level villa with an area of 338 square meters on the ground floor, and all underground area is considered a gift, including a 170 square meter sunken garden and a basement, plus a mother and child parking space. Chen Chen listened to By Zai's introduction of the villa's general situation, and the sightseeing car quickly arrived. She opened the door and Chen Chen followed her in, where she provided a more detailed introduction of the interior. The first floor includes a reception room, dining room, kitchen, guest room, and guest bathroom. The second floor is designed with a master bedroom, walk-in closet, study, etc., with distinct zones for movement and strong privacy. The basement is designed as a garden, but is currently completely empty. The basement is not large and only stores a shoe cabinet. Opening the door leads directly to the mother and child parking space for easy access. Chen Chen was very satisfied with the villa. The community environment was great and the decoration looked particularly thoughtful. The villa is nice, but it currently lacks a mistress. Chen Chen hinted. The villa is indeed nice, but it currently lacks a mistress. Chen Chen implied knowingly. She caught on to Chen Chen's meaning and shot him a glance. With a young master as charming and wealthy as him, how could he lack the company of beautiful women? Countless women must be eager to throw themselves at him. Chen Chen completely ignored By Zai's response and continued to tease her. It's pitiful how my first kiss was stolen by some woman and she abandoned me without wanting to take responsibility. Upon hearing Chen Chen claim that it was also his first kiss, she felt a sweetness in her heart, but her subsequent thought was disbelief as Chen Chen's earlier actions had been so skillful. Well, how should I put it? Men generally have a natural talent in this regard, learning without a teacher. I believe all the readers feel the same way. Still a first kiss. I wonder how many hands your first kiss has passed through already, young master. Zai's tone was unexpectedly a bit sour. What a sour smell. Has someone's vinegar jar arrived? Chen Chen exaggeratedly fanned his nose. She having been hit right in the heart immediately puffed up like an angry cat. Who's jealous? You can kiss whoever you like, it has nothing to do with me. How could I possibly be jealous? Seeing Zai's flustered state made Chen Chen think she was simply adorable like this. He liked her even. He directly pulled Bai Shi into his embrace, wrapping her in his arms, and hurriedly comforting the little cat that was all ruffled up. I wasn't messing around, that really was my first kiss. I've never had a girlfriend before, trust me, I would never lie to you. Chen Chen spoke very seriously. The mouth of a man is a deceiver. Although Bai Shi said this, her initial struggle had already stopped. She leaned against Chen Chen's chest, inhaling his scent, gradually becoming somewhat dazed. Bai Shi voluntarily lifted her head, her moist eyes staring blankly at Chen Chen, and then slowly closed her eyes. Ding. By Zai's favorability 3. If Chen Chen still didn't understand what Bai Shi closing her eyes meant at this moment, then he might as well just GG. Without any hesitation, he leaned down and captured her delicate lips. This time Bai Shi actively released her teeth, voluntarily surrendering and letting the enemy in. Chen Chen's hands also activated navigation mode. No. Bai Shi realized that Chen Chen's large hand was moving to the wrong position and immediately regained her senses. She hurriedly pressed down on Chen Chen's hand, tilting her head back to interrupt him. Chen Chen smiled somewhat sheepishly. This hand has its own ideas that won't listen to me. You can't blame me. Bai Shi gave Chen Chen a big eye roll and escaped his embrace. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that in the bathroom, Bai Shi looked at her reflection in the mirror. Her exquisite little face was flushed, sporting a rosy hue completely resembling a love-struck girl. She couldn't help but point at her reflection and mutter softly. You little temptress, why did you start falling in love? Where's your aloof goddess demeanor? Where's your modesty? Why didn't you resist when he kissed you? Why didn't you bite him? Why did you actively seek a kiss just now? Bai Shi didn't know what was wrong with her. She felt like she barely recognized herself. Why had all the fierceness and aloofness she usually carried around Chen Chen vanished? Perhaps she was sick. Being near Chen Chen, she would unconsciously be drawn to him, wanting to be held in his arms, wanting to be kissed by him. Bai Shi quickly shook her head, trying to fling the useless thoughts from her mind. She was increasingly certain that she was indeed sick, and quite seriously too. She couldn't help but angrily curse Chen Chen, calling him a little rascal. Chen Chen sat on the genuine leather sofa in the living room, checking Bai Zai's favorability, and found it had already reached a high of 66, just 4 points away from 70. He couldn't help but feel a bit proud, realizing he truly had charm. He looked up at the layout of the villa, feeling that the decoration was quite high-end, but it lacked a sense of home, and was rather cold. He had an idea in mind, and was just waiting for Bai Shi to come out to discuss it. 10 minutes later, Bai Shi emerged, her fair face still bearing a few droplets of water, clearly having washed her face in the bathroom to calm down. Chen Chen patted the space beside him, signaling Bai Shi to sit down. Bai Shi walked over, but did not sit too close to him, leaving about 2 seats worth of space in between. Chen Chen understood that his earlier actions had made Bai Shi cautious. He didn't want to scare her, so he made no further moves, and simply asked, Xiao Shi is a personal housekeeper, what do you usually need to do? Upon hearing Chen Chen wanted to discuss work matters, Bai Shi hurriedly responded. Young master, I am responsible for the financial budget, procurement, cooking, housework, guest reception, etc. in your villa. If you hire other servants in the future, I will also be in charge of budget management and supervision tasks. After listening, Chen Chen sighed, realizing Bai Shi had quite a lot of responsibilities. By the way, young master, I need to inform you of something in advance. Since you purchased this villa, the property department is no longer responsible for my salary. Starting next month, you will need to pay it yourself. What is your current salary? Chen Chen did not object, finding it very normal. The villa was already his, and Bai Shi was now serving him, so her salary should naturally be his responsibility. 50,000 a month. Bai Shi felt somewhat proud, as given her age, a salary of 50,000 was already quite. Send me your bank account number. Chen Chen took out his phone and suddenly realized he hadn't added Bai Shi on WeChat yet, so he quickly added, let's add each other on WeChat first. Young master, you don't need to pay this month, it will start next month. Bai Shi said as she took out her phone to add Chen Chen on WeChat. It's fine, you usually need money for management too, right? They'll transfer it directly to you, so you won't have to bother. Bai Shi thought about it and agreed, sending her bank card information to Chen Chen. Chen Chen operated on his phone. Ding, the host successfully transferred 5 million to a high-value opposite sex, triggering a 5x cashback, with a cashback amount of 25 million. 25 million. Chen Chen didn't expect that a direct transfer could trigger a system cashback, and at the highest multiplier too. Transferring 5 million to Bai, she earned him a direct profit of 20 million. Chen Chen felt that this money came too happily, and his mind was filled with endless praise for the system. Bai Shi, upon seeing the transfer information on her phone, was also stunned, doubting whether Chen Chen had mistakenly added an extra zero. Young master, did you transfer this by mistake? This is too much. I've raised your salary to 0 of that is your annual salary, and the remaining money should be used to redecorate the house in a style you like. Don't skimp. If the money isn't enough, let me know. Bai Shi heard that Chen Chen had given her a raise, and her annual salary had astonishingly reached 2 million. She nearly jumped up from the sofa in excitement. After all, her current salary is 5,000 a month, totaling only 6,000 a year. While a 6,000 annual salary is already quite high, who wouldn't want more money? Now her salary had directly tripled, surpassing 2 million. How could she not be thrilled? Then she heard Chen Chen ask her to redecorate the villa in her favorite style, making sure it had a feeling of home. Her heart raced like a startled deer, sensing that there was something hidden in Chen Chen's words. But soon she heard his low voice, which was clear yet teasing. Look at how excited you are about the raise. You're just like a child who has stolen candy, so childish. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I won't just give you this salary, my whole self will belong to you. You can't even tell the difference between sesame and watermelon, fool. Hearing Chen Chen say she was like a child made her blush. When he mentioned being his girlfriend, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Bai Shi knew that Chen Chen was deliberately saying this to her. Although she pretended to roll her eyes in disdain, she secretly appreciated it. Ignoring Chen Chen's teasing, Bai Shi instead responded in a sweet, drawn-out tone. All right, young master, I will certainly follow your orders. Do you have any other arrangements? Chen Chen had indeed said that deliberately for Bai Shi to hear, but her reaction left him somewhat helpless. However, he shrugged and continued. Let's hire a few more people. It's too hard for you to manage all this alone in such a big place. I can't bear to see you struggle. Let's start by hiring 2 cooks, 1 for Chinese cuisine and 1 for Western cuisine, and then 2 for house chores. After finishing, Chen Chen suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly added, also find a caregiver, preferably one who knows how to give massages. All right, young master, do you have any specific requirements for the hires? Upon hearing that Chen Chen wanted a massage therapist, Bai Shi blinked her big watery eyes and continued to ask. Chen Chen looked into Bai Shi's big watery eyes and felt a bit shy to express his thoughts. But then he remembered, as a future tycoon backed by a system, why should he be afraid of this or that? That would be wasting his buff. He immediately raised his head, speaking firmly. I want a woman young, beautiful, and she must be single. Bai Shi secretly cursed in her heart. Ugh, you're not helping me relieve pressure. You're holding auditions. Although Bai Shi thought Chen Chen was a big pervert, her fondness for him did not diminish. She knew that someone like Chen Chen, handsome, tall, and wealthy, was simply a walking hormone for women. She was certain that there were many women around Chen Chen. Even if there weren't any now, there would definitely be in the future. Wasn't she herself attracted to Chen Chen right now? If it weren't for her worries that Chen Chen's feelings for her were just a momentary impulse. She was afraid that once Chen Chen's impulsive emotions passed, he would no longer like her, and she wouldn't be able to bear it. It was precisely this concern that prevented her from agreeing to Chen Chen. In fact, Bai Shi understood that it was only a matter of time before she could no longer escape Chen Chen's grasp. She also knew that there were ways to resolve it. As long as she wanted to leave, she could simply walk away right now to a place far from Chen Chen. Time would heal everything. But she was reluctant to leave. Was it that she couldn't bear to leave Chen Chen's handsome demeanor? Or was it because of his wealth? Bai Shi didn't know, but she just couldn't bear to leave Chen Chen. Bai Shi secretly scolded herself for being weak, having maintained her integrity for so long. How could she fall for this? As for Chen Chen, he had initially prepared for Bai Shi's fondness to decrease after stating his demands. But unexpectedly, her fondness for him not only did not decrease, but even increased slightly. He looked at Bai Shi in confusion, noticing that her gaze was unfocused, clearly deep in thought about something. Chen Chen didn't understand what Bai Shi was thinking, but an increase in fondness was certainly a good thing. He discovered that Bai Shi's fondness had reached 69 points, just 1 point shy of crossing into the 70-point stage, leaving him secretly thrilled. Ding 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 ding. The sound of a WeChat voice call interrupted their thoughts. Chen Chen took out his phone and saw that it was a voice call from AI Xiaoying. He thought it was probably about the car being ready. He swiped to answer the call. Hello, Mr. Chen, I hope I'm not disturbing you. I called because you didn't reply to my message. As soon as the call connected, and he put the phone to his ear, AI Xiaoying's pleasant voice came through. I was busy earlier and didn't see your message. Chen Chen explained that he hadn't deliberately ignored the message. Then he proactively asked, is the car ready? Yes, Mr. Chen, your license plate is ready. Should I bring the car to you now? Although Chen Chen was somewhat mentally prepared, he still felt a bit excited upon hearing that the license plate was ready, as it was a cherished possession he couldn't afford before, his first car. It's not just women, men probably also care about their firsts. Chen Chen quickly informed AI Xiaoying of his location, asking her to bring the car directly to him. AI Xiaoying also said she would head over immediately and would contact Chen Chen once she arrived. After hanging up, AI Xiaoying wasn't surprised at all to find that Chen Chen lived in the luxurious Jiangwan Hanlin community. Oh, after all, she knew that his watch alone cost 13 million. The houses in Jiangwan Hanlin are worth a fortune, with rumors that even a simple unit costs tens of millions. Although AI Xiaoying couldn't afford it, she had heard about it. However, for someone like Chen Chen, buying a house there would surely be trivial. She didn't believe that Chen Chen was renting a place in Jiangwan Hanlin that did not align with the image of him she held in her mind. After hanging up, Chen Chen noticed By she sitting sideways, leaning slightly toward him, her ears perked up, as if she were eavesdropping on his call. By she, unaware that Chen Chen had noticed her eavesdropping, quickly sat up straight, seemingly trying to prove to Chen Chen that she was not listening. Seeing By she's somewhat guilty expression, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile. Chen Chen was waiting for By she to ask about the call, as although AI Xiaoying's voice on the phone wasn't loud, it was enough for By she to hear that a girl was on the other end. However, to Chen Chen's surprise, By she didn't ask about the call at all. So he took the initiative and said, "Aren't you curious? What are you curious about?" By she countered, "I'm not eavesdropping." By she blurted out, realizing her slip, and hurriedly tried to explain. "You were talking too loudly and I accidentally overheard a bit. It's not like I was eavesdropping." Alright, you weren't eavesdropping, it was just my voice being too loud, okay?" Chen Chen elongated his tone, suppressing a laugh, and nodded in agreement. By she paid no heed to Chen Chen's tone. His concession made her raise her head in pride, indicating that she was not the type to eavesdrop. Chen Chen must have heard it wrong. "Aren't you curious about who I was on the phone with? If you want to know, just ask me. Ooh, I told you I wouldn't hide anything from you." Chen Chen moved a little closer to By she, continuing to probe. How could By she not be curious? Her curiosity was through the roof. The saying about a woman's curiosity killing the cat was no mere joke. When she was eavesdropping earlier, she only heard something about a car, but she couldn't make out the specifics. By she couldn't help but blame herself for being so far, and I'm just your humble servant. How could I dare to be curious about who you are calling? Young master, you are a high and mighty young master, and I'm just your humble servant. How could I dare to be curious about who you are calling? Hearing By she speak to him in that strange tone, Chen Chen directly moved closer to her. He reached out and wrapped his arm around By Zai's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. He leaned down, his eyes fixed intently on By Zai's clear gaze, feigning seriousness. "They'll give you another chance to organize your thoughts." "Who does that?" "Moi. Don't, young master." "I was wrong." By she conceded. Chen Chen did not release her, but also did not move further. He merely held her tightly, as if afraid she would escape. By she gently pushed against him, realizing that Chen Chen held her too tightly for her to escape. She sighed softly, resigned, and leaned into Chen Chen's embrace. "Who is it?" After a brief silence, By she couldn't help but ask. Her voice was so soft that Chen Chen he had thought By she could hold back from asking, but who knew she couldn't resist. Chen Chen silently laughed at how he had overestimated this woman, who said one thing, but meant another. "A sales supervisor at the Mercedes dealership. I was at Mercedes." Chen Chen did not brush By she off, but quickly clarified the situation for her. "That saleswoman is beautiful, right?" By Zai's focus was sharp. Chen Chen rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Pretty beautiful. Am I more beautiful than her?" By Zai's competitive spirit flared up instantly. "You are prettier than her." Chen Chen spoke the truth. Of course, this was a matter of life and death, as well as a question worth points. Even if AI Xiaoying's looks were indeed superior to By Zai's at this moment, By she was the beautiful one. No one could argue otherwise. At least you know what's good for you." By she instantly became proud. "Peck." By she raised her head and planted a firm kiss on Chen Chen's cheek. "This is a reward for you. Don't think too much about it." By Zai's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy. After speaking, she buried her head in Chen Chen's embrace, unable to continue looking at him. Chen Chen did not press his advantage. Given By Zai's current level of affection for him, although it had not reached 70 points, he was sure that if he were a little more assertive, By she would not refuse him, and he could definitely take the beauty home. But soon AI Xiaoying would come to deliver the car, and he still wanted to wait for By she to willingly take the initiative. Although he currently had a heart eager for love, with a woman he liked, he could pursue her, use money, or employ some tricks. But he didn't want to be that mindless stallion. Dingling, dingling, the harmonious atmosphere between the two was once again shattered by the ringtone of a phone. By she wanted to leave Chen Chen's embrace, but found that his arm held her tighter. With no choice, she stopped struggling and quietly leaned against Chen Chen's embrace, listening to him talk on the phone. "Mr. Chen, I am at the entrance of the community, but the car isn't registered, so I can't enter. Could you come out for a moment?" It seemed that the security at Jiangwan Hanlin was quite responsible. After hearing this, Chen Chen's first thought was about the security's attitude. If the community casually allowed unfamiliar vehicles in, he would actually think that was irresponsible and that they didn't care about the safety of the owner's property. "It's fine, or just wait for me outside, I'll be out soon." "Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll wait for you, you don't need to hurry." "Are you leaving?" Chen Chen held By she. After a few seconds of silence, By she took the initiative to speak. Will you come back tonight?" By she continued to ask. "Good sister, I'm still a student, remember? I haven't applied to stay off campus yet. Oh, of course I have to go back to the dorm. Chen Chen was a bit speechless. Ah, I forgot that the young master is still a student. Why, she also felt a bit shy. Are you reluctant to see me go? Do you want me to stay and keep you company? Chen Chen's words made by she who was already a bit shy blush instantly. I didn't. Don't say nonsense. This time she forcefully broke free from Chen Chen's embrace, fists clenched glaring at him. She looked like she would pounce on him and bite him if he dared to say another word. Chen Chen let her go, standing up. Seeing Chen Chen stand up, she thought he was going to do something to her again. Her momentum weakened instantly, and she instinctively took a half step back. Immediately realizing something was off, she hurriedly resumed glaring at Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at the girl in front of him, feeling as if she were a small cat being bullied. She was trying to show off a non-existent strength as if that would intimidate this big bad guy into not bullying her. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh at her cuteness. Seeing him smile, she stomped her foot, and in a fit of anger she was about to throw a harsh word at him. You dare to laugh? Chen Chen held back his laughter, reached out to pat Zai's head, smoothing the fur of this angry little cat. I'm not laughing at you, misheard me. Don't be nervous, I don't intend to do anything to you. She saw Chen Chen touch her head again, and took a large step back. She did not believe the words of the bad guy Chen Chen, looking at him with a wary gaze. I should be going. Oh. When she heard that Chen Chen was leaving, her previous tension and vigilance eased a bit, but her gaze now held a hint of reluctance. Understanding Zai's expression, Chen Chen stepped forward without hesitation, pinching the delicate chin of the girl in front of him and lifting it slightly. Then Chen Chen leaned down, accurately finding her rosy lips. After a long moment, they parted and Chen Chen left her with, "I'm leaving the home, is up to you now." After saying that, he turned and left. If he didn't leave now, Chen Chen was afraid he wouldn't want to go. She watched Chen Chen leave, dazed, raising her hand to touch her lips, as if the warmth still lingered. Home. After a long time, she murmured. After thinking of something, a sweet smile slowly spread across her pretty face. Ding! Zai's affection level 1. The system's notification sound caused Chen Chen, who was about to reach the entrance of the community, to pause abruptly. The favorability had reached 70. He felt an impulse to turn back. Chen Chen turned his head to glance at the villa, his gaze seemingly able to ignore the distance and directly see Zai's charming smile. His heart involuntarily quickened. After looking deeply for a while, Chen Chen still suppressed his inner impulse and turned back towards the community gate. He knew that she would not refuse him any longer. Given her current favorability towards him, he could do as he pleased. He really wanted to rid himself of this equivalent to a lifetime virgin identity right now. However, he didn't want to rush it. Both he and she were experiencing this for the first time. Moreover, this was just their first meeting, so Chen Chen felt it was still a bit too fast. He hoped for some sense of ritual. No need to hurry, as the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. One could only say that Chen Chen's current state was that of a man caught between desires and principles. No, he was still a boy. After coming out, there was no need for Chen Chen to call AI Xiaoying to confirm the location. Not far to the right of the entrance was his white Mercedes-Benz G63 parked. A girl stood gracefully at the front of the car, wearing a white shirt on top and a black Aline skirt below, with white socks and black flats. Her long black hair cascaded loosely down her back. AI Xiaoying was looking around beside the car, seemingly a bit bored. When she saw Chen Chen, her eyes lit up. She immediately jogged over her small, well-endowed figure, bouncing with her movements. Chen Chen couldn't help but worry about the quality of AI Xiaoying's shirt. He feared it might burst open, yet he also worried it might not. When AI Xiaoying reached Chen Chen's side, he could see her more clearly. The girl had on a light makeup that made her look even more attractive. Her delicate face was slightly flushed from running. The light in her eyes seemed to radiate joy at the sight of Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, your car paperwork has been completed and the license plate has been installed. Here are the keys. As soon as AI Xiaoying stood still, she eagerly reported the situation. Her face was adorned with a hint of pride, much like a child who had achieved good grades seeking praise from their parents. However, AI Xiaoying was 6 years older than Chen Chen, and he couldn't help but find her childish demeanor amusing. Receiving the keys, he generously praised her. Great job, thank you so much, you've really helped me out, I appreciate it. AI Xiaoying's smile grew even brighter upon hearing Chen Chen's praise and thanks, but she humbly replied, No, it wasn't hard, this is what I should do. AI Xiaoying's favorability. One hearing that AI Xiaoying's favorability had increased, Chen Chen couldn't help but marvel at how easily this girl could be pleased. Haven't eaten yet, are you hungry? AI Xiaoying was just about to politely say she wasn't very hungry. Who knew that her stomach would unexpectedly growl? It was as if her stomach was protesting against the lie she wanted to express, urging her to be honest. AI Xiaoying's little face immediately turned red as she shyly admitted, just a little bit hungry. It was as if her stomach was protesting against the lie she wanted to express, urging her to be honest. AI Xiaoying's little face immediately turned red as she shyly admitted. Chen Chen chuckled. Let's go, we'll treat you to a meal. What do you like to eat? He glanced at AI Xiaoying's slender figure and those two ample assets, inwardly sighing. This girl's meals were definitely not in vain. They were specifically nurturing to the right places. AI Xiaoying blurted out without thinking, I like spicy hot pot and malatang. After saying that she regretted it, thinking that with Chen Chen being so wealthy, he probably wouldn't eat such ordinary food. She quickly changed her words. Mr. Chen, I'm fine with anything, I don't have picky tastes. Chen Chen's smile remained as he suddenly recalled a meme he had seen before and said, 6 kwai malatang. AI Xiaoying didn't immediately catch on, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at Malatang allows you to choose any ingredients regardless of price. Before she could finish, she suddenly realized what Chen Chen meant by 6 kwai malatang. She lowered her head, her little face turning beet red. Mr. Chen, you're so naughty, just teasing me. Chen Chen noticed that AI Xiaoying understood and chuckled, thinking this girl wasn't completely naive. No, I'm just inquiring about the price of malatang. Oh, where did your thoughts wander? AI Xiaoying still thought she looked up to gauge Chen Chen, only to find him wearing a mischievous smile directed at her, confirming that it wasn't her misunderstanding. This was indeed what Chen Chen meant. Her face turned even redder, nearly burying her head deep into the abyss. This made Chen Chen's eyes widen, contemplating discussing head-swapping techniques with AI Xiaoying. Seeing AI Xiaoying so shy, Chen Chen decided not to tease her further. Come on, let's get in the car, he said, leading the way toward the vehicle. AI Xiaoying closely followed Chen Chen step by step. When they reached the driver's side, Chen Chen was about to open the car door when he noticed AI Xiaoying still behind him. Are you planning to drive with me? There isn't enough space, you'll have to sit on my lap, Chen Chen joked. AI Xiaoying then realized they had arrived at the car, quickly waving her hands. No, I'll sit in the passenger seat. AI Xiaoying hurriedly jogged to the passenger position, opened the door. Seeing AI Xiaoying in the passenger seat, Chen Chen shook his head, lamenting that she hardly resembled a 25-year-old workplace elite. She looked more like a naive, shy little neighbor girl. Once in the car, Chen Chen was about to start the vehicle. Ding! The system detects that the host owns a vehicle and is driving for the first time, successfully triggering a reward. Ding! The system detects that the host has obtained a driver's license, granting the host proficient driving skills. Suddenly, Chen Chen's mind was flooded with a vast amount of information regarding driving vehicles, boats, airplanes, and even riding cows and horses. Oh, proper riding techniques, perverts, stay away. Chen Chen knew of the system's power, but still marveled at its. This knowledge that arrived in an instant was something that would take a lifetime to learn, yet the system could make Chen Chen proficient in it all in a moment. He took a moment to digest the knowledge in his mind and didn't set off immediately. Instead, he carefully examined the car's interior decorations. After all, this was his previous dream car. The seats were exquisite red leather, and the central console featured a large high-definition display screen where all vehicle information was crystal clear, exuding a strong sense of technology. The car's interior was adorned with high-quality metal and was complemented by 64-color ambient lighting, creating an unparalleled sense of luxury. This car was truly a symbol of freedom, power, and opulence. Are we really going to eat malatang? Chen Chen suddenly heard AI Xiaoying's voice, almost a whisper, entering. Chen Chen was somewhat surprised. If AI Xiaoying didn't know what 7 yuan hot pot represented, that would be acceptable. But clearly this girl knew, so why did she say that? Is she really that bold? If Chen Chen hadn't learned in advance from the system that AI Xiaoying was still a virgin, seeing her shy face, almost bleeding, would have made him think otherwise. He almost believed that AI Xiaoying was the type of girl who played around privately. Tongziga, what's up with AI Xiaoying? She hasn't even reached 70 affection points yet, and she's already this proactive. Chen Chen hurriedly inquired within his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the high-value female AI Xiaoying has reached 66 affection points for the host. Please do not underestimate these 66 points, as the system's scan shows that 80 of married couples in this world have not even reached 60 points. This system provides a scoring reference for the host. Everything is possible due to factors such as environment and mood. Chen Chen originally thought that only by meeting the stage requirements could further actions be taken. The system's explanation enlightened him. Indeed, after many years of married couples sharing the same bed, but having different dreams, is it still uncommon for men and women who meet for the first time to kiss passionately? It was his own thoughts that limited him. He looked at AI Xiaoying again, realizing that this girl was already prepared to take some actions. However, By, she didn't want to rush into things. She is a good girl, it can't just be a bowl of 7 yuan hot pot. Chen Chen didn't want to put her in an awkward position. Don't you like hot pot too? Let's go eat hot pot. Chen Chen looked at this girl who was so willing to give herself away with a smile. We definitely need to eat hot pot, and yes, the 7 yuan one, but not right now. At first, when AI Xiaoying heard Chen Chen say they wouldn't go for hot pot, she breathed a sigh of relief, but she felt a little disappointed inside. Then upon hearing Chen Chen's next words, her heart began to race again. She understood Chen Chen's meaning perfectly and was aware of what her previous words implied. AI Xiaoying didn't know why she had the courage to say what she just said, but she knew that the man in front of her was very good and she liked him a lot. She didn't want to miss out. At the same time, AI Xiaoying also understood that her family background was average and not worthy of a wealthy heir like Chen Chen. Yet AI Xiaoying wanted to give it a try. She wasn't willing to just find someone to marry casually, nor did she want to settle for those greasy older men. Chen Chen's appearance at this moment felt like a lifeline she wanted to grasp tightly. Even though she knew that even if she succeeded, it was highly unlikely she could become Chen Chen's wife. Perhaps she would only be a woman kept on the side, but she simply didn't want to let go. Her heart was in turmoil, with feelings of disappointment, joy, and confusion intertwining, ultimately converging into a single word. Oh. Ding. AI Xiaoying's affection points 1. Chen Chen knew the location of a hot pot restaurant called heir nearby, and without asking AI Xiaoying, he shifted gears, unlocking the car smoothly. With a press of the gas pedal in this dream car aided by the driving skills awarded by the system, he felt completely at ease, not at all nervous as a novice driver speeding towards the hot pot restaurant with AI Xiaoying. Xiaoying, by the way, can I call you Xiaoying? It feels too formal to call you by your full name. On the road, Chen Chen drove with one hand. AI Xiaoying was still lost in her previous state. Oh, sure, some of my close friends call me Xiaoying. She was clearly still somewhat absent-minded. You don't have to call me Mr. Chen anymore, just call me by my name. Chen Chen continued driving with one hand. How can that be? That would be so impolite, and besides you just said not to call you by your name. AI Xiaoying quickly retorted. Then should I just call you young Master Chen? AI Xiaoying distracted stole a glance at Chen Chen. Alright then, Chen Chen said nonchalantly, having grown tired of explaining that he wasn't a rich second generation. Suddenly he recalled a small incident that happened while buying the car, and with a mischievous smile, he said to AI Xiaoying, actually, I quite hope you call me brother. Oh, but young Master Chen, I'm older than you. AI Xiaoying instinctively retorted. Upon hearing AI Xiaoying say she was older, Chen Chen's gaze immediately focused on the speed bumps ahead. You are indeed quite older. He nodded in agreement. At that moment, AI Xiaoying also realized the difference between Chen Chen's brother and her own interpretation of the term. Hearing Chen Chen's words and following his gaze to a certain part of her body made her feel shy, delighted, and proud all at once. Subconsciously, she puffed her chest out, making her already prominent features even more pronounced. With the seatbelt crossing in between, Chen Chen feared that the next moment the buttons of her shirt would pop open. Ding. AI Xiaoying's affection points 1. In the end, AI Xiaoying still couldn't bring herself to call Chen Chen brother. But in her heart during those brief seconds, she didn't know how many times she had called him brother. 0. Sigh the woman who says one thing and means another. 10 minutes later, Chen Chen found a parking space in front of the hot pot restaurant, and heir was not far from where he had just been. Walking into the restaurant with AI Xiaoying, the sharp-eyed waiter saw the two of them and hurried over to assist. Seeing Chen Chen and AI Xiaoying both strikingly good-looking, the waiter couldn't help but think how well-matched they were. Hello, welcome. How many of you are there? Do you have a reservation? Just the two of us, no reservation. Chen Chen answered politely with a smile. AI Xiaoying saw how courteous Chen Chen was to the waiter, devoid of any of the arrogance typical of wealthy young masters. She couldn't help but think young Master Chen's character is really nice. Alright sir, please follow me this way. The waiter led them to a table against the wall. After giving them hot towels to clean their hands, the waiter took out a tablet. Are you ready to order now? Chen Chen selected a few items and handed the tablet to AI Xiaoying. Once they finished ordering, AI Xiaoying chose a square broth base. The waiter's speed was quick, and soon all the dishes they ordered were served. The bubbling broth sent up a large amount of steam, and AI Xiaoying sat opposite Chen Chen, her small face appearing and disappearing with the rising mist. Busy dropping ingredients into the pot, AI Xiaoying noticed Chen Chen was not moving and looked up at him. She found Chen Chen staring at her, and her already flushed face became even redder due to the steam. She picked up some food that cooked quickly and placed it in the plate in front of Chen Chen, playfully scolding him, "Why are you just looking at me? Hurry up and eat. You're beautiful, a feast for the eyes," Chen Chen sincerely complimented. Hearing Chen Chen praise her beauty, AI Xiaoying couldn't help but smile faintly. She knew her looks were decent and her figure was even more impressive. She had often heard similar compliments from others. Furthermore, many men would stare at her as if their eyes were about to. Previously, she felt nothing but annoyance at such words and glances. However, when they came from Chen Chen, they made her feel a sense of happiness and pride. "Looking good won't fill your stomach. Let's eat first. It's not like I won't let you look later," she playfully chided Chen Chen. Hearing AI Xiaoying's teasing voice made Chen Chen's heart soften a little. "Alright, let's eat first, we'll look later," Chen Chen said without hesitation. AI Xiaoying rolled her eyes at him, but didn't protest. Instead, she continued to serve food to him. Ding. Su Chuxia's favorability 1 ding. Su Chuxia's favorability 1 ding. Su Chuxia's favorability 1. While enjoying AI Xiaoying's feeding, Chen Chen was almost thrown off by the system's notification sounds in his mind. Listening to Su Chuxia's favorability rising and falling like a roller coaster, he felt utterly bewildered. What was this school beauty doing? In the girls' dormitory, Su Chuxia sat at her desk, holding a gardenia flower that Wang Ling had grown. At that moment, Wang Ling was watching Su Chuxia with concern as she plucked the petals one by one. With each petal removed, Su Chuxia quietly muttered to herself, "Chen Chen likes me. Chen Chen doesn't like me. Chen Chen likes me." As Su Chuxia murmured, the notification sounds in Chen Chen's mind kept fluctuating between 1 and 1. If Chen Chen were to see this scene, he would surely suspect that Su Chuxia had some serious issues. Of course he didn't know, so he could only ignore the notification sounds and continue enjoying AI Xiaoying's feeding. When all the petals of the gardenia in her hand were finally plucked, the last one was, Chen Chen doesn't like me. Unwilling to accept this outcome, she wanted to pluck another flower to continue. Wang Ling became anxious. She hurriedly snatched the poor gardenia from Su Chuxia's hands. Chuxia, what's wrong? You seem distracted since you came back. Now you're ruining the gardenia that I painstakingly raised. There are hardly any left, and you're almost done with them. Li Jiejie watched this and sighed. She got off the bed and distracted Wang Ling with a few words, allowing her to continue lamenting over her gardenia. Seeing Li Jiejie approach, Su Chuxia pressed her thin lips together, slightly feeling a bit wronged as she said to her, Chen Chen doesn't like me. Li Jiejie looked at Su Chuxia's current state and recalled how she had been just before they left for lunch. She really wanted to pry open Su Chuxia's head to see what was going on inside. In less than a day, she had witnessed how a cold goddess school beauty had transformed into this pitiful insecure. It was unexpected that Su Chuxia could be so love-struck. The current Su Chuxia made her feel both pity and amusement. Didn't WeChat send it to you? Did you tell Chen Chen? Did he refuse? Su Chuxia shook her head. Did he not reply to your message? Su Chuxia shook her head again. Did he refuse to add you as a friend? Su Chuxia shook her head once more. What's going on then? You're driving me mad. You haven't added him as a friend yet, have you? This time Su Chuxia nodded. So how do you know he doesn't like you? Su Chuxia glanced at the remains of the gardenia on the table and confidently stated, I've counted it, and the result is that he doesn't like me. Li Jiejie almost burst out laughing at Su Chuxia's reasoning. So you've ruined Wang Ling's flower for this. Look at how heartbroken she is over it. Su Chuxia turned to look at Wang Ling, who was gently caressing the flower in her hand, seemingly mumbling something. She turned her head away side and looked down in silence. Li Jiejie reached out and lifted her chin. Cheer up, girl. You're a goddess of school beauty. But Chen Chen doesn't like me. Su Chuxia seemed to have already accepted this outcome. You haven't even added him yet. Why don't we try adding each other as friends first? Li Jiejie felt exhausted. I'm scared. If those people chasing after you saw you like this, they would be shocked. Li Jiejie cursed under her breath. Give me your phone. She reached out and snatched Su Chuxia's phone, unlocking it with her finger. She opened WeChat, navigated to her chat page, and saw the contact card sent to Su Chuxia at the end of the chat list. She clicked on the card, sent a friend request with the note, Su Chuxia, and completed the action in one go. Turning off the phone screen, she tossed it back to Su Chuxia. I heard from Zhang Yu that Chen Chen seems to be busy with something and probably won't agree right away. After explaining, she ordered Su Chuxia, now wash up and lie down to rest. Su Chuxia was stunned by Li Jiejie's actions. She obediently squeezed the phone and went to wash up in the bathroom, occasionally taking out her phone to check if Chen Chen had accepted her friend request. She was both eager for Chen Chen to quickly accept her friend request and afraid he would refuse, pondering how she would respond if he did agree. After washing up, she obediently lay down on her bed, then opened her phone, looking at Chen Chen's contact card, her mind wandering again. Why hasn't he accepted yet? Does he really not like me yet? It can't be. Jiejie said he's busy. But what if he... On Chen Chen's side, he chose not to dwell on what was happening with Su Chuxia, and instead enjoyed AI Xiaoying's motherly feeding with the plate in front of him, never lacking in food. While they were engrossed in their affectionate dining, a previous server interrupted their harmonious atmosphere. Hello, sorry to interrupt your meal. It's like this, you two are a couple, right? Our manager noticed the sweet atmosphere between you two and would like to take a more intimate photo for our display wall. This meal will be half off, and we'll also give you a fruit platter as a gift. What do you think? AI Xiaoying and Chen Chen exchanged glances. She was about to refuse when she heard Chen Chen agree first. Sure, Chen Chen was not worried about anyone seeing their picture. Hearing Chen Chen's agreement, AI Xiaoying did not refuse anymore. She had been worried that Chen Chen would disagree, which was why she was preparing to speak up. Alright, let me take a photo of you two kissing, the server said straightforwardly, seemingly well prepared. Huh, we have to kiss. AI Xiaoying gasped softly. AI Xiaoying exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the demand for a kiss. After all, though the two were now in a state of ambiguous tension, they had yet to share any intimate gestures. They hadn't even held hands, and now they were expected to kiss. She was willing, of course, but the suddenness caught her off. She had assumed the waiter's mention of intimate gestures referred to something like holding hands or hugging. AI Xiaoying turned her head, indicating that Chen Chen should make the decision. No problem, Chen Chen agreed immediately. He leaned in close to AI Xiaoying's ear and whispered, a 50% discount is such a good deal, and they even throw in a fruit platter. It's not that I want to kiss you, don't get me wrong. Chen Chen's act of gaining advantage while feigning innocence made AI Xiaoying roll her eyes adorably, a silent expression of her exasperation at his hypocrisy. The waiter prepared the camera, signaling for them to begin. AI Xiaoying was bold. Since she had agreed, she no longer feigned coyness. She stood up first, closed her eyes, and leaned forward. Seeing AI Xiaoying so proactive, Chen Chen naturally didn't hold back. He accurately found her lips and pressed his against them. Feeling the touch on her lips, AI Xiaoying, despite being prepared, couldn't suppress a surge of shyness in her heart. After a few seconds, AI Xiaoying noticed that Chen Chen's lips were pressed tightly against hers without any further movement. After a moment of hesitation, she suppressed the bashfulness and gently parted her lips. She had completely forgotten that the kiss was merely for the waiter's photo. Chen Chen, however, remained clear-headed and hadn't forgotten the situation. The softness stirred a desire within him to explore further. Men, after all, are always drawn to the unknown. He didn't close his eyes. First, he glanced sideways at the waiter who was about to take the photo. Then he turned his gaze back to the present, noticing the long, trembling eyelashes that betrayed their owner's inner turmoil. He suppressed the urge to act recklessly, restraining himself from any misbehavior. If they were elsewhere, he would have teased AI Xiaoying further, but this was not the right place. Just then he felt AI Xiaoying's lips part slightly. A thunderbolt seemed to strike his mind. Was this an invitation from AI Xiaoying to explore together? He decided he could no longer hold back. If AI Xiaoying was this proactive, what was there to fear? Alright, the photo is taken. You two are very photogenic and you look so in love. I wish you everlasting happiness. The waiter's voice instantly snapped AI Xiaoying back to reality. She finally remembered the situation, and the embarrassment made her want to cover her face and find a crack in the ground. She opened her eyes immediately, the first thing she saw being Chen Chen's eyes. The aggressive look in them made her heart tremble. She also sensed Chen Chen's restless desire and quickly withdrew. After a few seconds to compose herself, she let out a sigh and looked at Chen Chen again. He remained in the same posture, the aggression in his eyes slightly diminished. But now there was a hint of disappointment and a trace of grievance. As if saying, we agreed to team up, but you suddenly logged off. AI Xiaoying noticed the change in Chen Chen's expression and couldn't bear it. Chen Chen was the man she had chosen, the one she loved. She couldn't bear to let him feel disappointed or wronged. She took a deep breath to muster her courage and leaned forward again. She brought her lips close to Chen Chen's ear, her voice laced with overwhelming shyness. "No, next time." AI Xiaoying's affection level 1. Those 3 words, though brief, made her stammer and speak indistinctly. But it had already exhausted the courage that Liang Jingru had lent her. Before she could finish, she quickly pulled back. "Excuse me, may I see the photo you just took?" AI Xiaoying tried to divert her attention, and she was also very curious about what she and Chen Chen looked like. In the photo, the table was laden with ingredients, the pot still boiling, sending up wisps of steam that veiled their faces in a soft mist. Only a small part of Chen Chen's profile was visible. Not his eyes, but his handsome jawline and lips pressed tightly against hers. Her own cheeks were flushed, eyes tightly shut, portraying a picture of nervous happiness. "Can you send me a copy of..." After all, this was her first kiss with Chen Chen, and it was beautifully captured. AI Xiaoying couldn't help but make the request to the waiter. "No problem. He'll transfer the photo to the computer and then send it to you." Chen Chen was still brooding over his missed opportunity. Then he heard AI Xiaoying's vague promise whispered in his ear. Immediately after, a notification sound in his mind indicated an increase in AI Xiaoying's affection level. He naturally understood what next time meant. It was compensation for the sudden disconnection, a promise to team up again next time. He watched amusedly as AI Xiaoying scurried away like a frightened rabbit pretending to be busy. Seeing AI Xiaoying go to the front desk to transfer the photo, he had already eaten enough. He took out his phone to kill time while waiting for her. Opening his phone, he found several messages on WeChat. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the past, aside from work group chats, few people would actively contact him. "Why she, Mr. Chen, could you send me your license plate number? They'll upload it to the community system so you can drive straight." Seeing By Zai's reminder, he couldn't help but think that women were indeed more attentive. He sent the plate number followed by a mischievous message. "Chen Chen, Shishi, I haven't seen you for a while, and I miss you. Do you miss me?" Chen Chen was sure that By Shi, with her 70 affection level, would be moved by this. "What a jerk I am. Zhang Yu, bro, Judger insisted on getting your WeChat from me, saying it's for someone else. I couldn't refuse. Zhang Yu, bro, I'm sorry, I couldn't hold out." Chen Chen's heart stirred. Zhang Ye's girlfriend wanted his WeChat for someone else. Could it be Su Chuxiao from their dorm? He didn't reply to Zhang Yu immediately. Instead, he switched to the WeChat main page and indeed found a friend request notification. Opening it, it was exactly as he guessed, a request from Su Chuxiao. Ignoring Zhang Ye's message, he first accepted Su Chuxia's friend request. It was normal to prioritize romance over friendship. After adding her, he sent a smiley face emoji and a greeting. "Chen Chen, hello, I'm Chen Chen." He thought she wouldn't reply immediately and was about to switch to Zhang Ye's chat, but Su Chuxiao replied instantly. "Su Chuxiao, smiley face emoji, Su Chuxiao, hello, I'm Su Chuxiao." Chen Chen couldn't help but wonder, was she staring at her phone the whole time? But he didn't think much of it. It was normal to scroll through your phone at this hour. Little did he know that Su Chuxiao had been waiting on the WeChat page for him. "Chen Chen, I know I saw your note. Chen Chen, is there something you need?" The screen showed typing. After a long while, it still showed typing. In the girls' dormitory, Su Chuxiao had already sat up in bed. Her fingers tightly clutched her phone, the force causing her fingertips to turn pale. Su Chuxiao was extremely nervous. Chen Chen had already added her as a friend, but she had no idea how to continue the conversation with him. She couldn't just confess everything to Chen Chen outright. According to her initial requirements, there were many eligible candidates at Modi University, but few were truly suitable for her. Moreover, she felt a unique connection with Chen Chen. From her initial impression of disdain for his plain clothing to her current realization that she had misjudged him and now harbored affection. This contrast gave Su Chuxiao a strange sensation. She also had an inexplicable intuition that Chen Chen was the one most suited for her without a doubt. This was why she was now overwhelmed with complex emotions. If she directly told Chen Chen that she liked him, wanted to marry him, and be his wife, Su Chuxiao worried that Chen Chen might not accept her. What if he misunderstood something? Moreover, her mother had told her that men would not cherish what they gain too easily. She also feared that even if Chen Chen agreed, he might not treasure her later or might stop liking her. In her chat window, she typed a few words, deleted them, and repeated the process. Su Chuxiao still had no idea how to reply to Chen Chen. At the hot pot restaurant, AI Xiaoying had already. She took out her phone and showed the photos to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took the phone and found the pictures indeed well taken, capturing the sweetness between them at that moment. Indeed not bad. The main thing is that Xiaoying is photogenic. Send me a copy too. Chen Chen effortlessly spouted sweet words. Not at all, young Master Chen is also very handsome. AI Xiaoying thought this was just mutual flattery. Of course she did find Chen Chen quite handsome. Chen Chen received the photo from AI Xiaoying and saved it to his album. He noticed that Su Chuxiao was still showing as typing, but no message had been sent. Why she hadn't replied, either perhaps busy with other things. He had completely forgotten about Zhang Ye's existence. He put his phone back into his pocket and asked AI Xiaoying, "Are you full?" Full. The hot pot here tastes amazing. Alright, let's go. We can come again next time if we have the chance. Chen Chen stood up first. AI Xiaoying was delighted to hear that there might be future opportunities to dine with him. Seeing Chen Chen already walking away, she quickly caught up. Stepping to his side, she hesitated for only a second before linking her arm through his, which swayed slightly as he walked. Chen Chen immediately felt his arm trapped by something soft. He also noticed that AI Xiaoying's arm was trembling slightly and stiff with nervousness. Chen Chen knew she was tense about her bold move. He reached out and gently patted her arm to comfort and encourage her. AI Xiaoying was indeed nervous when she linked her arm with Chen Chen's, worried that he might push her away. Finding that Chen Chen did not reject her and even noticed her nervousness and comforted her, her body relaxed, yet she did not loosen her grip, but instead she held on even tighter. Chen Chen took out his phone and paid the bill with one hand, then they left. They remained arm in arm until they reached the car. Chen Chen looked at the vehicle and felt that the distance was too short. Next time he should park farther away. He hadn't fully enjoyed the moment yet, but now they had to separate. Glancing at AI Xiaoying, who was still holding his arm, he said reluctantly, "How about we walk back instead of driving?" AI Xiaoying knew exactly what the man beside her was thinking. She playfully slapped his arm, let go, and walked around to the other side of the car. Sigh. Feeling the culprit that had trapped his arm had left, he sighed regretfully. He opened the door, got in, looked at AI Xiaoying, and sighed again. Sigh. AI Xiaoying, who was fastening her seatbelt, naturally heard his deliberately exaggerated sighs. Greedy little wolf, she muttered, inwardly judging him. She continued fastening her seatbelt without pause, pretending not to hear his sighs. Sigh. Chen Chen sighed again. AI Xiaoying rolled her eyes cutely. She knew he wouldn't let it go until he was. She turned her head to look out the window, avoiding his gaze, but placed her delicate hand on the center console. Chen Chen's eyes lit up, understanding this was her silent response. He reached out without hesitation and firmly grasped her small hand in his. He couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. AI Xiaoying heard his silly laugh, and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. What could be more joyful than knowing the person you like also likes you? She was already 25, no longer young. Although she had never been in a relationship, her rich life experience told her that opportunities to meet a man as wealthy and handsome as Chen Chen were rare. She was no longer an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Since she had feelings for Chen Chen, she should take the initiative. Even if the outcome was not what she hoped, she would not regret it later. AI Xiaoying was certain that if she didn't make the first move, there would be plenty of other women eager to approach Chen Chen. Let's go. Happy as she was, AI Xiaoying felt quite shy. Every action she had taken with Chen Chen was a first for her. Every step closer between them was a novel experience for her. Alright. The excited Chen Chen didn't even notice the prompt in his mind. Holding AI Xiaoying's hand brought him a sense of satisfaction. After all, he was just a novice. He turned the key and started the engine. AI Xiaoying noticed that after starting the car, didn't move. Thinking Chen Chen had some mischievous idea, she asked helplessly, "Why aren't we moving? I want to take you home first, but I don't know your address." Chen Chen felt a bit awkward. Things had progressed too quickly, and he didn't even know where AI Xiaoying lived. Moreover, he realized he knew nothing about her except her name and occupation. AI Xiaoying couldn't help but laugh. She didn't reject his offer to take her home. Without pulling her hand away, she used her other hand to open the navigation on the center display and entered her rental address. "Here, it's this place." Chen Chen then stepped on the gas without hesitation, driving AI Xiaoying home. With the skill of driving proficiency, he could easily navigate the city with one hand. Consequently, his other hand was not idle. It was no longer just holding hers tightly, but playing with her slender fingers. AI Xiaoying's blush deepened with his actions. She had never known her fingers were so sensitive. Being caressed by Chen Chen made her feel. 15 minutes later, at the entrance of a residential community. I've arrived, let's get off here. AI Xiaoying said, her tone filled with reluctance. Chen Chen continued driving into the community. They'll take you to the ground floor. AI Xiaoying did not refuse, feeling hesitant to part ways with Chen Chen. The security management of the community was lax. Although it was an unfamiliar vehicle, upon seeing it was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the guards simply approached Chen Chen to inquire about his intentions before manually opening the barrier to let the car enter. Chen Chen found the community to be quite ordinary, not high-end, but also not dilapidated. The only positive aspect he noticed was that the community's infrastructure was fairly well equipped. Following AI Xiaoying's guidance, the vehicle drove further in. Both of them knew that once they reached the ground floor they would have to part ways temporarily, so they stayed silent. The silence in the car made the atmosphere a bit heavy. AI Xiaoying's thoughts were racing, her large eyes rolling in their sockets, clearly deep in contemplation. It was not until the car had stopped that she made up her mind. Taking a deep breath, it seemed as if she had gained a bit of courage. Chen Xiao, come here for a moment. AI Xiaoying's tone was a mix of determination, shyness, anxiety, and excitement. Now that she had confirmed her thoughts, she made a decision, she was not one to be indecisive. Caught up in the moment of holding her small hand, Chen Chen was momentarily stunned, then looked at AI Xiaoying with confusion. Don't ask, just come here for a moment. Seeing that Chen Chen wanted to speak, AI Xiaoying directly interrupted him, speaking in a coaxing tone. AI Xiaoying's coaxing was like a powerful charm to Chen Chen, leaving him utterly defenseless. Without thinking, he unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to open the door to the passenger seat. Seeing Chen Chen about to open the car door, AI Xiaoying quickly intervened. What are you doing? Didn't you ask me to come over? Chen Chen's hand rested on the door handle. AI Xiaoying was speechless at Chen Chen's thought process. She felt that the atmosphere and feelings she had been brewing in her heart had suddenly dissipated. I meant for you to lean over, not to come over directly. Oh, Chen Chen smiled awkwardly, realizing he had misunderstood AI Xiaoying's words. He quickly halted his action of opening the door, leaning his body to the right towards the passenger seat, where AI Xiaoying was. As the distance closed, Chen Chen caught a faint fragrance. He guessed whether it was AI Xiaoying's body scent or the smell of her shampoo. Looking at Chen Chen drawing increasingly closer, AI Xiaoying felt the previous sensation bubbling up again, needing no further contemplation. Seeing Chen Chen's sharply defined handsome face only 10 centimeters away from her own, she sensed the ambiguous atmosphere thickening between them. AI Xiaoying noticed Chen Chen blinking repeatedly, his gaze fixed on her, and with the distance so close she felt shy and dared not look into his eyes. Her eyes brimmed with deep shyness. You close your eyes. Chen Chen also sensed the change in their atmosphere, hearing those classic words of romance, close your eyes. Guessing that AI Xiaoying wanted to initiate a kiss, but feeling shy herself, he hesitated, not at all, tightly closing his eyes in anticipation of the upcoming bliss. AI Xiaoying saw that Chen Chen obediently closed his eyes and could not see her, which made her feel a bit of her shyness diminish. Yet thinking about her next move, her face flushed with heat again. She first extended her right hand to grasp Chen Chen's left hand. Leaning forward, she blushed and closed the 10-centimeter gap to 0. The air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, prompting AI Xiaoying to slowly close her own eyes. Perhaps sensing the air was a bit stifling, she slightly parted her lips to breathe, wanting to use her mouth for respiration and to let her tongue out to assist. Chen Chen closed his eyes, sensing AI Xiaoying holding his hand. Just as he wanted to silently complain, he suddenly felt the fragrance he had caught earlier become more pronounced, and then his lips met with AI Xiaoying. A sense of pride for having guessed correctly surged within Chen Chen, along with excitement at AI Xiaoying's proactive and bold behavior. Having experienced the superficial touch at the hot pot restaurant, he wanted more this time, and prepared to propose teaming up with AI Xiaoying. Before he could act, however, he felt something uncharacteristic suddenly appear in his mouth. But that was not the end. He felt AI Xiaoying's hand that held his slowly and steadily moving. It was only when he sensed AI Xiaoying's heartbeat in his palm that her small hand hurriedly escaped. Chen Chen certainly knew what this was. Ignoring AI Xiaoying's earlier instruction to close his eyes, he opened them, looking at the bold yet innocent woman before him. AI Xiaoying's face was as red as if it would bleed at any moment. Her small face showed clear signs of confusion and nervousness mixed with a hint of allure. At that moment she appeared both pure and desirous. Chen Chen did not disappoint AI Xiaoying's boldness and proactivity. Since AI Xiaoying had initiated the team-up request, he directly joined her for exploration. Knowing that readers might not enjoy the subsequent plot, I, for the sake of everyone, took a look for you all. Bang, bang, bang. After a while, someone lightly knocked twice on the car window. The two inside the car were jolted awake by the knocking sound, quickly parting, leaving only a thin, clear silver thread connecting them reluctantly. Upon waking up, AI Xiaoying realized that at some point someone's hand had moved closer to her heart. Even her shirt button had been undone due to insufficient defense. She quickly pulled out the large hand that had been trying to protect her heart. Sensing someone's lingering touch, AI Xiaoying felt her head almost smoke from embarrassment. Chen Chen withdrew his hand, seemingly embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. The faint fragrance lingering on his hand was merely a natural perfume, yet it made his gaze shine with a mysterious light. He stared intently at AI Xiaoying's heart, wanting to continue protecting her. But AI Xiaoying already felt completely safe and no longer needed protection, readjusting the button that had been undone. Seeing Chen Chen's wolf-like gaze fixed upon her, AI Xiaoying felt a little scared, fearing that the knight who had just protected her might turn into a dragon and devour her. As she felt increasingly shy, a sense of pride also filled her heart. Bang, bang, bang. The person outside the car, seeing no response from inside, knocked on the window again, this time with more force. Chen Chen turned a deaf ear, completely uninterested in the outside. His eyes were solely on AI Xiaoying. There. Someone. AI Xiaoying felt her throat burning dry, and she swallowed hard. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Then what if there's no one? Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Someone is not okay. What about no one? Every word he spoke was filled with excitement. AI Xiaoying's head lowered even more, her voice pitifully quiet. Chen Chen was in high spirits and rolled down the car window. The window was covered with the best anti-peep film, making it impossible to see anything inside from outside. Chen Chen was completely unconcerned about being seen by anyone. After a brief conversation, it turned out that Chen Chen's car was parked right at the entrance, blocking the road behind it. The car behind couldn't pass, which was why they came to remind him to move his vehicle. Perhaps it was because Chen Chen was driving a Mercedes-Benz G63, the tone of the person was very pleasant and did not have the aggressive feeling of someone whose path was blocked. After all, it was Chen Chen who was blocking the road, and since the person was polite, he quickly expressed his apologies. Then he found a parking space and parked the car. AI Xiaoying saw that Chen Chen parked in a space instead of letting her get out to go home. Remembering his earlier words, she thought Chen Chen wanted to do something to her in the car again, making her tense up once more. AI Xiaoying looked at Chen Chen with vigilance. Chen Chen couldn't help but find it amusing to see this little frightened rabbit before him. She was the one being proactive, yet she was also the one who was scared. He indeed wanted to continue, but looking at the girl before him, he softened his heart. Chen Chen was afraid of startling the little rabbit, which would be counterproductive. Did you buy this place? He didn't respond to AI Xiaoying's words, but changed the subject. While speaking, he decisively took one of AI Xiaoying's delicate white hands into his own. Chen Chen was afraid of scaring AI Xiaoying, but that didn't mean he would behave himself. He was not a virtuous person like Lu Xiaohui. It was impossible to ignore such a beautiful woman right in front of him. AI Xiaoying's hand was held by Chen Chen, and she felt nervous again, fearing he would do something. But when she saw that Chen Chen was only focused on her delicate fingers, she let it be. No, I can't afford a house in Magic City. I'm renting. It's not far from where I work, which is quite convenient. Hearing that she was renting, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. AI Xiaoying was already a sales supervisor, so her salary shouldn't be too low. But in a place like Magic City where every inch of land is precious, she still couldn't afford a house. If he hadn't bound a system, perhaps he wouldn't be better off than AI Xiaoying. Perhaps he would always be living under the pressure of car loans and mortgages. No, it wasn't living. Having money was called living, while being broke could only be referred to as existing. Seeing the look of despondency on AI Xiaoying's face, Chen Chen couldn't help but have an idea. He had already decided that this girl was his woman. It was just a matter of time. He didn't want his woman to suffer. Everything from food to shelter was the same. His love was divided into many parts, which already made him feel a tinge of guilt. He absolutely could not neglect her in other aspects. It's just money. He currently lacked nothing but money. He did not express his thoughts directly to AI Xiaoying, feeling no rush at this moment. Do you live alone or share with someone? Chen Chen continued to ask. Alone, I don't share. I only have a one-bedroom apartment. Chen Chen might have just been making casual conversation, but AI Xiaoying was different. Her little hand was still held by Chen Chen, and the blush on her face was becoming more and more evident. Mr. Chen, I should head back now. Chen Chen felt that the progress made today was sufficient, so he did not stop AI Xiaoying. Okay. AI Xiaoying pretended to be calm as she pulled her hand away and opened the car door to get out. Mr. Chen, drive slowly on your way back. After getting out of the car, AI Xiaoying walked to the front of the car, her little hand behind her back, bending slightly, and said playfully to Chen Chen sitting inside. Chen Chen nodded. Understood, you go ahead. AI Xiaoying did not act coy, and said she would wait for Chen Chen to leave before returning. She turned and walked toward the unit door. With each step forward, the feeling of reluctance in her heart grew heavier. Just as she was about to step into the building's entrance, that feeling made it hard for AI Xiaoying to breathe. She stopped, hesitated for a while, and finally made up her mind. With a bite of her silver teeth, she turned around and quickly walked a few steps back to the car. Seeing AI Xiaoying return, Chen Chen was somewhat puzzled, thinking she had forgotten something. But AI Xiaoying directly came to the driver's side and blinked her big eyes. Then she seriously spoke to Chen Chen. Brother, do you want to come up for a bit and have some water? Hearing AI Xiaoying call him brother and inviting him up for water, Chen Chen was taken aback. He snapped back to his senses immediately. He naturally understood what AI Xiaoying's words meant. Chen Chen, are you sure? AI Xiaoying nodded vigorously. If you don't want to, then forget it. Chen Chen could see AI Xiaoying's determination and hesitated no more. He directly opened the door and got out. AI Xiaoying's rented apartment was on the 3rd floor, and Chen Chen followed her into the elevator. Until AI Xiaoying opened the door, the two remained silent on the way. They both knew what might happen next, so no one broke the atmosphere of silence. As AI Xiaoying opened the door, Chen Chen entered first, surveying the small space of no more than 50 square meters. Although the room was small, it was divided into a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Things were arranged neatly yet fully. One could tell that this was a refined girl who loved life. As the door closed, AI Xiaoying looked at Chen Chen, who was surveying the room. Instead of saying to offer him a drink, she directly replaced words with actions. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Chen Chen's waist from behind, resting her head against his back. Immediately, a sense of reassurance filled her heart. Chen Chen felt the movements of the little person behind him and the touch on his back. He grasped the hand around his waist. No regrets. AI Xiaoying did not answer, but her grip tightened noticeably. Ding! AI Xiaoying's affection 3. Chen Chen knew this was AI Xiaoying's answer. No longer hesitating, he turned and leaned down. After a long while, AI Xiaoying's timid voice came through. Let's go back to the room. Chen Chen would naturally not refuse this small request. Ding! The system detected that the host is about to reward strong physique and exceptional talent. At this moment, Chen Chen did not pay attention to the system's prompt, but felt as if his body had undergone some changes. 2 hours later. Everything was calm, and Chen Chen looked at AI Xiaoying, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms like a little kitten. At this moment, her face showed obvious signs of fatigue, her brows slightly furrowed with traces of tears still visible. He lovingly smoothed her furrowed brow, holding her more tightly in his embrace. At this moment, he finally had the energy to check the earlier system prompt. Strong and robust. Gifted and extraordinary. The term strong and robust can be understood literally. But what about gifted and extraordinary? What could that mean? Brother Tongzi, could you explain the rewards from earlier? Ding. Hello, host. Strong and robust means that your body will achieve a perfect state both internally and externally, ensuring you remain healthy and free from illness, while also reshaping your physique to perfection. Gifted and extraordinary refers to certain aspects of you that are beyond the ordinary, greatly exceeding normal conditions, including, but not limited to size, recovery, speed, etc. After hearing the system's explanation, it was basically the same as Chen Chen's guess, but the effects were significantly more powerful than he had previously imagined. Lifting the covers, Chen Chen discovered he had unexpectedly developed 8 abdominal muscles. It's worth noting that although his physique was decent and free from a belly, he only had 1 abdominal muscle before. Now he suddenly had 8. As he uncovered the blanket, Chen Chen accidentally caught a glimpse of some snowy white skin and hurriedly covered himself up again. Right now, AI Xiaoying's body could not withstand his affection. She had even cried at the end just now. Chen Chen suddenly noticed that the muscles in his arms were also more pronounced, and his strength seemed to have increased. He mused, it seems that being strong and robust comes with not only the benefits mentioned, but also some hidden advantages that weren't revealed. As for being gifted and extraordinary, Chen Chen had already experienced something special just now, and he was naturally immensely satisfied. His future partners would surely feel both happiness and distress. From under the bed, he took out his phone and discovered several new messages. Bai Shi said yes. Bai Shi asked, young master, are you coming home tomorrow? Her message was simple, but Chen Chen could already envision the conflicted expression on her face when she sent it. Bai Shi asked, young master, are you coming home tomorrow? Her message was simple, but Chen Chen could already envision the conflicted expression on her face when she sent it. Though he wasn't worried about Bai Shi finding out, he wouldn't hide it from her, but he wasn't foolish enough to proactively report such plans. Chen Chen replied, I have some matters at school tomorrow. I will definitely return when I have the chance. After replying to Bai Shi, he glanced at AI Xiaoying's delicate little face and felt increasingly guilty. Exiting Bai Zai's chat, he saw that Su Chuxia had also replied. Su Chuxia simply replied, it's fine. Just 2 straightforward words. Chen Chen was a bit puzzled by her thoughts. After adding him on WeChat and taking so long to respond, she only sent back 2 words. He didn't dwell on it, understanding her feelings was a forward words. Chen Chen was a bit puzzled by her thoughts. After adding him on WeChat and taking so long to respond, Chen Chen replied, oh okay. See you tomorrow night. He felt that whatever it was could wait until they met. Just as he prepared to check other messages, Su Chuxia replied immediately again. Su Chuxia said, okay, see you tomorrow. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, wondering if she had been waiting for his message. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. How could that be possible? She was the campus beauty of her freshman year, and a cold one at that. Even if she had feelings for him, she wouldn't be so humble. He felt his charm wasn't that great. Exiting WeChat, he saw that Zhang Yu had also messaged him. Zhang Yu asked, what's going on? Why haven't you returned yet? Zhang Yu continued, looks like being a rich second generation isn't easy. There are so many things to handle. Zhang Yu added, no worries. If there's a dorm check today, I'll cover for you. Chen Chen noticed that Zhang Yu didn't think about anything else and assumed he was busy with work as a rich second generation. He thought to himself that if Zhang Yu knew his true situation, he surely wouldn't cover for him, but would probably curse him instead. Chen Chen replied, yeah, just finished up. They'll head back tomorrow morning. He didn't explain, but went along with Zhang Yu. The other guys in the dorm also chimed in with similar remarks, stating that they never knew Chen Chen was a rich second generation, and now that they did, he should treat them. Chen Chen nodded in agreement. He returned to Bai's chat interface and found that she had still not replied. Seeing that it was already past 11, Chen Chen set an alarm for 7 in the morning on his phone. He placed the phone by the bedside, hugged the soft and fragrant person in his arms, and soon fell asleep. The next morning, at exactly 7 o'clock, Chen Chen's phone rang with the alarm. The moment the alarm went off, he woke up noticing the person in his arms was also showing signs of waking. Fearing he might disturb the little one's rest, he quickly turned off the alarm. He reached out and gently patted the blanket covering Ai, Xiaoying, soothing her, as if calming a child. Only after she seemed to fall back asleep did he sit up slowly. Chen Chen glanced around and saw that the room was a bit messy. He chuckled to himself as he found his clothes amidst the chaos. After dressing and getting out of bed, he planted a light kiss on Ai Xiaoying's cherry lips before stepping out of the room. After leaving the bedroom, he first checked the kitchen. There wasn't much in there, indicating that Ai Xiaoying rarely cooked at home. Thinking for a moment, he decided not to cook himself. Instead, he took the key that Ai Xiaoying had left by the door and stepped outside. 10 minutes later in the bedroom, Ai Xiaoying seemed to realize that the warmth beside her had vanished. She felt her previously relaxed brow furrow again as she reached out to the side, but she found no trace of the figure she had expected. Panic surged in her heart, and Ai Xiaoying quickly opened her eyes, discovering that the space beside her was indeed empty. She suddenly sat up, but then froze in place. Even the blanket slipped off her, revealing a large expanse of spring, but she had no heart to care about that. Her little face was scrunched up, teeth clenched tightly, her pain causing her to gasp. Silently cursing Chen Chen for not cherishing her, Ai Xiaoying took a moment to catch her breath, and when the pain subsided a bit, she casually threw on a piece of clothing to cover herself and prepared to get out of bed. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her body felt weak, and she hurriedly propped herself up with her hands to avoid collapsing. After adjusting a bit, she endured the pain and controlled her weakness, slowly making her way to the living room. Filled with hope, she walked into the living room, wishing to see the scene she had been thinking about, but disappointment washed over her. There was no sign of the figure she hoped to see. The cozy living room she had so lovingly decorated now appeared cold and desolate in her eyes. The tears she had held back earlier now flowed freely. They cascaded down her cheeks, leaving clear trails. Her gaze dimmed gradually, and a flood of thoughts that filled her with dread surged forth. Why did he just leave? Does Chen Chen not want me anymore? Just as Ai Xiaoying was lost in her self-pity, she suddenly heard the sound of keys at the door. Chen Chen was not familiar with the environment of this neighborhood, nor did he know where the better breakfast shops were located. He asked a fitness aunt downstairs for directions. As a result, he was lectured by the aunt, who said that the food outside was not clean and that it was better to get up early and make it oneself, as it would be clean and hygienic. The breakfast shop was right next to the entrance of the neighborhood, not far away. Chen Chen quickly arrived at the location, unsure of what Ai Xiaoying liked to eat, so he ordered a lot. Soy milk, rice porridge, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, pan-fried buns, and pancakes. Surely one of them would be something Ai Xiaoying liked. On his way back with the purchased breakfast, he politely greeted the aunt he had spoken to earlier and thanked her again. As he was leaving, he heard the aunt grumbling about how young people waste things and do not know how to save, reminiscing about how things were in her youth. Chen Chen smiled as he left, not caring about the aunt's nagging. After going upstairs, he thought Ai Xiaoying was still asleep, as he had only been gone for a little over 10 minutes. When he unlocked the door, Chen Chen was surprised to find that the little person in front of him was already awake. She was casually draped in a coat that barely covered her modesty, standing at the bedroom door with red-rimmed eyes, looking quite pitiful. Little pearls of tears were falling from her red eyes. Her pitiful appearance instantly made Chen Chen's heart ache. He hurriedly placed the breakfast he was holding on the living room table and quickly walked over to Ai Xiaoying's side. Chen Chen did not understand what had happened to make her look this way. He quickly embraced the little one who was shedding tears, speaking softly and gently to comfort her. What's wrong? Who bullied my precious Xiaoying? Tell brother, and he'll teach him a lesson for you. After saying that, he pretended to swing his fist a couple of times, showing off his strength. Ai Xiaoying couldn't help but laugh at Chen Chen's silly antics. She had already stopped being sad the moment she saw Chen Chen walk in. However, the tears in her eyes just wouldn't stop. She didn't know why, but she just felt inexplicably wronged. She simply wanted to cry. When she saw the breakfast in Chen Chen's hands, she realized he had gone out to buy breakfast for her, not abandoning her. When she got up earlier and saw that Chen Chen was not there, she had panicked. Although she knew from their interactions that Chen Chen was not the kind of person to ignore someone after getting what he wanted. But at that moment, she was already in a state of confusion where there was no room for normal thought. Now seeing Chen Chen again, rationality returned, and recalling her earlier thoughts made her feel quite ashamed. Being held in Chen Chen's arms and watching him act silly to make her happy, her heart was already filled with sweetness. There was no longer any sadness or grievance, only happiness and gratitude. Feeling the warmth in Chen Chen's embrace, she wore a happy smile biting down on her lips that couldn't help but curve up. Then she reproached Chen Chen in a pitiful tone. "You bullied me. When I woke up, I couldn't find you, and I thought you left me." After saying that, her feigned grievance actually made her feel genuinely wronged. The little pearls began to fall once again. She clung tightly to Chen Chen and started to sob softly. Chen Chen heard Ai Xiaoying's words filled with distress and anxiety over losing him. His heart ached even more for the girl in his arms. After all, only someone who truly liked him would experience such feelings of loss. If she didn't care about him so much, who would pay attention to where Chen Chen went or what he did? He didn't offer any explanations, but prepared to help Ai Xiaoying sit down on the small sofa at the table. It was fine as long as he stood still, but as soon as Ai Xiaoying took a step, she gasped, her face contorting as she bit down hard on her silver teeth. She even temporarily forgot her grievances and tears. Chen Chen noticed Ai Xiaoying's abnormal reaction and quickly stopped to ask what was wrong. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Upon hearing this, Ai Xiaoying's face flushed, and she shot Chen Chen a fierce glare. "It's still your fault." Chen Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit bewildered as to how he got dragged into this. Then he recalled Ai Xiaoying's movements and her reaction, and he instantly understood. He smiled sheepishly. "It's been a whole night. Does it still hurt?" Without waiting for Ai Xiaoying to answer, he directly scooped her up and placed her on the nearby sofa. His movements were gentle, treating her like a fragile porcelain doll, afraid of causing her any harm. In this moment of physical contact, Chen Chen's heart was filled with nothing but tenderness and love. It was important to note that Ai Xiaoying was only wearing a single coat. As Chen Chen suddenly picked her up, she felt it. She quickly wrapped her arms around Chen Chen's neck, noticing the concern and tenderness in his careful actions, and the grievances that had been temporarily forgotten rushed back to her. With her little head buried in Chen Chen's neck, preparing to continue her emotional outpouring, she suddenly realized she had already been placed on the small sofa. Her emotions were interrupted once again, leaving her uncertain about whether to continue or not. If she started to feel wronged again, she felt empty of emotions. If she didn't continue, it seemed there was still a bit of grievance left. She looked at Chen Chen in a daze. Chen Chen understood her instantly. He quickly sat down beside Ai Xiaoying, wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and gently pressed her little head against his shoulder, as if signaling Ai Xiaoying that she could continue now. Ai Xiaoying was almost amused by Chen Chen's actions. She lightly rested her head on his shoulder, her tone mixed with a hint of pleading. "Chen Chen, please don't abandon me. When I got up earlier and saw you weren't there, I really felt scared. If you leave me, I really wouldn't know what to do. Let me stay by your side, even if you have other women, please let me stay by your side. I promise to be very obedient and won't cause you any trouble." Ai Xiaoying spoke from the heart, confessing to Chen Chen. The humility in her words made Chen Chen's heart ache even more for the girl before him. Ai Xiaoying's affection level increased by 5. The increase in affection also proved the sincerity in Ai Xiaoying's words. He adjusted Ai Xiaoying's position, earnestly assuring her, "You, Ai Xiaoying, are my woman and will always be my precious one." After a moment's hesitation, "I can't guarantee that I will only love you, but one thing you can rest assured, I will never abandon you. Even if you want to leave me, I will not agree. Even if you run away to the ends of the earth, I will find you. I will never let you leave me." Ai Xiaoying's affection level increased by 5. Women are emotional beings, and Ai Xiaoying was no exception. Hearing Chen Chen's promise, the steadfastness and dominance in his tone made her extremely emotional. Her affection for him surged. Ai Xiaoying's affection level has exceeded 80 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving one system lottery chance. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, raising a high-value opposite sex's affection level to 80, a reward 1 lottery chance. The host lottery chances have accumulated to 2. The host can open the lottery at any time. The system notification sound ding 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 resonated in Chen Chen's mind for quite a while. Upon hearing the system prompt, Chen Chen realized that without him noticing, Ai Xiaoying's affection for him had surpassed 80 points. He hurriedly opened Ai Xiaoying's personal page to check. Name: Ai Xiaoying. Age: 25. Height: 166 centimeters. Weight: 45 kilograms. Appearance: 82. Figure: 95. Overall rating: 89. Number of drivers: 1. Affection: 83. In all aspects, Ai Xiaoying's physical attributes remained unchanged with only 2 exceptions. One was the number of drivers changing from 0 to 1. Chen Chen knew this was the result of his efforts last night, making him chuckle foolishly. The other was that Ai Xiaoying's affection had actually reached 83 points. It was known that in the system prompt 70 points already indicated a state of willingness to accept without refusal. If we deducted the 10 points added from Ai Xiaoying's heartfelt display earlier, she had already surpassed 70 points before that. No wonder Ai Xiaoying was so proactive yesterday. It turned out her affection for him had grown so deep. Chen Chen lowered his head and glanced at AI Xiaoying, who was still on his shoulder, moved to tears. A knowing smile spread across his face, deepening his fondness for her. If there were a way to display Chen Chen's affection for AI Xiaoying, it should also be above 70 by now. He withdrew his gaze from AI Xiaoying and focused on continuing the communication with the system. He remembered there were still 2 reward draws waiting for him. One was a reward for reaching 80 points in affection for AI Xiaoying, and the other was an additional reward for completing a system task. He had always been curious about what he might draw. The system explained that anything was possible. He had always looked forward to the lottery, which man didn't enjoy the thrill of a spinning lottery. System brother opened the lottery. Okay host, shall we begin? Begin. Then congratulations host, you have consumed 1 lottery chance, and won a vehicle Bugatti Senadai. Chen Chen had 2 questions. Where was his spinning lottery wheel? Why did it result in a win directly? And how did the lottery give him a car, especially a sports car like Bugatti? Though he had never seen one, Chen Chen was aware of many sports car names. However, he already owned a Mercedes G63, so he really didn't lack transportation. Currently, the situation didn't allow for it, otherwise he could have used his phone to look up information about the car. He thought to himself, even though he didn't know how much the Bugatti Senadai was worth. At least it was a supercar, and winning it in a lottery was still quite good. System brother, don't we have that spinning lottery? Chen Chen continued to murmur about his spinning lottery. Ding, lottery wheel mode has been switched. Following the system's voice, a giant spinning wheel appeared in Chen Chen's. Unfortunately, he couldn't see what rewards the wheel was pointing to, as they were all unknown. And there were so many that he couldn't count them. But at least it was a spinning lottery, and Chen Chen was quite satisfied. System brother, let's start the second lottery. The lottery has started, please host determine when to stop the wheel. The wheel began to spin slowly, then faster and faster, making Chen Chen feel dizzy. Stop, he hurriedly commanded. Completely defying the laws of physics, the wheel showed no signs of slowing down, and as soon as Chen Chen's words fell, it came to a sudden stop. Immediately the reward for the second lottery appeared. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained ownership of the commercial street in Magic City University. Ownership of the commercial street in Magic City University. Chen Chen repeated. Yes host, ownership of the commercial street in Magic City University. The corresponding reward will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, please rest assured. Chen Chen was no stranger to the commercial street in Magic City University. He remembered that the street was about 2.5 kilometers long with hundreds of shops estimated to be worth around 1 billion. A phrase flashed through Chen Chen's mind, you must behave, and I'll buy you a street. He truly hadn't expected the system to actually give him a street. Moreover, it was a street worth 1 billion. He only had a few tens of millions in cash on him. Although it could grow indefinitely, actually obtaining it would be in the future, the current fact was that he didn't have it. The feeling was completely different. Perhaps in the future his cash would amount to hundreds of billions or trillions, and he would surely look down on this 1 billion commercial street then. But now he was just a college student worth a few tens of millions. How could he not be excited about getting a commercial street for Thank you system brother, thank you system dad, thank you Xiaoying baby. Chen Chen shouted loudly in his heart. Unable to resist, he kissed AI Xiaoying's delicate face, covering her with saliva. AI Xiaoying looked confused, not knowing what had happened. Seeing her expression, Chen Chen couldn't help but kiss her. With deep affection, he said to AI Xiaoying, baby Xiaoying is truly my lucky charm, I love you to death. Although AI Xiaoying didn't know what was happening, she could tell from Chen Chen's demeanor that it was something good. She didn't mind the saliva on her face at all. Instead, she began to giggle foolishly alongside Chen Chen. Just as she was about to say something, her little stomach rumbled. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen quickly slapped his forehead and started to unwrap the breakfast packaging one by one, placing them on the table. He sincerely apologized to AI Xiaoying. I'm sorry, I almost forgot, my little Xiaoying baby is still hungry. After working so hard all night and losing so many pearls this early, you must be starving. It's my fault, let me feed my baby Xiaoying breakfast, okay? He had a completely fawning expression, looking like AI Xiaoying's mood had recovered significantly. Seeing Chen Chen happy made her happy too, especially since he had just called her his baby and said he loved her to death. This made her even happier. Watching Chen Chen's deliberately playful demeanor, she felt both shy and happy, thinking she was the happiest girl in the world. Meeting Chen Chen was her greatest stroke of luck. AI Xiaoying smiled brightly, comfortably enjoying the feeding from her beloved. Their gazes gradually intertwined, becoming increasingly intimate, even to the point of being selective about not eating buns that weren't imported or drinking soy milk that wasn't imported. After finishing breakfast in a lovey-dovey manner, Chen Chen once again showcased his boyfriend's strength, carrying AI Xiaoying to the bed and helping her tuck in the blanket. He knew that at this time women were the most vulnerable and needed companionship the most. However, he needed to return to school. After all, he was still a college student. AI Xiaoying understood well and was already aware of Chen Chen's stance. She didn't take advantage of his affection, nor did she harbor thoughts of binding him to her side. She smiled understandingly at Chen Chen and said, if you have things to do, you can go ahead. I'll take a leave and rest at home, feeling so tired and wanting to sleep. Okay, then you rest well at home. If you get hungry at noon, remember to order takeout. If you need anything, call me. I'll head. Although Chen Chen was a bit reluctant, he indeed needed to return to school. He gently kissed Ai Xiaoying on the head and turned to exit the bedroom. As Ai Xiaoying watched Chen Chen's disappearing figure, the smile she had been trying to maintain immediately crumbled. In her heart, she silently said, in the first second of not seeing Chen Chen, I miss him. As Chen Chen was leaving Ai Xiaoying's apartment and heading downstairs, his phone suddenly rang with a sharp ring, 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 ring. He took out his phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Though he didn't know who was calling, Chen Chen still slid the screen to answer. The voice of a man probably in his 40s or 50s came through respectfully. Mr. Chen, good day. I am Yu Zheng, general manager of Tongfei Property, the overall manager of the Moda University Commercial Street. The caller cut straight to the chase, introducing himself before continuing. I have just been informed by the previous owner that you have acquired full ownership of the entire commercial street. From now on, you may give any instructions, and Tongfei Property will serve you with utmost sincerity. Chen Chen was not surprised to hear it was the property manager of the commercial street. In Modu, he knew very few people, and before answering, he had vaguely guessed it was about the commercial street or the sports car. He couldn't help but marvel again at the system's power, how silently and effortlessly it had secured such a commercial street. And just as the system had claimed, the acquisition was conducted in a legitimate manner without any irregularities. All right, for now, just keep everything as it is, Chen Chen said, not knowing much about managing a commercial street, so he decided to maintain the existing management model. Understood, Mr. Chen. There is one more thing. There are transfer documents and a power of attorney that require your signature in person. Are you available now? If it's convenient, I can come to you right now. Chen Chen glanced at his watch and declined Yu Zhang's offer to visit him. I'm busy at the moment. I need to go to the university. How about this afternoon? I'll call you when I have time. Very well, Mr. Chen. I won't disturb you for now. I'll await your call. He hung up and put his phone back in his pocket. This morning, he had to return to the university to handle the procedure for off-campus accommodation. Staying in the dormitory would still be inconvenient. After all, the university gates closed at 10 in the evening, and without special reasons, one could not enter or leave. Moreover, there were nightly dormitory checks. If absent, he would face criticism and point deductions. Now that Bai Shi and Ai Xiaoying were outside the campus, and there might be more romantic interest in the future, living on campus was no longer suitable. He did have a place to stay off campus. Lost in thought, Chen Chen had already reached the parking spot. He snapped out of it, opened the door, and got into the car. As he sat down, he suddenly remembered the Bugatti Senadaiasai he had won from the lottery. He still didn't know what the car looked like or how much it was worth. The system's gift should be worth at least 10 to 20 million, he thought. He pulled out his phone, opened the browser, typed in Bugatti Senadaiasai, and hit search. The content that refreshed on the page left Chen Chen utterly astonished. He had imagined the lottery car from the system would be good, but he never expected it to be this sensational. The car was limited to just 10 units worldwide, a commemorative model from Bugatti. Its body was predominantly white with a streamlined design, a low center of gravity, and a squat stance that exuded a strong sense of sportiness and stability. The contours were full like taut muscles, showcasing immense power. The maximum power reached an astonishing 1600 horsepower with a 0-100 km/h acceleration time of merely 2 seconds. For safety reasons, the top speed was capped at 380 km/h. The powertrain featured an 8.0-liter W16 quad-turbocharged engine paired with a 7-speed DSG transmission. Its official price at launch was 8 million euros, which adjusted for inflation would be approximately 9.4 million euros today. Due to its rarity and high collectible value, the current price far exceeded the original selling price. The latest appraisal stood at 15 million euros, excluding the value-added tax of roughly 1 million euros. In other words, to acquire it now, one would need about 16 million euros, which translates to nearly 1.3 billion Chinese yuan. But that didn't mean having 1.3 billion yuan would guarantee ownership of the car. With only 10 units globally, the status and wealth behind the current owner of such a vehicle were self-evident. As the saying goes, the higher the tier of a commodity, the more sought after it becomes. The value of such a car lies primarily in its scarcity, and those who can obtain it are never short of money. For them, face is more important than money. Chen Chen had originally assumed that even a sports car from the system would be worth around 10 to 20 million yuan. That price range alone had excited him, since he had never driven a sports car before. Who knew the system would prepare such a colossal gift? He had been disappointed that the lottery only gave him a car. Now he realized how shallow he had been. At that moment, Chen Chen really wanted to turn around and go upstairs to give Ai Xiaoying a big kiss. Since the car had not yet arrived, he could only silently anticipate how it would eventually be delivered. Starting the engine, he left the neighborhood and soon returned to the university. He showed his student ID at the gate, registered his license plate, and drove the car into the campus. Moda University was located in a first-tier city where countless students came from wealthy families. It was not unusual for the rich second generation to own cars and drive to school. To facilitate parking, the university had set up a dedicated parking lot. It was spacious enough that there was no shortage of spots, though a fee was required. As long as you paid the parking fee, you could stay as long as you wished. Chen Chen found a spot, parked the car, and decided to go back to the dormitory to freshen up and change clothes. At AI Xiaoying's place, there were no extra toiletries, so he had only done a quick cleanup in the morning. Back in the dorm, his roommates were absent, probably having breakfast before heading to class. Chen Chen used to follow the same routine. After tidying up, he planned to consult his supervisor about the procedures for off-campus accommodation. He found his counselor's phone number and dialed. His counselor was a man in his 40s, usually quite stern, difficult to deal with, and spoke in a bureaucratic tone. The call connected. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Chen asked about the procedure and required documents. Once he got the answers he needed, he ended the call bluntly. He frowned slightly. The process for off-campus housing was not complicated and the required documents were few. It sounded simple, but there was one thing that dissatisfied Chen Chen. The process took time, at least several days. He wanted to settle this matter quickly, unwilling to waste time. Frowning, he racked his brain for a faster solution. Chen Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling a method he had read about in a novel. That is money for privileges, which means making donations, contributing a substantial amount of money to the school. Donating to the school has many advantages. Firstly, after donating a large sum, the school will pay more attention to him, making things like living on campus, which the school already allows, just a matter of a simple request. Additionally, now that he is studying at Magic City University, donating to improve the school does not sit poorly. Moreover, according to the memories of the original owner, while Magic City University has many wealthy second-generation students, there are also a considerable number of impoverished students. Many of them excel academically, brimming with confidence about their futures, believing they can change their current situations through hard work. Coming from poor backgrounds, some may currently be struggling, relying solely on meager financial aid for low-income students or scholarships to get by. After donating to the school, he can help them, at least alleviating some of their most pressing difficulties. Of course, Chen Chen also harbors his own ulterior motives. He knows that among the impoverished students, there are quite a few beautiful girls. In fact, there is a girl at Magic City University who is known as the campus flower of the commoners. Although Chen Chen has never seen her in person, he has heard that she is exceptionally attractive. However, the existence of such individuals is particularly difficult to approach. If you walk up to her with money and say, "I see that you're having a tough time, I want to help you," she may not accept it, and it might even backfire. Due to their less favorable living conditions and experiences, most of their personalities are sensitive and introverted, yet they are also independent and resilient. If he just gives them money, they might think he looks down on them, that he is insulting them with his money. Instead, if he donates to the school and lets the school help them, it would be easier for them to accept and would also enhance their. Chen Chen weighed the various benefits in his mind and finally made up his mind to donate money. However, how much to donate was still a question. If it was too little, it wouldn't make much of a difference. He opened his phone, logged into his mobile banking app, and checked his balance. Only over 33 million. I wonder if that will be enough. Chen Chen muttered to himself about his balance. Suddenly, he froze for a moment, then chuckled to himself. The fact that he was using the word only to describe such a large sum was amusing. He realized that if he had had even 1/10 of this sum before, he would have been over the moon. But now he felt a sense of When did this change occur? Perhaps it was when he bound the system and realized that he would no longer lack money. Or was it because of the 1,300 yuan watch, the 3,750 yuan villa? Or was it the 130 million yuan sports car, the 1 billion yuan commercial street? Chen Chen once again reassessed himself. The current him was no longer the same loser he used to be. His future life would undoubtedly be exceptionally exciting. Without the need to indulge in self-absorption, Chen Chen continued to ponder how much to donate. He had seen in novels where others donated several hundred million. He wondered if 30 million would be enough. For the first time, he regretted not keeping some money as a reserve. Otherwise, if he could casually donate a few hundred million and then cash back several hundred million, it would surely be exhilarating. He needed to make money. He must make money. He decided to donate at least 100 million. Chen Chen resolved to donate 100 million. Making money could be quite fast if luck was on his side. But how to make money? Chen Chen's first thought was to buy luxury cars and villas, which is the normal person's first reaction. The prices of luxury cars and villas are extraordinarily high, so using these two to spend money would certainly be enough. However, Chen Chen quickly shook his head, dismissing that idea. Buying cars and houses is quick, but going out to find places and managing the back and forth is somewhat troublesome. What Chen Chen valued most now was efficiency. He recalled the 20 million he had transferred to By. Nodding, he felt that this method was more reliable. Since he had already transferred 5 million to By last time, he decided to send some pocket money to AI Xiaoying this time. After all, AI Xiaoying was already his woman, so it was only right to give his woman some pocket money. He opened AI Xiaoying's chat page. "Xiaoying, sweetheart, are you asleep?" Not sure if AI Xiaoying was resting, he first sent a message to confirm. After waiting about a minute, he found that AI Xiaoying did not reply. It should be because I'm too strong. AI Xiaoying is too tired and has already fallen asleep to recover her body. Chen Chen felt a bit proud. However, if she was asleep, he wouldn't be able to give AI Xiaoying any money as he didn't have her bank account yet. "Sweetheart, if you see this message, please send me your bank account number. They'll transfer you some pocket money." He left a message, exited the page, and hesitated while looking at Su Chuxia's profile picture. After all, they had not had any intimate contact yet, so it wouldn't be appropriate to transfer money to Su Chuxia out of nowhere. He shook his head, dismissing that thought. It would have to be by Shi. Confirming the recipient, he directly operated on his phone, preparing to transfer money to By Shi again. He lingered on the input amount page, hesitating about how much to transfer. Like yesterday, 5 million. That seemed a bit insufficient. But transferring 30 million all at once might scare By Shi. After much hesitation, he only inputted 10 million. Ding. The host successfully transferred 10 million yuan to a high-value opposite sex, triggering a 3x cashback, resulting in a cash return of 30 million yuan. Chen Chen felt a bit regretful that he only triggered the 3x cashback, netting him 20 million yuan. He inwardly lamented that although 3x was not low, why couldn't it be like last time, with a direct 5x? Otherwise, he would have directly received 40 million, adding to the existing 30 million, he had, making it 70 million. Just as he was about to transfer more to By Shi, his phone rang. It was By Shi, likely notifying him of the balance change. He answered the call, and Bai Zai's somewhat anxious voice entered Chen Chen's ears. Young master, I suddenly received an extra 10 million in my card. Did you transfer it? Yes, I was worried you might not have enough money, so I sent you some pocket money. Yesterday you already gave me a lot of money, why are you suddenly transferring me so much again? You scared me. Chen Chen imagined By Shi gently patting her chest, looking a bit frightened. He couldn't help but chuckle, acting cool and grand with By Shi. What I gave you is yours to spend, go ahead, and buy what you need, don't shortchange yourself. I'm not lacking money. Hee. By Shi was moved. She had never seen someone who treats money so lightly, casually giving away 10 million. Aren't you afraid he'll run off with the money? By Shi playfully retorted to Chen Chen. Running off with the money is fine, just don't run away from me. I can't bear to lose you. Chen Chen said this very earnestly. As the saying goes, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Unbeknownst to Chen Chen, she was so touched that she was about to shed tears. In just 2 days, Chen Chen had already given himself 15 million. Although he was handsome, if it were just for a fling, there were many women more beautiful than him. With so much money spent, many women more beautiful than him would willingly throw themselves at him. Thus, there was only one truth: this man who was willing to spend money on her truly liked her. Ding. Bai Zai's favorability too. I never said I wanted to run away, Bai Shi muttered. Little did she know, while she might earn something, Chen Chen would never incur a loss. Chen Chen didn't hear clearly, but he caught the system notification about Bai Zai's favorability increasing. What? I didn't catch that. He hurriedly asked Bai Shi. If you didn't hear it, then forget it. I won't tell you. I'm busy, unlike the young master who can just toss things to me while you go off to have fun. Bai Shi teased Chen Chen, her face turning red. Hee. Chen Chen could only smile, not daring to respond as the scene from last night unconsciously floated in his mind. Alright, young master, please stop sending me money. I know you have money, but having too much makes me a bit scared. Okay. After hanging up, he had initially planned to continue transferring money to Bai Shi. Hearing her say that she felt scared with too much money, he dismissed that thought. After all, for an ordinary person to suddenly receive tens of millions, it's a normal reaction to feel uneasy. He couldn't seem to spend this money. Chen Chen felt a bit of a headache, lightly patting his forehead. To enjoy high returns, he needed to spend money on high-value beauties, but where could he find suitable candidates now? Did he really have to go out to buy a car or a house? He suddenly paused in his action of patting his forehead. Beauties. Spending money. He thought of a suitable place, one not only filled with beautiful women, but also a place that devours money, even described as a bottomless pit. Chen Chen thought of a suitable place. Not only was it teeming with beautiful women, but spending money was also rapid. That place was a live streaming platform. He had previously scrolled through glamorous videos on the short video app Douyin and occasionally clicked into live streams. Their many girls were not only pretty and well-figured, but they also called him brother in sweet tones. He had also witnessed wealthy individuals splurging lavishly. Though he had no money back then, he had once fantasized about being able to throw cash around there himself, to have beautiful streamers swoon and curry favor with him. At that time, Chen Chen had no money, so he could only contribute his little hearts and likes. The platform had many gifts worth hundreds or thousands. Just a small tap of the finger, and with a swipe the money was gone. This was undeniably a perfect place to burn money. Just find a beauty who met the high glamour opposite sex standard, send gifts like a waterfall, and with the high glamour multiplier return, he should quickly spend enough. Chen Chen opened the Douyin app on his phone and entered the live streaming page. Without hesitation, he selected the same city category. Although his aim was to spend money for the sake of earning back, he was still quite willing if he could gain something from it. Chen Chen was not disappointed. The first person pushed to him after entering the stream was a stunning woman interacting with the audience. On the screen, she had a delicate oval face, fair and tender skin, large eyes, and long lashes that fluttered. A hint of blush on her cheeks made her skin appear even healthier and more vibrant. Her nose was high and straight, and when she smiled, her cherry lips revealed a row of neat white teeth. Half of her wine-brown hair draped casually over her chest, while her slender neck was exceptionally alluring. She wore a white tube top paired with a knitted cardigan jacket. The plump curves were subtly concealed beneath her clothes. At that moment the beauty was slowly sipping a squeezable jelly drink in small mouthfuls. Chen Chen's first impression was that she was beautiful, gentle, and sexy. Based on his experience, he judged that her looks and figure were definitely above 80 points. He couldn't help feeling lucky. He had met an effective target right away. Opening the gift list, he found the most expensive one, the carnival. Seeing the price, he was a bit stunned. A tiny virtual gift actually cost 3,000 yuan. But he remembered he was here to spend money. The pricier the gift, the faster the process, and the happier he would be. He clicked the carnival gift icon and selected send. Insufficient balance. This prompt made Chen Chen awkward. In his excitement, he had forgotten to top up. Good thing no one saw, Chen Chen muttered as he glanced around and chuckled. He quickly opened the recharge page and found the maximum single recharge amount was 1 million yuan. He first recharged 1 million yuan, bringing his account balance to 10 million diamonds. He waited a while but saw no cashback prompt. After thinking, he felt it was normal. This was different from transferring money to buy. Transferring to buy, she meant the money was in her account and no longer his, so it counted as consumption. Now, although he had recharged into the platform account, the account was still his own. The money hadn't left his possession, so it naturally wouldn't trigger cashback. He would need to send gifts for it to count. Returning to the live stream, Chen Chen sent a carnival to test the waters. As the gift was sent, the system's cashback notification confirmed his speculation, but the cashback amount puzzled him. Ding host successfully spent 3,000 yuan, triggering a 1x cashback. Cashback amount 3,000 yuan. Only a 1x return. High glamour should mean a high multiplier. How could it be the lowest? Ignoring the streamer's surprised thanks and the barrage of envious compliments after the carnival, Chen Chen questioned the system in his mind. System bro, does spending on a live streaming platform not trigger the high glamour multiplier? Host, spending on high glamour opposite sex individuals in any scenario has a chance to trigger the high multiplier. Then why didn't it trigger when I sent gifts in the stream? Ding, system detection indicates that this individual does not meet the high glamour opposite sex rating standard. How is that possible? This beauty has top tier looks and a great figure. How could she not meet the standard? Chen Chen couldn't believe it. He even suspected the system had made a mistake. Ding, the system's rating is based on the person's base score, excluding makeup filters or post-production enhancements. Detecting the host's doubt, automatically opening the attribute panel of this individual. Name Chen Zitting, age 35, height 162 centimeters, weight 68 kilograms, looks 71, figure 62, overall score 66, driving count 17, affection 30. Chen Chen stared at the system autopined streamer attribute panel, unable to believe his eyes. A woman who seemed at least 80 points on the surface scored less than 70. The streamer, whose face appeared to be in her early 20s, was actually 35 years old. Especially the driving count of 17, which Chen Chen found unbelievable. As for the affection score of 30, it was probably added by the carnival gift. Chen Chen had long heard about the power of filters, skin smoothing, and slimming effects, but he never expected such a... No wonder the streamer looked plump. With that weight, how could she not be? As for other areas, the slimming effects must... As for the driving count of 17, Chen Chen thought maliciously she must have taken plenty of flights using parachutes to land directly beside the top donors. I wonder if the big donors would scream fraud when they meet her in person. Looking at the number 17, Chen Chen figured it probably wasn't that extreme. After all, despite the tech, she still had a look score of 71, which qualified as a minor beauty. As for her figure, with the two large assets, other aspects could be tolerated. Maybe the big donors actually preferred extra flesh. Chen Chen shook his head, dispelling the mischievous thoughts. He felt a bit troubled. The tech and tricks on live streaming platforms were too powerful. He couldn't distinguish them at all. If he couldn't find high glamour individuals, how could he quickly spend money? With a low multiplier return like that, it would take forever to spend 50 million. He might as well buy a car or a house. That would be faster. Right? A flash of inspiration struck Chen Chen, and he scolded himself for being stupid. With the system, why bother racking his own brains? System bro, you just identified the streamer's looks directly through the live stream, right? Yes, host. As long as the real person appears on camera, the system can provide a rating. Yes. Awesome. Chen Chen broke into a grin. He had been riding a donkey looking for a horse, searching far while ignoring the tool right in front of him. With the system's safety net, Chen Chen immediately felt at ease. Knowing the true situation of the streamer, he no longer found her technologically enhanced appearance astonishing. He did not send a bullet screen to expose the streamer for her beauty filter deception. Everyone has their own way of living. He didn't understand, but still felt it deserved respect. If he exposed the streamer, it would be hard to explain how he knew about her situation, not to mention what would happen in the future when his big brother no longer gifted her. The streamer still relied on this for a living. Most importantly, he was already caught in the rain. He couldn't be the saint holding the umbrella for others. After all, he had spent a carnival on her. There had to be other victims like himself. On the screen, the streamer was still excitedly thanking him. Thank you once again for the carnival sent by the fallen star. This is my first time receiving a carnival. Thank you. I must say, setting aside all external factors, her emotional value was completely high. Brother Chen Chen, I've sent you my green bubble private message. She then blinked shyly. If Chen Chen were not aware of the streamer's true situation, he might have directly added her. But now he was utterly disdainful. He did not like the dirty dishwater, especially that of a large pot. He ignored the flurry of bullet screens and left only a single, "Oh." Then, disregarding the streamer's astonished expression, he swiped away into the next live room. A slender, long-legged beauty was dancing. What about this system? Chen Chen was not fooled again. Ding, height 147 centimeters, weight 88 kilograms. Swiped away. Ding, appearance 51. Swiped away. Ding, age 41. Continued to swipe. Ding, appearance 76, body 79, driving count 9. Swiped away. Ding, high appearance opposite sex detected. Name Lin Xingyin, age 21, height 168 centimeters, weight 55 kilograms, appearance 88, body 84, overall score 86, driving count 0, favorability 0. Chen Chen, who was mechanically preparing to swipe away, suddenly halted his hand. It appeared, finally a qualified target emerged. He carefully scrutinized the girl on the screen. Dressed in a conservative yet fitted high-neck dance outfit, the clothing perfectly conformed to her figure, outlining her curvaceous silhouette, emphasizing her slender waist, even making her small bun look plump. The high-neck design highlighted her long, beautiful neck. Looking upward, her delicate fair skin, exquisite features, and smooth forehead came into view, with her black hair styled in a simple bun appearing clean and neat. Among her features, her eyes were the most captivating, bright and spirited, as if they could speak, revealing a hint of confidence and liveliness. At this moment, Lin Xingyin on the screen had just finished a dance. A few beads of sweat glistened on her smooth forehead, shimmering under the reflection of the lights. She slightly bent down, checking the bullet screens, and from her somewhat rapid breathing one could sense her effort in the recent performance. Suddenly, Chen Chen caught a glimpse of a faint disappointment in her eyes, which quickly vanished. Thank you all for liking Yinyan's dance. Please help Yinyan with likes, and send her a little gift for support. Thank you all. Chen Chen understood where the faint disappointment stemmed from after seeing the bullet screen. Yinyan is going to kiss me. Oh, everyone else step aside. Kiss, kiss, kiss. My wife is beautiful, and not only that, but she dances so well. This is my wife. Oh, what are you dreaming about? In a live room with only 7 or 8 people, the bullet screen was flooded with compliments, yet only 2 had sent small gifts totaling less than 2 yuan. Chen Chen was puzzled. The streamer was beautiful and had a good figure, so why weren't many people watching? Soon recalling his earlier experience, he quickly understood. In this live streaming platform filled with technology and fierce competition, a simple filter, slimming the face, shaping the body, smoothing the skin, could transform a low-rated girl into a high-rated beauty. Adding a professional sound card, even a sweet voice, could be easily achieved. Therefore, the beautiful face and good figure of Lin Xingyin did not stand out in this platform, where beauties were common. The original was truly at a disadvantage in front of the counterfeit. Furthermore, with the streamer's conservative dance outfit, only her body curves could be seen, nothing more. In the previous live room, Chen Chen visited, some streamers would rather not wear clothes at all. Others did not have Chen Chen's system, which allowed them to see real information directly through the stream. So it was understandable that this beautiful streamer wasn't gaining popularity. Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh, feeling he had struck gold. He sent out a carnival without hesitation. Silently in his heart, he said to the beautiful streamer, "Beauty, you have encountered a benefactor." A carnival sent by the fallen star 1. Ding, the host successfully spent 3,000 yuan on a high appearance opposite sex, triggering a 3x cashback, total cashback amount 9,000 yuan. The streamer seemed taken aback by receiving a carnival. After being stunned for 2 seconds, her eyes widened with surprise, and she hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you for the carnival sent by the fallen star. Thank you for your support. At this moment, because of sending a carnival, over 30 people rushed into the live room, and the bullet screens were rolling. Oh, this streamer is quite pretty. The boss is foolish. With this money for a carnival, why not go out for a full service? Yinyan, you've encountered a big brother. Why aren't you proactive? Wow, a gift for 3,000 yuan. That's half a month's salary for me. The boss is generous. Chen Chen looked at the flurry of bullet screens and smiled calmly. Previously, he was one of them, watching others spend freely, his eyes turning red with jealousy. Now he thought things were looking up for him as well. Truly, don't underestimate the youth in poverty. The streamer Lin Xingyin promptly asked Chen Chen if there was a dance he wanted to see. Chen Chen, big brother, do you want to request a dance? What can you dance? Chen Chen replied in the live room. I specialize in classical dance, but I can do some popular dances too. Chen Chen suddenly recalled an adorable, yet sexy dance he had seen before. Do you know the song Little Tiger? Lin Xingyin's face showed a hint of confusion, as if she were pondering what Little Tiger and Big Lion was. But after a moment, she understood what Chen Chen was referring to. She shyly asked Chen Chen, Big brother Chen Chen, are you referring to a Wu Evil Dragon Roars? That should be it. Oh, I forgot the name. Chen Chen was also a bit uncertain. However, it didn't matter to him. He was here just to spend money, not specifically to watch the streamer dance. Having the streamer dance was merely to avoid boredom while spending money. Just dance the one you mentioned, you can dance it right. Lin Xingyin felt her face flush a bit more. It wasn't that she couldn't dance this style. This dance was rather simple, and as a dance major she could learn it after watching it twice. It was precisely because she could dance that she felt somewhat embarrassed. The style of this dance belonged to the cute and alluring genre. Lin Qingyin felt a bit ashamed to perform such a dance in front of others. She had never danced this kind of dance in front of a crowd before. However, today, considering the carnival, Lin Qingyin prepared to grit her teeth and agree. You dance and I won't watch for free. Ooh, I will continue to give you gifts. Just as Lin Qingyin was about to nod, she saw Chen Chen's message, thinking that he had generously given her a carnival gift, so the subsequent gift shouldn't be too shabby either. As a dance streamer, she was here to dance, not to mention that a big brother was sending her gifts, so she immediately nodded. Okay, brother Chen Chen, I can dance this one. I have one more request, my gifts won't stop and your dance can't stop either. Alright, brother Chen Chen, wait for me for 2 minutes. I need to change my clothes. The dance outfit I'm wearing now isn't suitable for this style. After saying that, she left the camera to change clothes. Wow, what kind of dance does this girl wear? What kind of clothes for? Chen Chen marveled at this beautiful dance streamer's professionalism. Since Chen Chen had already decided on his target for spending money, he took this opportunity to recharge his Douyin account with all the money he prepared to spend. After deducting the 1 million from before, Chen Chen recharged 14 million, totaling 15 million. He calculated in his mind that the multiplier for attractive individuals should be at least 3 times with a maximum of 5 times. Now there was still a gap of about 50 million to reach 100 million. If calculated by the average multiplier, 15 million should be about right. If it's still not enough, he could recharge more. Money wasn't an issue. Looking at the long string of numbers in his account, he saw 1499400 diamonds. He remembered that he never had this many happy beans from playing Do Diju before. Lin Qingyin changed her clothes and reappeared in front of the camera. Now she was wearing a knitted short-sleeve crop top paired with a semi-transparent outer garment, and on her lower body, she wore a white pleated skirt, without stockings, revealing a pair of long and fair legs completed with white sneakers and knee-high white socks. The first impression she gave was one of purity laced with allure. Returning to the live broadcast, Lin Qingyin first confirmed that Chen Chen was still in the live stream. Then she sweetly said, "Brother Chen Chen, I'm starting now." She found a piece of music about 40 seconds long and set it to loop. Then the cute and catchy song started playing. Attention, this area is prone to accidents. Please fasten your seatbelt. Are you ready to go with me? Lin Qingyin stepped back about 3 to 5 meters from the camera, recalling the dance moves she had just practiced. Suppressing her sense of shame, she began to move her body along with the music. Chen Chen kept his word, and the carnival gifts began pouring out just as Lin Qingyin started to dance. He clicked the screen's combo button at a rate of about 4 to 5 times per second. In an instant, the live broadcast page was flooded with the effects of the carnival gifts. If Chen Chen hadn't disabled the gift effects, it would have been impossible to see Lin Qingyin dancing amidst the sea of gifts. The number of carnival gifts on the live screen kept refreshing and stacking. Fallen Stars gifted the streamer 1 carnival. Fallen Stars gifted the streamer 10 carnivals. Fallen Stars gifted the streamer 100 carnivals. Fallen Stars gifted the streamer 500 carnivals. Fallen Stars gifted the streamer 999 carnivals. It wasn't until the display reached 999 that the number stopped increasing. It wasn't that Chen Chen stopped sending gifts, it was just that the number display had reached its limit. On the platform, when the gift count exceeds 999, it only displays that number and does not increase further. As the carnivals were sent out, a notification sound kept ringing in Chen Chen's mind. Ding, the host successfully spent 3,000 yuan on an attractive individual, triggering a 5x cashback with a cashback total of 15000 yuan. Ding, the host successfully spent 3,000 yuan on an attractive individual, triggering a 4x cashback with a cashback total of 1200 yuan. At this moment in the live stream, due to Chen Chen's lavish spending, a large number of viewers came to watch, and the barrage of comments became so overwhelming that it was hard to see. Chen Chen wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the comments or the changes in the number of gifts. He had only two things. One was to mechanically click the combo button with his fingers. The other was to watch Lin Qingyin dance. At first, Lin Qingyin's dance movements appeared somewhat awkward and stiff. However, it was clear that it was just a matter of getting used to it. As time passed, her movements became smoother and more natural. Her graceful figure danced to the catchy music, making Chen Chen feel that Lin Qingyin was at times pure and cute, and at other times sexy and enchanting. This contrast made Chen Chen secretly pleased that he had made the right choice in his dance selection. His finger clicked the screen even faster. While dancing, Lin Qingyin also occasionally glanced at the screen. Due to the distance and the small size of the phone screen, she could only see the gift effects, but couldn't clearly discern what gifts they were. However, gifts that dominated the screen were never cheap. Seeing that her brother Chen Chen was indeed keeping his promise and sending her gifts, she felt reassured. She decided to adhere to their previous agreement, no longer distracted and focused on dancing her own dance. Time always flies when watching beautiful women. 15 minutes later, Chen Chen looked at the screen and was once again prompted that his balance was insufficient. He was somewhat astonished, clicking his tongue. It truly was a money pit. It had only been a short while. Normally, even the time spent in the restroom wasn't this short. 15 million. All spent. But isn't this the purpose of watching the live stream? If spending money isn't fast, then why come? Chen Chen opened his mobile banking app and looked at his balance. Balance 100353921. 53 renminbi. Just right, the cash in his hand had just reached 100 million and his goal was accomplished. Chen Chen was calculating in his mind. Previously it was 53 million, now 100 million, which means he earned 47 million from this spending spree. Adding the principal of 15 million, the total multiplier for this return should be just over 4 times. Satisfied that multiplier was not low. Spending money, showing off, and earning money. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? He looked at the live stream and discovered that the number of viewers had surprisingly reached over 8,000. The live stream's barrage was also going crazy. Wow, this wealthy big shot has come to throw money so early. How many have been sent? There must be several thousand carnivals by now. At this rate, it's going to be over 10 million, truly a spendthrift. The streamer is still dancing. Wow, her figure is amazing. Damn, I have to eat dirt every day while this big shot is throwing money like it's nothing. This world is so unfair. Big brother, may I ask if you need any accessories for your legs? I can be your loyal lackey. The 4999 carnival sent out made the entire livestream room erupt in excitement, while the streamer Lin Xingyin remained blissfully unaware as she focused on dancing. Streamer, I'm leaving now, but you keep broadcasting. After leaving this message, he directly closed Douyin. With a spending of 15 million, Chen Chen's Douyin account level had already reached level 73. As soon as Chen Chen's words were thrown out, they were immediately noticed by a group of sharp-eyed viewers who hurriedly reminded the streamer, "Streamer, stop dancing, the big brother is leaving." More and more people followed suit, and within a few seconds the barrage was overrun with this message. The more clever ones had already recorded the stream cut clips and were preparing to post videos with shock department titles on various websites. Having already exited the live stream, Chen Chen naturally didn't know what happened next. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. His purpose for coming had already been achieved. 100 million was now safely lying in his bank account. As for other thoughts about the streamer, that could wait. He now had more important matters to attend to. He sent a message to Zhang Yu letting him know he was back in the dormitory and had to go out for something. He reminded him not to forget about dinner together tonight, and emphasized that the other two in the dormitory should join, while also coordinating the time with Li Jiejia. After stepping out, he headed straight to the principal's office. In the live streaming room, it has been more than 10 minutes since Chen Chen left. Lin Qingjian's face turned crimson, her forehead glistening with fragrant sweat, and her movements became somewhat sluggish. Although the dance Wu had simple movements, she couldn't help but feel exhausted after dancing for half an hour. As another song ended, Lin Qingjian glanced towards the phone screen, where the gift effects continued to burst forth. After hesitating for a long time, she finally stopped dancing. She walked toward the phone's camera, wanting to ask Brother Chen if she should switch to another dance. She also wanted to take a sip of water and rest a bit. After dancing for so long, her body felt so tired. As she approached, she noticed that the gift effects on the screen were all carnival effects. She was utterly shocked. This big brother can't be continuously sending carnival gifts, can he? A carnival costs 3,000. She had already danced for half an hour. She had looked at the screen many times in between, and the gift effects had not stopped. If it was all carnival gifts, how much would that cost? Upon closer inspection, she found that the notifications for sending gifts had stopped, yet the gift effects were still refreshing. She hurriedly looked at the bullet comments, only to find many people were telling her to stop dancing, saying that the big brother had already left. She looked toward the VIP area and indeed found that the avatar of the fallen star was no longer there. She also noticed that the number of people in the live stream had astonishingly reached 300,000. She didn't know when Chen Chen had left. All she knew was that after he departed, the gift effects hadn't stopped, and she didn't even know how long they would continue. She was also aware that the number of people in the live stream had exceeded 300,000. How many must have been there at peak times? She remembered that during her previous live streams, the maximum number of viewers was only a few dozen. Lin Xingyin was bombarded by immense surprise, feeling as if her mind had turned into a mush. Dazed, she opened the backstage message records and found Chen Chen's name. Seeing that Chen Chen had left a message saying, "Host, I'm leaving now, you continue broadcasting," there were no other messages indicating he had exited directly. Lin Xingyin didn't pay attention to the tens of thousands of people in the live stream, nor did she continue watching the rapidly scrolling bullet comments and the gift effects still blooming on the screen. Her head felt dizzy, and she directly closed the live stream. If it were a normal person, they definitely wouldn't miss such an opportunity to gain fans and promote themselves. However, at that moment, Lin Xingyin felt as though her mind had stopped functioning, possibly not even realizing what she had done. After closing the live stream, she felt utterly drained, her body weakly collapsing onto the floor. After a long while, she managed to calm her excited heart and slowly regained her composure. Feeling a tightness in her chest, as if a surge of emotions couldn't be released, she couldn't help but let out a loud shout, "Ah!" Immediately, she heard the sound of quick footsteps outside, the tap-tap-tap of slippers. The door was pushed open vigorously, revealing a beautiful girl in a cartoon dinosaur onesie, her face filled with concern. "Sister, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Her worried voice accompanied the door as it opened. If there were outsiders present, they would be astonished to find that this girl looked exactly like Lin Qingyin. Aside from their different outfits, there was no difference in appearance, height, or figure. The newcomer opened the door, saw her dazed sister in the room, and was startled. She hurriedly approached, helping Lin Qingyin up from the floor and sitting her on a nearby recliner. She picked up the water cup from the table, opened the lid, and handed it to Lin Qingyin. Lin Qingyin felt parched as she saw her twin sister Lin Qingming offering her the water cup. She took it and drank a large gulp, feeling somewhat better. Lin Qingming gently patted Lin Qingyian's back, helping her recover more quickly. Noticing that her sister seemed to be in a better state, she hurriedly asked what had just happened. Just now I was live streaming, and someone... Lin Qingyin stuttered as she briefly recounted what had just happened. You mean someone sent you a lot of gifts and asked you to dance then left? But isn't your live stream about you dancing while others send you? Lin Qingyin was somewhat confused by her sister's reaction. But he sent a lot of money and gifts then just left without watching me dance. Lin Qingyin was getting anxious. How much? Lin Qingming was even more puzzled. Just how much was sent to evoke such a reaction from her sister? I don't know. Lin Qingyian's head drooped down. She wasn't clear about how much brother Chen Chen had actually sent. You don't even know how much he sent. At that time I was dancing, so I didn't see how much it was. I only knew he kept sending gifts. Each carnival gift costs 3,000, and half an hour has passed, yet the gift effects are still refreshing. Can this be checked? Lin Qingming asked her sister. It can. Lin Qingyin nodded. Then why don't you check? I was just startled and didn't think of it. He'll check now. Lin Qingyin reached for her phone beside her and logged into the live streams backstage. Opening the gift details, the page clearly displayed the number of gifts Chen Chen had sent. Carnival, 4,999. It firmly occupied the first place on the gift leaderboard. Lin Qingming, standing beside her, also saw the number and had heard how much each carnival gift costs. She silently took out her phone and opened the calculator. 49993001499700. Thinking she had made a mistake, she deleted it and calculated again. Looking at the calculator, the result remained the same. She mechanically turned her head to look at her sister Lin Qingyin, her tone starting to stutter. Difference? Just a little. Over 15 million. After saying this, she swallowed hard. She also took a big gulp from her sister's cup. With a somewhat uncertain tone, she asked her sister, did this person spend 15 million just to watch you dance? Lin Qingyin nodded firmly. So he spent the money, didn't watch the dance, and just left. Lin Qingyin continued nodding. Lin Qingming also felt dazed, her mind puzzled. After all, her sister wasn't made of gold. Suddenly she thought of something important. Sister, you mentioned earlier that the platform takes a cut. How much can you get? Her tone became somewhat urgent. I've only been streaming for a few days, I'm not too clear. I think the platform takes half, and I get half. So half of 15 million is 7.5 million. 7.5 million. Sister, does that mean you earned 7.5 million just from dancing for a bit? Lin Qingming looked astonished. Did he mention any conditions to you? Lin Qingming suspected that perhaps that person had taken a liking to Lin Qingyin and wanted to support her. She quickly asked her sister. He hasn't made any excessive demands on you, has he? She couldn't be blamed for thinking this. Although the two sisters were locals of Magic City, their family was not wealthy, and their most valuable asset was just a house. But they couldn't possibly sell the house for money, right? That would leave them with no place to live. Both parents were ordinary workers, and their combined monthly salary was about 30,000 yuan. 5 million yuan would take their parents 20 years of not eating or drinking to earn. Yet now, in just half an hour, someone had given Lin Qingyin 5 million. No, it was after the platform took its cut. Someone had given her sister 15 million. Their parents would need to work for 40 years. No, he just asked me to dance and said his gifts were continuous and I shouldn't stop dancing. Lin Qingyin recalled and realized the star who had fallen to the mortal realm had made no unreasonable demands at all. In fact, when his gifts ran out, he just left without asking to see me dance anymore. After hearing her sister's response, Lin Qingming was also puzzled. She felt that this person's behavior was somewhat unusual, almost as if he was spending money just to complete a task, and her sister had merely become the lucky one. Lin Qingming thought this made sense. Who would complain about having too much money to spend like that? She dismissed her earlier thought. She had to admit that a woman's intuition was truly... Lin Qingming thought this made sense. Who would complain about having too much money to spend like that? She dismissed her earlier thought. She had to admit that a woman's intuition was truly frightening, as she had guessed Chen Chen's true intention directly. He was spending money with the intent of completing a spending task. However, the meaning was similar. One could only say that no one would have expected Chen Chen to be such an oddball, and the more money he spent, the more there would be. Lin Qingming pondered and said to her sister, although I don't know the reason, he must have come with some purpose. So what should we do? After hearing her sister's analysis, Lin Qingyin also felt a bit anxious. After all, 5 million was too much, a bit overwhelming. I heard others say that if someone spends a lot of money, it's usually to sleep with the streamer. Lin Qingming raised her delicate eyebrows. Would you be willing? Of course not. Lin Qingyin shook her head vigorously, like a rattle. She then continued to explain, what if he's an old man? I definitely wouldn't want that. Lin Qingming upon hearing this immediately teased her sister, what if it's a young handsome guy? Would you be willing then? That wouldn't be impossible. If he's young, handsome, and rich, I wouldn't be able to find someone like that even with a lantern, let alone someone who actively takes a liking to me. Oh, sis, you're missing spring. Lin Qingming didn't expect her sister to actually agree, poking her in the ribs. No way, don't talk nonsense. Lin Qingyin quickly retorted, and the two sisters engaged in playful banter. After a while they called a truce, both were disheveled, and Lin Qingming ignored her sister's exposed figure. After all, what her sister had she also had with no difference at all. You could first send your green bubble to him inviting him to dinner. After all, he has spent so much money on you, a thank you is necessary. She took her sister's cup, drank a sip, tucked her slightly messy hair behind her ear, and continued. Then we'll see how it goes. If he really makes excessive demands, we can just return the money to him at most. Although the two sisters' family was not extremely wealthy, they were well off enough to not worry about food and drink. Their good upbringing ensured they wouldn't resort to selling their bodies for money. After hearing this, Lin Qingyi nodded in agreement and sent her green bubble privately to Chen Chen. She added a line, Brother Chen Chen, thank you for sending me so many gifts in the carnival. I would like to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude in person. Meanwhile, Chen Chen had already arrived at the principal's office and met the principal's secretary. The principal's secretary was a beautiful woman in her late 20s with a great temperament. Hello, my name is Chen Chen, a freshman in the finance department. I need to see the principal about an important matter. Could you please help me notify him? The principal's secretary had noticed this young man as soon as he entered. She didn't become impatient due to Chen Chen's youth. Instead, she spoke to him politely. Although she was the principal's secretary, there were too many people in the school who were beyond her reach, so she couldn't judge people by their appearance or age. Hello, student Chen, my surname is Wang. You can call me Secretary Wang. May I ask what you need to see the principal about? Chen Chen did not directly state the matter to the principal's secretary. After saying that, she walked out in her high heels to find the principal. Soon Secretary Wang returned. Student Chen, the principal has time now and is ready to meet you. Please follow. After saying that, she walked out in her high heels to find the principal. Soon Secretary Wang returned. Student Chen, the principal has time now and is ready to meet you. Please follow me. After speaking to Chen Chen at the door, she walked ahead to lead the way. The two arrived at the principal's office and Secretary Wang raised her hand to knock on the door. Principal, student Chen Chen is here, may we come in? Then Chen Chen heard a deep voice from inside the room, come in. Secretary Wang opened the door and Chen Chen followed closely behind. Upon entering, Chen Chen first saw a massive desk where a man in his 40s was engrossed in writing something he should. On the other side of the office was a small reception area with 6 single sofas arranged in a shape with a small coffee table placed between every 2 sofas. While Chen Chen was surveying the room, the principal also raised his head to look at him. His first impression was that he was young, but exuded a calm and confident aura. He entered the principal's office without any sense of restraint and was quite composed. The principal nodded, affirming the secretary's earlier report about this young student. Student Chen, I am Principal Su Guodong. I heard you have something important to discuss with me. Seeing that Chen Chen was still surveying the room's layout, the principal took the initiative to speak. Upon hearing the principal's question, Chen Chen felt his earlier rudeness and redirected his gaze to the principal. Hello, Principal Su, my name is Chen Chen. I am a freshman in the finance department. I apologize for zoning out just now. He introduced himself and apologized in one breath. No problem. Secretary Wang has already introduced you to me. What can I do for you? Principal Su waved his hand and then inquired about what Chen Chen needed. Principal, I would like to donate some money to the school through you. Chen Chen got straight to the point. Su Guodong felt a bit disappointed. Looking at Chen Chen's exceptional demeanor, he thought there was really something important to discuss. He had made an exception to meet Chen Chen directly after hearing the secretary's report. Yet he found out it was about a donation to him. Chen Chen, despite being remarkable, was still young, and how much could he donate? Su Guodong felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing that Chen Chen was only looking to donate money. Student, the school has a designated channel for donations. You can use that without needing to. Chen Chen interrupted the principal. What if the amount is quite large? Seeing Chen Chen persist and interrupt him, Su Guodong's expression darkened. Student, first of all, I sincerely appreciate your willingness to contribute to the school's development. However, donations are managed by a specific department. You can directly go through them for any amount, even if it's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, they can handle it. Then what if it is 1 billion? Chen Chen discerned the principal's meaning and directly threw out the amount he intended to donate. Su Guodong suddenly stood up from his seat, his tone harsh as he reprimanded Chen Chen. Student, this is the principal's office, not a place for jokes. He was already angry, believing that Chen Chen was toying. Chen Chen's smile remained unwavering. Principal Su, please don't be angry. Just tell me the school's bank transfer account, and you'll see whether I'm joking or not. Seeing Principal Su getting angry, Chen Chen felt more assured, for the principal's anger over the amount indicated that he took it seriously. Su Guodong stared at Chen Chen intently for a while, noticing that Chen Chen maintained his calm demeanor. A somewhat bewildering thought arose in his mind. This kid doesn't seem to be joking. Could it be that he truly intends to donate 1 billion? Yet he quickly dismissed the thought. How could that be possible? He was only a freshman, barely 18 or 19 years old. Even if his family were wealthy, they wouldn't let him handle 1 billion for donations casually. But what if? A voice in his mind grew louder. Just try it won't hurt to check what if it's true. He opened the computer in front of him, found the school's donation account on the official website, and relayed it to Chen Chen. He had made up his mind if Chen Chen was indeed playing him, he would certainly face consequences. Chen Chen received the account provided by Principal Su and input it into his mobile banking app, entering the amount of 100. As he was about to input his password, he looked up and asked the principal, "Principal Su, shouldn't you give a heads up beforehand? Donating directly without a prior call must have different significance for you, right?" Su Guodong understood the implication behind Chen Chen's words. He did not respond but looked at Chen Chen with a peculiar gaze, and then waved his hand indicating, "It's fine." Seeing that Su Guodong was indifferent, Chen Chen became even more nonchalant, entered the password, and 3 seconds later his phone alerted him that the transfer was successful. Ding! The host successfully spent 100 yuan, triggering a 2x cashback, totaling 200 yuan. Chen Chen was ecstatic, having effortlessly earned a small goal. However, he remembered that the situation was not yet over. He flipped his phone around and showed it to Su Guodong. "Transfer successful" clearly appeared in Su Guodong's line of sight. Su Guodong was immensely shocked, finding it hard to believe it was real. He immediately picked up the phone on his desk and called the School Development Foundation. "Hello, this is Principal Su Guodong. Could you check if 1 billion yuan just arrived in the school's account?" "Yes, Principal, we've just received a transfer of 1 billion yuan from a personal account. The name is Chen Chen." The voice on the other end was clearly excited. After receiving the information, he wanted Su Guodong hung up and looked at Chen Chen with disbelief in his eyes. He acknowledged that he had been looking at the world through a narrow lens. Yet who would believe this? A young man casually donating 1 billion to the school. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. Secretary Wang, who had witnessed the entire scene, felt immensely fortunate that he had been cautious and had not offended Chen Chen in any way, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Indeed, the school was a place full of hidden talents. Su Guodong thought to himself that he must remain humble and low-key in the future. "Secretary Wang, please bring out my treasured Dahongpo tea and brew some for student Chen to taste." His attitude had done a complete 180, smiling at Chen Chen as if he were seeing the god of wealth. Oh well, Chen Chen now seemed hardly different from the god of wealth. After all, he had genuinely donated 1 billion. Despite the university president appearing glamorous, funding was severely lacking everywhere: teacher salaries, research funds, teaching resources, scholarships, financial aid, facility maintenance, and so forth. The income from tuition fees was merely a drop in the bucket, utterly insufficient. Each year he had to apply for supplementary funding from relevant departments, and sometimes it even got denied. After all, there were many schools in the city, and he was not the only one facing a financial crunch. With this 1 billion, while it might not be enough, it would certainly help alleviate the immediate crisis. Moreover, Chen Chen's intention for coming here was clear. He was here to bring himself accolades. Although he initially thought Chen Chen was joking, the conversation had not been harmonious. Nevertheless, how should one put it? Sometimes face really isn't that important. "Student Chen, come sit down and talk slowly. Later you must try my treasured Dahongpo, which I usually can't bear to drink." Su Guodong hurried out from behind his desk, pulling Chen Chen towards the sofa in the small reception room. Secretary Wang, being quite perceptive, took out the tea leaves and began brewing for the two. "Student Chen, thank you very much for your support to the school. Do you have any specific requests regarding the use of this donation?" Although Su Guodong's tone carried respect, it was not servile. As a university president, he still had his own. "Principal Su, as a member of Magic City University, I feel it is my duty to contribute to the school's development." Chen Chen did not make direct requests, but first expressed some kind words before stating the intended use of the funds. "I hope this donation can be used primarily for scholarships and support for underprivileged students, with the requirement being no misappropriation." Su Guodong nodded upon hearing this, thinking Chen Chen was truly a good kid. Having money often equated to having a good heart. "Student Chen, rest assured I will personally oversee this fund to ensure there will be no misappropriation," Su Guodong assured in a firm tone. "By the way, Principal, I have a small request that I hope you can agree to." Chen Chen prepared to state his original purpose. "I see you have other thoughts," Su Guodong thought. "Student Chen, please go ahead." He wanted to hear what Chen Chen desired. If it was not too excessive considering the 1 billion, he might still be willing to consider it. Su Guodong was curious about what request Chen Chen would make. He decided to hear Chen Chen out first. If it wasn't too excessive, he could consider it for the sake of 100 million. "Principal Su, it's like this. I have some personal matters to handle outside the campus. I originally planned to apply for off-campus accommodation, but after inquiring, I found the process would take too long. I can't wait that long. Could you please make an exception for me?" Chen Chen stated his request without any pretense. It wasn't a big deal after all, just a streamlined waiting period for something the school already permitted. Surely, it wouldn't be rejected. Su Guodong had expected Chen Chen to make some outrageous demand, but that's it. His voice suddenly, "Yes, that's all. Is it not possible?" Hearing Su Guodong's raised voice, Chen Chen thought it might be difficult, and his brow furrowed. Well, it's not impossible, it's more than possible. But you donated 100 million just for this trivial matter. Hearing that it was fine, Chen Chen felt relieved. Of course I didn't donate just for this. I wanted to help those senior and junior fellow students who are struggling financially. I mean fellow students in need with their living expenses. Chen Chen was a bit embarrassed by his slip of the tongue. Su Guodong understood. This kid had ulterior motives. But he didn't oppose Chen Chen's approach. Although Chen Chen had his own hidden agenda in donating the 100 million in cash was real. Moreover, Chen Chen wasn't forcing anyone to do anything, and the money would greatly help impoverished students. Calling it a timely help was an understatement. A young man's little thoughts about senior and junior girls were understandable. And a young man wanting to show off was even more understandable. Principal Su, who had also been young once, inwardly approved of Chen Chen's actions, and mused, this kid, Chen, this 100 million will be used to establish a foundation in your name specifically for grants and scholarships for impoverished students. You will be awarded the title of honorary alumnus. If you wish, the school will hold a press conference and a donation ceremony for you. For major school events, you will also be invited to give speeches. How does that sound? After a pause, Su Guodong added, as for your off-campus accommodation, I'll handle it personally. Besides compulsory courses, you can arrange your own schedule for the rest of the time. Chen Chen was very satisfied with this outcome. He had achieved his goal. Principal Su, forget the press conference and donation ceremony. I'm a student, I want to keep a low profile. Su Guodong muttered inwardly, donated 100 million and still wants to be low-key. That's some real low-key. By the way, Principal Su, you got one thing wrong. I'm not donating just 100 million. It's at least 100 million every year. Su Guodong shot up from the sofa again. His eyes reddened, staring at Chen Chen with intense emotion. Mr. Chen, are you serious? Well, he had stopped calling him Chen and now addressed him as Mr. Chen. Of course I'm serious. At least 100 million every year. If the school ever urgently needs funds, you can contact me. I can't promise more than that, but coming up with 800 million or $1 billion for emergencies shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Chen Chen's confirmation, Su Guodong's hands trembled. He had thought it was a one-time deal, but now it turned into a steady stream. Not to mention the immense credit he would receive, but more importantly, how many students from impoverished families could realize their dreams with this help. He stepped forward, turned to face Chen Chen, and bowed deeply at 90 degrees. Mr. Chen, on behalf of the students who will benefit from your generosity, I thank you. Chen Chen quickly stood up and helped the principal rise. This is just a small amount of money. It's you and the faculty who work hard every day. You deserve more credit. Flattery begets flattery. For a moment, the two exchanged compliments in perfect harmony. In the end, Chen Chen couldn't match the thick-skinned veteran Su Guodong and gradually conceded defeat. Su Guodong's praise made Chen Chen's ears turn red. He quickly took his leave. Principal Su, I have a class to attend soon. He'll be going now. You take care. All right, go to your class. If anything comes up, call me directly. Su Guodong didn't keep Chen Chen, as attending class was a serious matter, and he had to arrange the donation follow-up. After exchanging phone numbers, Su Guodong personally saw Chen Chen to the door. Returning to his office, he instructed Secretary Wang to notify all school leaders for a meeting. At the meeting, he proudly announced that he had secured a minimum annual investment of 100 million for the school, with the first year's amount already in the bank. He didn't need to elaborate on how impressive and capable he was. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Chen suddenly realized that Su Guodong had called him Chen earlier. He couldn't help but mock the old man's pragmatism, using people when they were useful and ignoring them when they weren't. Still, he admired Su Guodong as a principal who truly cared for the students. He hadn't lied to Su Guodong. He really did have a compulsory class to attend. He had thought he might miss it, but it turned out he had enough time. He had planned to skip it if he couldn't make it. Glancing at his wristwatch, he saw he still had plenty of time and decided to be. He sent Zhang Yu a message saying he would be in class soon and asked him to save a seat. Zhang Yu replied with an OK emoji. Putting away his phone, Chen Chen strolled leisurely to the classroom and was surprised to find it much more crowded than usual. He habitually glanced at the back rows, but the seats his dorm mates usually occupied were empty. His eyes scanned forward row by row until he spotted the familiar figures of his three buddies in the third row. He walked over and sat down in the seat they had saved for him. No sooner had he settled in than Li Dahong, the big guy, couldn't help grabbing Chen Chen's wrist. Bro, Chen, go the watch. Let me see the watch. Chen Chen knew from this that Zhang Yu had already told the guys about his situation. He cursed under his breath, big mouth. He didn't hide anything. He raised his wrist and showed them the Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018. Even Fong Zhiping couldn't resist leaning and adjusting his glasses. Both were Chen Chen's dorm mates. Li Dahong, from a small county in Shaanxi province, was a hulking brute who valued brotherhood above all. He was impulsive, and when he widened his eyes, exuded an intimidating presence. Together with Zhang Yu, he was the dorm's muscle. Fong Zhiping, a native of Shanghai, was slender and wore glasses. He often said that fighting and killing weren't good, and that he was the strategist. As for Chen Chen, the original owner had been a nobody, but now he was probably the financial and looks guy. While the other two were inspecting the watch, he asked Zhang Yu, "Why is the classroom so packed today? And why are you guys sitting in the front? I saw there were still seats in the back." Sensing the unusual behavior of a few brothers today, Chen Chen directly questioned Zhang Yu 3 times. "The old pious lady from our class has gotten married and gone on her honeymoon. Ooh, I heard it was a flash marriage," he said, excitedly adjusting his glasses, and continued, "And the new teacher is a stunning beauty, really gorgeous." Hearing this, Chen Chen immediately understood. These lecherous guys were sitting in the front row just to see the beautiful teacher. The best view is from the front row, and their intentions are clearly focused on the teacher. He looked at them with disdain, wanting to distance himself from them, not wanting to be associated with these 3 lecherous fellows. He thought to himself that as a good student, he must not be led astray by these 3. At this moment, Li Dahong also finished examining his watch, looking somewhat dejected. "Brother Chen, I originally thought a watch worth over 10 million would be made entirely of gold and adorned with diamonds and gems, but yours seems not much different from mine, which is just over 1,000. Fang Zhiping mocked. "Forget your convoluted logic. Brother Chen's is called understated luxury, while yours is just plain understated." Li Dahong, unconvinced, extended his hand to show his watch worth just over 1,000 placed next to Chen Chen. "Come on, Xiao Siyu, and tell us what's the difference." To be honest, when these 2 watches were placed together, an ordinary person really couldn't tell the difference. At a glance, one could feel they were noticeably different, but pinpointing the exact difference was indeed difficult. Fang Zhiping naturally couldn't articulate it either. However, he would argue fiercely with a dismissive expression. "Of course there's a difference. A brother Chen's is over 1,000, and yours is also over 1,000. The difference is just in the thousands." "What the heck?" Li Dahong couldn't help but curse at Fang Zhiping's shamelessness. "Enough joking around. Tell me what kind of teacher could get you all to sit in the front row." Chen Chen interrupted their bickering and inquired about the new teacher. He completely forgot his earlier resolve to not associate with them. There really is no one from 8 to 80. Fang Zhiping perked up immediately when he heard Chen Chen's question. "She's beautiful, really beautiful. I feel she's even prettier than our school's flower. However, there's something a bit strange about her. She smiles at everyone very gently, yet there's also a sense of keep your distance about her." Hearing this evaluation, Chen Chen became even more curious about the new beautiful teacher. Li Dahong shifted the topic towards Chen Chen. "Brother Chen, enough about the teacher. Let's talk about you. You've been playing the part quite well, tricking all the brothers." Chen Chen knew what he was referring to and firmly denied it. "I've always been sincere with you guys. When have I ever Cut, the 3 said in unison. Fang Zhiping adjusted his glasses seriously. "Brother Chen, we all understand this is what you rich second-generation types call hiding your identity and experiencing life, right? What the heck? Furied, you read too many novels. I really had no money before. Only recently have I come into a little money." Chen Chen raised his hand to his forehead, his tone filled with helplessness. But seeing the disbelief in the eyes of the 3, he felt utterly helpless to let them believe what they want. "I'm treating you to dinner tonight. Zhang Yu must have told you all right." Chen Chen didn't want to continue the previous topic. The 3 nodded simultaneously. "He did. He mentioned it to us." Chen Chen also reminded Li Dahong and Fang Zhiping. "Make sure to dress handsomely tonight. Zhang Yu's girlfriend is coming from the dormitory too, and there are beauties, so don't embarrass our dormitory." Soon the new teacher appeared at the classroom door. When this beautiful teacher came into Chen Chen's sight, a prompt tone sounded in his mind. "Ding, detected a high-value opposite sex. Do you want to view their personal information? View. Namely, Nanhang, age 25, height 163 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, beauty score 93, body score 86 overall, rating 90, driving count 0, favorability 0. After seeing the information of the beautiful teacher and then looking at the real person on stage, Chen Chen agreed with his brothers. She was indeed good-looking. She was a stunning beauty with an overall rating of 90, and her beauty score was as high as 93. He also understood what Fang Zhiping meant by the strange feeling. Li Nanning stood at the podium dressed simply in a white shirt on top and tight jeans on the bottom. Her short black hair casually fell on her shoulders, her features exquisite with painted brows and eyes, a high nose bridge, pale lips, and a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, exuding a gentle and charming aura. However, when you looked into her eyes, your perception would immediately change. From the gaze of this beautiful teacher, one could sense a hollow and cold demeanor. The smile on her face did not reach her eyes at all, giving off a sense of keep your distance, paired with that faint smile, making one want to approach, yet feel fearful. It was contradictory. The warmth she displayed felt like a disguise, while her true emotions had long been frozen. Chen Chen looked at Li Nanhang on the podium and sighed in his heart. This is a girl with a story. At 25, being able to teach university-level professional courses indicates strong ability and effort. With a beauty score of 93, yet a driving count of 0, this suggests that this woman has never had a boyfriend, still a pure little white rabbit. But this smile and the aura of keep your distance made Chen Chen realize she was not the kind of naive little white. Chen Chen felt that Li Nanhang's demeanor was not innate. Clearly something must have happened in her life to make this made him want to uncover the disguise of this beautiful teacher and see her true inner self. Moreover, being such a beauty, Chen Chen was very curious about and fond of Li Nanhang. Li Nanhang had already begun her lecture, her voice soft and gentle. It's really hard to imagine what could have happened to this person to make such a gentle and soft girl possess such cold eyes. Chen Chen felt a bit restless. Liking someone doesn't mean one should act immediately. There has to be a suitable opportunity. With a beauty by your side, time always flies. This saying applies just as well to the beautiful teacher. She's teaching quite well, Chen Chen commented as he watched Li Nanhang leave after class. Shall we have lunch together? Zhang Yu asked Chen Chen, who used to drag him along directly, but now had to see if Chen Chen waved his hand. No, I have things to attend to, I need to go out later. He still had to check on his business street, although he had an appointment with Yu Zheng to sign documents in the afternoon. But Chen Chen wanted to take a look at his territory first. Chen Chen planned to visit the commercial street at noon to check on his domain. With firm resolve, he informed the three of them to be ready by 6 p.m. He mentioned that he had something to do in the afternoon and wouldn't be attending class. After saying this, he headed straight to. However, since there were no mandatory classes in the afternoon, and with the principal's assurance, Chen Chen could boldly skip class. To make it easier for his outing later, it was better to drive. On his way to the parking lot, Chen Chen took out his phone to check for messages. During class, his phone had been on silent mode. He first opened the chat with AI Xiaoying, only to find that she still hadn't replied. A mix of pride and concern welled up within him. The pride stemmed from the fact that he had exhausted AI Xiaoying's body. The concern also arose because he had exhausted AI Xiaoying's body. He thought it was noon, and she would probably be waking up soon. Switching apps, he opened a food delivery service and ordered a bunch of items that would help with recovery and nutrition, as well as a lot of fruit, particularly noting leave it at the door, no need to knock. Returning to the chat page, Chen Chen messaged Xiaoying, I ordered food for you, it's at the door. If it gets cold when you wake up, remember to heat it before eating. I would feel bad if you went hungry. Exiting the page, he noticed Bai Shi had also messaged him half an hour ago. Bai Shi asked, young master, will you be back for lunch? Knowing that Bai Shi wanted to see him as she had asked yesterday, whether he would return home today, he thought, I must be. Chen Chen smugly thought to himself. He replied, I was in class earlier and didn't see the message. I won't be going back for lunch, I still have some things to do, I will head back in the afternoon. No one could sway Chen Chen's determination to inspect his domain, not even his little Bai Shi. After sending the message, Chen Chen put his phone away and drove off, leaving the school. After about 10 minutes, Chen Chen arrived. If walking from the back gate of the school, it would only take a few minutes, but driving required a detour. He felt he was simply making things more complicated for himself. However, thinking about the convenience it would offer later, his mood improved somewhat. He randomly found a parking spot and wandered aimlessly down the street. The commercial street was bustling with activity as students had just finished classes and were flocking here in groups, eager to fill their empty stomachs from the morning. At the fast food restaurants and milk tea shops, lines formed with energetic students either engrossed in their phones or chatting excitedly. Some people appeared hurried, urging the staff to speed up, while quickly tapping away on their phones, creating a stark contrast to the relaxed students nearby. This made Chen Chen immediately recognize them as the 996 workers from nearby. After walking a bit, he felt hunger pangs and decided to find a place to resolve his lunch issue. At the entrance of the shop stood a little girl in a blue dress about 8 or 9 years old. She seemed quite adorable, although her dress was a bit wrinkled. At the entrance of the shop stood a little girl in a blue dress about 8 or 9 years old. She seemed quite adorable, although her dress was a bit wrinkled and had some grease stains upon closer inspection. As Chen Chen approached the entrance, the little girl tugged at his shirt. Uncle, come eat at our place, my dad's food. Chen Chen looked down to find the little girl gazing at him with hopeful eyes. He hadn't decided what to eat yet, but seeing the adorable girl looking at him with such a pitiful expression, he couldn't resist and walked into the shop. Inside the shop was about 40 square meters, and there weren't many diners with only 3 people, including himself. Chen Chen found it strange this location was quite good, so the foot traffic shouldn't be this poor. He ordered a bowl of beef noodles for 15 yuan, which felt a bit pricey, but Chen Chen didn't mind this amount. Finding a spot to sit, he waited. It didn't take long. Within 2 minutes, someone at the kitchen shouted that his order was ready. Chen Chen was somewhat surprised as if that fast. When he received his beef noodles, after just one bite, Chen Chen frowned. He finally understood why this restaurant had few customers despite its good location. The noodles ready in just 2 minutes made Chen Chen feel they were overcooked. He couldn't help but admire the chef's skills, curious about how they managed to achieve this. The taste of the noodles was also unappetizing. They were merely edible. Considering his principle of not wasting food, Chen Chen resolved to endure and finish them. Before he could continue, a sudden notification chimed in his mind. Ding, detected a high-value opposite gender. Do you wish to view their personal information? Chen Chen looked up in surprise to see a girl in a JK uniform entering the shop, being tugged by the little girl at the door, a hint of helplessness on her face. View information: name Chu Momo, age 18, height 155 centimeters, weight 49 kilograms, looks 86, build 86, overall rating 86, driving experience 0, affection level 0. Wow, how cute, illegal lowly. Chen Chen's thoughts turned a bit mischievous. At 155 centimeters tall with a build of 86, he stroked his chin and mused that there was indeed something there. The girl wore a white short-sleeved sailor shirt which was puffed out, leaving him curious about what was hidden underneath. The collar was tied with a ribbon, and she wore a black pleated skirt with white knee-high socks on her short legs and Mary Jane shoes, a standard kawaii outfit that made her appear even more adorable. She had a small round face, her hair styled in a side ponytail, her cheeks slightly chubby, giving her a soft and full appearance. With fair, delicate skin and petite facial features, her eyes were bright and lively, and her small nose had a slight upturn, all framed by a smile of helplessness that made her look cute and gentle. It is said that Lolas have 3 virtues: light voice, soft body, easy to topple over. If I were to punch this legally cute loli, would she cry for a long time? Chen Chen's heart was filled with mischief, his fist itching to try. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to actually go through with it. While he was daydreaming, a commotion came from the direction of Chu Momo. Chen Chen snapped back to reality and focused his gaze, noticing that Chu Momo's round little face was now flushed red, arguing passionately with a woman. I already gave you the money. I handed it over during ordering in cash. How can you say I didn't pay? Chu Momo's eyes widened, her tone full of frustration and a hint of grievance. This woman should be the proprietress, not tall in stature, yet surprisingly heavy. The proprietress also put on a look of grievance, loudly scolding Chu Momo. However, this whole act seemed too fake to anyone who saw it. Chu Momo, witnessing this, became even angrier and more aggrieved, her eyes welling up with tears. How can you say that? I really gave you the money. You can check the surveillance. The store's surveillance is broken. I can't check. Hurry up and pay, or I'll call the police. You look like a student. Oh, I won't care what happens to your education. The proprietress decided to drop the pretense, showing an attitude of causing a big fuss if she didn't get paid, as if she feared no one. Chu Momo's little face flushed red with anger, but she had no way to prove that she had already paid, and she didn't want to be taken advantage of by paying again, standing there at a loss. Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing this. This little girl was still naive and didn't even know how to argue. How can one self-verify in an argument? At this moment, one must not say I did this or that, otherwise they would fall into a disadvantageous position where even a justified claim could turn unreasonable. In an argument, one should use how can you say that, which gives a stronger impression of being unreasonable. For example, in this situation, it was clear that the proprietress thought the little girl was easy to bully and wanted to cheat her. If Chu Momo had rephrased her statement from I already gave you the money, you can check the surveillance, to on what basis do you say I didn't pay? What proof do you have? It would have completely changed the scenario, avoiding the risk of self-verification traps. Of course, if one encounters a pure rogue, no method would work. In this situation, the proprietress was indeed being unreasonable. Chen Chen stood up and walked over to the two of them, pretending to be oblivious. What's going on? Why are you arguing? When Chu Momo saw a handsome young man approaching, it was as if she had found a lifeline. Ding. Chu Momo's favorability 20. Young man, it's like this. I originally didn't want to come to this store, but the little girl at the door insisted I come in. Her little mouth babbled like a machine gun, quickly recounting the events. Her account was nearly identical to what Chen Chen had witnessed. After listening, Chen Chen turned to the proprietress and asked in confusion, Proprietress, this little girl said she paid. Do you have any evidence to prove she didn't? The proprietress retorted, she said she paid, so she paid. I didn't receive any money from her. Chen Chen nodded, still puzzled. Then how do you prove she didn't pay? The proprietress was taken aback. How could she prove it? The money from the little girl was right in her pocket. With a frustrated look, she glared and said, I say she didn't pay, so she didn't. At that moment, a man in his 30s came out of the kitchen, slightly plump, likely the boss. The boss immediately shoved Chen Chen and began cursing. Kid, who are you? My wife says she didn't get paid, so she didn't. If you keep talking, watch out. However, Chen Chen's system-enhanced body was not something this plump middle-aged man could compare to. Chen Chen was shoved back, but remained completely still while the boss stumbled back 2 steps. You guys are being unreasonable and defrauding customers. Aren't you afraid of being reported? The boss was already embarrassed from not being able to push Chen Chen, and now hearing Chen Chen mention a complaint made it worse. The boss suddenly burst out laughing, looking at Chen Chen with disdain. Complaint? Go ahead, my brother-in-law is the manager here. Am I afraid of you complaining? He had an arrogant and confident demeanor. Chen Chen found it somewhat amusing, but was curious to see if it would have any effect. He took out his phone, found the property manager Yu Zhang's number, and dialed it directly. I'm at the store on Commercial Street now. 168. Hurry up, I need to talk to you. The call connected, and without waiting for the other party to speak or respond, he said a sentence and hung up. I hope you don't mind me waiting for someone here. Chen Chen turned to the boss, still smiling. Perhaps it was the confidence from having the manager as his brother-in-law. His tone remained arrogant. You're quite arrogant, kid. I want to see what you can do in this little corner. No matter who comes, you will pay today, whether you want. Ignoring the boss, Chen Chen took the little girl to sit on a nearby bench. At this moment, the little girl was filled with worry. Young man, why don't we just admit defeat? We can just not eat here again in the future. It's fine, don't worry, you don't need to be scared of him. Chen Chen sensed the little girl's unease, likely due to the boss earlier. But, the little girl was still a bit anxious. No buts, just trust me to handle this. Chen Chen couldn't help but pat the little girl's head. Alright, I'll listen to you, young man. The little girl blushed at Chen Chen's gesture, feeling not disgusted, but rather a sense of Ding. Chu Momo's favorability 5. Young man, my name is Chu Momo, what's yours? Chu Momo couldn't help but look at Chen Chen with her rosy cheeks. Chen Chen was charmed by Chu Momo's cuteness and patted her head again, replying, my name is Chen Chen. Then Chen Chen, can you not touch my head? Chen Chen's hand froze for a moment, thinking that his sudden action had caused Chu Momo's displeasure, quickly retracting his hand. With an apologetic grin, he said, hee, you're just too cute, I couldn't help myself, sorry. It's fine, but I heard others say that touching my head will make me not grow tall. Chu Momo was serious, her height was her nightmare. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen realized that Chu Momo wasn't actually upset by his touch. His smile faded as he began to trick Chu Mo into believing. Others are just fooling you, growing tall has nothing to do with touching your head. Besides, you're so cute and pretty, your height doesn't matter, does it? It's adorable that the little girl doesn't grow tall. If she really does, she won't be as cute as she is now. Chu Momo was easily convinced and looked pleasantly surprised. Really? Do you really think I'm cute and pretty? Really, I never lie. Chen Chen was very sincere in his words. Unable to resist, he poked her chubby cheeks. Chu Momo felt very happy hearing Chen Chen compliment her for being cute and pretty. Ding. Chu Momo's favorability 5. She tilted her head, thought for a moment, and actively leaned her head closer. Then it's fine, go ahead and touch. Chen Chen was secretly overjoyed, thinking how easily tricked this cute little girl was. Ancient wisdom never deceived me. His face remained serious and sincere, but the corners of his lips betrayed his true thoughts. Not refusing Chu Momo's request to touch her head, Chen Chen placed his hand on her head. He wickedly thought, once you touch the head you want grow tall. Soon Yu Zheng, the property manager, arrived at the store. However, the store owner was just a small fry. He had no idea that the person in front of him was the direct boss of his so-called manager brother-in-law. When Yu Zheng received Chen Chen's call, he sensed something amiss from his tone. Convinced that something had certainly gone wrong, he didn't dare to delay at all. He skipped lunch and rushed over hastily. Upon entering the store, he spotted Chen Chen at once. Stepping forward quickly, he bowed to greet him and urgently inquired about what had happened. Chen Chen did not dawdle. He recounted the entire incident to Yu Zheng from start to finish, then delegated the matter to him. After understanding the situation, Yu Zheng dared not be negligent, knowing that his primary objective was to satisfy Chen Chen. But as expected, an unexpected event occurred. When he approached the shop owner, the latter spoke first, still with that same, kid, I thought you'd bring someone impressive, but here comes this old geezer. I'm telling you, no one can change this. You have to pay. Even if the heavenly king himself came, it wouldn't matter. He didn't recognize Yu Zheng, unaware that the man before him was the direct superior of the very manager brother-in-law he had mentioned. No one can change it. You bully customers, insult them, and illegally fail to install surveillance cameras, all of which are clearly stipulated in the lease contract as serious violations warranting strict punishment. Aren't you afraid of stirring up trouble and getting your shop shut down? Yu Zheng's face was stern. After all, he was the general manager. The shop owner not only failed to recognize him, but also called him an old geezer, which further kindled his anger. Shut down? How? My brother-in-law is the manager. Who would dare to shut me down? The shop owner sneered disdainfully and continued, lease contract. With my brother-in-law around, I've run this shop for a whole year without signing a contract or paying a single cent of rent. Screw the lease contract. Who can shut me down? Just you, an old geezer, dressed up like a gentleman, but thinking you're someone important. Upon hearing the shop owner's mockery, Yu Zheng's first thought was not to retort, but to realize that the situation had escalated dangerously. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Initially, the worst-case scenario would have been a reprimand for lax management, or at most contract termination and eviction. That should have sufficed. But now the shop owner himself had admitted that he hadn't signed a contract or paid rent for a year. Chen Chen was the owner of this commercial street. This shop was naturally part of it. Not paying rent was one thing, but the crucial point was the involvement of high-ranking officials within the property management. This could be considered collusion between internal and external parties infringing upon Chen Chen's property. How would Chen Chen perceive Tongfei property management after this? Would he still entrust them with managing this commercial? After all, Tongfei property management relied heavily on this commercial street for survival. If Chen Chen terminated the contract over this incident, Tongfei property management might collapse. As the primary responsible person, he would be torn apart by the board members, a consequence he could not bear. He discreetly glanced at Chen Chen and indeed saw a playful smile on his face. Yu Zheng knew that if he couldn't handle this matter to Chen Chen's satisfaction, Tongfei property management would be finished, and so would he. Having lost all patience, he turned to the shop owner and bellowed, "Who is it? Who exactly is your brother-in-law?" The shop owner thought that the man was asking for the name out of fear of offending his brother-in-law. He couldn't help but feel smug. What? Scared? Just, I'm asking you, who the hell is your brother-in-law? Speak. Yu Zheng had no patience for his nonsense. He grabbed the shop owner by the collar and roared with a ferocious expression. The shop owner was frightened by Yu Zheng's demeanor, suspecting that the man might be mentally unstable. He quickly blurted out, "Zhang Wei. My brother-in-law is Zhang Wei." Having obtained the answer, he wanted Yu Zheng release the shop owner's collar. In front of everyone, he took out his phone and After more than 10 seconds, the call was finally answered. The other side's words were inaudible, only Yu Zhang's gnashing voice could be heard. Manager Zhang, you're quite something, aren't you? Very impressive. Don't give me any excuses. I'm giving you 10 minutes. Shop 168, on Commercial Street. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, think about the consequences yourself. With that, he hung up. Then he made another call instructing his secretary to compile the lease information for Shop 168 and bring it over. He returned to Chen Chen and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Chen, this is my negligence. I dare not ask for your forgiveness, but please give me another chance and give Ting Fei another chance. I will ensure the outcome satisfies you. Chu Momo looked at Yu Zhang with a dazed expression, then at Chen Chen. Brother Chen Chen is so awesome and handsome. This man in front of him looks like a big shot. And this big shot was bowing to ask for Brother Chen Chen's forgiveness, not daring to rise until Chen Chen spoke. She felt her little heart pounding wildly and couldn't help but cover her chest. Brother Chen Chen is standing up for me. He looks even more handsome, doesn't he? At this moment, Chu Momo's eyes were full of stars as she looked at Chen Chen. Ding. Chu Momo's affection 10. Hearing that Chu Momo's affection had increased, Chen Chen's mood improved. However, he did not acknowledge Yu Zhang as if he hadn't heard him and continued to tease the cute lowly girl with words. Time spent chatting with a girl always flies by. Right at the 9-minute mark, Manager Zhang arrived on time. He was drenched in sweat and panting heavily as he rushed in. It must have been no easy feat to get here in such a short time. Seeing the newcomer, the shop owner hurried forward to say something, but the newcomer had no intention of acknowledging him. Instead, he looked panicked and asked urgently, "Where is President Yu?" He did not recognize that the man with his back to him, maintaining a bowing posture, was Yu Zhang. Yu Zhang, without Chen Chen's permission, dared not straighten up. "All right, the main person has arrived. Get up and handle the matter." Seeing Manager Zhang, Chen Chen waved his hand to signal Yu Zhang to rise. Yu Zhang had been bowing for a full 10 minutes, and given his age, his body was quite uncomfortable. If Chen Chen had shown no reaction at all, that would have been truly despairing. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Chen Chen waved his hand, signaling Yu Zhang to... If Chen Chen had shown no reaction at all, that would have been truly despairing. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Chen Chen waved his hand, signaling Yu Zhang to proceed. Only when Yu Zhang turned around did Zhang Wei realize that the man who had been bowing all along was none other than President Yu, the one who had summoned him. He panicked, forgetting to wipe the sweat from his brow, and scurried over to Yu Zhang, bowing and scraping to curry favor. "Manager Zhang, your brother-in-law is quite impressive." Yu Zhang's face was dark, his voice chillingly cold. Zhang Wei was so frightened by Yu Zhang's icy tone that he couldn't help but shudder. The shop belonged to his wife's brother, and Yu Zhang's attitude and tone were clearly abnormal. He knew that his brother-in-law had offended someone he shouldn't have. He cursed inwardly, but out loud, he began a stream of apologies on behalf of his brother-in-law, words of contrition flowing endlessly. Zhang Wei was apologizing, but the store owner couldn't see the situation at all. He stepped forward and grabbed his brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, you are the manager. Is it really necessary to be so obsequious?" Zhang Wei kicked out with no restraint, sending the store owner crashing to the ground. Unlike the servility he showed in front of Yu Zhang, he pointed at his brother-in-law and scolded, "You fool, this is our general manager." Turning around, he put on a fawning smile. "Manager Yu, my brother-in-law definitely knows he was wrong. He accepts the punishment without any complaints." He still didn't know what trouble his brother-in-law had caused him. Yu Zhang temporarily ignored the farce between the two as the secretary had arrived. The secretary brought the rental details of the store for nearly 2 years. As Yu Zhang opened it, his face grew increasingly dark. "Manager Zhang, what a skill you have. A year ago, the previous tenant had not reached the end of their lease, yet they moved out for no reason, and since then this store has remained vacant." Zhang Wei's face turned pale upon hearing this. He was well aware of the hidden tricks behind it all. However, he still apologized and acknowledged his mistakes, begging Yu Zhang for another chance. Yu Zhang hated Zhang Wei deeply. It was because of this rat droppings that he almost ruined the business. His voice turned icy. "You should apologize, but not to me. You need to apologize to the former tenant. You should apologize to the customers. You should apologize to Mr. Chen." At this moment, Chen Chen also spoke up, his tone calm, as if he were merely an outsider. "You don't feel you're wrong, you're just scared. Your brother-in-law defrauded customers, thinking they could bully young girls without consequence. He illegally used cameras and misused the store. By the way, I tasted this noodle, and it must also have problems, right? As his protector, I don't believe your hands are clean." He illegally used cameras and misused the store. "By the way, I tasted this noodle, and it must also have problems, right? As his protector, I don't believe your hands are clean." He did not know who Chen Chen was, so he raised his neck and blustered. "Who are you? What right do you have to investigate me? Just because Mr. Chen is the owner of this store and the master of this street, do you think Mr. Chen has the right to investigate you?" Yu Zhang's words shattered Zhang Wei's last glimmer of hope. His face turned ashen as he slumped to the ground. He knew he was finished. He had received news about the change of ownership of the commercial street and had wanted to ingratiate himself. Before he could act, his brother-in-law directly offended the principal. Yu Zhang instructed the secretary call the police and charge them with fraud, food safety violations, illegal occupation, and commercial crime. The store owner was already trembling in fear, crying and crawling over to his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you can't ignore me. Don't let them arrest me. Ooh, I don't want to go to jail. If you don't help me, my sister. Zhang Wei looked at the culprit before him, filled with hatred, and suddenly grabbed the store owner's neck. You have ruined me, and you talk of divorce. I will strangle you. Seeing the store owner's eyes rolling back, the store owner's wife panicked. She grabbed a nearby chair and swung it hard at Zhang Wei's head. With a dull thud, Zhang Wei fell to the ground. This made Chen Chen exclaim, the quality of sleep is really good. The uncles arrived quickly. The scene was in disarray with investigations and evidence collection taking place. It was only after the investigation that they discovered the surveillance cameras were not broken and were functioning normally. After the uncles reviewed the playback, the evidence was conclusive and the backup was taken away. Their efficiency was quick and everything soon calmed down. Yu Zheng also returned to Chen Chen's side, waiting for his instructions. All right, give me the documents, and then you can get back to your tasks. This kind of matter will only happen once. Yu Zheng understood that this was Chen Chen's way of giving Tongfei property another chance, and he immediately assured that such incidents would never happen again. In fact, Yu Zheng did just that. After this matter was settled, he reported to the board, compiling and investigating all the information about the shops on the commercial street, followed by a grand internal reorganization rooting out many rotten elements. Of course, this had nothing to do with Chen Chen. Chen Chen was currently apologizing to the little lowly in front of him, feeling that this incident had made her feel wronged. However, there was no sign of grievance on Chu Momo's face. Rather, she looked excited and infatuated. When Yu Zheng revealed that the entire street belonged to Chen Chen, her favorability increased by 20 points. Chen Chen suggested compensating Chu Momo. Chu Momo promptly refused, saying, No, it's not your fault, and you already stood up for me. She blinked her big eyes and cautiously asked Chen Chen, Can I add you on WeChat? Naturally, Chen Chen would not turn down a request from such a soft and cute girl. He actively pulled up the QR code, allowing Chu Momo to scan it. After she clicked agree, he noted her as legal lowly Chu Momo. Putting his phone away, Chen Chen smiled lightly at her. I see you haven't eaten, now let me treat you to a meal. Chu Momo was more than happy to accept, nodding vigorously. As the two stepped outside, they found a large crowd watching, forming layers of onlookers. Chen Chen took the initiative to hold Chu Momo's little hand. Soft and warm it felt, as if he was holding a piece of warm white jade. Chen Chen parted the crowd, leading Chu Momo outside. Along the way, some people inquired about what was happening inside. Chen Chen just smiled without answering. Chu Momo, whose hand was held by Chen Chen, still looked dazed until they reached the street. She stared at her little hand held in Chen Chen's palm, feeling her head spin. The inner screams were deafening. My older brother held my hand. Does my older brother like me, eh? Wo was so happy. My older brother is so handsome. I like him so much. Ding. Chu Momo's favorability, 5. Chen Chen looked down at the dazed little lowly, unable to help but chuckle to himself. What do you want to eat? Chen Chen asked Chu Momo. At that moment, Chu Momo was still immersed in her own mental world, so she couldn't hear Chen Chen's question. She instinctively replied, Oh, good. Chen Chen, feeling helpless, randomly chose a hot pot restaurant. He wanted to let go of her hand, but found that Chu Momo was holding on tightly. He decided not to let go, as it felt quite comfortable to hold her little hand. This time Chen Chen had learned his lesson, even though it was a random choice of restaurant. He only decided to enter after seeing that there were plenty of diners inside. Noting that Chu Momo was still in a daze, he did not seek her opinion and made the decision for her. He ordered a large and a small family meal. Recalling that Chu Momo's takeout box seemed to have chili, he thoughtfully requested a mildly spicy flavor. This restaurant served food at the table, and Chen Chen led Chu Momo to find a seat. It was only at this moment that Chu Momo seemed to come back to her senses. Realizing that she was still holding Chen Chen's hand and not letting go, her face turned red, and she quickly. Chen Chen also noticed that Chu Momo had regained her composure and told her what he had ordered. If it didn't suit her taste, she could order another serving. You are so considerate, brother. Everything you ordered is what I like. Ding. Chu Momo's favorability won. Her eyes began to sparkle with little stars again. Chen Chen looked at Chu Momo with a skeptical gaze, thinking to himself, could this girl be the legendary infatuated? Chen Chen looked at Chu Momo, whose eyes sparkled with little stars, and thought this little girl was simply infatuated. Yet he had no idea how much today's events would impact the 18-year-old girl. When she was wronged by the boss and felt helpless, it was Chen Chen who stood up for her. A classic hero saving the damsel in distress scenario, yet such tropes never go out of style. Moreover, this hero who saved her was not only young and handsome, but also incredibly wealthy, exuding a powerful aura. He made her bullies submit, while treating her with utmost gentleness. Chu Momo was merely an 18-year-old girl used to the affection of her parents and elder brother at home. At school, her cute, adorable appearance made her quite popular among her classmates. One could say that being the center of attention, Chu Momo had never encountered the darker side of the world. As a young girl in the throes of adolescence, how could Chu Momo possibly remain unaffected by Chen Chen, her Prince Charming, who saved her in her time of need? In Chu Momo's eyes, she was like the fairy Zixiao, while Chen Chen was the supreme treasure coming to her on a rainbow. Not to mention experiencing Chen Chen's considerate and meticulous nature afterwards made it even harder for her to contain her feelings. Given all these reasons, it was no surprise that Chu Momo displayed a lovesick demeanor towards Chen Chen. If it were someone else, the situation might have been different. If it were someone like the author who was neither wealthy nor good-looking, they would have faced a complete reversal in fortune. For Chen Chen, it was a matter of great grace from a noble repayable only with devotion. As for the author, it was a matter of great grace from a noble repayable only by being a servant in the next life. You can ponder that, just think about it. TSK. After their bowls were served, the two ate and chatted. Little Chu Momo was very lively, chattering away and eagerly sharing everything about her life with Chen Chen. Dining with such a cute and pretty girl required no effort on his part to initiate conversation. Chen Chen merely had to play the listener, and he enjoyed it. A simple oh, in response would brighten the girl's smile even more. Through Chu Momo's enthusiastic self-disclosure, Chen Chen learned that she was also a freshman, albeit in a different major, music. He also learned about her family members and where they lived. Even her close friends were revealed during their conversation. Being bombarded with such information felt quite delightful. But happy times always pass quickly. They ordered only a little, and soon they were done eating. Little Chu Momo felt quite reluctant as she had to part ways with the older boy. She had classes in the afternoon and had to leave. Chen Chen noticed her reluctance. He reached out to gently pat her fluffy little head and spoke up. "It's all right, we have added each other on WeChat, so you can message me when you have time." Chu Momo looked up, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Can I video call you if I miss you?" Chen Chen was taken aback. "Sure. Can I come play with you if I miss you?" Chen Chen did not expect Chu Momo to climb the social ladder so bold, but it wasn't an unreasonable request, as she simply wanted him to take her out for fun. Who could refuse such a pure little request from such a cute girl? No problem. Chen Chen readily nodded in agreement. He too liked this little girl. Facing Chu Momo's innocent face, Chen Chen repeatedly reminded himself. She's an adult now, already an adult, completely legal. However, some lingering thoughts that occasionally surfaced in his mind made Chen Chen feel a sense of guilt. Yet he also felt a strange thrill that was hard to resist. In his mind, two versions of Chen Chen were at odds. The little Chen Chen in white crossed his arms and said, "You beast, look at Chu Momo's innocent face. How could you have such thoughts? How can you bear it?" The little Chen Chen in black holding a fork retorted disdainfully, "She's 18, a college student and adult. It's legal, no problem." After that, he was ready to take the little Chen Chen in white away with the fork. Chen Chen hurriedly shook his head to rid himself of these two annoying voices. Chu Momo received the answer she wanted from Chen Chen, and her smile grew even sweeter. Ding Chu Momo's affection level 3, she waved her little hand, sweetly bidding farewell to Chen Chen. "Goodbye, big brother," her steps returning to school brimmed with joy. It wasn't that Chen Chen didn't want to see her off, but the direction he parked in was exactly opposite to the back entrance of the school. It was just a short distance away, but fetching the car would be more troublesome. Chen Chen waved goodbye and watched Chu Momo leave before turning to walk towards his car. When he sat in the driver's seat and checked the time, it was already 1:30. He took out his phone, not forgetting about AI Xiaoying, the girl who was currently thinking of him. He opened WeChat and found that AI Xiaoying had replied shortly after he had sent a message. At that time, he should have been in the shopping district where it was quite lively, so he hadn't heard the notification sound. Following that, a series of events occurred, leaving him no time to check his phone. AI Xiaoying, brother, I'm awake, but I still feel so tired. AI Xiaoying, brother, I have money in my hand. No. AI Xiaoying, wow, brother, you ordered so much delicious food, but it doesn't taste good at all without you here. AI Xiaoying, brother, I want to eat imported food. Voice message. AI Xiaoying, brother, why aren't you replying to me? AI Xiaoying, brother, am obedient, please don't ignore me, okay? AI Xiaoying 6222. Bank card number. AI Xiaoying, brother, are you busy right now? AI Xiaoying, then I won't disturb you, will wait for you to reply when you see my message, okay? Seeing a series of messages, Chen Chen recalled AI Xiaoying from when he returned from buying breakfast that morning. He felt a surge of pity, cursing himself for not checking his phone sooner. He quickly sent a video call request to AI Xiaoying. It connected in an instant, and on the video call, AI Xiaoying was curled up in the corner of her bed. Her eyes were red, resembling a little cat abandoned by its owner, looking utterly pitiful. The speed of answering the call and AI Xiaoying's current state tugged at Chen Chen's heart. Chen Chen could tell that this girl, sensitive and fragile at heart, had been waiting for him with her phone in hand. He could guess why AI Xiaoying, a once strong career woman, had ended up like this. It was insecurity. Yes, insecurity. Though he didn't know much about AI Xiaoying's family situation. However, considering AI Xiaoying's current housing and job situation, he could surmise that her family background was likely not very good. Just because she was a sales supervisor, it didn't mean she was anything more than an elevated worker. And with Chen Chen's handsome looks, wealth, and extraordinary aura, AI Xiaoying, coming from an ordinary background, felt unworthy of him, yet couldn't help but draw closer. This was evident from the little things that happened while interacting with AI Xiaoying. She placed herself very low, loving Chen Chen, while also fearing that he would find her ordinary and unappealing. AI Xiaoying's problem could not be resolved directly. It was not something that Chen Chen could ease with a few verbal assurances. She could only rely on time and for him to prove through actions that he did not despise her. Chen Chen gazed at AI Xiaoying on the screen, his face full of adoration. Baby Xiaoying, your brother was busy just now and didn't see your message. But as soon as I saw it, I came to find my Xiaoying right away. AI Xiaoying had already regained her smile when she received Chen Chen's video call. I know brother is so good to me. Yet her reddened eyes paired with her joyful smile made Chen Chen's heart ache even more. He spoke with emphasis. Xiaoying, your brother will never ignore you. I love you too much to ever do that. Don't overthink it. AI Xiaoying's smile grew even brighter, and she nodded her little head repeatedly. Well, I know, brother. I won't do it again. There might be times when I'm busy and don't see your messages. If you miss me, just call me directly. Chen Chen gave a preemptive warning, hoping to avoid a similar situation in the future. Is that okay? Won't it bother? AI Xiaoying's eyes sparkled, yet she feared disturbing him. You are my woman, my girlfriend. What are you afraid? Chen Chen affirmed with certainty, then shifted his tone. Not to mention, I'm not afraid of you bothering me. Even if something happens, at most he'll come back and spank your bottom a few times, and then you'll suffer a bit at night. What else could there be? Chen Chen wore a lecherous grin, trying to tease and just to give AI Xiaoying some sense of security. Hearing that she was so grown up and might still be spanked by him, she blushed. Images flashed through her mind and her face turned crimson with shame. Yet Chen Chen's reassurance was effective. The unease in her heart had greatly diminished. I'm not afraid. AI Xiaoying's voice was so soft that Chen Chen didn't catch it. What? I didn't hear you. This time her voice was louder, though still shy, but her tone was resolute. I said I'm not afraid of being spanked on the bottom, and I'm not afraid of suffering a bit. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen, then that's settled. Remember, your brother is your support from now on. As long as you still like me, and only me, my darling, you can be as willful as you want. He'll handle anything that comes up. AI Xiaoying nodded solemnly. I love my brother, and only love my brother. Hearing her use love instead of like, Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction. All right, lie down and rest. Don't overthink anymore. Seeing your reddened eyes breaks my heart. AI Xiaoying obediently lay down, pulled the covers up, and left only her little head exposed, looking utterly adorable. Rest now. He'll come find you tonight. Upon hearing this, AI Xiaoying shook her head repeatedly. No. Chen Chen was puzzled. Shouldn't she be overjoyed that he was coming? Why was she refusing him? Why was she stopping him from coming? It still hurts. AI Xiaoying's quick explanation made Chen Chen instantly understand. He couldn't help but raise his hand to his forehead, feigning anger. AI Xiaoying. Can't I just come to keep you company? Do you think I'm that beastly? Would I lose control at a time like this? Then he saw AI Xiaoying on the screen pull the blanket higher, leaving only her eyes exposed. A muffled voice came from under the covers. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself when I see you, but it still hurts. Chen Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected that answer. The woman on the other end made no attempt to hide her love for him. He looked at the phone screen with a doting gaze and said helplessly, "Little pervert." AI Xiaoying, upon hearing that, immediately protested and argued forcefully. That's all you're doing since you spoil me so much. When I see you, I can't help myself either, okay? Chen Chen was speechless and burst into laughter. All right, so now you're blaming me. AI Xiaoying didn't reply, but a proud little hum came from under the covers. Fine, let you rest for a few days. He'll come see you when you're better. He paused, then continued with a serious tone. Call me if you miss me. Tell me if anything upsets you. Don't bottle it up and make yourself miserable. Got it? I understand. He'll definitely tell you if something happens. AI Xiaoying promised with a moved expression. Good girl. He'll give you a surprise then. Bye. Chen Chen hung up the video call, then found the bank card number AI Xiaoying had sent. He directly transferred 1 million yuan to her. Ignoring the system prompt that triggered a 5-fold cashback of 5 million, he sent AI Xiaoying a message. I transferred some pocket money for you. Don't refuse. Spend it as you like, have fun, and don't skimp. If it's not enough, just tell me. After finishing, he tossed his phone onto the passenger seat, started the car, and headed straight for Jiangwan Hamlin. Chen Chen missed his little housekeeper. The distance was not far. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Chen's car was parked in his own space. The license plate information must have been registered in the community system. He entered the neighborhood without any trouble. She was very efficient. After getting out of the car, he unlocked the basement security door with a password and facial recognition. Thinking about seeing his little housekeeper soon, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Though only a night and a morning had passed since they last parted, Chen Chen felt as if a long time had gone by. He missed her terribly. This had nothing to do with Zai's affinity level reaching 70. Absolutely not. As he closed the door, Chen Chen immediately noticed that a pair of men's slippers had been added to the shoe cabinet, which was empty before. He smiled knowingly, admiring Zai's thoughtfulness. After changing into the slippers, he continued upward. The underground garden had also been adorned with several carefully selected plants. Under the combined illumination of natural and artificial light from the skylight and lighting system, the various plants appeared lush and vibrant, full of life. Later, he would add a small bridge over flowing water and set up a tea table. sipping tea, enjoying the view, and having his little housekeeper massage his shoulders. How delightful that would be. Chen Chen chuckled, looking forward to his future happiness. He continued toward the first floor. Not spotting his little housekeeper in the garden, he quickened his pace up the stairs. He had expected to see her graceful figure upon reaching the first floor, but to his disappointment, she wasn't there either. Chen Chen scanned the room and noticed changes on the first floor as well. A light-colored rug had been laid in the center of the living room, a potted plant sat on the coffee table, and several landscape paintings adorned the walls. Perhaps because it had been too short a time, the changes were not substantial. Yet as sunlight streamed through the window screens, it added a touch of warmth to the originally stark villa. But Chen Chen's current focus was clearly not on these things. He prepared to head up to the second floor to see if the woman he longed for was hiding there. Just as he was about to turn and ascend, the front door on the first floor was pushed open from outside. Hearing the sound, Chen Chen spun around sharply. Through the sunlight, he saw that the figure standing at the entrance, who had not yet stepped inside, was none other than his little housekeeper. She who had just opened the door also spotted Chen Chen at the staircase at the same moment and stood frozen on the spot. Across the hall, they gazed at each other, neither speaking. Yet their hearts began to race in unison. Chen Chen initially thought she was on the second floor and was about to go upstairs to find her, but to his surprise, he discovered her entering from outside, which brought him a sense of delight. Moreover, she stood at the door with the light behind her, the sunlight streaming in as if draping her in a golden halo. Her hair gently floated in the wind, with each strand seemingly radiating light. Bai's eyes silhouette appeared somewhat hazy against the backlight, emanating a faint glow under the sunlight, giving Chen Chen the impression of seeing a fairy, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Regaining his senses, he noticed she was holding something in her hand. Chen Chen quickly stepped forward, taking the bag from her hand with one hand, while naturally wrapping the other around her slender waist. His toes hooked the door, applying a gentle force, and the door closed with a bang. She did not resist Chen Chen's actions, allowing him to take advantage of her. Looking at Chen Chen's face, she wondered if she was experiencing an illusion, feeling that he had become even more handsome. However, upon closer inspection, his features had not changed. He was still the same Chen Chen from yesterday. This made her somewhat puzzled as she unconsciously kept staring at Chen Chen. Did she make a mistake? No way. It just felt like Chen Chen had become much more handsome. Could it be that not seeing Chen Chen for a whole night made her miss him, triggering some kind of aura? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel her ears getting warm. Chen Chen placed the items on the table and pulled she to sit on the sofa. Rather than sitting apart, he directly let her sit on his lap. Noticing that she did not resist and was still staring at him in a daze, he narcissistically flipped his hair. What's the matter? Has my little housekeeper been dazzled by her young master's handsomeness? Young master is even more handsome than yesterday. She inadvertently spoke her mind. Chen Chen was somewhat surprised by her words, as she was not the type to flatter him with sweet words. Even if beauty is in the eye of the beholder, she wouldn't be so straightforward. But to say he was more handsome than yesterday. He hadn't changed at all. He was still the Chen Chen he had always been. Wait, there was a change. Chen Chen suddenly realized something. He recalled the rewards given by the system at AI Xiaoying's place. System, open my panel. He wanted to check the panel to confirm whether his speculation was accurate. Host Chen Chen, age 19, height 180 cm, weight 72 kilograms, appearance 92, charm 91, cash balance 205353921. 53. Current cashback multiplier 15 times current tasks, none beauties, AI Xiaoying favorability, items Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A0, 18 Mercedes-Benz, G60, 3 Bugatti Senadiasi, Villa, Jiangwan Hanlin. Industries Magic City University Commercial Street. Since Chen Chen last completed the image welfare task, he had not opened his panel again. Upon checking again, he found there had been significant changes. There were new sections for beauties, items, and industries, and his appearance and charm values had undergone substantial changes. System, does my current improvement in appearance and charm relate to the reward of being fit? Chen Chen inquired in his mind to confirm his guess. Yes, host. Being fit has brought your body to a perfect state, and of course your face is no exception. It has fine-tuned your features to achieve their best state based on the existing foundation. The shape has not changed at all, oh please rest assured, host. So that means my current features are in their best state with a score of 92, right? Yes, host. Just as Chen Chen had guessed, it was indeed related to being fit. His peak appearance score was an impressive 92. Without any changes to his features, his appearance had increased by a full 10 points, which made Chen Chen marvel at the wonders of creation. Chen Chen had seen some people before whose individual features were exceptionally good-looking, but when assembled on one face they appeared quite ordinary. With his current score of 92 in appearance and 91 in charm, Chen Chen was undoubtedly at the level of a school heartthrob. He recalled Chu Momo's infatuated actions before. He had been somewhat surprised, but now it felt entirely natural. After all, he had displayed such manliness and had helped her, which must have made a significant impact on the young girl. And being so handsome, how could he not make her fall head over heels? Having cash goals of 200 million was a result of his hard work. As for whether making money was hard, Chen Chen expressed that it was indeed hard work. Skipping over the money, it was just a trivial matter not important. System, why is there only AI Xiaoying as a— Looking at the beauty section that only contained AI Xiaoying, Chen Chen felt puzzled. He believed he should have several. Only those high-value individuals who have driven with the host can be recorded in the beauty section. Chen Chen understood one must have a deep interpersonal connection to be considered a beauty. Simply exchanging experiences does not count. So what's the benefit of being recorded as a beauty? Chen Chen wanted to understand further. When the host spends on a beauty, the fixed cashback multiplier is at the highest rate. If a beauty encounters a dangerous situation, the system will alert the host. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Chen Chen was stunned by the system's explanation and couldn't help but curse in his mind. System, let me confirm, can I choose to appear before a beauty without any preconditions, or do I need to wait until the beauty is in danger to choose to appear before her? These two situations had a significant difference, and Chen Chen quickly sought verification from the system. The host can choose to consume 100 million to appear within 100 meters of a beauty at any time, without any preconditions. Chen Chen was completely thrilled. This function was simply too powerful. It was like teleportation, merely consuming a small goal each time. For an ordinary person, this condition would likely never be used even once in their lifetime. But who was he? He was a man blessed with a rich system. Even though the consumption of 100 million wouldn't yield cashback, and he currently only had 200 million. But it didn't matter, it was merely a snowball game. The system had also mentioned that spending on beauties would have a fixed maximum cashback rate. That means if he were to spend on AI Xiaoying now, he would receive a fixed 5 times cashback. Previously, he had transferred AI Xiaoying 1 million as pocket money and received 5 million in cashback, thinking he had been lucky to trigger the highest rate. But as it turned out, so was 100 million a lot? Was 200 million a little? Chen Chen did not overlook the system's alert function. This feature was also very important, as he would definitely have more women in the future. It was impossible for all of them to be in one place. He wouldn't be able to keep an eye on all of them. If an unexpected situation arose, he might not know in time, and thus couldn't resolve it immediately. But now with alerts plus teleportation, if a beauty was in trouble, he could just whoosh over. If he thought of a certain beauty, he could just whoosh over. With no worries behind, he could just enjoy. The newly added beauty function of the system relieved Chen Chen from worrying about the safety of his woman. He excitedly exclaimed in his heart, with no worries behind, I can indulge freely. After the excitement, he suddenly recalled something and began to plaintively complain to the system. Brother Tongzi, about the rewards and the newly added features, is it that I haven't discovered them, or unless I ask proactively you'll never mention them? Ding, this system only has auxiliary functions. Specific details are to be explored by the host on their own. Ding, kindly note the final interpretation rights belong to this system. Well, that was as good as saying nothing. Chen Chen cautiously asked the system about something else. Brother Tongzi, what about the car I won in the lottery? What about my Bugatti Senadai worth 130 million? When will you give it to me? Please be patient. All items and money provided by the system will reach the host through legal and reasonable means. The system seems to have said something, but it feels like it said nothing at all. Forget it. Anyway, it's bound to be his sooner or later. Good things are worth waiting for. Just yesterday, he was still a poor student who had just crossed over. And now, Chen Chen looked at what he possessed, feeling some money. Not much. Just 200 million. House. Not bad. A villa worth over 30 million. Car. Strictly speaking, he has one worth $1 million and another worth $1 billion. Watch. A luxury watch worth tens of millions. Beautiful women. Only one officially and unofficially. Industries. Worth a commercial street of 10. All of this made Chen Chen feel as if he had crossed into another world. Yet only a day had passed. The days ahead are still long. He closed the system page and sincerely thanked the system in his heart. Brother Tongzi, I don't know why you chose me, but I am very grateful to you. Thank you for giving me a different life. Oh, I will cherish it. Thank you. He thought he would receive no response from the system as usual. However, unexpectedly, this time the system gave a different reply in his mind. Ding, there are reasons for this system to bind with the host. The host need not concern themselves with it, nor do they need to express gratitude. Chen Chen heard the system's reply and said nothing more. He couldn't help but smile, ending the conversation with the system. His gaze returned to Bai Shi, who was still tilting her. What seemed like a long exchange with the system had actually only taken a little over 10 seconds. Chen Chen had already understood Bai Shi's reaction. It was all because he had suddenly gained 10 charm points. A woman's beauty attracts men. Similarly, a man's attractiveness also draws women. With his current charm rating of 92, it was only natural that he would attract Bai Shi. Moreover, the drastic change in his appearance from yesterday to today would undoubtedly raise her suspicions. Overall, Bai Zai's current state was one of being captivated by how handsome her young master was, clearly infatuated with him. Her 72 points of affection were evident. Chen Chen looked at Bai Shi's adorable expression as she tilted her little head and couldn't help but peck her on the lips. Bai Shi was startled awake by Chen Chen's action. Thinking about how she had been staring at Chen Chen's face for so long, and that he had just kissed her made her feel utterly embarrassed. By Zai's affection level 1, her cheeks immediately flushed red, and the next moment she dove into Chen Chen's neck, wanting to hide herself. Her face pressed tightly against Chen Chen's skin, the heat radiating through the contact. Chen Chen was taken aback, feeling an overwhelming warmth where Bai Zai's cheek met his. Bai Zai's breath lightly brushed against his neck, sending a slight tickle through him. This made Chen Chen shiver, goosebumps rising all over his body, and his heart began to race. He let out a long breath, trying to calm himself, but the intense heat made it impossible for him to settle down. He wanted to distract himself, so he glanced around, eventually focusing on the handbag from earlier. Little housekeeper, why she didn't lift her head, but knew what Chen Chen was referring to. It's decorations for your master bedroom. Her voice trembled, clearly indicating that their contact had stirred quite a wave in her heart. After forcing herself to sound calm, she felt something pressing against her, making her uncomfortable. So she wriggled her hips a few times, trying to adjust her position to alleviate the discomfort. Chen Chen inhaled sharply, feeling a tremor in his teeth. He quickly reached out to hold, she interrupting. She also realized what was happening, her body stiffening suddenly, as she dared not move again. She buried her head deeper. It must be the key, definitely the key. She chanted in her heart, trying to brainwash herself into believing it was just the key from Chen Chen's pocket. After a long while, Shi's soft voice timidly broke the silence. Young master, why isn't he getting down? She felt very uncomfortable, but her body couldn't muster the strength, and she didn't dare to move. Having finally managed to suppress his emotions after chanting the heart-calming spell for a long time, Chen Chen felt a surge of heat rise again upon hearing Bai Zai's voice. He chose to refuse to answer Bai Zai's question. Instead, he showcased his boyfriend's strength, lifting Bai Shi with one hand and standing up effortlessly with his system-enhanced body. Bai Shi was startled by Chen Chen's sudden movement and exclaimed. Fearing she might fall, her arms instinctively wrapped around Chen Chen's neck. Let's check out how the bedroom has been renovated. Chen Chen disregarded Bai Shi's reaction, carrying her in one arm, while lifting the bedroom decoration items Bai Shi had bought with the other as he headed upstairs. On the second floor in the master bedroom, Chen Chen struggled to open the door. The moment he stepped inside, he was captivated by the items on the bed. Indeed, a bright red set, the kind used for weddings. In the center of the quilt, there were even 2 wild ducks swimming together. They might be mandarin ducks, but that's not important. Chen Chen looked at the 4-piece bedding on the bed, knowing it was prepared by Bai Shi. He also understood that Bai Shi had made some preparations. Bai Shi noticed Chen Chen's lack of reaction upon entering, and curiously lifted her head to follow his gaze. Upon realizing what Chen Chen was looking at, she immediately understood that he had guessed her little intentions, and shyly buried her head again. Yet deep down she felt quite disappointed. If it weren't for how wonderful it would be today, would be their wedding night. But now, Bai Shi was feeling lost in her own sorrow. Meanwhile, Chen Chen made a new move. He quickly walked a few steps to the bedside, showing no tenderness, and directly tossed Bai Shi onto the bed. The bed was soft, and Bai Shi felt comfortable despite being thrown onto it. However, her expression was one of panic. As she saw Chen Chen wanting to approach, she quickly spoke up to stop him. No, young master, please. Chen Chen thought Bai Zai's refusal was merely a sign of youthful shyness, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, Bai Shi had over 70 points in her affection for him. It was completely fine to take the final step. So he prepared to ignore Bai Zai's reaction and went straight to the point. He felt a bit anxious. However, the next second, the words that came from Bai Zai's mouth struck Chen Chen like a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen in place. Young master, no, I have relatives visiting, not today. Chen Chen felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, extinguishing the fiery blood coursing through him. He felt as though the sky had fallen, staring blankly at Bai Shi, hoping she would tell him it was a joke, that it wasn't real. But facing Chen Chen's hopeful gaze, Bai Shi showed a very serious expression and nodded firmly, proving it was no lie, it was true. The words she uttered shattered Chen Chen's last hope. It's true, young master, they just arrived this morning, I don't want to. Perhaps with relatives around, Bai Shi felt bolder, knowing Chen Chen couldn't do anything, so she hesitated a bit, suppressing her shyness. If you don't believe me, touch. Bai Shi had already prepared herself, the bedding could prove it. If it weren't for the sudden visit from her relatives, they would have surely accomplished everything today. So a simple touch didn't seem so hard for Bai Shi to accept. She gathered her courage, pretending to be calm, and took Chen Chen's hand. Fingertips feeling the softness of her little angel, Chen Chen completely wilted. He looked at Bai Shi with a mournful gaze for a few seconds before burying his head in her chest. He kept rubbing against her, making soft sounds. It seemed as if he was accusing Bai Shi while also expressing his grievances and dissatisfaction. Seeing Chen Chen's spoiled behavior, Bai Shi felt it was amusing, funny, yet also infuriating. The arrival of her relatives was not something she could control. She couldn't just suppress her feelings because of Chen Chen's dissatisfaction. She simply didn't have that ability. Chen Chen's current spoiled demeanor made her feel both amused and entertained. Bai Shi had never seen this side of Chen Chen before. He had always given her a sense of steadiness and confidence, making her forget his age. But now Chen Chen was acting like a child, displaying a spoiled and needy demeanor. It suddenly made Bai Shi realize that he was only 19. Looking at the big boy rubbing against her, Bai Shi suddenly felt as if she was dealing with a younger brother seeking comfort. Her hand instinctively rested on Chen Chen's head, gently stroking his hair. Her movements were gentle, as if soothing a wronged child. A doting smile appeared on her face. Not knowing how much time had passed, Chen Chen suddenly stopped moving. He suddenly lifted his head, staring at Bai Zai's rosy lips, making a strange sound in his throat. Who said only? He leaned closer to Bai Zai's ear and whispered something. In an instant, Bai Zai's pretty face turned crimson. Her eyes widened in disbelief as if she had heard something incredible. Her head shook like a rattledrum. Her hand placed on Chen Chen's chest seemed to push away the bad guy, but her movements were so weak, giving Chen Chen a feeling of wanting to refuse yet accepting. Seeing Bai Zai's reaction, Chen Chen did not give up. He continued whispering devilish temptations into Bai Zai's ear. It looked just like the big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. He didn't disappoint Chen Chen. Bai Zai's resisting movements grew weaker as Chen Chen persisted. 20 minutes later, Bai Shi, who had brushed her teeth and washed up, reappeared at the bathroom door. Looking at Chen Chen comfortably lying on the bed like a lord, eyes closed and savoring the moment, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and glare at him playfully. The mood she had just managed to calm in the bathroom stirred once more upon seeing Chen Chen. She felt that this little man in front of her was her nemesis. How could she not resist Chen Chen's few words of pleading? Of course, she had also prepared to completely surrender, so she didn't feel too much psychological pressure, thinking of it as compensation for Chen Chen due to her relative's visit. Bai Shi gently laid down beside Chen Chen, her ear resting against his chest. Feeling the powerful heartbeat steady and strong brought Bai Shi immense peace. Gradually, she realized her heartbeat was actually synchronized with Chen Chen's. The two heartbeats merged into one as if they themselves became one, sharing a single heart that beat together. This feeling made her shy yet satisfied. Bai Zai's affection level increased by 3. Chen Chen felt Bai Zai's closeness but did not open his eyes. His arm naturally wrapped around her shoulders, pulling her closer into his embrace. Bai Shi nestled in Chen Chen's arms, feeling his heartbeat and breathing her heart filled with happiness. She closed her eyes and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. After a while, Chen Chen noticed that Bai Shi had stopped moving in his embrace. He opened his eyes and looked down, only to find she had fallen asleep, a blissful smile on her face. Inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair that filled his nostrils, he also closed his eyes. Not knowing how much time passed, Chen Chen felt a tickle in his nose during his dreams. He suddenly sneezed, then rubbed his nose with his hand. Lazily opening his eyes, he discovered Bai Shi had already woken up, resting her chin on her hand, looking at him with unhidden affection. In her hand, she held a lock of hair, clearly the culprit behind his itchy nose. Bai Shi had been caught red-handed by Chen Chen, but showed no intention of hiding the evidence. Instead, she provocatively swept the lock of hair gently across Chen Chen's chin. She looked completely fearless. Thinking about her astonishing defense stat of 999, Chen Chen felt a deep sense of admiration. However, Chen Chen was not a man who easily gave in. He still had his big white rabbit milk candy. He reached out and peeled open the wrapper of the candy beside him. He squeezed it a few times, wondering why it was a bit different from the big white rabbit milk candy he had eaten in childhood. To his surprise, there were actually 2 inside the package, causing him to marvel at his good fortune. Getting a big white rabbit milk candy turned out to be a buy-1-get-1 free deal. As his tongue savored the candy's flavor, he found it still tasted sweet and delicious. Without hesitation, he leaned and opened his mouth and placed the white milk candy inside. He was reluctant to chew too hard, wanting to fully enjoy the nostalgic taste of his childhood. Bai Shi watched Chen Chen indulging in the candy, ignoring her. Her envious eyes turned red. She was also angry, her body shaking with rage. Chen Chen was enjoying his milk candy, refusing to share it with Bai Shi, which made her so angry that her neck began to flush and her body trembled with rage. Chen Chen also felt that the milk candy was too sweet. He knew he shouldn't eat too much, or else his blood sugar would spike and cause trouble. He spat out the unfinished milk candy from his mouth and leaned into Bai Zai's ear, threatening her fiercely. "You'll see what's coming in a few days." Upon seeing Chen Chen stop eating the candy, Bai Zai's anger subsided, and she quickly returned to normal after hearing his threat. She wore a nonchalant expression, even laughing out loud. "I've only heard of the exhausted ox, but never of the plowed field. Who knows who will have the last laugh." Feeling Bai Zai's provocation, Chen Chen's teeth itched with rage. He really wanted to disregard everything and teach her a lesson right there. Then he would show Bai Shi whether or not the field could be ruined by an iron plow. However, he could only seethe with impotent rage. He grabbed Bai Shi and pretended to spank her a few times on the rear, then stood up in anger. However, he could only seethe with impotent rage. He grabbed Bai Shi and pretended to spank her a few times on the rear, then stood up in anger. Let her get hurt. Otherwise, why would she endure such difficulty? She knew there was a rule called running a red light. On the surface, Bai Shi was provoking Chen Chen, but her gaze was filled with uncontainable tenderness. She smiled and got out of bed, hugging Chen Chen from behind, speaking in a gentle tone. "Young master, come with me to buy some." "Okay." Chen Chen readily agreed, without hesitation. "Aren't you going to ask me what I want to buy?" No need, I'm willing to accompany you to buy anything. Chen Chen spoke in a doting tone. Upon hearing this, Bai Zai's eyes sparkled with joy as she murmured softly, young master, you're going to spoil me like this. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh, turning around and pulling Bai Shi into his embrace. If you get spoiled, it's just right. That way others won't be able to stand you, and you'll be unable to leave me. Bai Shi lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Young master, I already can't live without you. Ding. Bai Zai's favorability won. Bai Shi didn't mind whether Chen Chen had heard what she just said, lifting her head to raise her voice and explain. Young master, I feel that the villa doesn't need too many changes. It's good as it is now. We just need to buy a few things to embellish it, and I want you to accompany me to choose. At the same time, she added in her heart, after all, this is home, our home. Chen Chen certainly wouldn't refuse Bai Shi's small request, and immediately nodded in agreement. The two had little to pack and directly went out to the car, heading straight for the Honglong Plaza in Magic City. Along the way, Bai Shi shared her plans with Chen Chen, such as what items they needed to buy and how to arrange them. Her tone was filled with excitement and anticipation. Seeing Bai Shi like this, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile in response. It wasn't a short distance that took them over half an hour to arrive at their destination. Bai Shi had a wide variety of items planned, but the quantity was not large. She initially thought it would take a long time to shop with Chen Chen. However, she soon realized that Chen Chen was the kind of person who was foolishly rich. If it were her buying things, she would need to compare prices at several stores before making a decision. However, now, all she had to do was linger on an item for a moment. Chen Chen didn't even look at the prices or ask if it was suitable. He simply scanned the payment for items worth tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Bai Shi was so startled that she didn't dare to examine the products closely, and naturally, she couldn't compare prices. Seeing Bai Zai's unease, Chen Chen patted the small hand that was linked with his arm and comforted her. Don't worry, we'll deal with it once we get home. Oh, just buy what you like, without worrying about the price. Bai Shi furious pinched Chen Chen's arm hard. Was it a matter of liking or not? The key issue was that many of the items they were buying were unnecessary. She was merely curious and glanced at a few items, yet Chen Chen took it as her liking. It was useless to object. According to Chen Chen, looking at something a few more times meant she liked it, otherwise why would she look at it? Whether it was needed or not was irrelevant. If she liked it, that was enough. In the end, they managed to buy everything planned, which was supposed to take a long time, in just over an hour, and even overshot their budget. The price for this was that Chen Chen's bank card suddenly increased by over 10 million. Yes, they spent less than 4 million, but received a cashback of over 14 million, earning over 10 million. However, Bai Shi had no idea that Chen Chen could earn money while spending in her eyes. It was simply a matter of spending. After negotiating with several store owners for delivery the next day, including installation, they left their address, and then prepared to head home. In the car on the way back, Bai Shi held a list in her hand, looking at it, while shaking her head. While it was indeed delightful to have Chen Chen accompany her shopping and not worry about prices, many of these items were simply unnecessary. Just because she looked at a few items, Chen Chen assumed she liked them and scanned the payment without hesitation. If I were to buy these things myself, I probably wouldn't even spend half the money. Bai Shi murmured softly, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Upon hearing her murmurs, Chen Chen smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Not enough? Should we go back for another round?" Bai Shi quickly waved her hand. "No need, that's unnecessary. If we keep shopping, I'm afraid you'll end up bringing the whole mall back with you." Chen Chen laughed heartily. "As long as you like it, buying the mall is no problem at all." Bai Shi sighed. Although she felt a bit helpless, she had to admit that Chen Chen's behavior made her experience a sense of happiness in being spoiled. However, it wasn't the wonderful shopping experience she had imagined. This was entirely different from the shopping scenes she had envisioned with Chen Chen. But since they had already bought the items, Bai Shi leaned back in her seat and began to plan. "We bought so many things, so I need to adjust the original plan. The decorative paintings need to be hung in suitable places, and those potted plants, the underground garden, also needs to be replanted." As Bai Shi thought about it, she made notes on the list. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh at her conflicted expression. "These items can be placed casually, there's no need to be so troublesome." Bai Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Isn't this the feeling you wanted for home, young master? You just say the word, and I'll run myself rag to fulfill it." While she complained in words, her expression showed her reluctance, yet the anticipation in her eyes remained undiminished. All right, I'll keep my mouth shut for your sake." After saying that, Chen Chen made a zipping motion with his mouth. A moment later, he suddenly said, "By the way, I'm going out for dinner with some classmates tonight. Do you want to come?" Bai Shi looked up, her words sharp and to the point. "Classmates? Are there any girls?" Upon hearing Chen Chen invite her to join his classmates for dinner, Bai Shi cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Will there be any?" Chen Chen had no intention of concealing anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her in the first place. "Yes. 2 dormitories are going, the boys and a girls' dorm. One couple lives in those dorms, so everyone's dining together." Biting her lip lightly, Chen Chen continued explaining the occasion. "I'm treating everyone. It's a celebration for me." Bai Shi wasn't troubled by the idea of Chen Chen seeing other women, as she knew it was inevitable. A man as exceptional as him could never belong solely to her. All she wished was that he never forgot he had a home, and within it a private steward waiting for him. Her earlier question about girls had sprung purely from instinctive feminine reflex. Perhaps too, a flicker of curiosity stirred within her. Though she harbored no ambition to compete, she felt entitled to at least some understanding. After all, they might one day stand shoulder to shoulder as trusted allies. As for scheming rivalry or petty jealousy, such thoughts had never crossed Baixi's mind. Yet while she chose not to contend, she was far from defenseless should the need arise. She found Chen Chen's honesty deeply satisfying. She didn't demand exclusivity, but neither would she tolerate deceit. He had promised her once solemnly, "I will never lie to you." After a moment's hesitation, she gently declined his invitation. She understood his wish to introduce her, yet she remained indifferent. Her self-perception was clear. She was his private steward, albeit one bound to him by intimate affection. Besides, she still needed to draft her plans. Today's shopping excursion with Chen Chen had unexpectedly doubled her workload. She'd imagined romance, yet though traces lingered, they were faint. At this thought, she cast him a quietly wistful glance. Chen Chen sensed the emotion in her gaze, but misread its source entirely. He assumed her quietness stemmed from disappointment, that he'd chosen dinner with others over staying home with her. Hastily, he clarified the gathering was arranged yesterday. I couldn't break the promise. Mentioning Su Chuxia, he added, there is someone quite lovely, but we're truly nothing more than acquaintances. Hearing him nervously confess, she burst into soft laughter. That laugh sparked a sudden playful urge within her, to tease him just a little longer. Instantly, she composed her expression, adopting a mock-serious tone as she questioned him. Nothing now? So does that mean something later? Having heard her laughter, Chen Chen believed the matter settled, until her sharp query landed like a spark. A silent alarm rang in his mind. To explain would risk admitting what he wasn't ready to acknowledge, yet to lie would betray her trust. He stood paralyzed, words failing him. Though Chen Chen cared deeply for many women, his sincerity toward each was genuine, and Baishi was no exception. His profound regard for her made her reaction matter more than anything else. He cherished her deeply, hence his anxiety over her response. Had he not been driving, he surely would have noticed the sly fox-like glint dancing in her eyes. But reality offered no what-ifs. His feelings for Su Chuxia were undeniably real, and Baishi, reading his expression, understood perfectly. She pursed her lips. This man truly hadn't intended to deceive her. Relenting, she softened her feigned sternness, sparing him further distress. All right. No more pained expressions. I'm not angry. If you've set your sights on her, go after her boldly. Just then the traffic light turned red. Chen Chen brought the car smoothly to a halt, and swiveled sharply toward her, stunned. You're not angry. Why should I be? Baishi's composure was absolute. Were it not for her known affection for him, Chen Chen might well have doubted her love. Yet why? Why this calm acceptance? I have other women in my life, yet you feel no resentment, no jealousy, not even a trace. Instead, you urge me forward. Baishi smiled, warm, radiant, unguarded. His very behavior confirmed what she already sensed. This young man adored her truly and wholly. I feel no sorrow, no envy. Master, I am your steward, and always shall be. Just remember, a steward waits for you at home. As for other women, surely it's natural. A handsome, accomplished young man like you would be strange indeed if no woman admired you. Even I fell utterly under your spell. The final sentence remained unspoken, locked deep within her heart. The light turned green, impatient horns blared behind them. Chen Chen gazed intently at Bai. She then turned back to the road and drove on. He recognized truth in her words. This was her unvarnished, unguarded belief. It was precisely her honesty that left him breathless. How could such openness exist without sacrifice? After a long silence, he murmured, voice raw, why? His question arrived unbidden, yet Baishi understood instantly. She paused, not to evade but to reflect. Yes, why? She was no lesser being. Why had she surrendered so completely to this young man? Why accept so easily the reality of other women beside him? His charm, his wealth, these played a part, yet they were not the core. Handsome, affluent men abounded. As a steward in an elite residential enclave, she'd encountered many. Yet none stirred her heart. None inspired the quiet dependence she felt only for Chen Chen. Then, unbidden, a fragment surfaced in her mind, a family portrait half cut away. In that instant, Baishi knew. Her smile returned, brighter, deeper, luminous. Perhaps it's because of home. For reasons beyond words, I had none, until you gave me one. And you stormed into my heart with irresistible force, claiming it wholly, leaving no space for another. I won't demand you be mine alone, but I will forever be your exclusive steward. Chen Chen hadn't anticipated such words. He sat stunned, silent. Doesn't this feel like a betrayal of yourself? Moments later, his voice emerged low and tender, laced with helplessness and tenderness. Not at all. Because I love you, and I feel your love for me. That is enough. Her reply danced with joyful certainty. Love? Chen Chen whispered, then smiled. Soft, genuine, unburdened. Yes, this was precisely what he'd yearned for. Why then had he tangled himself in doubt? He reached for her hand, clasping it tightly, fiercely, as if anchoring himself to her truth. I will never betray your love for me. His grip tightened, his vow unwavering. They arrived at the villa's parking spot, and still he did not release her hand. As she opened the door to step out, she realized he held fast. She turned puzzled, only to meet his steady, expectant gaze. Sister, he teased softly, everyone gets a farewell kiss. Aren't you going to give me one? With that single word, sister, her heart skipped, trembled, dissolved. In her ears echoed only that tender, teasing syllable, sister. Sister. A gentle chime resonated within her mind. Clear, bright, irrevocable ding. She's affection level increased by 1. She didn't understand why she reacted so strongly to Chen Chen's call of sister. Like she had lost her soul, she obediently placed a farewell kiss on Chen Chen's lips. Chen Chen noticed something was off. His inexplicable fondness had increased, and Bai's current state was clearly abnormal. He chuckled inwardly. So it turns out my little steward likes the sister-brother vibe. Yet he feigned dissatisfaction, pointing at his own lips and speaking again. Sister, no, it's here, this part too. She, who was already not in her right mind, heard Chen Chen call her sister once more. Feeling a tingling sensation all over, she couldn't help but shiver. Then obediently she planted another kiss on Chen Chen's lips. This time Chen Chen didn't let Bai leave easily but deepened the kiss. 2 minutes later he finally released her. Chen Chen watched Bai looking dazed as she entered the door. Whether she was reminiscing about Chen Chen's sister call or the farewell kiss, Bai closed the door. Chen Chen raised his hand to check his watch. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. The timing was perfect. Chen Chen rolled up the car window and drove towards the school. At the boys' dormitory, Chen Chen's car quietly parked by the roadside, attracting numerous gazes. Although there were many wealthy students at Modi University, the appearance of a Mercedes-Benz G63 was enough to cause quite a stir. Wow, this car is so cool, a Mercedes G63, it must cost a fortune. A boy couldn't help but exclaim. At least 2 or 3 million, that's really damn rich. Someone beside him chimed in, clearly envious. Whose car is this? Is there someone in our dormitory who has the means to drive this? Someone asked, curious. I don't know, I haven't heard of anyone in our building being particularly wealthy. Maybe they're here to pick someone up, someone clarified. Chen Chen leaned against the driver's seat, not getting out of the car, with a lit cigarette between his fingers. The smoke wafted out through the open sunroof. He took a deep breath as the chaotic sounds from his phone filled his ears. Hey Zhang Yu, I'm downstairs at the dormitory, you guys ready to come down? He had to admit boys could be quite fast sometimes. From the phone, Zhang Yes' voice came through, coming. Chen Chen is in. Less than a minute before Chen Chen could finish his cigarette, the three of them appeared at the dormitory entrance. They immediately spotted Chen Chen's car. There weren't many cars at the dormitory entrance, and this Mercedes G was particularly eye-catching. Zhang Yu got in directly, while Li Dahong and Fang Zhiping circled the vehicle twice before entering. Brother Chen, your car is really badass, so damn cool. Li Dahong's excited voice rang out. You've never seen a car before. Did you see the license plate? What about the license plate? Li Dahong asked, confused. Fang Zhiping adjusted his glasses, habitually mocking Li Dahong with disdain. Magic ACC 666, Magic A Chen Chen 666. Both letters are abbreviations of Brother Chen's name. This license plate's value is definitely not less than that of the car. Fang Zhiping said confidently. Wow, Brother Chen, is your license plate worth millions too? Li Dahong felt his worldview was being distorted. Chen Chen smiled without speaking. He didn't know how much the license plate was worth. However, appearing alongside a 37.5 million villa, it likely wasn't cheap. He didn't want to flaunt anything in front of his friends, so he neither confirmed nor denied it. Yet the unintentional show-off was the most lethal. In Li Dahong's eyes, this meant Chen Chen was tacitly acknowledging it. After repeatedly exclaiming wow, he suddenly shouted, Mom, your son has made it. I'm actually in a car worth millions. Chen Chen couldn't help but facepalm, too lazy to engage with this lively character. He turned to Zhang Yu and asked, where's your car? As he still needed to pick up 4 girls, only his car couldn't fit them all. It's in the parking lot. I didn't have time to bring it over. He'll go get it and then pick people up. Chen Chen nodded, thinking it made sense. They had just come back from class to tidy up, who had time to drive. As the car started and drove away, only other students remained behind discussing. However, this time the topic of discussion was not just Chen Chen's car, but also their dormitory 207. After getting the car, Chen Chen followed behind Zhang Yes' BMW towards the girls' dormitory where Su Chuxiao was. On the way, Chen Chen couldn't help but speak up. Did you guys spray some perfume? When they got in the car, the 3 of them were all dressed up, and Chen Chen had even caught a whiff. He had wanted to ask back then, but was influenced by those 2 clowns, so he didn't voice it. Now he finally couldn't hold back any longer. So how's the scent? Him looking so handsome today. Oh, I'm definitely going to charm the girls. Fang Zhiping adjusted his hair, styled with gel, and replied mysteriously with confidence. Chen Chen looked at his thick glasses and the noticeable acne on his face in the rearview mirror. Suppressing a laugh, he gave a thumbs up. Exactly, so damn handsome. The 2 cars parked one in front of the other in front of the girls' dormitory, undoubtedly drawing the attention of a group of girls. Everyone got out of the car. Zhang Yu had already called Li Jiejia. However, the girls were clearly a bit slower at this time. The response from the other side still hadn't come back, so they needed to wait a little longer. Chen Chen checked the time and realized it was still not 6 o'clock. It wasn't that they were slow, but he had arrived too early. They didn't make Chen Chen wait long. After about 10 minutes, the 4 girls came out together. Li Jiejia and Wang Ling needed no introduction, they had already met last time. Su Chuxiao was wearing a simple yet stylish white dress today, which swayed gently with her steps. Her figure was slender, yet her front was still quite full, and her long black hair flowed freely over her shoulders, making her look even more youthful and beautiful. Moreover, once this school bow tie's gaze fell on Chen Chen, it never moved away. Ding Su Chuxia's fondness 5. A prompt sound also appeared in Chen Chen's mind. He couldn't help but wonder if this was what they meant by absence makes the heart grow fonder. Then Chen Chen's gaze landed on the new girl who had just appeared. She was standing on the far left with some distance in the middle, feeling somewhat out of place. It was clear that this girl was also quite pretty. Her makeup was evident, but her skills were obviously lacking. The eyeliner was a bit harsh, and the lipstick color was too bright, overshadowing her originally delicate face. At this moment, the girl was swinging a bag in her hand, wearing a slightly impatient expression. Tongzi Ge, help me check this girl's attributes. Chen Chen couldn't help but speak to the system. Name Lu Ranran, age 18, appearance 76. Number of drivers 5, favorability 0. Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. Despite her young age, her driving experience was quite rich. An appearance score of 76 wasn't low, but Chen Chen had no interest in her whatsoever. Moreover, considering that school had just started, having 5 drivers made her a proper female sea king, which made Chen Chen want to avoid her. On the contrary, Fang Zhiping, upon seeing this girl, had a glint in his eyes hidden behind his glasses, clearly having thoughts about her. He had some self-awareness, but also a strange confidence. Su Chuxiao was the prettiest, but he knew he had no chance there. Li Jiejia was Zhang Ye's childhood friend, so he didn't need to think about that either. As for this girl, although her makeup had lowered her score, she was still quite good-looking. Fang Zhiping thought this girl was simply Lu Ranran, who had been wearing an expression of impatience and listlessness, instantly perked up upon recognizing that Chen Chen's car was a Mercedes-Benz G63. Turning her gaze to the impeccably dressed Chen Chen standing beside the car, she immediately concluded that this handsome-faced man was the owner of the vehicle. Ignoring her roommate, who was about to introduce her, she walked directly to Chen Chen's side. In a syrupy, coquettish voice, she took the initiative to greet him. "Handsome, my name is Lu Ranran, just call me Ranran. How should I address you?" Chen Chen was reluctant to engage with this woman, but since she had volunteered an introduction, he couldn't pretend not to hear. "Chen Chen," he replied in a flat tone. But Lu Ranran, seeing that he responded, seized the opportunity like a snake climbing a pole, completely indifferent to his tone. "Brother, there are too many people in Judge's boyfriend's car, it's a bit cramped. Can I ride with you later?" As she spoke, she blinked her eyes at Chen Chen, trying to send him a flirtatious signal. Chen Chen glanced at the other 3 women and noticed their expressions were not very pleasant. He finally understood why last time only these 3 had come out together without bringing Lu Ranran. He also understood why their expressions had been so strange when he had suggested that both dormitories come together. This Lu Ranran was probably not just a female player, but also a gold-digging little schemer. She had seen him driving a big G and set her sights on him. However, the situation was that Zhang Yu was driving, and with 4 girls that made 5 people. His own car only had 3 people, so the best option was indeed for one person to come to his car. But Chen Chen would have preferred to have Su Chuxiao come over instead of this little schemer. Yet now this little schemer had taken the initiative to ask to ride in his car. For now, regardless of the relationships among the girls in her dormitory, directly refusing would be somewhat inappropriate and might affect the atmosphere. Chen Chen thought it over. It was just a short distance, and he didn't want to spoil the mood, so he didn't refuse. He said, "All right," agreeing to Lu Ranran's request to ride in his car. Su Chuxiao, seeing this, could only regret being too slow, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she couldn't start a fight over a seat in the car. As the initiator, Chen Chen had originally thought that in Modu it would be more appropriate to have seafood. But unexpectedly, that disgraceful Fang Zhiping turned out to be allergic to seafood. Somewhat exasperated, he was also glad he had asked in advance. Taking out his phone, Chen Chen searched again for. Soon he settled on a private club called Yunjin Ge. It offered both imperial court cuisine and top-tier seafood, perfectly meeting everyone's needs. "Let's go here. It has both Chinese food and seafood, just right," Chen Chen decided. He directly sent the name and location to Zhang Yu. Chen Chen was worried that if Zhang Yu couldn't keep up with his car on the road and didn't know the place, it would cause extra trouble. When Zhang Yu looked down and saw the name Chen Chen sent, he was shocked and abruptly looked up at Chen Chen. Li Jiejia, seeing Zhang Ye's expression, also leaned over to look at the phone. Then both of them stared at Chen Chen with equally shocked eyes. Obviously, they both knew what Yunjin Ge was. That was precisely why they were so astonished. Yunjin Ge was a high-end private club located on the Bund in Modu. The dining there naturally had everything and all of the highest quality. However, the price was definitely not something ordinary people could afford. Most crucially, it was a membership-only establishment. Non-members were not admitted. Even they who had a bit of family wealth only had their elders as the lowest level ordinary members here. Now Chen Chen was taking them to such a high-end place just to treat them to a meal. Zhang Ye's suspicion that Chen Chen was a rich second-generation heir was even more confirmed, and surely he was the top-tier kind. They had underestimated Chen Chen before. Chen Chen paid no attention to their looks. In his view, if he was going, he might as well go to a high-end place. not only to eat and drink well, but also to spend more money. After all, each use of the beauty function required a small fortune. He needed to save more money, just in case. The more the better. This was no longer the time when he could spend freely without caring about money. He had already developed a sense of urgency. After sending the location, Chen Chen called everyone to get in the car. His car took the lead, heading toward the Bund in Modu where Yunjin-gu was located. On the way, Chen Chen discovered that his Mercedes-Benz G-Class had evolved its expected functions. That is, the air conditioning worked well. Well, actually, it didn't work well. Because it was very hot, the air conditioning was ineffective. After Lu Ranran got in the car, she said it was very hot and fanned her face with her hand. Soon she even took off her thin sun protection jacket, leaving only a strappy camisole on her upper body. Moreover, whenever Chen Chen's hand appeared on the center console, Lu Ranran's smooth thigh, as if magnetized, would immediately lean toward the center console. It was very responsive. Every time this happened, and when he moved his hand away, her leg would return to its normal position. Chen Chen didn't know why this happened. As for what Lu Ranran said to him on the road, Chen Chen claimed he was focused on driving and really didn't pay attention. Half an hour later, the two cars arrived almost simultaneously. After finding spots and parking, the group gathered at the entrance of Yunjin-gu. They looked at the dark wooden door full of a sense of age with antique door knockers and brass handles. Above the door was a wooden plaque squarely inscribed with the three characters, Yunjin-gu, understated yet grand. This actually gave Chen Chen a feeling of envy and longing, like a nobody facing a noble's mansion. But he quickly adjusted. Now with the system, he was no nobody. Before Chen Chen could speak, Zhang Yu sighed and exclaimed, "When I parked, I took a quick look around. There wasn't a single car under 1 million. My car isn't even fit to make up the numbers." Chen Chen looked at the others. They were all more or less restrained. And Su Chuxia's gaze at the gate of Yunjin-gu, filled with longing and aspiration, was not lost on Chen Chen. Chen Chen had never been to such a high-end place before, but money is a man's courage. Now in front of the others, he appeared incredibly composed and calm. At this moment, the receptionist at the club's entrance, without waiting for the group to approach, came over proactively. The person was a beautiful woman around 25 or 26 with delicate features and a nice figure. Her hair was up in a bun. She wore a light blue silk blouse, a black pencil skirt, black stockings, and small heels. Chen Chen took note and silently gave a thumbs up. "Greetings, esteemed guest. May I ask who your designated receptionist is? Shall I call her for you?" This beautiful receptionist had a sharp eye. She immediately sensed Chen Chen's difference and was certain he was the main person, so she addressed him very respectfully. "I don't have a reservation," Chen Chen said honestly, as he indeed did not. "Esteemed guest, you can contact your designated receptionist now and have her take you directly inside." The beautiful woman still respectfully suggested to Chen Chen, "I don't have a designated receptionist. Oh, by the way, I'm not a member here." Chen Chen realized she had misunderstood something and calmly explained that he was not a member. Even though she knew Chen Chen wasn't a member, the beautiful woman's smile did not diminish in the slightest. However, she indicated that Chen Chen was prohibited from entering Yunjin-gu. "I'm sorry, sir. Yunjin-gu is a private club that only admits members. Since you are not a member, you cannot enter." "I'm truly sorry. Sir, the Yunjin Pavilion is a private club and does not admit non-members. I'm truly sorry, but you cannot enter." The receptionist's smile was sweet, yet her refusal was unequivocal. "If I'm not a member now, can I still join?" Chen Chen was not angered by the denial, understanding that the young woman was merely following protocol. Even when turning him away, her smile remained flawless. He had learned from his online research that this establishment operated on a membership basis. He lacked a membership, but still chose this place. If non-members were barred, then simply signing up for membership would suffice. He knew well that money could resolve 99% of the world's problems. And he had money. "Of course, sir. Please follow me," the receptionist said, then led the way toward the entrance. He recalled a piece of advice from a senior. Here, even a dog that breathes must be treated with the utmost respect. Thankfully, he had been obedient enough. The further they walked, the more restrained Lu Ranran felt. From the exchange between Chen Chen and the receptionist, she had gleaned some idea of the place's caliber. She had never dared to dream of setting foot in such an upscale venue. The few suitors around her could at most afford a handbag or a night at a bar, and they were the type who wouldn't commit without seeing results. Now Chen Chen had opened a new world for her. Her gaze locked onto him, burning with intense desire. Lu Ranran's eyes darted around, then a sly smile curled at the corners of her mouth as a plan formed. She lifted her foot as if to step forward, then suddenly pretended to twist her ankle. With a sharp cry, she toppled straight toward Chen Chen, her arms slightly open, as if anticipating something. Sensing her little maneuver behind him, Chen Chen frowned slightly. He had no interest in this gold-digging little minx and wanted nothing to do with her. He quickened his pace, stepping forward without even glancing back. His movement was perfectly natural, with no trace of deliberate avoidance. Lu Ranran, eagerly expecting to fall into Chen Chen's arms, and then let out a coquettish whimper, was caught off guard. She noticed Chen Chen had suddenly adjusted his pace, and her heart sank. Realizing he was no longer at the spot where she would land, she muttered a curse under her breath. She didn't think Chen Chen had intentionally dodged, if she just chalked it up to bad luck. Watching the ground loom closer, bracing for a painful fall, she squeezed her eyes shut. Yet the expected pain never came. Instead, she felt a pair of hands catch her at the last moment. Assuming Chen Chen had played the hero, Lu Ranran's face lit up with hopeful expectation as she opened her eyes. But what greeted her was a face marred by acne and a pair of thick-rimmed glasses. It wasn't the Chen Chen she had hoped for, but his friend Fang Zhiping. Lu Ranran's smile instantly vanished along with the anticipation in her eyes. Meanwhile, Fang Zhiping was basking in the joy of playing the gallant rescuer. He believed this act of assistance would surely boost his standing with Lu Ranran, and had already begun fantasizing about a blissful future together. A solicitous smile spread across his face as he asked if she was hurt. But Lu Ranran felt none of the gratitude he had anticipated. Her gaze fell again on his acne-ridden face and oversized glasses, her heart filled with disgust. What grated on her most was the faint scent of cologne mixed with some indescribable odor emanating from him. The combination was so unpleasant that she couldn't help rubbing her nose. Suddenly, she realized his hands were still on her, and a prickling sensation crept over her skin where he touched her. It felt as if countless tiny insects were crawling on her. She quickly pulled away, offering a curt thank you before stepping 2 paces aside, deliberately creating distance. Fang Zhiping paid no heed to her cold tone. He only selectively heard the words of thanks. Inwardly, he gloated, convinced he had made a favorable impression. His mind had already wandered to naming their future children. Chen Chen mused that if Lu Ranran were willing, she could easily reel Fang Zhiping in like a fish on a hook. But seeing her disdainful expression and aloof demeanor, he understood that Fang Zhiping was beneath her notice. Her sights were set on those who could offer her value, like himself. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He thought it might be good for Fang Zhiping to learn a lesson through rejection, so he decided not to warn him. As he continued walking, a sudden thought struck him. He turned sharply to look at Su Chuxia, barely suppressing a curse. Damn, the look and attitude are exactly the same as when Su Chuxia first met me. Moreover, Lu Ranran and Su Chuxia were dorm mates while Fang Zhiping and he shared a room. Was it some cosmic clash between their dorms? He pulled up Su Chuxia's profile panel in his mind and saw that her favorability toward him had reached 64 points. He calculated that it had been only 57 previously. Yesterday, Su Chuxia had been acting strangely, her favorability fluctuating up and down before stabilizing at 59 points. It had climbed another 5 points upon their meeting, bringing it to 64. This was already a level of fondness that bordered on infatuation. He cast a contemptuous glance at Fang Zhiping, still grinning foolishly, and sneered inwardly. I've got a reversal buddy. Do you? Chen Chen and his group were respectfully ushered through the gates of the Yunjin Pavilion. Inside, they did not find the expected lobby of a high-end hotel. Instead, a spacious courtyard greeted them. It was adorned with a dazzling array of precious flowers and plants, their colors vibrant and fragrance intoxicating. Not far off stood an antique pavilion with a roof of glazed tiles that shimmered in the sunlight. A decorative stream meandered through the courtyard, its clear waters flowing gently. A path of bluestone slabs led from the entrance to various corners of the yard, flanked by rare flora. The overall impression was one of vibrant life and energy. The receptionist did not pause, but led them along the bluestone path toward a building deeper within. The distance was short, and soon they stood before the door. The receptionist knocked respectfully, indicating that the person inside held considerable status. A response came quickly from within the room. Please come in. Please come, in a clear female voice called from within. By the tone, Chen Chen judged that the woman could not be very. Sure enough, when he pushed the door open, he saw a woman of perhaps 25 or 26 seated at the desk, a document held in her hand. Her features were delicate, skin fair, and she was quite attractive. Although she looked young, the receptionist treated her with. After a slight bow and greeting, she asked about Chen Chen's purpose. Upon hearing the details, the young woman's eyes flickered with surprise as she scrutinized him. To her, Chen Chen was handsome, yet clad in a common LV casual outfit and appearing far too young. Among Yunjin guest mini members, he seemed rather inconspicuous. Still, she would not look down on him for that. Even as an ordinary member, he was not someone she could afford to offend. She hurried to her feet and politely invited Chen Chen and the others to sit. Good day, sir. I am Tan Rushuan of Yunjin Guest Membership Services Department. You may call me Xiao Tan. Though Tan Rushuan could clearly tell Chen Chen was younger than she humbled herself in posture. She waved the earlier receptionist away, indicating she could step out. Then she smiled and asked Chen Chen, Sir, how should I address you? Chen Chen, he replied. Mr. Chen, allow me first to introduce Yunjin guest membership tiers and their corresponding privileges so you can decide which level to apply for. Chen Chen nodded. Very well. Our Yunjin Go membership has 3 levels: ordinary member, senior member, and so ordinary members enjoy the club's basic services such as dining and leisure facilities. Senior members enjoy elevated dining and leisure services, may be invited to exclusive social events, and receive bespoke personal services. The highest tier Supreme members receive priority access to all club facilities, invitations to premier social events and private banquets, and highly personalized services. Supreme members are also assigned an exclusive butler on standby 24 hours a day. Chen Chen understood that the higher the tier, the finer the service, and the steeper the price. How much is the membership fee? He asked, interrupting Tan Ruxuan's further explanation and posing the question directly. Tan Ruxuan blinked, clearly not expecting such bluntness. She quickly recovered and restored her professional. Ordinary membership requires a joining fee of 500 and an annual fee of 200. She set her eyes, scanning Chen Chen's face for a reaction. She found his expression unchanged, remarkably calm. After a brief pause, she continued, senior membership carries a joining fee of 200 and an annual fee of 100. She paused again, attempting to detect any telltale sign in his demeanor. Chen Chen remained placid, as if hundreds of thousands were mere pocket change. Those standing behind Chen Chen, however, erupted, each wearing a look of utter shock. A 200,000 joining fee and 100,000 annual fee. That's outrageous. And that's only for senior member. Others whispered among themselves, visibly stunned by the fees. They knew Yunjin Gu was an elite club, but had not expected membership to command such sums. Others whispered among themselves, visibly stunned by the fees. They knew Yunjin Gu was an elite club, but had not expected membership to command such sums. Others whispered among themselves, visibly stunned by the fees. They knew Yunjin Gu was an elite club, but had not expected membership to command such sums. Seeing Tan Ruxuan trail off, Chen Chen furrowed his brow and asked, puzzled, you haven't mentioned the supreme member. Tan Ruxuan inwardly marveled at his composure. A 200 joining fee had not even fazed him, yet he was already asking about the supreme tier. She hesitated slightly before saying, Mr. Chen, application for supreme membership requires asset verification. Only those with assets exceeding 1 billion or those vouched for by someone who meets the criteria may apply. After speaking, she watched Chen Chen cautiously, wondering whether he qualified. Chen Chen hesitated. Verification was a bother, and he loathed hassle. When she finally saw a shift in his expression, Tan Ruxuan exhaled with relief. If this young handsome man truly qualified, it would be astonishing. But before she could fully relax, Chen Chen spoke again. Verification is a bit of a hassle. Is there a simpler way? Tan Ruxuan heard him plainly. He had said verification is troublesome, not I lack the qualification. She was stunned, her composure momentarily unraveled. Her face registered shock, and she could not respond at once. Only when Chen Chen prompted did she snap back to attention. Sir, this is not mine to decide. Could you please wait a moment? She stammered, realizing that the young man's identity was likely no ordinary one. Her voice trembled with nervousness. She hurried back to her desk and picked up the phone. After a concise report of the situation, she finally exhaled as if relieved. Returning to Chen Chen's side, her tone grew even more deferential. Sir, I have reported the matter to our director. She will be here shortly. Please wait. Chen Chen frowned. This was becoming a bother. He had come simply for a meal and saw no need to make so much fuss just to spend a little more. As he pondered whether to settle for a senior membership, the door opened again. Tan Ruxuan hurried over and called, Director Zhong, you're here. Chen Chen noted how swiftly she had arrived, guessing the director had been nearby. He looked up at the newcomer and was struck at once by her bearing. Time has no power over a beauty, flashed through his mind. Director Zhong appeared to be in her early 30s, dressed in a well-tailored suit, her hair elegantly pinned back, altogether poised and professional. Her skin was fine and smooth, her gaze bright and clear as if time had left no trace. She entered and lightly patted Tan Ruxuan's arm to soothe the still flustered subordinate. Then she walked straight toward Chen Chen. Her steps were calm and graceful, each one imbued with confidence. As Director Zhong approached, Chen Chen politely rose to greet her. Zhong Qingqing smiled and extended her hand to shake. As they grasped hands, her eyes flicked to his wrist. She paused for a moment before composing herself. She recognized the watch on Chen Chen's wrist, but said nothing, only adopting a more respectful tone. A timepiece worth millions is not something everyone can wear. She wasted no words and went straight to the point. Mr. Chen, hello. I am Zhong Qingqing, Director of Yunjin Guest Membership Services. I understand you wish to apply for Supreme Membership, but find the asset verification process troublesome, is that correct? Chen Chen nodded. I'm just here for a meal and don't want to take up too much time. If it proves impossible, hearing a senior membership will do. Zhong Qingqing almost rolled her eyes inwardly. Since when had a senior membership become merely good enough? But she was professional and quickly adjusted, keeping a pleasant smile on her face. She could tell Chen Chen was not joking by the watch on his wrist alone. He clearly had the means to consider a senior membership merely adequate. Mr. Chen, if verifying 1 billion in fixed assets is too troublesome, proving more than 200 million in liquid cash will also suffice. Zhong Qingqing offered Chen Chen an alternative verification scheme. In truth, cash verification carries an even stricter requirement than fixed asset verification. Many tycoons may possess 10 or even 20 billion in fixed assets, yet lack 200 million in readily available cash. Thus, Zhong did not assume Chen Chen could meet that threshold when she proposed it. However, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing Zhong Qingqing mention having 200 million in cash. After donating to the school, he now had a little over 200 million in cash, just enough to meet the requirement. He nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. If it's 200 million in cash, I believe I have just enough in my account. This statement detonated like a bomb, igniting a fresh wave of astonishment in the room. Ding. Su Chuxia's favorability 5. Su Chuxia slightly parted her lips, her eyes glinting with an unusual light as she gazed at Chen Chen. The gold digger Lu Ranran lifted her head, staring intently at Chen Chen, her eyes sparkling with greed, as if she saw countless riches beckoning to her. The others widened their eyes in disbelief, gasping in unison. This time it wasn't just Zhang Yu and Su Chuxia who were shocked. Even Zhong Qingqing was taken aback upon hearing that Chen Chen had 200 million in cash, her expression betraying her astonishment. She truly hadn't expected him to meet such qualifications. It must be noted that 200 million in cash is no small amount. Many billionaires may not be able to readily access such liquidity. Yet here was this young man who had 200 million in cash in his account. Zhong Qingqing quickly composed herself, her tone now laced with a hint of respect. Mr. Chen, if you find this proposal acceptable, I can immediately arrange for the cash verification for you. Chen Chen nodded in agreement. Then in front of Zhong Qingqing, he took out his phone, opened the mobile banking app, and displayed his balance to her. Zhong Qingqing was stunned and exclaimed, Mr. Chen, you don't use a bank card and only pay with mobile banking. Chen Chen thought it was necessary to check the balance with a bank card. Thus, while taking a card out of his pocket, he replied to, yes, it's a bit more convenient this way. He handed the card to Zhong Qingqing, saying, if the mobile banking balance won't suffice, I happen to have my card with me as well. Zhong Qingqing looked at the Huaxia Bank debit card that Chen Chen handed over and felt even more confused. How could a regular bank card hold 200 million? It seemed so mismatched. Shouldn't only a black card be worthy of such an amount? She looked up at Chen Chen, her mind racing with thoughts. Wasn't this a bit too low-key? Her curiosity about Chen Chen deepened, yet her professionalism kept her from asking too many questions. Rather than taking the card, she smiled and said, Mr. Chen, there's no need for such trouble. You just need to log out of the mobile banking app and log back in. Chen Chen understood her intention. This was to prove that his balance wasn't just a screenshot. It didn't take much effort, so he complied with Zhong Qingqing's request. Zhong Qingqing recorded some necessary evidence on her phone and then smiled at Chen Chen, saying, Mr. Chen, your funds meet the requirements, and we can now apply for the Supreme membership for you. Chen Chen nodded. Great, how much is the fee for the Supreme membership? Since the verification was complete, he naturally expected to be informed of the membership fee. Zhong Qingqing replied candidly, the entry fee for the Supreme membership is 10 million, and the annual fee is also 10 million. No problem. Upon hearing the amount, Chen Chen felt pleased. After all this trouble, it was just to spend a little more money. While the entry fee for the premium membership is only 2 million, but the Supreme membership is directly 10 million. Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse. Li Jiejie chimed in. You missed the point. The annual fee for the premium membership is only half of the entry fee, but for the Supreme membership the annual fee is unchanged at 10 million. Chen Chen turned to look at the others, but noticed that Su Chuxia was staring at him intently. In her gaze he discerned a myriad of complex emotions. Love, longing, shock, desire. Various emotions intertwined, as if they were trying to convey something to Chen. Suddenly Chen Chen had a flash of insight. He thought that spending money on himself had a very low cashback rate. However, if he spent money on a beautiful woman based on previous cashback experiences, the minimum rate would be 3 times the amount. He checked Su Chuxia's current favorability towards him and found it had reached 69 points. This girl was definitely into him, or what was there to hesitate about? He waved at Su Chuxia, beckoning her to come closer. Su Chuxia was very obedient, truly following Chen Chen's every request. Do you like it here? Chen Chen didn't directly mention processing Su Chuxia's membership. Instead, he asked a seemingly trivial question. Who wouldn't like it here? Sure enough, Su Chuxia nodded decisively. Chen Chen turned to look at Zhong Qingqing. Minister Zhong, I should be able to act as a guarantor as well, right? Zhong Qingqing seemed to have guessed Chen Chen's intention and shot a surprised glance at Su Chuxia. Then she nodded to Chen Chen, saying, of course you can. Chen Chen pointed at Su Chuxia and continued speaking to Zhong Qingqing. All right then, let's process her membership. I will guarantee it. Though Zhong Qingqing had anticipated this, hearing it confirmed by Chen Chen was still astonishing. From the posture and the innocent demeanor of Su Chuxia, she judged that the girl was still a virgin. The 10 million annual fee plus the 10 million entry fee totaled to 20 million, a significant sum. Chen Chen was casually willing to spend such a fortune on this girl. Let's deposit another 10 million here. Chen Chen casually added another 10 million. 30 million. Chen Chen spent 30 million on this girl. Even someone like Zhong Qingqing, who held a high position in the Yunjin Pavilion and was accustomed to grand scenes, couldn't help but look at Su Chuxia with envious eyes. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What a lucky girl. Su Chuxia, on the other hand, was completely stunned by Chen Chen's words, her mind blank. Chen Chen was actually willing to spend 30 million to get her a Supreme membership. Su Chuxia was shocked, her eyes filled with disbelief, even questioning whether she was dreaming. From the corner of his eye, Chen Chen noticed Lu Ranran, who upon hearing that he was going to spend 30 million on Su Chuxia was filled with jealousy that nearly overflowed. He even thought he heard the sound of her teeth grinding. Zhong Qingqing confirmed with Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, are you sure you want to vouch for this lady and apply for the Supreme membership? Approve it for her. Chen Chen nodded in affirmation. Zhong Qingqing turned to Su Chuxiao, not doubting Su Chuxiao would refuse, and said gently and directly, "Ma'am, could you please show me your ID?" Su Chuxiao remained in shock, her gaze fixed on Chen Chen, her small rosy mouth hanging open in astonishment. Seeing her reaction, Zhong Qingqing understood why, and smiled knowingly, gently patting Su Chuxia's arm. "Ma'am, are you alright?" Su Chuxiao reflexively turned her head, but her mouth remained open, and she did not speak. Zhong Qingqing was not impatient. It was perfectly normal for a young girl to be struck dumb in such a situation. "Ma'am, please hand me your ID, so I can process the paperwork," she continued patiently. Su Chuxiao was still dazed, but mechanically took her ID out of her bag. However, she did not hand it to Zhong Qingqing, but clutched it tightly in her palm. Zhong Qingqing, seeing this, felt a bit helpless, and could only look to Chen Chen. Chen Chen was also at a loss. He couldn't just snatch it from her. He stepped forward and gently patted Su Chuxia's small face. "Hey, Su Chuxia, snap out of it. It's raining, you need to collect the clothes." Of course, Su Chuxia did not actually run out to collect the clothes because of Chen Chen's words. However, after Chen Chen's teasing, her rationality returned somewhat. With the return of her reason, a surge of boundless excitement welled up within her. A flush spread across her face at a visible speed, making its way to her ears, and then to her neck. She wanted to scream, but when she opened her mouth, she found she could not make a sound. This was 30 million. Did Chen Chen really just give that to her? She couldn't believe it was true, but the memories in her mind forced her to accept it. Had her anticipated life as a rich lady arrived so casually, with just one word from Chen Chen? She knew Chen Chen came from a wealthy background, and was certain that as long as she followed him, she would be able to live such a life in the future. But when the 30 million truly fell upon her, she felt a bit timid. Chen Chen. This is 30 million. Not just 3,000. Are you really giving it to me? Chen Chen, seeing Su Chuxia's cowardly demeanor, felt a headache coming on. He ignored her question and reached out directly. "Give me your ID." Su Chuxia knew what Chen Chen wanted her ID for. Although she was still feeling timid inside, her hand honestly handed the ID over to Chen Chen. 30 million. There was so much money. She was scared, but also undeniably in love. The life of a rich lady. A leap in status. At the end of the day, it was all about money. She watched helplessly as her ID was handed to Chen Chen and then passed on to Zhong Qingqing. After that, Chen Chen also handed over his ID to Zhong Qingqing and signed a guarantee agreement. Then came the payment, the paperwork, and so on. As time passed, her fear gradually got swallowed by excitement. Her eyes began to redden and physiological tears began to form in her eyes. She knew that it was already a done deal, though she could not resist it anymore. Chen Chen really had given her 30 million. Of course, she felt a bit timid because the amount was so large, yet there was not a shred of resistance. Now all she felt was surprise, excitement, and joy. Her gaze towards Chen Chen was filled with fervor and affection. Ding. Su Chuxia's favorability 10. Chen Chen had already completed all the procedures. When he was making the payment, he also heard the prompt sound for the cashback. Ding. The host successfully spent 3,000 yuan on an attractive opposite sex, triggering a 4x cashback. The cashback amount is 1,000 yuan. Almost simultaneously, he heard the prompt sound indicating Su Chuxia's favorability had increased. He glanced at Su Chuxia, discreetly unable to help but feel proud of his decision. A twofold achievement. Not only did he receive a high cashback, but he also gained the favor of the campus beauty. The 4x cashback from the attractive opposite sex directly brought Chen Chen close to achieving a small goal. Moreover, the favorability increased by 10 points. Chen Chen remembered that her favorability was 69 points before. With this increase of 10 points, it jumped directly to 79 points. Just 1 point away from reaching 80, a significant leap. The key was that when favorability reached 80, the system would grant a lottery draw. Thinking of the rewards from the last lottery, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Even the way he looked at Su Chuxia became gentler. Of course, Su Chuxia was not at a disadvantage either. Chen Chen had truly given her 30 million. Hadn't she seen that she was so excited she was about to cry? Zhong Qingqing's slightly apologetic voice interrupted Chen Chen's thoughts. "Mr. Chen, because you applied for the Supreme membership for Ms. Su, according to regulations, if you are not with Ms. Su, you still cannot enjoy the services of Yunjin Go. I hope you understand this." Chen Chen merely responded with an to acknowledge he heard, but did not care. He continued, "First arrange a table and prepare the meals in advance. We've wasted quite some time." "Alright, no problem." After asking Chen Chen about his requirements for the dishes, Zhong Qingqing immediately instructed Tan Rushuan to arrange a private room. When she saw that Su Chuxia's condition had improved somewhat, Zhong Qingqing smiled and spoke. "Ms. Su, as a Supreme member, you will enjoy the highest level of service from Yunjin Go, including a personal butler, priority booking rights, and invitations to top social events." Hearing Zhong Qingqing's introduction, Su Chuxiao felt another wave of excitement in her heart. She had only fantasized about this before, yet now she truly possessed such treatment. And all of this was brought to her by Chen Chen. Her gaze towards Chen Chen became even more fervent. Zhang Qingqing explained to Su Chuxiao, Ms. Su, every Supreme membership card at Yunjingu is customized and unique. Once your card is completed, it will be delivered to you through your personal butler. Su Chuxiao nodded lightly, but her eyes remained fixed on Chen Chen. Chen Chen couldn't tell if he was mistaken, but it seemed he saw a hint of concern in her gaze. In fact, Chen Chen was not mistaken. Su Chuxiao, having regained her rationality, indeed felt a pang of concern. To her, Chen Chen spending 30 million on her was a tremendous surprise. But why was it for a membership? Wouldn't it be better if it were cash? Yet upon closer inspection, even a membership meant that 30 million had been spent in real currency. She could not be ungrateful, especially when she noticed Lu Ranran filled with jealousy, wanting to devour her. Moreover, one must know that Chen Chen, like her, was a freshman, at most 18 or 19 years old. Now his account balance was over 200 million, a testament to his formidable background. Su Chuxiao became increasingly certain that her intuition was correct. Chen Chen was indeed her best choice, without a doubt. As for whether he liked her, Chen Chen must like her. Otherwise, why would he spend 30 million on her? Why not on someone else? Now her only worry was not to be intercepted by others halfway, especially by some flashy girls. As she glanced at Lu Ranran. Ms. Su, please choose your personal butler. Su Chuxia's daydreaming was interrupted. Zhang Qingqing brought over a tablet, opened a document, and without thinking, Su Chuxiao handed it directly to Chen Chen, then mustered her courage to link her arm with Chen Chen's. She tightly wedged herself between the two like a little bunny, and softly said to Chen Chen, "You choose." Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingqing had a meaningful smile on her face. Although this was against the rules, who could blame her? After all, Chen Chen was the real financier, and it was Su Chuxiao who had initiated it. Zhang Qingqing naturally chose to turn a blind eye, just smiling without saying anything. Chen Chen gave Su Chuxiao a truly obedient look before taking the tablet to check. The document had detailed introductions of over 40 people. There were both men and women, young and middle-aged. Zhang Qingqing explained, these individuals are senior receptionists serving high-level members. Once selected by a supreme member, they will become the dedicated butler of that member. Chen Chen nodded, said nothing, flipped through the pages, and then stopped at one page. Pointing at the page, he asked Su Chuxiao, "What about this one?" Su Chuxiao obediently leaned in, nearly touching her face to Chen Chen's. On the screen was a woman around 40 years old with an average appearance, but exuding a competent aura. She nodded directly without asking Chen Chen why he chose this person. Zhang Qingqing leaned in to take a look, and after seeing the person Chen Chen had chosen, she became a bit curious. Curious about why Chen Chen would choose her when there were several younger and prettier options, some of whom were not even inferior to Su Chuxiao. She first called to have the person found, then couldn't help but ask Chen Chen. Upon hearing Zhang Qingqing ask why he chose this person to be Su Chuxia's dedicated butler, Chen Chen felt there was nothing to hide and directly expressed his opinion. This person is not young, has an ordinary appearance, yet is able to serve high-ranking members, which indicates strong capability and professionalism. Moreover, Su Chuxiao is still a student, she should be able to assist a lot, and her ordinary appearance won't attract too much attention, making her more suitable. After hearing this, a glint of appreciation flashed in Zhang Qingqing's eyes, and she nodded in agreement. This person's name is Han Shui. She has over 10 years of experience and has never made a mistake. Her abilities are indeed impressive, but her ordinary looks have been a disadvantage, unexpectedly becoming a merit in your case. Han Shui, upon hearing that a supreme member had chosen her as a dedicated butler, initially thought it was unbelievable. She was very aware of her shortcomings, ordinary looks, and not being young anymore. How could such an opportunity fall to her? But soon she realized this couldn't be a joke, and her heart swelled with joy. Although her current job as a receptionist was already quite good, becoming the dedicated butler for a supreme member would mean a world of difference in status and treatment compared to now. Who wouldn't want to live better? She quickly handed over her current tasks and hurried to the membership service department. On the way, her nerves calmed somewhat, but her inner excitement was hard to suppress. Standing outside the door, she took a deep breath, knowing this was the moment to change her fate. With a slightly trembling hand, she gently knocked on the door. Inside, Chen Chen heard the knock and guessed it must be the dedicated butler. However, he did not overshadow the moment, but instead turned his gaze towards Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing understood Chen Chen's eyes and again marveled at his composure and understanding of etiquette. She spoke to let the person in, saying, "Please come in." When Han Shui entered, her eyes swiftly scanned the room, lingering on Chen Chen several times. She first respectfully greeted Zhang Qingqing before standing still waiting for instructions. Her demeanor was steady and her eyes exuded competence, making Chen Chen even more pleased than her photographs. He couldn't help but nod. Such a person was indeed suitable for Su Chuxiao. It should be noted that the dedicated butlers of Yunjin Pavilion do not merely provide services within the pavilion. They are on standby 24 hours a day, ready to heed any command from the members. As for why Chen Chen did not choose a young and beautiful one, that was simple. This was a helper for Su Chuxiao, not Han Shui. Originally thought Chen Chen was the supreme member as he stood out among the group. However, Zhang Qingqing's words dispelled her guess. "Xiao Xue, this is Miss Su Chuxiao, our esteemed supreme member at Yunjin Pavilion. You will be her dedicated butler from now on. Being an experienced one, you should understand the requirements for a butler without needing me to repeat them, right? Han Shui quickly nodded in agreement, though puzzled that she had misjudged the situation, and immediately greeted, esteemed Miss Su. Hello, I am Han Shui. It is my honor to become your dedicated butler, and I will be at your service 24 hours a day. Su Chuxiao had never been in such a situation and instinctively wanted to stand and say something. However, just as she moved to get up, she felt a hand pull her back into her seat. Su Chuxiao turned in confusion only to see Chen Chen shaking his head at her. Being clever, she immediately understood and simply replied to Han Shui with a single word, good. She had just realized that she was now the supreme member, while Han Shui was merely her butler. Strictly speaking, she was the master and Han Shui was the servant. If there was anything, she could just say it without needing to stand. Most importantly, she remembered that being with Chen Chen represented his reputation, and she couldn't let him lose face. Han Shui was also a smart person, and in a short amount of time, she grasped the situation. Although Su Chuxiao was beautiful, her ordinary attire made it clear she could not have become a supreme member on her own. The Chen Chen she had just guessed was the one with remarkable demeanor, making him seem more like the supreme member. Moreover, Su Chuxia's level of obedience to Chen Chen was quite revealing. Chen Chen was the benefactor, someone willing to spend money on Su Chuxiao. Therefore, although she was serving Su Chuxiao, she must not show any neglect towards Chen Chen. Suddenly, Zhong Qingqing spoke up, Xiaoxuo, Mr. Chen and Ms. Su along with their classmates are here for a meal. The private room and food have already been arranged, the rest is up to you. Understood. Han Shui responded to Zhong Qingqing's words and turned to respectfully ask Chen Chen and Su Chuxiao, Mr. Chen, Ms. Su, do you have any specific requirements for the meal? Upon hearing Han Shui include him and even address him before Su Chuxiao, Chen Chen couldn't help but admire her intelligence for quickly understanding the dynamics and hierarchy of the situation. Chen Chen was straightforward and replied, Minister Zhong has already arranged it. It will be the highest standard seafood Chinese cuisine. You can handle the rest as you see fit. Hearing Chen Chen's instruction, Han Shui did not immediately act, but instead looked back at Su Chuxiao. Only after seeing Su Chuxiao nod in confirmation did she respond. All right. She then turned to look at Zhong Qingqing. Zhong Qingqing also spoke, Mr. Chen, Ms. Su, we have no further matters. Han Shui is now your dedicated butler. You can arrange for her to handle anything you need. Su Chuxiao nodded, okay, understood. Zhong Qingqing mentioned that they had no further matters and Han Shui then asked Mr. Chen, Ms. Su, shall we proceed to the private room now? Chen Chen replied, sure, let's go. Since there was nothing further to discuss, Chen Chen stood up ready to head to the private room, while Zhong Qingqing personally escorted them to the door. Mr. Chen, Ms. Su, welcome once again to Yunjin Pavilion. I wish you a pleasant dining experience. Chen Chen nodded and followed Han Shui out. Zhang Yu and the others quickly followed, their expressions filled with shock and curiosity as they exchanged glances, wanting to say something but hesitating. Finally, Zhang Yu couldn't help but speak up. Chingu, you were so low-key before, weren't you? And you just casually took out 200 million cash. And you still say you're not a rich second generation. Fang Zhiping chimed in, his tone full of admiration. Yes, Chingu, your strength is simply unfathomable. Hearing Zhang Yu, who was older than him, calling him brother, Chen Chen realized that the shock he had brought them was quite significant. He figured he would never be able to shake off the label of being a rich second generation in front of them. He only hoped that the bond between the dormitory buddies wouldn't change. He attempted to lighten the mood, trying to show he was still the same old Chen Chen who was poor and broke. I told you I'm not a rich second generation, but whatever, I can't be bothered to argue about it anymore. However, would you all be willing to acknowledge me as your adoptive father? I am willing to share my wealth with my sons, he said, playfully gesturing with his chin towards the three. Chen Chen originally thought he would hear a few sighs and sarcastic remarks. But, father-in-law, is this true? This is Zhang Yu. Father-in-law, please allow your son to bow to you. This is Fang Zhiping. I can't believe it, Chen. Father-in-law, don't leave me behind. This is Li Dahong the simpleton. Chen Chen was dumbfounded. How did a few rebellious sons appear out of nowhere? He couldn't help but extend one empty hand, raising it in an international gesture of friendship, a big middle finger. As for why he only had one hand free, the other hand, Su Chuxiao had her arm linked with Chen Chen's and showed no signs of letting go, as if she were trying to prove something to the others. Chen Chen did not resist, enjoying the softness was more than enough. Only a fool would push her away. This scene made Lu Ranran green with envy. Reluctantly, she stepped forward, wanting to link her arm with Chen Chen's other side. However, Chen Chen deftly dodged her once more. Lu Ranran was instantly furious, stamping her feet, with a face full of unwillingness and grievance. In her heart, she cursed this Chen Chen. Why is he so unromantic? Yet Chen Chen seemed oblivious to her reaction, still walking forward with Su Chuxiao linked to his arm, his expression calm, a subtle smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Su Chuxiao cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ranran, a flicker of pride and flaunting in her eyes. She then leaned even closer to Chen Chen, as if telling Lu Ranran, he is mine, don't even think about it. But how could Lu Ranran easily give up? It was not every day one encountered a diamond bachelor's father. If she could make him fall for her, wouldn't she be considered among the elite? Han Shui led Chen Chen and the others through the ancient, yet exquisitely luxurious corridor of the Yunjin Pavilion. Under the soft light above, Chen Chen and the others could see clearly. Precious murals adorned the walls on each. At intervals there were vintage items displayed along the corridor. After asking Han Shui, they learned that everything in Yunjin Pavilion was either produced by the masters or was a valuable antique. Finding something ordinary here was quite challenging. The private room, they were heading to room Tianzi No. 1 was modern-themed, and also the best room outside of the exclusive private rooms of Yunjin Pavilion. As for Su Chuxia, she had just become a supreme member, and her exclusive room had yet to be prepared. It would later be customized according to her preferences. As they chatted, the group arrived at the Tianzi private room. The two beautiful young ladies at the entrance saw them arrive and pushed the door open together. Then they crossed their hands over their lower abdomen, respectfully bowing slightly to invite Chen Chen and the others inside. As the door to the Tianzi room opened, Chen Chen felt as if he had stepped into a world of luxurious seclusion. The private room covered an area of over 100 square meters, designed primarily with understated luxury in mind. The colors were dominated by deep brown gold and ivory white, exuding nobility and elegance. In the center of the room was a round dining table made of natural marble adorned with exquisite tableware, surrounded by over a dozen high-backed chairs covered in top-quality, genuine leather. Hanging above the dining table was a massive crystal chandelier, its light filtering through the finely cut crystals as if the stars had fallen, illuminating every detail of the room. Surrounding the space were still more precious oil paintings and expensive antique porcelain, while the floor was covered with a thick wool carpet. One side of the private room featured a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows currently open, offering a view of the starry sky outside. The private room also had a small bar filled with fine wines, and in the corner there was a genuine leather sofa. Every detail of the entire private room radiated nobility and luxury. Mr. Chen, Miss Su, please take a seat. Han Shui respectfully pulled out the main seat indicating for Chen Chen and Su Chuxiao to sit down. Chen Chen nodded and sat down with Su Chuxiao, while Lu Ranran quickly took her seat beside Chen Chen. After Zhang Yu and the others were also seated, Han Shui instructed the young lady standing at the door and then saw her turn to leave. Han Shui returned to Chen Chen and Su Chuxiao's side, respectfully asking if they needed drinks. After consulting with a few people, Chen Chen went to the bar with Su Chuxiao, as there were girls present introduced by Han Shui. He chose a bottle of Lihua Merlot known for its floral and fruity aromas, which is softer and more appealing to women. The best part is that it does not need to breathe, just resting for a while is sufficient. However, it was not cheap. The 2005 vintage he selected cost 500 RMB. There were no inexpensive wines at the bar, several even better than this one, but this was simply the most suitable. To Chen Chen, the price of 500 per bottle was just that. He no longer cared about expensive items. Instead, he feared things were too cheap. Once confirmed, Han Shui opened the wine and poured it for everyone. The young lady who had just left returned, followed by several other waitresses in similar uniforms. They held exquisite trays and began serving dishes. The first was steamed Australian lobster. The lobster was as long as an arm, emitting a faint aroma. The waitress skillfully cut the lobster open, revealing the snowy white lobster meat dipped in sauce, and presented to everyone. This lobster is truly massive. Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Han Shui smiled and explained every ingredient at Yunjin Pavilion is rigorously selected to ensure the best meat quality. There is even a special ecological pond here, and this lobster was alive before it was served. Chen Chen took a bite and found it indeed delicious. He wanted to tell Su Chuxiao to eat more, but noticed her expression was a bit strange. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? Su Chuxiao hurriedly waved her hand, hesitated for a moment, then leaned towards Chen Chen's ear, blushing as she whispered in explanation. I feel that the big lobster isn't as tasty as the small ones. Chen Chen was taken aback upon hearing this, realizing she was shy about her thoughts. He couldn't help but smile and lean towards Su Chuxia's ear. It's fine, next time we won't eat big lobsters, we'll go together to eat the small ones you like. After saying this, he burst into. This drew the attention of everyone, curious about what Chen Chen was laughing about. Su Chuxia's face turned even redder as she quickly kicked Chen Chen's shoe lightly with her foot. Chen Chen understood. It's fine, just thought of something funny, let's eat. Next on the table was the finest caviar. The black caviar glimmered enticingly under the light, paired with thin toasted bread, looking particularly exquisite. Isn't this the kind of caviar that costs tens of thousands per spoon? Li Jejia asked cautiously. Han Shui nodded, confirming Li Jejia's guess. Yes, it's top-grade caviar. Each spoon is quite valuable. Hearing the price, Su Chuxiao couldn't help but glance at Chen Chen, a hint of concern flashing in her eyes as she spoke softly. Chen Chen, this. Is it too expensive? Chen Chen chuckled, his tone relaxed. It's fine, since we are here we In his heart he thought, woman, don't ruin my spending spree, I suggest you keep it to yourself. Lu Ranran immediately interjected. Chen Chen is really generous, so good to his friends. Chuxiao, you're really lucky. Her tone was filled with thick jealousy, but her gaze was glued to Chen Chen. Hearing Lu Ranran's jab, Su Chuxiao no longer felt sorry. She smiled sweetly, pretending to be shy, her tone particularly gentle. Yes, Chen Chen has always been very good to me, generous to friends, and of course, he's also nice to friends of friends. She emphasized friends of friends, deliberately hinting at something. Chen Chen enjoyed the delicacies while watching the battle of skills between the two, smiling, but remaining silent. Although he was not fond of Lu Ranran the gold digger, her presence was able to provoke Su Chuxiao into taking the initiative. As the two clams fought, he basked in the enjoyment. Why not relish it? Each dish that followed continued to elicit praise. Truffle braised abalone, steamed Eastern Star grouper, and black pepper wagyu beef. Each dish was as exquisite as a work of art, with flavors that nearly made one swallow their tongue. Zhang Yu couldn't help but speculate this meal must cost as much as a down payment for a house in the Magic City, right? Chen Chen chuckled, not revealing the price. As long as everyone enjoys the meal, money is not an issue. Upon seeing this, Lu Ranran immediately raised her wine glass and said sweetly, Chen Chen, I toast to you, thanking you for bringing us to such a high-end place for dinner. While speaking, she deliberately leaned forward, exposing her long neck and a hint of her cleavage, her eyes carrying it. Su Chuxiao observed this with displeasure, inwardly cursing this vixen. However, she managed her expression while showing no signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, she gently tugged at Chen Chen's sleeve and softly said, Chen Chen, this abalone is delicious, you should try it. With that, she directly picked up a piece of abalone with her chopsticks and brought it to Chen Chen's mouth. Chen Chen opened his mouth to eat it, then meaningfully complimented him, this abalone is indeed quite good. Seeing this, Lu Ranran, unwilling to be outdone, put down her wine glass and picked up a piece of wagyu beef. She wanted to mimic Su Chuxiao and feed it to Chen Chen, but felt he would likely refuse, which would embarrass her instead. After a moment of thought, she decided to place it in Chen Chen's bowl, instead, her tone very charming. Chen Chen, this one is also very tender, you should give it a try. Su Chuxiao smiled slightly, picked up another piece of Eastern Star grouper and placed it by Chen Chen's mouth, her tone gentle. Chen Chen, fish is good for your health, you should eat more. One in the bowl and one by the mouth, Lu Ranran was at a natural disadvantage, clearly outmatched by Su Chuxiao. Not only did she fail to win Chen Chen's interest, but she also felt a surge of frustration. As the two exchanged jibes, the atmosphere at the table became quite subtle. Zhang Yu and the others observed quietly, unable to suppress their laughter, but dared not show it, simply stifling their amusement. Chen Chen sensed the undercurrents between the two and found it quite amusing, yet he chose not to reveal it. Noticing the wine in everyone's glasses was nearly finished, he turned to Han Shui and instructed, get another bottle of red wine, let's enjoy ourselves. Han Shui nodded, quickly preparing to fetch the wine. Fang Zhiping watched his wife fawn over Chen Chen and felt a pang of sadness. Thinking that out of sight would mean out of mind, he volunteered, I'll go too, wait for me. He sprang up and followed Han Shui to the bar to get the wine. Soon a bottle of the same top-tier red wine was brought back by Fang Zhiping. Han Shui expertly opened the bottle and poured for everyone. Zhang Yu noticed something was off with Fang Zhiping's expression. Even his hand holding the wine glass was slightly trembling. He quickly asked what happened. Why is your hand shaking? Did you eat seafood? Fang Zhiping turned to Zhang Yu, adjusting his glasses with the still trembling hand, disbelief filling his voice. Brother, do you know how much this bottle of wine costs? Zhang Yu initially thought Fang Zhiping's odd behavior was due to a seafood allergy, but was surprised by Fang Zhiping's question about the wine's price. It seemed he was shocked by the wine price at the bar. Realizing everything was fine, he sighed in relief and voiced his guess. How much? It must be over 100,000 a bottle, since Chen Chen treated us to such exquisite dishes. Over 100,000. Wrong, it's 500,000. What? How much? Zhang Yu was also taken aback. He genuinely thought this bottle of red wine would be at most over 100,000. I just checked, clearly it's 500,000 a bottle divided into 8 glasses, and the one in front of us is worth over 60,000. Wow. Zhang Yu also let out an exclamation of admiration. However, upon considering the price of the entire table of dishes, he surprisingly found the 50,000 wine reasonable. That's acceptable, but do you know how much the caviar we had earlier cost? Without waiting for Fang Zhiping's response, Zhang Yu provided the answer himself. 70 to 80,000 for just a little caviar, and you think 6,000 for a glass of wine is expensive. Fang Zhiping clicked his tongue. Still expensive, but I think Brother Chen is even more impressive. Come on, brother, let's toast. We can consider ourselves blessed by Brother Chen and enjoy a good meal. Unbeknownst to whether it was because Lu Ranran had a low tolerance for alcohol, she wobbled and raised her wine glass again. Her eyes were slightly dazed as she looked at Chen Chen, her tone dripping with seduction. Chen Chen, little brother Hick, I toast to you. Thank you for your generous hospitality today. Next time I want to invite you out for dinner alone. Is that okay? Su Chuxiao frowned slightly upon hearing this, but quickly regained her smile. She also raised her wine glass, her tone gentle, but with a hint of firmness. Chen Chen, you just said you wanted to go eat crayfish with me. You can't deceive me. Chen Chen looked at Su Chuxia's reaction and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. How much did she fear that he would be taken away by someone else? Did she not see his attitude towards Lu Ranran? Indeed, Big Bear was just as brainless. He inwardly praised this gold digger. What a good wingwoman, what an excellent Neither of the two women paid any mind to each other. He raised his wine glass and said to everyone, let's all drink together today. Is about enjoying good food and drinks and having fun. Seeing Chen Chen raise his glass, everyone responded in kind, and the atmosphere became lively once more. Lu Ranran felt a sense of loss at this moment. She could no longer cling to the situation and could only clink glasses with everyone. Su Chuxia still wore a gentle smile, but her gaze towards Lu Ranran held a trace of victorious smugness. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, the atmosphere at the table gradually relaxed. Zhang Yuli Jia and others began chatting about their dormitory-related topics occasionally, making a few colorful jokes that had everyone laughing heartily. Han Shui quietly attended to everyone refilling drinks and switching dishes, providing meticulous service. Lu Ranran seemed a bit unsatisfied. Taking advantage of the lively conversation, she stealthily drew closer to Chen Chen. Chen Chen, I don't want to try hard anymore. Do you have any thoughts on taking me in? I'm very good at taking care of people. Chen Chen smiled faintly, his response clearly a refusal. I'm a man of principle. I don't love this kind of woman. Hearing this made Lu Ranran want to spit blood. What the hell, just look at you, and Su Chuxia's flirtatious behavior. This is pure nonsense. Why can't you find a slightly better reason to refuse? Su Chuxia, although she couldn't hear the details of their conversation, could guess from Lu Ranran's expression what had transpired. It must be that she had been at a loss with Chen Chen and couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. No matter how much the vixen jumps around, it's useless. Chen Chen is not so easily swayed. Her mind seemed to suddenly clear up. The dinner party had been going on for over 2 hours. Chen Chen glanced at his watch. It was already 10 in the evening. Time to wrap up, otherwise these students wouldn't be able to get back into the dormitory. Of course, he himself was an exception. He looked up at the others and noticed that everyone was about done. Although red wine had a low alcohol content, its after effects were quite potent. Zhang Yufang, Jiping, and the others were already tipsy, their faces flushed as they boasted loudly. When Chen Chen's gaze swept over a corner, he was surprised to find Li Dahong and Wang Ling, who had been quiet all along. The two had somehow drifted together, whispering to each other in a way that suggested something might be brewing between them. He couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at the oblivious Fang Jiping. If Li Dahong and Wang Ling really had something going on, then Fang Jiping would be the only one left pining alone. Chen Chen stood up and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. It's 10 o'clock, getting late. Let's call it a night here, or you won't make it back before the dorm gates close. The others pulled out their phones to check the time and realized it was indeed late. They still had classes the next day. The others pulled out their phones to check the time and realized it was indeed late. They still had classes the next day. So they all stood up and raised their glasses. Zhang Yu chimed in, Brother Chen, thanks to you we enjoyed such a sumptuous meal today. Li Jia added with a smile. Yeah, today really broadened our horizons. Thanks, Chen Chen. The rest echoed in agreement, and together they raised their glasses, bringing the evening to a close. Chen Chen asked Han Shui to bring the bill so he could settle it. Su Chuxia quickly said, Chen Chen, didn't you top up 10 million yuan? Just use the balance on the card to pay. Chen Chen gestured for Han Shui to bring the bill anyway, then said to Su Chuxia, that money is for you to spend as you wish. Keep it for yourself. I'm not so broke that I can't cover this. Then struck by a sudden idea, he added, send me your bank card number. I need it. Su Chuxia had no idea what Chen Chen wanted, but she obediently sent him. Just then Han Shui arrived with the bill. Chen Chen took it and saw that the total came to 2 million yuan, 0 for the dishes, 2 million for the wine, and a 15 service charge of 40,000. Yes, they had opened 2 more bottles of red wine midway, making it 4 bottles in total. Each at 5,000, so 2 million altogether. Han Shui spoke up. Minister Zhong instructed us to waive the odd amount from this meal. Chen Chen nodded, though the small change didn't matter to him. He said, please thank Minister Zhong for me. Han Shui agreed. Then Chen Chen fumbled with his phone and transferred 5 million yuan to Su Chuxia. Ignoring the system's triple rebate notification, he handed the bill to Su Chuxia. I transferred some money to you. Go ahead and pay and keep the rest as pocket money. Su Chuxia, surprised that Chen Chen had sent her money, quickly checked her phone. When she saw the transfer amount, she instinctively covered her mouth with her small hand. He had given her another 5 million, and the leftover was supposed to be her pocket money. This felt completely different from the 30 million she had for the membership. Now this was real cash. She couldn't help but wonder, was she really worth the 35 million yuan Chen Chen had spent on her? Lu Ranran, unable to contain her curiosity, came up behind Su Chuxia and peeked at her phone and the bill. Then she blurted out in shock, a meal for 2 million. And Chen Chen gave you another 5 million. Su Chuxia, startled by the voice behind her, quickly covered her phone screen. As if a few more glances from Lu Ranran would make the money disappear. Lu Ranran's exclamation was loud enough for the others to hear. They all looked at Chen Chen with astonishment, but after the previous incidents their nerves had grown much thicker and they weren't so easily shocked. Still, they couldn't help but marvel at Chen Chen's generosity in giving another 5 million to a girl and at the extravagance of a 2 million yuan meal. Su Chuxia shot an angry glare at the person behind her, But when she saw the envy reddening Lu Ranran's eyes, her anger turned into a smug, squinting smile. She stopped covering the screen. Since everyone already knew, there was no point in hiding it. She proudly displayed the screen to Lu Ranran. She had also made up her mind. No matter how much Chen Chen gave her, she would accept it. She considered it pocket money from her man. After all, she had decided that Chen Chen was her man. Spending her man's money was only natural. Then, mimicking Lu Ranran's syrupy tone, she said to Chen Chen with a beaming smile, "Thank you, Chen Chen, little brother, for the 5 million gift." Her gaze drifted to Lu Ranran's slightly twisted face, and she felt even happier. Perhaps emboldened by alcohol, or perhaps wanting to make Lu Ranran angrier, she suddenly planted a loud kiss on Chen Chen's cheek. She had no idea that this Lu Ranran was entirely a rival she had conjured up in her own mind. In reality, she posed no threat to her. The real threat was someone she had never even met. Seeing the smile on Chen Chen's face grow even more pronounced, Su Chuxiao suddenly realized what she had just done. Her face, already flushed from the wine, turned a deep crimson. She was willing to kiss Chen Chen, but now it was in front of everyone, especially with Li Jiejia, that pervert, around. Su Chuxiao vividly remembered how Li Jiejia had forced her to say "good sister" in a sickeningly sweet tone just last night. She couldn't bear to think about how Li Jiejia would tease her when they got back. "Oh, forget it. I've kissed him already. It's not like I haven't seen Li Jiejia kiss Zhang Yu." She consoled herself inwardly, and then prepared to pay the bill as Chen Chen had instructed. Suddenly another idea struck her. She tugged at Chen Chen's sleeve and said, "Chen Chen, can I use the money on the membership card to pay and keep the bank transfer money for myself?" "Suit yourself." Chen Chen was still savoring the unexpected surprise of the kiss, so he replied indifferently. Once he gave money away, he couldn't care less how she used it. Aside from reliving the soft touch on his cheek, he was also a bit puzzled. There was a reason he had given Su Chuxia another 5 million. Apart from earning more rebate money, he was just 1 point short of reaching 80 in affection. Reaching 80 would grant him a system lottery draw. Chen Chen had thought that the 5 million would surely raise her affection by at least 1 point, but it didn't at all. It was obvious that Su Chuxiao was very happy, even ecstatic, but her affection hadn't increased by a single point. This piqued Chen Chen's curiosity and confusion. Did this woman no longer care about money? No, that couldn't be it. If she didn't, she wouldn't have reacted the way she did. There must be a reason, one he hadn't discovered yet. A thought suddenly flashed in Chen Chen's mind as he recalled the changes in by Shi and AI Xiaoying's effect. It seems he understands why Su Chuxia's affection level remained unchanged after transferring her 5 million once it reached 79 points. He just realized that before these women's affection levels reached 69 points, everything went smoothly. However, after hitting 16, just as they were about to enter a new stage, they would inexplicably get stuck. It's as if the other party has set up a barrier. Unless you pass this barrier, you cannot proceed any further. Conversely, whether intentionally or unintentionally, as long as you break through this barrier, you can smoothly advance until the next hurdle. He recalls that after AI Xiaoying became infatuated, she took the initiative to get close, and he did not refuse, thus breaking through the 70-point barrier. Yet upon waking up, he found himself not beside her. AI Xiaoying, fearful that he might not want her anymore, waited for him to reappear and assure her, which then raised her affection to 80. As for Bai Shi, it seems he unintentionally gave her a feeling of home, which allowed her to break through 70. Although it is still unclear why she yearns so much for home, this does not affect Chen Chen's current analysis. Chen Chen checked Bai Zai's affection level and found it had reached 78. If his assumption is correct, there will definitely be a barrier at that point. And then there's the youthful beauty Chu Momo, whose affection level is also at 16, but Chen Chen guesses that this girl just happened to hit 69 points. He just doesn't know what the barrier is. Thinking of this, Chen Chen suddenly felt a rush of excitement. It felt like playing a game, finding the BOSS, defeating it, and winning a reward. Which man can resist the thrill of battling a boss and getting a prize? So Su Chuxiao, this boss. What is this current barrier for Su Chuxiao? Right now, Chen Chen is also a bit clueless since their time of acquaintance has been too short. He initially thought Su Chuxiao was just after money, only to discover it was not entirely the case. Yet Chen Chen, being straightforward, decided to stop thinking about it. Where there's a will, there's a way, and perhaps he would inadvertently pass through the barrier. Moreover, even with the affection level at 79, it does not prevent her from lying down and purring. Hee hee. While Chen Chen was immersed in his thoughts, Su Chuxiao, having just drunk red wine, felt a bit dizzy. After settling the payment with Han Shui, still a bit tipsy, she was thrilled that Chen Chen had just transferred her 5 million, and in her view this 5 million was purely his gift to her. Still a bit tipsy, she was thrilled that Chen Chen had just transferred her 5 million, and in her view this 5 million was purely his gift to her. Any talk of transferring money just to settle the bill was merely his excuse. If it were to settle the bill, he could have easily used his membership card. Moreover, even if he didn't want to use the money in his card, Chen Chen could have paid himself. That would be simpler. Why complicate matters with an extra step? And this is 5 million. It is no exaggeration to say that if he were to give up on his dream of being a wealthy woman, this amount of money could easily buy a large house in her hometown, with the remainder being saved in the bank to live a life free of worry for a lifetime. However, Su Chuxia's dreams were not limited to that, especially after experiencing such luxury. Her horizons had broadened, and she now understood what true luxurious life as a wealthy wife looked like. Of course, she was even more convinced that as long as she followed Chen Chen, such a life would be within her grasp. The money stirred not a sense of security in her heart, but a more fervent desire. Now, if asked to return to being just an ordinary wealthy person, she would not be satisfied. The most regrettable thing for Su Chuxiao at this moment was that Chen Chen had never said he liked her. Although Chen Chen had spent so much money on her and had not rejected some of her intimate actions, she could only guess that Chen Chen liked her, but he had never verbalized it. She had just fantasized that if Chen Chen confessed to her saying he liked her and wanted to be with her, she would probably be so happy that her heart would almost leap out. Thinking this way, coupled with the effects of the alcohol, she boldly planted a kiss on Chen Chen's face. The sound was much louder than the previous time, clearly intentional. Chen Chen did not pay attention to this obviously tipsy school beauty. Upon hearing that the bill had been settled, he intended to leave directly. Passing through the luxuriously decorated corridor once more, Chen Chen and the others had returned to the entrance of Yunjin-go. Chen Chen thought, although his body had been strengthened and drinking had no effect on him, he still instructed Han Shui to find 2 drivers to take him and the others back. He is the new generation of good youth, resolutely implementing no drinking and no driving while drinking. Hearing the instruction, Han Shui turned and exchanged a few words with the receptionist at the entrance, and soon one of the receptionists turned and went inside. In less than 2 minutes, this receptionist returned with 2 girls, and all 3 came to the entrance. Upon seeing them, Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Yunjin-gu truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier clubhouse. Even the drivers are beautiful girls." What he did not know was that these 2 beauties were not the drivers. They were also receptionists, but only responsible for regular members. Yunjin guest membership system is quite strict, with each level of membership corresponding to specific reception staff. They were just pulled in by Han Shui when they happened to be free. Of course, these 2 receptionists had no objections and were actually very happy. After all, this was a living supreme member, and at their current level, they would rarely have any interaction. Chen Chen pointed out where his and Zhang Ye's vehicles were located, instructing them to bring the cars over. When the cars arrived at the entrance, Han Shui couldn't help but marvel at Chen Chen's low profile. A young master who casually spends tens of millions drives a car worth only a few $100,000. As for Zhang Ye's BMW 3 Series, who cares what car he drives? She wasn't interested. During the car ride, another unexpected situation arose. Chen Chen thought that with 2 cars apart from the driver, they could split into 2 cars of 4 people, which was just right. However, Su Chuxia, clearly drunk, clung tightly to her own arms, refusing to let go. Muttering, she said, "No, I want to be with Chen Chen. I don't want to separate." In this situation, Chen Chen was also at a loss. He couldn't just forcibly pull her away. In the end, Chen Chen still compromised. On his side, the driver was a girl. Li Dahong sat in the passenger seat, and he was in the back seat in the middle, with Su Chuxia and Fang Zhiping on either side of him. Zhang Yu was sent to his own car. Actually, this was fine. Although the other 3 women weren't as drunk as Su Chuxiao, they also started to sway a bit as the alcohol kicked in. Zhang Yu could keep an eye on them as well. Seeing that Chen Chen and the others were settled, the 2 receptionists waved goodbye to Han Shui, then started the vehicle speeding towards the school. This time the ride was quite fast. By the time they reached the school entrance, it was just before 10:30, and they had plenty of time to drop someone off. Chen Chen rolled down the window, explained the situation to the security guard, indicating that after dropping them off, the 2 drivers would exit with him. Perhaps having received some notification, the guard did not stop Chen Chen upon seeing him, merely registering him briefly before allowing the 2 cars to enter. However, it was still because of Su Chuxiao that another unexpected situation arose. The car stopped at the girls' dormitory. Su Chuxiao still refused to let go. Feeling someone pulling her, she tightened her grip around Chen Chen, murmuring, "No." Chen Chen tried several times, but Su Chuxiao only held on tighter. In the end, he was at a loss and didn't want to forcefully pull her away, mainly out of fear of hurting her. With gritted teeth, Chen Chen decided to disregard it. After all, it wouldn't be him who would face embarrassment tomorrow. He turned to Li Jiejia and the others, saying, "You guys go back to the dormitory, she's coming with me." Although the 3 of them swayed a bit, their minds were still quite clear. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Li Jiejia and Wang Ling immediately revealed an ant smile. However, Lu Ranran stared at Su Chuxiao with envy and jealousy, and without waiting for her to say anything, she was directly pulled by Li Jiejia into the building. As they walked, Li Jiejia swayed and didn't forget to smile at Chen Chen, while saying, "Hee, I'm leaving Chuxiao in your care today. Chen Chen, you mustn't bully her." She particularly emphasized the word bully. It was as if she feared that Chen Chen wouldn't understand. Chen Chen's face was filled with black lines. He glared at Zhang Yu in another car, as if to say, "Aren't you going to take care of your girlfriend?" Zhang Yu, well aware of Li Jiejia's personality, smiled awkwardly in the car, not looking at Chen Chen at all. Chen Chen was even more speechless seeing the three girls had already entered the dormitory. He instructed the two driving girls to park the car at the boys' dormitory. Once they arrived, both of them got out of the car. Chen Chen instructed the girl in the other car to find a parking space and let Zhang Yu handle it himself tomorrow. The girl was very obedient. After parking the car, she didn't need Chen Chen's further instructions and proactively got into the passenger seat of his car. Looking at Su Chuxia, who had already nestled into his arms, Chen Chen felt a bit of a headache. In this situation, he definitely couldn't go to Bai Shi and Ai Xiaoying. While fear was one thing, honesty was another, but bringing one to meet another late at night was indeed a bit inappropriate. After pondering for a moment, he made up his mind and instructed the girl driving. Find a hotel nearby. The girl in the driver's seat exchanged glances with the girl in the passenger seat, and both blushed at the same time. Yes. Seeing their reaction, Chen Chen knew they must have misunderstood something. However, he was too lazy to explain. Holding Su Chuxiao, he closed his eyes to rest. The girl followed Chen Chen's instructions and parked in front of a 5-star hotel near Moda University. Chen Chen didn't get out of the car immediately, but spoke to the two girls. How much is the driving fee? I'll transfer it to you. He had thought these two girls were simply driving services. The girls were taken aback and quickly waved their hands in refusal. Sir, we are not driving services, just helping you with a small favor, no need for payment. Chen Chen was also startled. They weren't driving services. So he had misunderstood all along. But he was too lazy to ask about their true identity since it had nothing to do with him. He continued, it's fine, just open the payment code. The girls saw Chen Chen's insistence, exchanged glances again, and then the girl in the driver's seat took out her phone and opened the payment QR code. Chen Chen scanned it for 200, smiling as he said, it's not much, you can split it, you worked hard today. Before they could say anything, he continued, I'll go in first, you park the car and leave the keys at the front desk. I'll come to pick them up tomorrow. Then he opened the car door, got out, and gave Su Chuxiao a princess carry, walking towards the hotel lobby. As he walked, he thought, not using a driving service costs more. If this act is really expensive, but fortunately, I have plenty of money. Looking at Chen Chen's decisive figure, as he got out of the car, the two girls in the car exchanged glances. The girl in the passenger seat certainly heard the notification sound of the WeChat payment amount. After a while, their conversation echoed in the cramped space of the car. This gentleman is really generous, casually giving 100 each, enough to cover half a month's salary for us. Yeah, really wealthy and generous. He deserves to be rich. Hey, which of these people do you think is a supreme member? It should be. No, it must be the supreme member is definitely this gentleman. I also think it's this gentleman. Haven't you seen how respectful Sister Han is towards him? Sister Han was chosen by this supreme member to be his exclusive steward. I'm truly envious of Sister Han. It will take us a long time to be promoted to senior receptionists. Senior receptionists? What's that? The exclusive steward is even more impressive. Okay. We are currently just slightly higher than waitstaff. Senior receptionists are a bit higher than us, but I've heard that exclusive stewards can mobilize the majority of resources in the club for the supreme member when necessary. Alright, stop being envious. Let's find a place to park and head back quickly. Why go back so early? We can consider this a work trip. Oh, anyway, the work phone was already handed over to them when we left. That's true. So what should we do if we don't go back? How about we skip work and go for barbecue? I really want to eat barbecue. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Chen Chen, carrying Su Chuxiao, arrived at the hotel front desk. Book a room. He took out Su Chuxia's ID card and handed it to the front desk girl along with his own. The front desk girl found their posture quite amusing, as it was rare, and couldn't help but ask, Sir, how about this lady? Chen Chen was very easygoing. Even after coming into money, he remained approachable. Hearing the front desk girl's question, he replied helplessly, She drank too much and won't let go of me. The front desk girl covered her mouth and chuckled, lowering her head to check their IDs, realizing they were both of legal age. Sir, which type of room would you like? Let's go for a presidential suite. Chen Chen had heard that presidential suites were good, but had never experienced one. Now he finally had the opportunity to experience what it felt like to stay in a 5-star presidential suite. The front desk girl, upon hearing Chen Chen's request, looked up in surprise. Sir, the presidential suite costs 66666 yuan per night. Are you sure you want to book it? Chen Chen, holding Su Chuxiao, found it a bit inconvenient to scan the code, so he took out his bank card and handed it to the front desk girl. Yes, book it. The front desk girl quickly put away her earlier joking demeanor and took Chen Chen's bank card very seriously. If it were an ordinary guest, joking around might not matter. But she dared not joke with someone who could afford a presidential suite for 66666 a night. After seriously completing the check-in procedure, she respectfully returned the identification and bank card to Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, your check-in is complete. Your room is on the top floor, 25th floor. We'll take you up. The front desk girl gestured a phone call to her colleague, then personally led Chen Chen to the VIP elevator. As expected of a VIP elevator, there was no waiting, no crowding, and Chen Chen even felt it was considerably faster than the ordinary ones. Soon, with a ding, the elevator arrived at the 25th floor. As the doors slowly slid open, a man in a suit was already waiting at the entrance. The man was tall, around 30 to 40 years old, with his hands clasped in front of his abdomen, standing very straight. Upon seeing the man, the front desk girl did not follow Chen Chen out of the elevator, but instead bowed and said respectfully to Chen Chen, "Mr. Chen, this is your personal butler for the presidential suite. Feel free to arrange anything you need. Have a pleasant stay." Chen Chen frowned slightly. Why was the butler a man? However, he hadn't planned on asking the butler to do anything anyway, so he didn't show his slight displeasure. "Good evening, Mr. Chen. I am Chen Ji, your personal butler for the suite. It is my honor to serve you." The male butler's every move was impeccable, even his tone. "Take me to the room," Chen Chen said, naturally not being polite with the butler. "Certainly, Mr. Chen. Please follow me." Butler Chen Zhu acknowledged and led the way, bringing Chen Chen to a door. He pushed it open, stepped back, and gestured for Chen Chen to enter. "You may go about your work. They'll call you if I need anything." Chen Chen had no intention of letting the male butler in. Butler Chen Zhu, sensing that Chen Chen did not wish to be disturbed, immediately bowed and said, "Yes, sir." "Very well, Mr. Chen. There are terminal tablets throughout the suite. Please feel free to press the butler button to contact me for any needs." Chen Chen nodded, then carried Su Chuxiao into the room. Butler Chen Zhu tactfully closed the door and turned away. Once inside, Chen Chen did not pay much attention to the room's layout. Su Chuxiao was still lying in his arms. He only glanced casually, noting that the room was quite spacious, about 300 square meters. It was a two-bedroom, one living room layout, surprisingly, with a separate dining area. Chen Chen entered the nearest bedroom and couldn't help exclaiming, "Holy shit, this bed is fucking huge." He felt the bed before him was big enough for him, Su Chuxiao, by Shi and AI Xiaoying to roll around together. Even adding Chu Momo would probably be no problem. He looked down at Su Chuxiao in his arms and found that she had fallen asleep, her grip on his hand already loosened. He simply tossed Su Chuxiao onto the bed. He didn't know what the bed and bedding were made of, but she actually bounced. Su Chuxiao must have drunk quite a bit, heavily intoxicated, or perhaps she simply had good sleep quality. She didn't wake up when thrown onto the bed, mumbled something unintelligible, then turned over and fell silent again. Chen Chen sniffed himself and found that he too reeked of alcohol mixed with faint traces of fragrance. It must have been from Su Chuxiao. He took off his t-shirt, intending to take a shower to wash away the smell of alcohol. Without needing to search, Chen Chen could tell at a glance that the frosted crystal glass door on the side of the bedroom led to the bathroom. He opened it, and as he had guessed, a circular bathroom of about 80 square meters appeared before him. The floor was white marble, each slab engraved with gray veins. The walls were made of a translucent material Chen Chen didn't recognize, with LED strips inside, casting a faint blue glow across the entire surface. The oval bathtub could comfortably fit four of Chen Chen, its material resembling some kind of jade. In the corner there was a massage bed carved from a single piece of black onyx, presumably movable. Above was a gold-plated showerhead with a diameter of 1.5 meters. The entire bathroom gave Chen Chen a feeling of sheer luxury. However, he had no time to marvel. He reminded himself that his purpose was to shower, not to sightsee. 10 minutes later, Chen Chen stepped out of the bathroom, feeling refreshed, with a towel wrapped around his waist, and another towel from the 42C heated towel rack, drying his hair. He looked up at Su Chuxiao and suddenly widened his eyes. She had changed her position again, now lying face down on the bed. But that wasn't the main point. The point was Su Chuxiao's dress. Somehow her dress had ridden up to just below her slender waist. Her straight long legs seemed to glow under the bedroom light, making Chen Chen feel they were luminous. Beneath the hem of her dress lay a pink strawberry bidu. It dutifully guarded its owner's last line of defense. But due to her sleeping posture, it was stretched tight, accentuating the round curves even more prominently and perkily. Seeing this, Chen Chen felt his golden cudgel stir uncontrollably, as if eager to thrice beat the white bone demon. He quickly stepped forward and pulled down Su Chuxiao's skirt from her waist to cover her legs. He didn't want to do anything while Su Chuxiao was drunk, making himself seem like a scoundrel taking advantage of her. However, his movement might have been a bit too rough, and Su Chuxiao became discontented. A sound came, Huh. Without even opening her eyes, she reached out to lift her skirt again to cool down. Chen Chen finally understood why her skirt had ridden up earlier. He dared not let her continue, or else how could he control his primal urges? He stepped forward again, directly pressing Su Chuxiao's hand down to stop her. Then he glared at her fiercely and said, "Just wait until you're sober. It'll make you pay." But at this moment, Su Chuxiao was not a well-behaved baby. Feeling hot and restless from the alcohol, she instinctively tried to cool down, only to find her hand restrained and unable to move. After exerting all her strength, but still unable to break free, Su Chuxiao was about to explode. And Chen Chen noticed that even after he had restrained her, she still tried to pull her hand back. He smirked, tightened his grip, and said contemptuously, "Little one, you think you can match my strength?" As Chen Chen expected, after a few attempts, Su Chuxiao stopped trying to pull her hand away. But before he could feel pleased, he found that she had started squirming her entire body. Her mouth also began to mumble. Let me go." Chen Chen looked at Su Chuxiao with a dark expression, watching her go crazy. This was definitely a drunken fit. He had no choice but to release her hand, hoping she would calm down. But contrary to his expectations, after being freed, Su Chuxia did not quiet down as he had hoped. Instead, she began waving her arms and kicking her legs backward. The result was a turbulent wave in her lower region. Her voice also changed to woo. Chen Chen, save me. Chen Chen gazed at Su Chuxia in this state, feeling utterly exhausted. Yet he couldn't let her continue this way. He grasped her hand and gently soothed her. I'm here, don't be afraid, I've come to save you. Miraculously, upon hearing Chen Chen's voice, Su Chuxia gradually calmed down. Her limbs ceased their struggle, and even her lips fell silent. However, Chen Chen felt that the hand he held was now being gripped back by her. She held on tightly as if afraid he would flee. Moreover, Chen Chen noticed that her tightly shut eyes began to flutter. She wanted to open her eyes, but found it difficult, as if she were struggling. Finally, after unremitting effort, her eyes opened just a slit. She lifted her head with effort, then tilted it toward the direction of Chen Chen's voice, searching for something. When his figure appeared dimly before her, a radiantly beautiful smile bloomed on her flushed little face. Then her head, unable to sustain itself, thudded back into the warm embrace of the bed. Yet she still faced him, her lips moving without ceasing, murmuring dreamlike words to Chen Chen's ears. How wonderful! Even in my dreams, I see my Chen Chen. While Chen Chen was both amused and exasperated. This girl had barely regained consciousness, yet she still thought it was all a dream. Before Chen Chen could react, he heard her voice again. Chen Chen, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Chen Chen knew she was talking in her sleep. Yet these words didn't seem like nonsense. Her affinity toward him had already reached 79 points. It was no surprise that she would confess and ask him to be her boyfriend. But was she this timid? Daring to speak only in dreams, not when awake. This was exactly what they meant by cowardly in reality, aggressive in dreams. Su Chuxia was a perfect example. Yes. Chen Chen nodded, directly accepting the school bow tie's bold confession. He could never let her fall into someone else's arms. She was meant to be his. As for her thinking it was a dream, that wasn't his concern. He knew she spoke the truth. Sometimes the more sober one is, the more false one becomes. Su Chuxia's mind went blank. She thought she had just heard Chen Chen say yes. She shook her head vigorously, trying to steady the spinning world before her. However, if she hadn't shaken her head, it might have been fine. But this action didn't bring her clarity. Instead, a wave of nausea made her instinctively react. Fortunately, nothing came up. She suppressed this feeling, for she had the most important thing to ask, the question she only dared to ask in a dream. Su Chuxia strained to open her eyes wider, and her head lifted once more with determination, trying to see Chen Chen more clearly. But to her astonishment, Chen Chen's 8-pack abs appeared to be dancing, now close, now far, constantly twisting. She smiled foolishly, feeling that the Chen Chen in her dream was even cuter than the real one. Yet she wasn't seduced by the dream Chen Chen's seductive dance, and still remembered the important matter. Chen Chen, what did you say? I didn't catch it. Could you say it again? Chen Chen was also startled by her sudden movement, fearing that she who had just bathed might cause trouble again. After realizing it was a false alarm, he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Su Chuxia with lingering fear, only to see her head lift again, swaying left and right. Her eyes were now slightly more open than before, half open. Another thing, Chen Chen wasn't sure if it was his. He actually caught a look from Su Chuxia's eyes that resembled a creep eyeing its prey. Even if she thought she was dreaming, she couldn't be that absurd. Chen Chen decided he must have seen it wrong and shook his head to dispel the ridiculous thought. Hearing her speak to him in a soft voice, he leaned directly to her ear and said gently and solemnly, I said yes. I agree to be your boy. Su Chuxia heard him clearly this time and felt his answer explode in her ear like a 100-million-ton bomb. After a moment of silence, Chen Chen heard her excited, incredulous voice again. Huh, you really agreed. Chen Chen, you actually agreed to be my boyfriend. Ding. Su Chuxia's affection 5. Ding. High appearance, opposite sex. Su Chuxia's affection has exceeded 80 points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 system lottery. Chen Chen's hand holding Su Chuxia's shook violently. He was startled by the sudden system notification. How did it reach 80? According to his previous speculation, it shouldn't have. He had only agreed to be her boyfriend. How did he clear the level? Was it that simple? Just 1 sentence. Chen Chen looked at Su Chuxia with a sense of disappointment. Was her mouth only for eating? Couldn't she speak? 5 million hadn't worked. And just because of a single sentence from a so-called dream figure, she had caved. If he had known it was this easy, he would have. His train of thought suddenly halted, feeling that it wasn't so simple after all. Chen Chen clearly remembered the first time he met Su Chuxia, the disdain in her eyes. Although he had been quite slovenly at the time, which was understandable, that look was like a thorn. Though the thorn was gone, now the hole remained. He also knew that Su Chuxia was somewhat of a gold digger, just like Lu Ranran. Yet she was different. She was materialistic, but maintained her integrity and had her own boundaries. Nowadays, which girl doesn't love money? Not to mention girls, not even humans, even a little dog. If you put a meat bun and a plain bun in front of a dog, what do you think it would choose? Of course, this is a digression. He had plenty of money now, money was what he lacked least. So he wasn't afraid of any woman being after his money as long as her heart was true. Everything else was negotiable. But he probably wouldn't take the initiative to confess his feelings to Su Chuxia. Even if he was 100% sure he wanted her, he wouldn't say it first. And Su Chuxia, judging by her reaction today, was hesitant and timid. If not for the alcohol that made her mistake reality for a dream, she probably wouldn't have been so bold. So one didn't want to say it, the other didn't dare to say it. Chen Chen thought that a breakthrough would only happen at some special time and place by chance. Su Chuxia became a little more sober, but still thought she was dreaming. The scenes from tonight flashed through her mind: a bottle of wine worth $500,000, a meal worth $2 million, a staggering allowance of $5 million, a membership card worth $30 million, and the waiter's obsequious attitude, Lu Ranran's twisted face of envy. All of this fascinated her deeply. This was the life she wanted, standing high, looked up to by everyone. She suddenly lifted her head, her drunken eyes unusually bright. Chen Chen, next time, take me to a more expensive place, okay? The moment she said this, Su Chuxia herself was stunned. She hadn't expected to lay bare her deepest desires so openly. But strangely, she felt no regret, only a sense of relief. She told herself that the real Chen Chen would never know. After all, this was a dream, and the him here had already agreed to be her boyfriend. Su Chuxia thought she was dreaming, her eyes hazy as she looked at Chen Chen, directly voicing her deepest desires to him. To this, Chen Chen felt not a hint of aversion. With the assistance of a system that detected affection levels, he confirmed that Su Chuxia's feelings for him were genuine. Moreover, this woman indeed maintained a primal purity. That was enough, though as for everything else, it was unimportant to him. He had more than enough money, and it would only continue to grow like a snowball. He possessed the strength to provide her, to provide them with the best life. He recalled a saying he once heard: "Do not fear a woman after my money, for I have none." This phrase echoed in his mind, ultimately transforming into a confident smile. "Do not fear a woman after my money," Chen Chen murmured softly, "for I have plenty of it." Chen Chen looked down at the woman before him, her intoxicated eyes shimmering. He chuckled lightly, then solemnly made a promise, word by word. "All right. From now on, I will take you to more expensive places, to better places, allowing you to enjoy the finest life, giving you endless money to spend." Su Chuxia's eyes brightened at his words, as if she could already see a beautiful future beckoning her. However, Chen Chen suddenly shifted his tone, but this two-letter word caused Su Chuxia to tense up instantly, her awareness sharpening a bit. But what? She hurriedly pressed for an answer, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of his shirt. "But you must be obedient, you must listen carefully." Su Chuxia was initially taken aback, then she began to laugh softly. She thought Chen Chen would propose some conditions in her dream. This was simply perfect. She even wanted to say, "Is that all?" Without needing Chen Chen to suggest it, she would certainly comply with his wishes. Such a perfect man made her wish to chain herself to him. How could she not be obedient? Su Chuxia nodded. "I'm the most obedient. Kiss me." Her voice was sweet as she eagerly sought a kiss. However, as Su Chuxia nodded more vigorously, a familiar wave of nausea surged from her stomach to her throat. Yet Chen Chen remained oblivious, unaware of what he was about to face. Seeing Su Chuxia so compliant, he nodded in satisfaction. Hearing her playful request for a kiss, he leaned down affectionately, preparing to reward Su Chuxia with a kiss. However, just as they got closer, ugh! A sound shattered the romantic atmosphere. Before Chen Chen could react, a sour smell assaulted his nose. In disbelief, he looked down only to see himself, the bedding, and Su Chuxia's dress all covered in an unnameable mess. Chen Chen's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, his teeth grinding together. He squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth: "Su Chuxia." Her temples throbbed, and she couldn't even bear to think about what might have happened had her movements been a tad quicker. Would this filth have landed directly? Thinking of this, he shuddered violently, forcing himself to stop this horrifying speculation. Too damn terrifying, too frightening. Su Chuxia on the bed had already slumped back into a puddle of mud, completely unaware of what had transpired. Chen Chen's tightly clenched fists relaxed and tightened again, ultimately surrendering to helplessness. He couldn't possibly hit her. Chen Chen stared at the chaos on the bed, his brows furrowed tightly. The stains emitting a sour odor spread across the silk sheets. Su Chuxia's dress was also smeared everywhere, sticking to her skin. He sighed and unhesitatingly reached for Su Chuxia's collar. With a few soft tearing sounds, the soiled dress was successfully discarded, its remnants falling innocently onto the carpet. Su Chuxia lay there like a docile doll, allowing Chen Chen to handle her. Her fair skin glistened like pearls under the light, a stark contrast to her earlier disheveled state. He carried this seemingly boneless little thing to the bathroom to wash her off. After a simple rinse, Chen Chen swiftly dried off the droplets on Su Chuxia's skin. He casually wrapped her in a bath towel, like wrapping a zongzi, leaving only her little. After a simple rinse, Chen Chen swiftly dried off the droplets on Su Chuxia's skin. He casually wrapped her in a bath towel, like wrapping a zongzi, leaving only her little head exposed. Su Chuxia did not act up anymore, even with the droplets on Su Chuxia's skin. He casually. Fortunately, the two bedrooms were identical, almost as if they had been copied and pasted. Arriving at the bedside, he pulled back the covers, placed the little one inside, then removed the bath towel and covered her with a light silk quilt. Su Chuxiao slept exceptionally soundly, only unconsciously rubbing against the pillow without opening her eyes. Chen Chen let out a long breath. Was he tired? Not really. It was just that the sensation from his fingertips earlier seemed to linger on his skin. The earlier image of Su Chuxiao lingered in his mind. Chen Chen recalled the finest beef he had eaten at Yunjin Pavilion, the most tender part. He felt a bit hungry. Thankfully, he was no longer as poor as before and had tasted what it was like. Otherwise, seeing that beautifully marbled fragrant meat, he surely wouldn't be able to resist wanting a bite. He finally understood why high monks in television dramas could not escape the temptations of seduction. This was no test of willpower, it was a matter of life and death. Chen Chen closed his eyes and silently recited the 300 Tang poems. From moonlight before my bed, to each grain is hard-earned, he finally managed to suppress the fire in his heart. However, reciting this quiet night thoughts felt somewhat out of place. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Chen suddenly noticed that his bath towel had also mysteriously vanished. A thought flashed through his mind. So he had been so candid just now. But thinking that Su Chuxiao had been just as honest, he felt he hadn't lost out. Chen Chen quickly walked towards the bathroom, grabbing another bath towel to wrap himself up. He realized Su Chuxia's previous clothes were no longer wearable and needed to find a solution. He got up and found the smart tablet, pressing the butler button. After a soft beep, the butler's respectful voice instantly came through. Mr. Chen, how may I assist you? Call that front desk girl from earlier. I have something to discuss with her. Understood, Mr. Chen, please hold on. In the living room, Chen Chen unconsciously tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. Within 5 minutes, there was a gentle knock at the door. When he opened the door, he found the front desk girl who had attended to him earlier standing at the entrance. However, for some reason, one more button of her shirt was undone than before. Her collarbone shimmered delicately under the corridor light. Although he didn't understand, perhaps others just felt hot. Chen Chen ignored this and got straight to the point. Hello, my girlfriend drank too much and got her clothes dirty. You two have similar figures. Could you help buy her a new outfit? The price is not an issue. However, the front desk girl's gaze inadvertently lingered on Chen Chen's perfectly chiseled 8-pack abs. She hadn't expected a guest staying in the presidential suite to be so fit. Looking at Chen Chen shirtless, she wondered if she should. Should she agree directly, or pretend to refuse twice before saying yes? Forget it, I'll just agree directly. What if he took her refusal seriously? In just a few seconds, she had made up her mind and prepared herself mentally. She heard Chen Chen speaking, but didn't quite catch what he said. I'm willing, she blurted out. I am willing, she blurted out. Only then did she realize what Chen Chen had said and hurriedly corrected herself. No, I meant, I am willing to help. Her ears instantly turned bright red. May I ask what kind of clothes you need? At this moment, she also remembered that Mr. Chen had entered holding a girl. It was no wonder that after receiving the notification, her mind was filled with unspeakable scenarios, completely not thinking of anything else. Casual wear or a dress is fine, just use your size for the measurements. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at her undone button, and added, also buy a set of underwear in your size. The front desk girl was somewhat surprised and looked up at Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, underwear in my size. Chen Chen glanced again and nodded in confirmation. Yes, about that size, maybe a little bigger. The front desk girl felt a bit self-conscious. She thought to herself, she had used padding before, how could the modification not even compare to the original? She instinctively glanced towards the room, but unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. She could only sourly imagine the girl's assets were truly enviable. Giving the front desk girl a direct 100 yuan, she would receive a cashback of 200. She couldn't let the girl foot the bill. At the front desk's downstairs entrance, she found the manager to report the situation. Upon hearing the VIP request for the presidential suite, the manager did not hesitate and approved it directly. Chen Chen returned to the room, standing by the bed looking at Su Chuxia's sleeping face. He couldn't help but smile slightly, then sat down by the bed. He took out his phone, having noticed earlier that there were several unread messages on WeChat. His fingers swiped, first opening By Zai's chat page. By Shi, young master, are you coming back tonight? Chen Chen realized it was a message sent at 11 o'clock. Looking at the time now, it was almost 12. Chen Chen, it's too late, plus I've been drinking, so I won't be going back. I'm staying at a hotel I found outside. As soon as he sent the message, the top of the chat box displayed, the other party is typing. Evidently, By Shi had not fallen asleep. Her replies were quick. By Shi, okay young master, please be safe. Chen Chen, alright. After replying, he felt something was off. It quickly dawned on him that he was at a hotel, and she was telling him to be safe. Chen Chen, is your concern for safety serious? The other party immediately replied with a facepalm emoji. Alright, Chen Chen confirmed it. This was indeed not serious. He sent By Shi a facepalm emoji. Then holding down the voice input, he deliberately lowered his voice. Sister, your damage reduction shield has a countdown of 6 days until it disappears. This time it took a while before the other side sent over a proud emoji. Chen Chen chuckled, not continuing the chat. Chen Chen swiped the screen, switching to another chat window, discovering that Chu Momo had sent him a message. The legal lowly Chu Momo, Big brother, can I come to visit you this Saturday? Saturday. Oh right, the weekend is coming. Chen Chen's side school life was indeed great with so many holidays. In his previous working life, he had to work 996, and even a single day off required overtime. And students, they have weekends off plus holidays for festivals. The most crucial part is that in hot weather there's summer vacation, and in cold weather there's winter vacation. What? You mean I am a student now too, and I still have the privileges promised by the principal? Well then it's fine. Chen Chen, I don't know if I have time this Saturday, or if I'm not busy I'll contact you then. After sending the message, Chen Chen looked up at the ceiling. The intelligent starry sky dome was simulating a night galaxy, the stars gently twinkling. He couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Girls like Chu Momo and Su Chuxia, who were goddesses on campus, were the kind of existence that many boys could only dream of. And at this moment one was obediently sleeping beside him, while the other was cautiously asking if they could meet. He clicked his tongue, letting out a light laugh mixed with pride and amusement. He refocused his gaze on he realized that Chu Momo hadn't replied, yet she must have already fallen asleep. Switching to AI Xiaoying's chat window, he found that the last message was still the video call he had made to AI Xiaoying earlier. Feeling a bit puzzled, shouldn't she have reached out to him? Chen Chen, are you asleep? He briefly sent a message wondering if AI Xiaoying was asleep at this hour. Then he saw the familiar, the other party is typing, appearing above the chat box. This girl just like, by she, what could she be doing up so late? AI Xiaoying, not yet. AI Xiaoying, I slept too much during the day, so I can't sleep now. This girl, clearly he had asked first, yet she still had to explain why she wasn't asleep. Handsome readers, do your beautiful girlfriends ever leave you on read? Chen Chen, then what were you doing just now? Scrolling through your phone, looking at handsome guys. Chen Chen teased her on purpose. AI Xiaoying, no? No. She replied urgently, then sent a photo a few seconds later. AI Xiaoying, I was looking at a photo of you, big brother. Chen Chen opened it, and found it was the group photo taken at the hot pot restaurant with AI Xiaoying. Chen Chen, then why didn't you send me a message? AI Xiaoying, it was too late, I thought you were asleep, and worried it would disturb your rest. This sentence warmed Chen Chen's heart. He felt an impulse to go see her. It's just 100 million, he could afford it. Yet seeing Su Chuxiao asleep, it's unfair to them if he indulged himself, he had to keep things balanced. Having just confirmed his relationship with Su Chuxiao, leaving her alone in the hotel, to find AI Xiaoying wouldn't be fair to her. If he really did that, it would be too much of a scoundrel. In the end, he took a deep breath and replied, Chen Chen, it's fine if you miss me, just send me a message. Chen Chen, even if I don't see it at the time, I'll definitely reply when I do. Chen Chen, I had some drinks tonight, so I won't talk for now, you should rest early. AI Xiaoying, okay big brother, will sleep soon. AI Xiaoying was still as obedient as ever. Putting away his phone, Chen Chen's gaze fell on Su Chuxia. Unknowingly his hand had already rested on her face. The alcohol made her skin flush, yet her touch felt. Looking at her slightly parted cherry lips, Chen Chen suddenly thought of how she had asked for a kiss earlier. Compelled by an impulse, he leaned down and gently brushed his lips against hers, only to separate immediately. At that moment, Su Chuxiao unconsciously rubbed against his palm. A sweet curve formed at the corners of her lips as she mumbled in her dreams. Chen Chen. Chen Chen guessed that she must have had a good dream, and in that dream there was him. Otherwise, how could she smile so sweetly and call his name? At this moment, Chen Chen felt a softness in his heart, and the small hole left by the thorn vanished into thin air. Following the sound, Chen Chen looked over and found that the smart terminal screen on the bedside table lit up, displaying real-time surveillance footage at the suite's door. In the footage, the receptionist was quietly standing outside the door holding several exquisite shopping bags. Chen Chen was a bit curious as to why she didn't knock this time. Then he recalled seeing somewhere that the standard for high-end places was lightly knock, 3 times, wait 15 seconds for a response, and then ring the bell. That must be why he didn't hear the knock just now. However, this was not important. Chen Chen got up and walked to the door. Mr. Chen, I bought a dress for your girlfriend, a set of casual wear, and then her voice lowered slightly, and a set of lingerie, all bought according to my size. Do you think it fits? Chen Chen took the bags, glancing casually at them. He didn't understand women's clothing. Anyway, their figures were similar, so it should be fine. Thank you. Chen Chen politely expressed his gratitude, and was about to close the door when the receptionist called out to him. He saw her hurriedly pull out her phone. Mr. Chen, the total expense was 88000, and there's still 12000 left. I'll transfer it back to you. No need, just consider it a tip for you. Chen Chen waved his hand and turned to close the door. He had already received the system's cashback, yet they wanted to return the remaining money to him. Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to think about how the system would calculate it, so he opted for the most straightforward method. It was just a bit of a pity if he had gone to buy clothes for Su Chuxiao himself, he would have triggered a higher multiplier. But it didn't matter, it was just pocket change. The receptionist glanced at her phone, then at the door, lost in thought. 100 as a tip. Just running an errand to buy some clothes. She suddenly had a bold idea. What if she reported a false expense amount? Would it be possible? But she quickly shook her head, dispelling this dangerous. Looking at the additional 120 yuan in her phone, she couldn't help but smile. Although the process was far from what she had imagined. But the result was the same. She was happy. Chen Chen casually tossed the shopping bags onto the bedside table. He reached out to grab the human-shaped constant temperature pillow beside him and pulled it into his embrace. Time to sleep. He was tired. He reached out to grab the human-shaped constant temperature pillow beside him and pulled it into his embrace. Time to sleep. He was tired. As for what would happen after waking up tomorrow. Tomorrow will be another day. At the last moment before Chen Chen fell into a deep sleep, he felt as if he had forgotten something important. The next morning, Su Chuxia let out a lazy murmur, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. She slowly propped herself up and squinted her sleep-filled eyes to look around. The unfamiliar environment triggered only a faint. She slowly propped herself up and squinted her sleep-filled eyes to look around. The unfamiliar environment triggered only a faint sense of confusion in her still drowsy brain, which was quickly drowned by sleepiness. Her body followed its biological clock, mechanically tossing aside the silk blanket, her smooth, jade-like feet directly stepping onto the soft carpet. Like a sleepwalker, she swayed unsteadily toward the bathroom she had just identified. She had no idea that she resembled the emperor in a fairy tale wearing the new clothes. The sound of running water echoed in the bathroom, followed by the splashing sound of the toilet flushing. Su Chuxia's figure reappeared at the bathroom door. She still maintained that half-asleep, half-awake, dazed look, swaying as she returned the way she came. Skillfully, she pulled back the quilt, naturally burrowing herself into that warm and comfortable embrace. 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 Su Chuxia's body tensed up instantly, the remaining sliver of sleepiness evaporating completely. She widened her eyes in shock, her pupils suddenly constricted, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. The haze in her eyes vanished, replaced by overwhelming terror that seemed ready to explode at any moment. She bit her lower lip, tightly forcing back the scream that surged to her throat. Her heart raced wildly, pounding so hard it echoed in her ears as she stiffly lifted her head. The first thing she saw was the other person's chin, then the slightly rolling Adam's apple. In just a second or two, what felt like an eternity in Su Chuxia's perception, as if she had lived through a century. When Chen Chen's incredibly handsome face came into her view, her tightly strung nerves snapped like a rubber band. Her heart returned to her stomach. A wave of exhilaration flooded her heart, as if she had been reborn after a disaster. The sweet and happy feelings washed away the terror completely. The corners of her mouth uncontrollably began to rise like a child who had just eaten candy. But just then Su Chuxia suddenly felt something unusual under the quilt. She held her breath, afraid of waking up the sleeping Chen Chen, and carefully lifted a corner of the quilt from inside. The scene inside immediately came into view, causing Su Chuxia to hurriedly put her hand down. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. But everything she had just seen seemed to be etched in her mind, making it impossible for Su Chuxia to forget. She saw Chen Chen's strong body and attractive abs, while also realizing her own state. The two of them were completely open, not feeling shy at all with each other. It was truly being honest with one another. Oh my God. Thinking that she had just gone to the bathroom like this, her face instantly flushed, her ears burning hot. She quickly looked up again, confirming that Chen Chen's eyes were still closed. He was still sleeping and hadn't seen her earlier appearance, which made Su Chuxia breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. After Su Chuxia felt relieved, she thought about their current state. Did she give it to him? Didn't Li Jejia say that the first time was very painful? She quietly assessed her body. It didn't seem to hurt. Moreover, going to the bathroom just now didn't feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, an astonishing thought popped into her mind. If Chen Chen found out about this, he would definitely hit her. Was Chen Chen not capable? So that's why she didn't feel pain. But soon she denied this thought. Because when she had just opened the quilt, she caught a fleeting glimpse of the weapon, which was no joke. I'm a bit scary. That is definitely feasible. But why am I fine? Am I exceptionally gifted? Not afraid of pain? Is that why I don't feel anything? But that still doesn't seem right. Usually I would groan for quite a while with even a small cut on my hand. Or perhaps nothing actually happened. Could it be that the two of them were so honest and had a little too much to drink that they simply cuddled up to each other for a good night's sleep? I am completely clear-headed. Could it not be the masterpiece of Chen Chen? Besides, I'm not bad either. Otherwise I wouldn't have been voted the campus belle. Su Chuxia cautiously shook her head, surveying her surroundings. Perhaps both of them slept so honestly that there was not a hint of chaos. There was certainly no sign of the chaos she had imagined after a fight. Her mind couldn't wrap around it. Oh, what exactly happened last night? She felt an impulse to pull Chen Chen up and ask him for clarification. Actually, there was a simple way to find out. Just check if there were any marks on the sheets. But she didn't dare to make any big movements. Besides, she had already come to a conclusion. It was just somewhat unbelievable. Could it be that Chen Chen is really the modern-day Liu Xiaowei? Is he truly ignoring such a beautiful woman? Is he really indifferent with a beauty in his arms? Lost in her thoughts, she couldn't help but picture those APAC abs again. Suddenly an impulse surged within her. She wanted to feel if those abs were as firm as they were said to be. This was her first time encountering such a legendary thing. Previously, she had only seen such things in dramas. But who could tell if they were real or not? The one before her was within reach. As she thought about it, her heart began to race. She lifted her head and confirmed once more that Chen Chen's eyes were still closed. Gathering her courage, she extended her small hand in the darkness, slowly inching closer by feel. When her fingertips finally touched the slightly firm abdominal muscles, her entire body trembled. Almost in sync, it seemed that Chen Chen's body shuddered slightly too. She stopped her movements, feeling for a few seconds, and discovered that Chen Chen did not react. She thought it must have been her illusion. With a chuckle in her heart, she resumed her actions. Following the lines of the abs, she began to cautiously explore. There was one thing Su Chuxia got wrong. Actually, Chen Chen had woken up even earlier than her. Since his body underwent systematic enhancements, Chen Chen's bodily functions had undergone a dramatic change, including a reduction in sleep requirements. This was not due to a decline in sleep quality. Quite the opposite, his sleep quality had improved significantly. In the past, he would sleep for 8 or even 10 hours and still wake up feeling groggy. Yet now, although he had only slept for 6 hours, he felt invigorated. As he opened his eyes, he immediately sensed the presence of the little cat in his arms. After a brief moment of confusion, all the scenes from last night flashed through his mind one by one. He looked down at Su Chuxia, who was sleeping soundly, and an involuntary smile appeared on his face. The girl's slightly pouted pink lips and her eyelashes gently trembling with each breath were charmingly innocent, a stark contrast to her proud demeanor when they first met. Chen Chen chuckled softly and leaned in, placing a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. He reflected that indulging her preferences was indeed the best way to win a girl. Moreover, through the unintentional breakthrough from yesterday, the campus belle's affection for him had already reached an impressive 84 points. It was to the extent that she would listen to him obediently. 84 points. Wait a minute. What the heck? Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim as he, whenever the affection level for a high-value opposite sex surpasses 80 points, a lottery opportunity is granted. Yet Su Chuxia's affection had already exceeded 80, but he had completely forgotten about the system's lottery. He had been thinking about it, but when it actually happened, he forgot. He could only blame the overwhelming shock from Su Chuxia's behavior after reaching the threshold. However, it's not too late now, the lottery system won't run away. System bro. Chen Chen silently called out to his dear system bro, his tone filled with anticipation. Host him here. The reassuring mechanical voice of the system echoed in response. System bro, did I miss a lottery opportunity? Yes, host. Shall we start the lottery now? Chen Chen nearly laughed out loud. After all, his system bro understood him best. What are we waiting for? Start the lottery. Having had a lottery experience before, Chen Chen was extremely adept. With his command of stop, the virtual roulette before him suddenly came to a halt. The announcement of the lottery results echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring ownership of Jiahui International Hospital. This notification left Chen Chen momentarily speechless. He blinked and repeated the reward, content in his mind. Wait, did I just win a hospital? An international hospital? This lottery reward is indeed a mixed bag. Cars, a commercial street, and no wonder the system said everything is possible. Who knows what else he could win in the future? Chen Chen looked down at Su Chuxia, who was still sound asleep, her breathing steady and long, showing no signs of waking up. He reached for his phone placed on the bedside, typing in Jiahui International Hospital. His fingers swiftly glided over the screen, bypassing the lengthy introduction and heading straight to the crucial data. 500 beds. Currently 300 available. Over $1 billion invested in 2000. When he saw the words current valuation of $1.6 billion, Chen Chen's brows involuntarily. Wow, a hospital is worth $1.6 billion. He muttered softly, trying to maintain a calm expression. After all, he was already a person owning a billion-dollar commercial street. He couldn't seem too inexperienced. That would tarnish his future identity as a wealthy man. However, soon his pupils constricted sharply. He quickly refocused his gaze on the unit behind the numbers. What the heck, US dollars? Chen Chen was so astonished that he nearly jumped out of bed, trying to stabilize his mind. He began frantically calculating the unit conversion in his head. 1.6 billion times 7 equals 11.2 billion renminbi. He exclaimed again, what the heck, 100 billion level hospital. In fact, Chen Chen had underestimated it. Based on the latest exchange rate of 7.25, the hospital's valuation was as high as 11.6 billion renminbi. But even if Chen Chen knew, he probably wouldn't care. Once it surpassed 100 billion, was there really a significant difference between 11.6 billion and 11.2 billion? Chen Chen's fingers trembled slightly, and his expression was devoid of calmness and indifference. He instinctively glanced at the sleeping Su Chuxia, suddenly realizing that this girl was simply his lucky goddess. Yet just with that instinctive glance, he noticed Su Chuxia beginning to stir. First she let out a lazy murmur, then rubbed her eyes. Chen Chen noticed that Su Chuxia in his arms was beginning to show signs of waking up. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he deliberately closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep, leaving a small gap to observe Su Chuxia's every move. The subsequent scene truly delighted Chen Chen, who couldn't help but praise his own wisdom. Su Chuxia's adorably dazed look right after waking up, then her groggy trip to the bathroom and back, made Chen Chen widen his eyes in fascination. It was only when Su Chuxiao returned to the bedside that Chen Chen hurriedly closed his eyes again. If only Su Chuxiao were more awake, she would have discovered his secret. Not long after Su Chuxiao came back, her body suddenly tensed, and the expression on her face, as she looked up to check, was also captured by Chen Chen. However, slowly Chen Chen felt something was off, it seemed as though he was being taken advantage of. Especially when Su Chuxia's fingertips brushed against his abs, it made him involuntarily shiver. Now feeling her fingers sliding over his abs, it escalated to the point where her entire small hand was pressed against him. Chen Chen's face darkened completely, feeling as if he had encountered a female rogue. Chen Chen could no longer hold back. He suddenly reached out and firmly grasped the mischievous hand at work on him. The air instantly froze, he could clearly feel the delicate body in his arms go stiff. Chen Chen remained silent, while Su Chuxiao seemed stunned into silence, offering no reaction. The two maintained this strange silence until Chen Chen felt the hand he was controlling gently, trying to. He had no intention of making it difficult for its owner, and let go. With a whoosh, the hand retreated at lightning speed. Immediately after, he noticed Su Chuxiao trembling slightly. So timid yet playful. He thought, mocking Su Chuxiao in his heart. Nevertheless, he extended his arm, pulling. You weren't asleep? Su Chuxiao stuttered, her voice trembling. He deliberately replied in a lazy tone. Then you saw everything. She was still desperately trying to fight back. If you're referring to your naked trip to the bathroom. He paused deliberately. Indeed. Chen Chen's words shattered her last hope. Oh, why didn't you remind me? Su Chuxia's voice now carried a hint of a sob. The temperature in his arms suddenly rose, and Chen Chen could imagine her blushing face. He leaned closer to Su Chuxiao, his warm breath brushing against her ear. What's there to be shy about? Didn't you show everything last night? After waiting a few seconds and finding no response, he asked with confusion, Su Chuxiao, you wouldn't have forgotten what happened last night, would you? In fact, Su Chuxiao indeed had no memory of last night. Moreover, since waking up, there had been no time to Now with Chen Chen's reminder, fragments of memories began to surface in her mind. However, wasn't that a dream? How could Chen Chen know? Eliminating all impossibilities, the only remaining conclusion was one Su Chuxiao was reluctant to accept, yet reason told her it was true. It seemed she had said some heartfelt words last night, and Chen Chen hadn't been angry at all. Moreover, she appeared to have confessed to Chen Chen, and it seemed to have been successful. However, the last clear memory informed Su Chuxiao that she had performed a heavenly maiden scattering flowers gesture toward Chen Chen. As for why she was naked and with him, she truly had no idea. Oh no, it would have been perfect if that last scene hadn't happened. But now Su Chuxiao just wanted to find a deserted place, dig a hole, and bury herself, so she would never be seen again. However, it seemed Chen Chen had no intention of letting her off. What? Do you really not remember? Do you need me to? No, I remember. Su Chuxiao hurriedly said, trying to cover it up, unwilling to let Chen Chen repeat it. But Chen Chen added fuel to the fire. Then tell me what happened. He was completely disregarding his own dig. Su Chuxiao didn't want to speak or allow Chen Chen to talk. She boldly thought, since it had been seen, what was there to fear? She suddenly sat up straight and targeted Chen Chen's incessantly chattering mouth. She pressed her lips against his, preventing him from uttering anything that would embarrass her. This sudden kiss made Chen Chen's pupils contract sharply. He changed his view of this girl, realizing that even a little wildcat could bite when cornered. He truly couldn't speak now, but this was far more entertaining than just talking to tease Su Chuxiao, wasn't it? But before he could deepen the kiss, Su Chuxiao shrank back into his embrace like an ostrich, muttering sulkily, "No more talking." Chen Chen laughed heartily, thinking Su Chuxiao was truly adorable in this moment. He stopped teasing her and patted her smooth back, smiling. "Little lazy cat, it's time to get up. It's almost 7 o'clock. Didn't I hear you say yesterday that there's class in the morning?" Su Chuxiao was startled at his words, suddenly remembering that she had a professional class this morning. Washing up, having breakfast, rushing back to school. Time was indeed a bit tight. Yet she hesitated for a long time, biting her lower lip. Then she muttered softly, "Can you close your eyes first? I need to get dressed." Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, noticing her flushed ears, and decided not to tease her any further, obediently closing his eyes. All done. Su Chuxiao raised her head and saw that Chen Chen's eyes were indeed closed. However, having learned from past experience, she still felt uneasy. She extended her hand and tentatively waved it in front of Chen Chen's eyes, discovering he was indeed not peeking, which relieved her. "Do you not trust me so much?" Chen Chen suddenly spoke up, startling Su Chuxiao into a small jump. Although his eyes were closed, he could clearly sense her every little movement, even imagining her anxious expression. "Should I turn around?" Chen Chen realized he hadn't thought of what he had just done. How could he make Su Chuxiao trust him? Su Chuxiao knew her little movements had been noticed by Chen Chen and retracted her hand with an awkward smile. Considering his earlier behavior, she couldn't help but murmur softly, "That's fine." "Su Chuxiao." Chen Chen suddenly lowered his voice, carrying a hint of threat. "If you keep dawdling, do you believe I will open my eyes right now, eh?" Su Chuxiao felt tense upon hearing that. "Don't," she exclaimed, and sat up abruptly, not caring about any. Her fair skin shimmered with a pearl-like luster, and her hair fell over her shoulders, gently swaying with her movements. After all, she was bound to be his sooner or later. Su Chuxiao thought recklessly. It was just that it hadn't reached the final step, yet she was merely feeling shy. She reached out to find her clothes, but discovered there was nothing on the blanket. Just as she was puzzled, she caught a glimpse of a few exquisite shopping bags on the bedside table. Su Chuxiao reached out doubtfully to take the shopping bag, and when her fingertips touched the soft fabric inside, her heart skipped a beat. She opened the shopping bags one by one, taking out the brand new clothes, a dress set, and a casual outfit along with This is a... Her voice trembled slightly. Chen Chen still had his eyes closed, but he could hear the sound of the shopping bags being opened. Perhaps sensing Su Chuxia's confusion, he curled his lips into a meaningful smile. Your clothes from yesterday are unwearable. Want to know why? Su Chuxia's face immediately flushed. She thought of the final memory of her throwing up like a floral shower, but even so, couldn't she just wash the clothes and continue wearing them? Maybe this was the luxury of being rich. She didn't dwell on it any further, but instead looked down at the underwear label and found it was her usual size. This realization made her both embarrassed and inexplicably stirred. How did Chen Chen know? No, he must have last night. She was too shy to speak and started dressing in a fluster. The dress was cut to fit perfectly, and the silky fabric brought a cool sensation as it brushed against her skin. Just as she fastened the waistband, Chen Chen's voice suddenly came from behind. Are you ready? Su Chuxiao was startled, almost jumping off the bed. She spun around and found that Chen Chen had already opened his eyes at some point, leaning against the headboard with a beaming smile. You? When did you open your eyes? She stammered accusingly. Chen Chen shrugged, looking innocent. Right when you were putting on Chen Chen. Su Chuxiao was annoyed. Clearly he had said he wouldn't peek. Just kidding, he said, standing up with a laugh, his tall figure looming over her. I just opened my eyes, he said. Then suddenly reaching out, he pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, but now I can see clearly indeed. Su Chuxiao was so startled by his sudden move that she forgot to struggle. His close proximity made her dizzy. Just as the intimate atmosphere was about to heat up, her phone ringtone abruptly rang. It's the alarm, she said, pushing him away in a panic and reaching for her phone with a red face. I'm really going to be late. Chen Chen watched her flustered demeanor, a hint of affection flashing in his eyes. He turned and picked up his clothes from the side, dressing himself in a few quick moves. He'll drive you. Su Chuxiao instinctively refused. No need. He'll take a taxi. Chen Chen suddenly became serious. Su Chuxiao, we haven't properly discussed last night's event. She froze in place. Yes, yesterday she had told Chen Chen all her deepest secrets, and she had and all those confused, intimate encounters, and the inexplicable developments up to now. She bit her lower lip, not daring to look up at him, as if awaiting his judgment. Chen Chen sighed, gently lifting her chin. I'm not a casual person. Since you confessed, and I accepted, now you are my girlfriend. So we'll drive you to school. Su Chuxia's heart almost leaped out of her chest, and she asked back with some Chen Chen, I like money and want a good life. You just happen to meet all my requirements, so that's why I like you. Do you still like someone like me? Since Chen Chen already knew everything, she might as well lay all her cards on the table, otherwise it would be a thorn for him, and she would be anxious and insecure. I know. I only ask one thing, do you genuinely like me? Although Chen Chen had a favorability reminder and knew the answer, he still wanted to hear it from Su Chuxia's own mouth. It was like, even though you know your own strength, sometimes you can't help asking, am I awesome? Am I strong? And so on. Under Chen Chen's burning gaze, Su Chuxia didn't look away, but nodded firmly with a red face. Chen Chen planted a kiss on her forehead, as if rewarding her. Good girl, that's enough. Go wash up, I'll have the butler prepare breakfast. Su Chuxia walked dazedly into the... Looking at her flushed face in the mirror, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have truly become Chen Chen's girlfriend. Girlfriend? She whispered the title, her lips uncontrollably turning up. She cupped a handful of cold water and splashed it on her face, but couldn't cool the burning heat on her skin. Forcing herself to calm down, she quickly finished washing up. When she came out, she found Chen Chen was no longer in the bedroom. Leaving the room, she saw that breakfast was already prepared on the table. Of course, the moment she entered the living room, Su Chuxia not only saw Chen Chen, but also the luxurious opulence of the hall. All of this was like a dream from before coming true for Su Chuxia, especially the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bustling street below, making her feel as if she was on top of the world. What are you looking at? Come here. Chen Chen's words interrupted Su Chuxia's self-absorption. She wasn't annoyed and somehow managed to walk with a bouncing, skipping step. Looking at Chen Chen, she couldn't help but sit beside him, smiling so widely that her eyes narrowed. Good morning, boyfriend. Then she chuckled to herself. Looking at this silly girl, Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to respond and continued eating his breakfast. Before leaving, Chen Chen couldn't help but remind Su Chuxia, your masterpiece from yesterday and your dress from yesterday are both in the other bedroom. Don't you want to take a look? Su Chuxia was a bit reluctant to face it, but Chen Chen's words piqued her curiosity. Summoning her courage, she opened the door a crack. The air purification system in the presidential suite was quite good. There was no strange smell anymore. But inside the room, the remnants on the bedding and the torn pieces of clothing on the floor all testified to what had happened. Su Chusha quickly slammed the door shut as if that could make the evidence disappear. She guessed that she must have been acting drunk in this room last night, and finally threw up, scattering like a floral shower. In the end, her clothes must have been torn to shreds and abandoned in the room. This room was unusable, so she must have ended up in the new room. Seeing that Chen Chen was about to say something, she quickly walked over to him. She leaned in to help him mute. When checking out, the front desk staff had changed the girl from yesterday, must have been off duty. Chen Chen voluntarily explained the situation and asked the relevant staff to inspect the damage so he could make compensation. Soon the damage assessment came out. Deep cleaning of the hand-woven Persian carpet cost 150 yuan, replacing the silk bedding cost 150 yuan, and because the room could not be rented out temporarily, double the room rate had to be paid, totaling 91666 RMB. To prove that the hotel was not ripping off customers, the hotel also provided relevant legal regulations and purchase invoices. The manager took the initiative to waive the odd amount of the compensation for Chen Chen. Chen Chen had no objection and directly paid 900 yuan in compensation. Ding. Host successfully spent 900 yuan for a high appearance opposite sex, triggering a 3x cashback amount to 700 yuan. Chen Chen thought for a moment and understood the logic. After all, the culprit was Su Chusha, and he was just cleaning up the mess for her. So it counted as spending for the high appearance opposite sex, Su Chusha. The actual protagonist, however, was burying her head like an ostrich the whole time. After everything was resolved, Chen Chen picked up the car keys at the front desk. Accompanied by the deferential farewell of the hotel manager, the two left the hotel. Back in the car, Su Chusha finally mustered the courage to sneak a timid glance at Chen Chen. Chen Chen found her behavior quite amusing. Kiss me or you'll post last night's events on my moments. Seeing that Chen Chen wasn't angry, Su Chusha didn't. Her lips immediately pressed against his cheek, producing a crisp smack sound. Chen Chen expressed great satisfaction. With a swift drive, and since it wasn't far anyway, Chen Chen delivered Su Chusha on time. But he didn't get out of the car, nor did he leave the school. Instead, he took out his phone again. Chen Chen hadn't forgotten this time. He hadn't finished reading his materials. Moreover, his hospital was an international hospital. So, foreign women, female doctors, pretty nurses. Chen Chen's expression gradually turned strange. Chen Chen parked the car at the school gate, watching Su Chusha walk into the campus. He glanced at his watch. There were still 20 minutes until class, yet he had no intention of entering the classroom. You can skip class, if only someone with a problem would go to the classroom and play the good student. Chen Chen muttered to himself, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He casually found a spot to park the car and lit a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled, allowing the smoke to disperse with the morning breeze. He hadn't forgotten that there were still things he hadn't finished reading. Pulling out his phone, the content on the screen came into view. The Magic City Jiaowei International Hospital is the pinnacle of medical institutions in this city. Maintaining deep cooperation with the most renowned medical institutions in the beautiful country, more than half of the doctors have studied at top academies overseas. The hospital covers an area of approximately 320 square meters, with a total building area reaching an astonishing 140 square meters. The Oncology Center, Obstetrics and Gynecology and Cardiovascular Department are considered authoritative in the country, attracting countless patients every year. Of course, as a high-end comprehensive hospital, experts in other fields are also of top caliber. Here you can receive warm reception from polite staff, a quiet and elegant waiting area, and a private nursing team on standby at all times. However, the services here are never meant for ordinary people. A simple natural childbirth package starts at 8,000. Starting at 8,000. That's equivalent to a whole year's income for an average family. The hospital's annual revenue can reach an astonishing 2 billion renminbi, a figure that left Chen Chen in awe. Chen Chen put away his phone, feeling quite introspective. How ironic, he thought, gazing at the glossy promotional photos on the hospital's official website. In the photos, every patient looked radiant, as if pain had transformed into some sort of luxurious experience. Yet the reality is that for most people, such medical conditions are forever out of reach. Chen Chen pressed the answer button on the steering wheel, and a steady male voice came through the car's speakers. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? Roadside. He was going to pay a discreet visit to his hospital. Just as he drove past an intersection, the central control screen suddenly lit up, indicating an incoming call. Chen Chen pressed the answer button on the steering wheel, and a steady male voice came through the car's speakers. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? Yes, he replied instinctively, sitting up straighter at the respect, but not flattery in the voice. This is I. May I ask who you are? Although he did not know who was on the other end, the demeanor conveyed through the voice naturally commanded a bit more respect. Mr. Chen, I am Chen Mabe, the director of Jiaowei Hospital. I received notice this morning that you have completed the acquisition of the hospital. When would it be convenient for you to visit the hospital? There are a few transfer documents that require your review and signature. Chen Chen glanced at the time. It was exactly 8:00. It seemed that Director Shun was quite adept at timing, choosing to contact him during the formal working hours rather than too early. Thinking of the navigation prompt from before during peak morning hours and considering the distance, it was estimated that it would take nearly an hour to arrive. Director Chen, I should be able to reach the hospital around 9 o'clock. Chen Chen replied, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the steering wheel. Alright, I will wait for you at the main entrance of the hospital at 9 o'clock, Chen Mabe responded crisply, without unnecessary pleasantries. After hanging up, he slowly put down his phone, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the window. Through the floor-to-ceiling window of the director's office, the 6 large characters of Jiahui International Hospital shone brilliantly in the morning light. The voice on the other end sounded too young. He recalled the brief conversation just now. That young man named Chen Chen had a tone filled with vigor. In his 20s. No more than 30 at most. This judgment made Shin Mobiai's eyebrows involuntarily raise slightly. The only information he had was the simple name Chen Chen, with nothing else known. Youth is a double-edged sword, the younger the more formidable. To casually acquire a hospital worth billions, this strength is simply unfathomable. However, being too young raises concerns about naivety. He had seen too many privileged youths turn flourishing businesses into ruins. As the saying goes, it's not that you're afraid of someone squandering their family's fortune, but rather of them starting a business. For 10 years he had developed feelings for everything here. What does the position of director even mean? What he feared were the hard-earned medical achievements, the treatment standards that embodied countless efforts. Director Shin, the transfer documents you requested are ready. The secretary's voice came from outside the door. Shin Mabe snapped back to reality, his fingers resting on the internal phone. Notify the leaders of all hospital departments to gather at the main entrance by 850. His voice regained its usual steadiness. Additionally, have the logistics department check the VIP passage and conference room again. Chen Chen gripped the steering wheel, a clear smile on his face. He had originally only planned to take a simple look. Yet he hadn't expected the efficiency of the system to be astonishing. The hospital he had just acquired this morning was already calling for him to sign the transfer documents. However, signing documents, that's all I ever do. Chen Chen muttered softly. His fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. If I keep acquiring more properties, won't I end up signing until my hand gets sore? With this thought, he began to grumble about the system. If 100 billion hospital operates so smoothly, why hasn't the car worth just over 100 million shown up yet? Lost in thought, the Mercedes G63 had already come to a steady stop in front of the grand entrance of Jiahui. From a distance, Chen Chen saw a group of people in white coats waiting at the entrance. The elderly man standing at the front, full of spirit, should be Director Shen. He did not rush to get out of the car, but instead took an interested look at the group. Shin Mabe stood at the front of the line, his silver-gray hair meticulously groomed with a suit and tie subtly showing beneath his white coat. Behind him stood 7 or 8 others, also wearing white coats, including some foreigners, all with serious expressions. What a grand affair. Chen Chen chuckled lightly, deliberately parking the car directly in front of the welcoming team. Shin Mabe frowned slightly. This sudden appearance of the Mercedes G disrupted the welcome ceremony he had prepared. He quietly instructed his male secretary beside him. Xiao Wang, please ask that car to move, Mr. Chen will arrive at any moment. Secretary Wang jogged to the front of the car and politely tapped on the window. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a young and handsome face. Hello, sir, we are waiting for an important guest. Could you please move your vehicle to another spot? Chen Chen wore a broad smile, and the group of white coat figures stood ready awaiting their important guest, himself. I understand, Chen Chen replied in a gentle tone, yet his actions did not align with Secretary Wang's intentions to move the car. Of course, if he moved the car, these people would have waited in vain. Secretary Wang, hearing Chen Chen's response, was unable to show a relieved smile just yet. He then noticed that the young man not only had no intention of moving the car, but was also unbuckling his seatbelt, preparing to get out. Instinctively, he glanced at the leaders not far away, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Sir, may I trouble you? Chen Chen opened the door and stepped out, interrupting Secretary Wang before he could finish his sentence. It's all right, the people, they're waiting for me. Secretary Wang's eyes widened, his gaze darting between Chen Chen's youthful face and the Mercedes G63. Finally, he forced a professional smile and awkwardly suggested, Sir, how about I help you park? His tone clearly conveyed disbelief towards what Chen Chen had just said. Chen Chen chuckled lightly and chose not to explain further. He took out his phone, thinking that this call was indeed necessary. Meanwhile, not far away, Shin Mo-Bai had already furrowed his brows and was striding toward them. Xiao Wang, what's going on? Didn't I say that, Mr. Chen would arrive at any moment? The deep tone of Director Shun carried evident displeasure. However, a crisp ringtone suddenly interrupted his scolding. Shin Mo-Bai instinctively reached for his pocket, but when he saw the caller ID, he did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to the young man in front of him, who was waving his phone at him. Chen Chen held up his phone. Director Shin, how about you answer the phone first? Under the sunlight, the two locked eyes. Shun Mo-Bai's pupils slightly contracted, and his expression shifted from shock to realization, finally settling into a complex wry smile. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, extending his hand. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to be so young and accomplished. Xiao Wang stood frozen beside them. Chen Chen calmly shook Chen Mo-Bei's hand. The warmth of the other's palm exceeded his expectations, and he could faintly feel several hardened calluses at the knuckles. This must be the mark left by years of wielding a scalpel. You flatter me, Director Shun. Chen Chen withdrew his hand, his gaze sweeping past the astonished white-coat figures behind him. With such a grand display, I feel quite embarrassed myself. Chen Mo-Bei followed his line of sight and cleared his throat lightly. Everyone, this is Mr. Chen Chen, our hospital's new chairman and the actual owner of the hospital. A sudden wave of gasps erupted among the crowd, all eyes involuntarily fixating on Chen Chen's exceedingly youthful face. At that moment, a blonde, blue-eyed foreign doctor accidentally knocked over a folder of medical records, scattering papers everywhere. Sorry. He hurriedly bent down to pick them up. Chen Chen also bent down to help retrieve a few sheets, only to feel dizzy at the sight of the densely packed medical terms and graphs. What on earth is all this? He muttered to himself, yet on the surface he remained composed as he handed the documents back. Chen Mo-Bei noticed his actions and tentatively asked, "Is Chairman Chen familiar with the medical field?" "Not at all. I can't even figure out which department to go to for a cold." Chen Chen replied self-deprecatingly, still wearing a relaxed smile. This unexpected response lightened the atmosphere considerably. A middle-aged man with a badge reading Vice President of Medical Affairs couldn't help but ask, "Then why did you acquire the hospital?" "Because I have a lot of money." Chen Chen winked, his tone half serious and half joking. Seeing the crowd's expressions resemble those who had eaten something unpleasant, he suddenly added with a laugh, "Moreover, I believe that professionals should do their jobs. Everyone here at the hospital is an authority in their field. I'm just doing this so that I can have a backdoor for future medical visits after all." Chen Mo-Bei's eyes flickered with surprise. He could tell that Chen Chen was joking. However, he could also discern another layer of meaning behind Chen Chen's words. He revealed his first genuine smile of the day. Chairman Chen is indeed extraordinary, truly a dragon among men, accomplished at a young age. "This way, please. Let's head to the conference room." "No rush." Chen Chen suddenly turned around and patted the still-dazed Secretary Wang on the shoulder. "I'm sorry about earlier. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position." Xiao Wang jolted, stammering, "No. It's my fault for not recognizing someone of such stature." Chen Chen interrupted him sincerely. "It's fine, don't be nervous. You did well. You are just following the director's orders and fulfilling your responsibilities. This is exactly how Jiaowei Hospital should be." Chen Mo-Bei's gaze shifted slightly, and his tense body relaxed a little. "Let's go show me my hospital." Chen Chen stepped forward, and the white-coat figures automatically parted to create a path. Chen Mo-Bei's gaze shifted slightly, and his tense body relaxed a little. "Let's go show me my hospital." As they passed the obstetrics and gynecology department, Chen Chen lightly coughed, pretending not to see, and hastened his step, prompting a few hospital leaders behind him to stifle their laughter. When they arrived at the cardiovascular center, a familiar notification sound suddenly echoed in Chen Chen's mind. "Ding, high-value opposite sex detected. Would you like to view their personal information?" He looked in the direction of the sound, and through the door of the duty room saw a girl doctor with a doll-like face curled up in a zero-gravity massage chair. Her eyes were tightly closed, her chest rising and falling gently with each breath. Even the sounds of footsteps approaching did not wake her. It seemed she had just finished a surgery and had fallen asleep in exhaustion. "View information." Chen Chen replied to the system in his mind. Name by Xiao Shuang, age 28, height 169 centimeters, weight 60 kilograms, attractiveness 90, figure 86, overall rating 88, number of drivers 0, favorability 0. This doctor must be quite well known. Chen Mo-Bei noticed Chen Chen's gaze on the girl doctor and proactively introduced her. "This is our hospital's associate chief physician of the cardiovascular department, by Xiao Shuang." Chen Chen's eyes flashed with surprise as he turned to Chen Mo-Bei, raising an eyebrow. Associate chief physician. Although he did not understand the medical field, he recalled that whenever he visited a hospital, the lowest rank for an associate chief or chief physician was usually around 40 years of age. Yet now the system panel clearly displayed that this Dr. Bai was only 28 years old and had already become an associate chief physician. Seeing the astonishment on Chen Chen's face, Chen Mo-Bei naturally knew the reason. A proud expression surfaced on his face, as if he were showcasing a rare treasure. Dr. Bai is indeed extraordinary, as she entered the youth class at Xia Medical School at 14, obtained her doctorate at 20, completed her residency at the Mayo Clinic by 22, and at 24, she even obtained qualifications for interventional surgery at the German Heart Center. Inside the duty room, Bai Xiao Shuang seemed to sense something, subconsciously wrinkling her nose and hugging the stethoscope to her chest like a child with a beloved toy. "What's more impressive," Chen Mo-Bei continued, "is that not only is her academic achievement profound, but her practical skills are also astonishing. Last year's level 4 surgery was praised by foreign experts." Chen Chen nodded thoughtfully, his gaze once again falling on Bai Xiao Shuang. The faint dark circles under her eyes sharply contrasted with her baby-faced innocence. Chen Mo-Bei beamed with pride. She's the gem of our hospital. If it weren't for her age limit, her achievements would undoubtedly surpass just being an associate chief physician. Just then, Bai Xiao Shuang in the duty room seemed to have a dream, suddenly jumping up. What's wrong with the patient? Upon seeing the group of people outside, she immediately realized her mistake and hurriedly stood straight, adjusting her disheveled white coat. Her flustered demeanor was far from the genius Dr. Chen-Mo-Bai had described. Instead, she resembled a university student caught sleeping in class by the teacher. However, at that moment, Chen Chen's attention was no longer on Bai Xiao Shuang. He had caught a familiar figure flashing at the end of the corridor from the corner of his eye. That fleeting silhouette vanished around. He paused slightly, instinctively taking a step forward before stopping again. What's wrong, Chairman Chen? Chen-Mo-Bai noticed Chen Chen's odd behavior. It's nothing, I mistook someone for someone else. Chen Chen shook his head. How could it be her? The person in his memory should be. Exactly that. He had been too tired lately, experiencing hallucinations. He withdrew his gaze, but for some reason felt a stir. The familiar figure flashed by, and Chen Chen's rationality told him it was impossible. After all, in his memory, that figure's owner should be hundreds of kilometers away. How could it be possible to encounter here? Surely he must have seen it wrong. Because that figure was the original owner's mother, and now she was also his mother. Although he had accepted his current identity, he did not feel any discomfort. However, he had never figured out whether he was a traverser occupying someone else's body or a new soul fused with dual memories. Everything else was fine, but he had always been a bit hesitant in facing his current parents. In the previous world, he was an orphan living without parents for decades. He had long been accustomed to a solitary life, but now the presence of parents added a new dimension to his existence. Though he possessed all the memories of living with his parents, their existence still felt strange and resistant to him. Moreover, he had come to this world and merged with the original owner's complete memories. So does that mean he counts as the biological son of the original owner's parents? He didn't know, which was why he felt hesitant. Many times warm images would inexplicably flash through his mind, but he deliberately chose to ignore them. And now he had only seen a similar silhouette. Yet he felt an unprecedented emotion welling up from the depths. He already had the answer. Those memories, emotions, and bonds had become an inseparable part of him the moment the memories fused. So he was Chen Chen, the one and only Chen Chen. And his parents were indeed his parents. A sincere smile appeared on Chen Chen's face as he planned to call home after the hospital matters were settled. He had completely let it go. However, the appearance of that silhouette just now made him feel a trace of unease. Chairman Chen. Chen-Mo-Bai's gentle call pulled Chen Chen's thoughts back to reality. He came to his senses and smiled apologetically at Chen-Mo-Bai. Sorry, I was lost in thought for a moment. Then he looked towards Bai Xiao Shuang in the observation room. At this moment, Bai Xiao Shuang had also arranged her white coat and was standing elegantly at the door. Chen Chen looked at her doll-like face and couldn't help but ask, Doctor Bai, have any patients refused to let you examine them because you look young? Bai Xiao Shuang showed a hint of disappointment upon hearing Chen Chen's words. Yes, quite a few. Sometimes they even cause a scene, saying the hospital does not take them seriously and that I, a little girl, am supposed to examine them. Then she looked up at Chen-Mo-Bai. The worst incident required Dean Shen to come and explain. After hearing this, Chen Chen also agreed. If he were at such a high-end hospital, spending a large amount of money only to be treated by such a doll-like young doctor, he might also feel aggrieved. It seems that the older the doctor, the more sought after. Chen Chen joked with a smile. It's okay, don't worry, you will grow old too. Bai Xiao Shuang looked at Chen Chen strangely, thinking, wouldn't it be better for you to just stay silent and look handsome? Why is there a need to comfort me? Nevertheless, she still forced a professional smile. Chairman Chen is right, time will prove everything. Yet her fingers unconsciously tightened around the stethoscope at her chest. Seeing this, Chen-Mo-Bai quickly intervened. Chairman Chen, don't be fooled by Dr. Bai's youth. She is already a cornerstone of our cardiothoracic department. Some surgeries are even challenging for older doctors, but Dr. Bai. Just then a commotion came from the end of the corridor. A middle-aged man rushed over, pushing a wheelchair, where an elderly lady with a pale complexion sat, followed by two nurses. Doctor, please check on my mom. She says it feels like an elephant is stepping on her chest. The middle-aged man's voice trembled. Bai Xiao Shuang's expression instantly changed. The eyes that had been somewhat drowsy moments ago now sharpened like a knife as she quickly stepped forward to grip the elderly lady's wrist. What is the blood pressure? When did this reaction start? 12080. The man suddenly froze, staring at Bai Xiao Shuang's doll-like face. How can it be a little girl? Get your director. The elderly lady suddenly grasped her son's hand, her voice weak. This girl saved me in the emergency room earlier. Before she could finish, she fainted. Bai Xiao Shuang yanked off her stethoscope and turned to shout at the nurses, prepare the catheter room. I suspect it's an acute myocardial infarction. Chen Chen was astonished to see this girl, who had just seemed like a college student, now exuding an undeniable aura. The nurses acted swiftly, like soldiers responding to orders without hesitation. The man blocked the gurney. Wait, where's the director? I want to see the director. Bai Xiao Shuang did not look back as she tossed out a work ID. On it, the words, Associate Chief Physician, were prominently written. Either you let me see her now, or watch your mother die. Choose. The man was dumbfounded, no longer daring to obstruct, showing anxiousness as he followed behind. Chen.By quietly explained, this is why she could become an associate chief physician at 28. Bai Xiaoshuang pushed the wheelchair towards the elevator, her white coat billowing like a battle flag. Before the elevator doors closed, she suddenly looked at Chen Chen. Chairman Chen, you are right, but I choose to let my skills make people forget my age. The elevator doors quickly closed, and Bai Xiaoshuang's figure vanished. Chen Chen was stunned, then a smile gradually appeared on his face. This woman is interesting. Chen Chen turned to face the hospital's senior leadership team, his gaze sweeping over the faces filled with confusion. With his hands in his pockets and a relaxed posture, he exuded an undeniable authority. There is no need for the upcoming inspection. I have already seen what I wanted to see. Everyone exchanged glances, and Chen.By involuntarily straightened his back. I know what everyone is worried about an outsider leading the experts, worried about capital interfering with medical practices, worried about. Chen Chen suddenly chuckled, worried that this young kid might throw the hospital into chaos. A few leaders showed a hint of embarrassment while Chen.By appeared calm. Please rest assured I did not buy this hospital to meddle. He pointed at the nurse standing to the side. Just as I wouldn't teach nurses how to draw blood, I also won't teach you how to treat patients. Things will remain as they were. Dean Shun will still be the helmsman, and each of you will remain the pillars of your respective departments. Chen Chen suddenly blinked. Of course, if one day you find the numbers on your paychecks have increased, you can thank me. The tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. Everyone present showed a slight smile. One last thing. Chen Chen's expression suddenly turned serious. That Dr. Bai from just now. That white doctor just now. Chen Chen deliberately drew out his tone, his expression turning solemn, just as everyone held their breath, before suddenly breaking into a smile. Make sure she gets a more comfortable massage chair. This abrupt shift in tone left everyone momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. All right, you may return to your duties. You are the pillars of stability for your respective departments. I won't delay your work any further. Chen Chen, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of his incognito inspection, prepared to depart. He chose not to take the dedicated medical elevator, a true lifeline one might say. Yet instead of returning directly to their posts, the staff unanimously insisted on escorting him. Just as Chen Chen waited for the elevator, a familiar voice rang out from behind him, Xiao Chun. He turned incredulous, and there stood his mother unmistakably holding a stack of medical reports in her hands. Mom. The words slipped from his lips, unbidden, startling even himself. He had expected some awkwardness in uttering it again after so long. Yet the syllables flowed effortlessly, natural, unforced, as if he had spoken them countless times before, as though the title itself were instinctual. Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in class at this hour? Su Yakin's brows arched sharply, the quiet authority, forged over years of teaching, radiating unmistakably. Chen Chen instinctively hunched his shoulders, a chill creeping up his spine, the kind of fear etched deep into bone and memory. His mind raced, scrambling for an impeccable excuse. Full disclosure was impossible. He could never plausibly explain how he'd come to own a hospital. Chen.By observed Chen Chen's flustered state. His gaze flickered between mother and son. Clearly Chen Chen's mother was an ordinary woman. So where then had her son acquired the fortune to purchase a billion-yuan hospital? He had assumed Chen Chen was merely the scion of some elite family. Yet now reality proved far more intricate than he'd imagined. He sensed too that Chen Chen's mother remained utterly unaware of her son's wealth, and that Chen Chen himself had no intention of revealing it to her. With a light cough, Chen.By discreetly waved his hand behind his back. After all, was it wise for mere hospital executives to gawk at the spectacle involving its supreme sovereign? Instantly they dispersed, knowing precisely when discretion was paramount. Chen.By's mind were urgently searching for a flawless explanation to rescue Chen Chen. Then, suddenly, an idea ignited in his mind, one that would preserve his profound respect for Chen Chen while perfectly accounting for his presence. His expression transformed instantly, warmth and gratitude flooding his features, as he stepped forward towards Su Yakin. You must be Chen Chen's mother. I'm Chen.By, president of Jiahui Hospital. Today I owe my life entirely to your son. Without him these old bones would surely have crumbled. Su Yakin stared at the elderly man in his white coat, perplexed. But Chen.By paid no heed to her expression. He continued undeterred. This morning while out exercising, I suffered a sudden cardiac episode. I'd drawn out my medicine, but fainted before I could swallow it. Fortunately Chen Chen happened upon me and administered the dose in time to save my life. Then turning to Chen Chen with heartfelt gratitude, yet winking discreetly just beyond Su Yakin's line of sight, he carried on with masterful improvisation. Chen Chen is my savior. So naturally I insisted he accompany me here to express my deepest thanks. Watching the elderly man's impromptu performance, Chen Chen couldn't help but raise a silent, admiring thumb. Su Yakin remained skeptical. This plotline felt suspiciously like something lifted straight from a television drama. Before she could dwell further, Chen Chen swiftly affirmed it. Absolutely true, Mom. President Shen practically dragged me here. I tried refusing, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. Bewildered and slightly dazed, Su Yakin found herself thoroughly disarmed by the duo's seamless charade. Otherwise, the inconsistencies would have been glaring. How could she possibly miss them? For instance, the hospital lay dozens of kilometers from Chen Chen's school. How then had President Chen encountered him during his morning walk? And even assuming genuine gratitude, why were they now standing in the cardiology department? At that moment, Su Yakin set aside her questions about her son's inexplicable presence. Her thoughts already elsewhere. Her mind replayed the exchange over and over. This kindly elderly man claimed to be president of Jiaowei Hospital. President. She pulled Chen Chen aside and whispered urgently. Xiao Chen, is it true? Did that man really say he's president of Jiaowei Hospital? Her voice trembled with quiet hope as if the answer held profound significance. Chen Chen studied his mother with quiet suspicion. His memories offered no hint that she cared deeply about titles or status. Still he nodded firmly. Yes, he is the hospital president. And then he watched astonished as her face lit up with unmistakable joy. It's like this. Grandmother's heart has deteriorated severely and requires surgery. Our hometown simply lacks the medical capability. After exhaustive inquiries, your uncle confirmed Jiaowei Hospital as the nation's foremost authority in this field. Su Yakin glanced briefly at Chen-Ma-Bai, before continuing softly with Chen Chen. The hospital is excellent, but prohibitively expensive and appointments require months-long waiting lists. We can manage the cost. Your uncle will shoulder most of it, and your aunts and I will pool our resources. But the wait, that's truly insurmountable. Since you've saved President Chen's life, could you ask him to arrange priority treatment for grandmother? Of course, Chen Chen didn't need Chen-Ma-Bai's consent. After all, the entire hospital belonged to him. Seeing his immediate, effortless agreement, Su Yakin's brow furrowed with fresh doubt. Only then did Chen Chen realize his reaction had betrayed him, and hastily backtracked. I mean, of course it's no problem. After all, I did save President Chen's life. Surely a small favor like this is well within reach. Mom, which ward is grandmother in? I'd like to visit her. In Chen Chen's mind, a gentle, warm smile bloomed, the face of his beloved grandmother. He recalled how, whenever the younger generation visited her home, grandfather would sit stern-faced and unchanging, while grandmother, bustling from the west side storeroom, would emerge with arms laden with sweets and delicacies, distributing them generously among them all. All right, but first go speak with President Chen and see whether it's possible. Chen Chen sighed inwardly. He couldn't yet reveal the truth to his mother. Otherwise, declaring outright that he owned the hospital would render all this subterfuge utterly unnecessary. Gently nudged forward by his mother, he approached Chen-Ma-Bai with a wry, self-deprecating smile, and relayed the request with exaggerated deference. President Chen, might we trouble you to grant grandmother priority treatment? Just as Chen-Ma-Bai began seamlessly resuming their carefully choreographed charade. A middle-aged surgeon, still clad in scrubs, surgical cap, askew mask dangling around his neck, came sprinting toward them, clearly having just stepped out of the operating room upon hearing urgent news. Even from afar his voice boomed, clearly, President Chen, where's Chairman Chen? Has he left yet? Su Yakin spun around abruptly, eyes locking onto Chen Chen. Chairman. Chen Chen felt a cold sweat break across his forehead, and a shiver traced his spine. Shinmobo felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he saw this scene, thinking to himself, this is bad. The newcomer had directly disrupted the tacit performance between him and Chen Chen. His aged mind raced frantically, trying to devise a strategy to handle the situation. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled hearing Chen Chen's mother mention something about why didn't he go to class. Chairman Chen. Chen. Student Chen. A spark of realization hit him as he grabbed the cardiovascular department head, who had already approached him. He deliberately turned his back to Su Yakin and spoke loudly to him. Director Li, did you come here because you heard that Student Chen saved me? He emphasized the word Student Chen with particular intensity, fearing that Director Li might not catch on. Director Li looked utterly confused, struggling to comprehend what his own dean was saying. However, it didn't matter whether he understood or not. Director Li was quite astute, having navigated the workplace for many years. Oh right. I just heard about it right after the surgery and hurried over to check on your condition, Dean. Seeing Director Li's cooperation, Shinmobo couldn't help but reveal a hint of appreciation in his eyes. It's all fine now thanks to Student Chen. If it weren't for him saving me, I would have been in danger. Come, let me introduce you. Every word was Student Chen. Not a single sentence was directed at Su Yakin, yet every single word was indeed directed at her. Su Yakin felt a pang of confusion in her heart. Could it be that she really misheard? Just now Director Li referred to him as Student Chen, not Chairman Chen. Though she still had her doubts after Shinmobo introduced Director Li as the head of the cardiovascular department, she immediately cast her doubts aside. After all, didn't she know what kind of person her son was? After over 10 years of living together, it was impossible for him to become Chairman Chen just by attending a few days of school. This plot was something even television wouldn't dare to portray. Moreover, the person in front of her was the head of the cardiovascular department. Su Yakin's attitude towards this director was far better than Shinmobo's. Indeed, the county official is not as good as the local manager. Director Lee was the direct superior in charge of her mother's condition. Shinmobo had no objections. When it came to the safety of his loved ones, he completely understood. Moreover, the most important thing was that this matter had been dealt with smoothly without any real danger. While Su Yakin was busy asking Director Lee countless questions, he turned to look at Chen Chen. He found Chen Chen giving him a thumbs up, a look of admiration on his face. Shinmobo nodded lightly at Chen Chen, feeling a bit pleased inside. Who said that an old dean must be a stuffy person? If that were the case, he wouldn't be acting alongside Chen Chen. Old youngsters, as they say, the older one gets, the more one's disposition resembles that of a child. Seeing that Director Lee was still being pulled by Su Yakin for more questions, Shinmobo stepped in to relieve him. Student Chen's mother, why don't we go check on the ward first? Director Lee is here too. Su Yakin's face lit up upon hearing Dean Shin's words, and she quickly led Shinmobo and Director Lee towards her mother's ward. On the way, Shinmobo whispered a few instructions to his secretary, who nodded in understanding and quickly left to carry out the dean's orders. Jiaowei Hospital, as a high-end private hospital, had all single-patient rooms. When the ward door was opened, Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback. At a glance, he saw that the ward was filled with relatives. Grandfather, uncle, maternal uncle, third aunt, fourth aunt, little aunt. Goodness, everyone had come. The elders looked surprised when they saw Chen Chen. The uncle stood up bewildered and said, "Didn't we say not to tell Why has he suddenly appeared now?" Su Yakin didn't rush to explain, but invited Shinmobo and Director Lee into the ward before clarifying the situation to her family. In an instant, all the elders turned to Chen Chen, their faces filled with disbelief. The little aunt even took Chen Chen's hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a coincidence. Your grandmother treats you so well, it's truly deserved. This is simply a case of karmic retribution." Shinmobo noticed that Chen Chen was signaling to him. He understood the implication. Wasn't this just prompting him to continue the act? In the single-patient ward, the relatives' attention had completely shifted to the two hospital leaders, and no one paid Chen Chen any mind. Various questions about the patient's condition and expressions of gratitude were flowing endlessly. Dean Shin showed no signs of being a stranger to such situations, responding to every question with patience. Meanwhile, Director Lee had also brought the medical records and examination reports to review meticulously. Seeing no one paying attention to him, Chen Chen walked directly to the bedside. His grandmother's face looked a bit pale, but she still wore a gentle smile. He squatted down, holding his grandmother's aged hand. He didn't speak, but his eyes were slightly red. Director Lee carefully finished reviewing the report in his hand, then approached to ask Chen Chen's grandmother some questions. He then pulled Shinmobo aside to express his thoughts. "Dean, I can perform the surgery, but due to the patient's advanced age, I only have less than an 80% certainty." However, upon hearing that Director Lee had nearly 80% certainty, Shinmobo felt that was already quite good. After all, Chen Chen's grandmother was over 60 years old. The physical condition of the older generation was generally poorer, so having 80% certainty was considered quite high. However, upon hearing Director Lee's tone shift, he couldn't help but ask, "But what?" Director Lee didn't keep anyone in suspense and continued, "If we use the Da Vinci surgical robot system with Dr.By as the lead surgeon, the success rate could be further improved." Shinmobo thought for a moment and agreed with Director Lee's suggestion. "All right, let's have Dr.By come and take a look after the surgery. It would be best if both of you could handle it together." Out of the corner of his eye, he scanned Chen Chen's relatives and noticed they were all staring at him. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Director Lee. "The patient in the bed is Chairman Chen's grandmother, but Chairman Chen's family doesn't know his true identity. Remember, don't let anything slip like before, and remind Dr.By later." Director Lee was utterly perplexed. He understood each word, but when put together he was bewildered. Wasn't Chairman Chen just the wealthy second generation who acquired this 100 billion hospital? His family didn't know he was the wealthy second generation. Though his mind was filled with questions, he knew that some things were better left unasked. He was just a doctor. Knowing too much wasn't advisable. All he needed to know was that Dean Shun had said not to let anything slip. He was intent on following the dean's orders. At this moment, Director Lee understood why Dean Shun had been so courteous to the people in this ward. These weren't just the patient's family. The entire room was filled with royal relatives. How could his attitude possibly be poor? And the one lying on the bed was even of the rank of a royal grandmother. In this hospital, that was a supreme existence. The P among VIPs. Director Lee felt a tremor in his heart. He instinctively checked his attire and realized he was still wearing a surgical gown. "Dean, you go ahead and explain the situation. He'll wait for Dr.By to come out, then change my clothes before coming back. Wearing this surgical gown isn't appropriate." Director Lee turned to the royal relatives and said, "Everyone please excuse me for a moment." He opened the door and fled the ward. Meanwhile, Dean Shun explained the conversation he had with Director Lee to everyone. In summary, it was just one sentence: prepare to arrange for the director and another deputy chief physician to perform the surgery, ensuring the highest standards and the most professional doctors to guarantee the safety of the operation. Upon hearing Dean Shun's promise, he even arranged for the director and deputy director to assist in the surgery. They were unaware of the difference between the deputy director and the assistant director, but it did not diminish their understanding of its significance. Chen Chen's family members displayed expressions of joy on their faces. They never expected that Chen Chen's life-saving grace would be so significant as to gain the dean's utmost attention. In an instant, admiration for Chen Chen filled the room. Just then Secretary Wang entered the ward. As the dean's secretary, although he did not know where Chen Chen's grandmother's ward was, it was still quite simple for him to track the dean's whereabouts within the hospital. Secretary Wang approached Explain.By and said, "Dean, the Emerald Pavilion's universal suite has been arranged. The patient can be transferred at any time." Explain.By nodded slightly without saying a word. He planned to wait for Director Li and Dr. Bai to conduct a consultation before directly transferring Chen Chen's grandmother to the special care unit. With Dean Shun's assurance, the previously tense atmosphere in the ward had noticeably lightened. Several men were chatting casually with Dean Shun, while Chen Chen's mother and aunts had already gathered around the bedside. They were not just there to accompany their mother, but their primary concern was Chen Chen. The various questions from his aunts caused Chen Chen's head to throb. They did not inquire about Chen Chen's studies instead. His younger aunt Su Yating took the lead, leaning in close to Chen Chen with curiosity in her eyes. "Little Chen, it's been a while since school started. Have you found a girlfriend?" Chen Chen was completely caught off guard. His younger aunt's question was a bombshell, nearly choking him on his own saliva. Looking up and surveying the room, he was astonished to find that several aunts, even his own mother, were curiously watching him. Even his grandmother, lying in bed, seemed to perk up at this topic. Chen Chen could clearly see a hint of expectation flickering in those somewhat cloudy eyes. He rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. "I say, shouldn't you first be concerned about my studies?" Aunt Suyali waved her hand, dismissively, looking unconvinced. "Oh, we're not worried about your studies. We're more concerned about whether you found a girlfriend or not." Aunt Suyawin chimed in, "Yes, yes, yes. You were always oblivious before. That girl from the Wang family was always trailing behind you. What happened in the end? You just up and left for school so far away, breaking that girl's heart." Chen Chen was momentarily speechless, his mind drifting to the girl who always followed him. He then secretly glanced at his mother, muttering softly, "It's not that I didn't want to date." However, it was evidently not discreet enough, as Su Yaqin's keen eyes caught the subtlety in her son's expression. Without a word, Su Yaqin reached out and pinched Chen Chen's ear. "What are you looking at? I just said that high school doesn't allow dating, not that I would forever prevent you from dating." The slight resentment that had just arisen in Chen Chen's heart vanished in an instant. "Oh dear, dear mother, you're right. Everything you say is right, but it hurts. I was wrong. Please just let go." His expression and actions were exaggerated to the extreme, all part of Chen. Nevertheless, Su Yaqin did release her grip, and Chen Chen pretended to rub his ear while contemplating his next move. He certainly couldn't directly confess, "I have dated a few, right? I would definitely face a trial by fire." Perhaps he could gradually reveal the truth, taking it step by step, like boiling a frog in warm water. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and took the initiative to meet the curious gazes. "I've only dated one." Acting calm, Chen Chen spoke up. Then he heard, "Oh, tsk tisk tsk." It was his younger aunt who first approached with a teasing look. "You've only dated one. From the way you say it, do you find that too few? How many do you plan to date?" Chen Chen dared not respond. He was intimidated. Aunt Suya when continued, "Tsk tsk tsk. If the girl from the Wang family finds out, she will definitely cry." Su Yaqin's expression was complex. Although she had forbidden her son from dating during high school, she was actually quite fond of this little childhood sweetheart. She had even thought about how she would be as a mother-in-law if they were to marry in the future. Now she could only sigh inwardly, saying it was a matter of fate. What a pity. Chen Chen imagined the scene of that girl crying, and an involuntary gentle smile graced his lips. Crying. Then just comfort her well. Fate and fortune. Nonsense that doesn't exist. Him currently a scum. In his view, childhood sweethearts were unbeatable. If a goddess were to descend, it would depend on how Chen Chen handled it. After all, his goal was to provide a home for all the beautiful girls. Having made up his mind, Chen Chen decided not to dwell on it for now. Oh, it was more important to handle the group of curious elders in front of him. At that moment, his younger aunt squinted and spoke up again. "Little Chen, what does your girlfriend look like? Do you have a photo? Show it to your aunt." Chen Chen had just escaped his train of thought and failed to react. "Which one?" This time it was the younger aunt's turn to be surprised. "Which one? How many do you have?" Chen Chen realized he had misspoken and hurriedly tried to rectify it. "How could I have several? I only have one. I meant, which one are we talking about? Right, which one are we talking about? Since it's the weekend tomorrow, I can just bring her over." His younger aunt was not as easily fooled as his second aunt. She fixed her gaze on Chen Chen, certain that the meaning behind his earlier words was not what he claimed. She gently patted Chen Chen's head and smiled knowingly. "Little Chen has made something of himself." Chen Chen felt a cold sweat trickling down. He knew this younger aunt too well. In his memories, no matter how perfect the lie was, there would always be flaws before. Even if he miraculously managed to deceive her, her intuition was sharp. A casual remark could expose him. In this situation, it was evident that he had already been exposed. Although he was unsure why his younger aunt hadn't made it clear. But it felt like a knife hanging over his head. If his mother found out, it would be catastrophic. though it shouldn't lead to a mixed double situation. But he would definitely be kicked out of the house immediately. Thinking of his grandfather was retired from the education sector. His eldest aunt and uncle were teachers. His parents were teachers. His third aunt and uncle were also in the system. His younger aunt was also a teacher. The whole family was from a scholarly background with old-fashioned thoughts. If the situation of him juggling multiple relationships were to come to light now, he couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. Chen Chen looked at his younger aunt with pleading eyes, hoping she would show mercy and let him off the hook. As for the future, he planned to gradually reveal the truth step by step, allowing everyone time to adjust. The top priority now was to protect his own life. Aunt Su Yiting gave Chen Chen a heavy pat on the shoulder, ultimately showing mercy and letting him go. In a low voice audible only to the two of them, she said, "Little rascal, you better clarify things with your aunt another day. Don't worry, I can keep a secret." Chen Chen nodded with a bitter expression, really unable to stand this gossip-loving aunt of his. However, as long as it wasn't a full disclosure, everything else could be negotiated. Who knows, Annie might just be his entry point. He continued to respond to the 3 interrogations with half-heartedness, but in his heart, he began to ponder which girlfriend to reveal first tomorrow. Ai Xiaoying was unwell, so she was the first to be ruled out. That left him to choose between Bai Shi and Actually, Su Chuxiao was the most suitable, not only because of their similar ages, but also because they were both students. But he also wanted to bring Bai Shi to meet the family. His choice paralysis hit him hard. Unable to decide, he opted to postpone the decision until tomorrow. The door to the hospital room was knocked on again. Chen Chen's uncle Su Jianya, who was closest to the door, opened it. Standing at the door was Director Li, already in a white coat, with Bai Xiaoshuang also in a white coat, standing. Bai Xiaoshuang looked exhausted, clearly drained from the surgery she had just performed. Chen Chen's uncle Su Jianya did not know Bai Xiaoshuang, but he recognized Director Li. He hurriedly stepped aside to let the two enter the hospital room. Bai Xiaoshuang had evidently been prepped by Director Li. She had no idea what the situation actually was, even Director Li was unclear about it. Let alone her, who was receiving secondhand information. All she knew was that once inside, she should listen more, and aside from the patient's condition, she was to ignore everything else, and just not call him Chairman Chen. Seeing Chen Chen surrounded by several aunts looking helpless with a pained expression on his face, her expression turned somewhat strange, caught between wanting to laugh and holding back. She hadn't expected that the hospital boss, who appeared lofty in her eyes and had a pleasant voice, but not so pleasant words, would be so obedient like a little dog in front of his family. Bai Xiaoshuang had thought that such a rich young man would be serious and rigid with everyone hard to approach. But now it seemed that aside from being a bit wealthier, he was no different from an ordinary person. She couldn't help but feel a bit of fondness and curiosity towards Chen Chen. Dinged by Xiaoshuang's favorability, hearing the system's notification, Chen Chen cast a subtle glance. He knew that Bai Xiaoshuang was a medical genius. Considering that she became an associate chief physician at the age of 28, her mind must be filled with patience and medical records. As for love and romance, Chen Chen guessed that to Bai Xiaoshuang they were probably just a waste of time. He knew that it would be very difficult to impress such a woman with material wealth or money. So even though he was quite interested in Bai Xiaoshuang, he had no immediate plans to act on it. But now her favorability, with just that glance, he sensed a hint of curiosity in Bai Xiaoshuang's eyes. Although he didn't know why she was curious, it was a good thing. Generally, a woman's infatuation often starts with curiosity. Just as Chen Chen was preparing to observe closely, he noticed that Bai Xiaoshuang had already picked up the case and report handed to her by Director Li to examine carefully. With the report in hand, the cuteness and innocence that her doll-like face originally conveyed vanished instantly. In its place was the undeniable authoritative aura of professionalism that Chen Chen had seen in her. At this moment, Chen Chen's family also noticed this young girl. They were all puzzled about who she was and why Director Li personally handed her the medical records. Shin Mobo stepped forward at the right moment to clarify for everyone. This is the associate chief physician of the cardiology department I mentioned earlier. Su Jianya expressed some doubt, saying this young lady is an associate chief. Hearing the skepticism in Chen Chen's uncle's tone, Director Li was already accustomed to it. He simply smiled and added, absolutely genuine. She became an associate chief physician through her own merit. Hearing the director say this, everyone temporarily chose to believe him, but still harbored some concerns. After all, Bai Xiaoshuang looked just too young. Director Li, what do you think about this patient? Bai Xiaoshuang did not hold back, directly discussing the patient's condition in front of all the family members. In general, such a situation indicated that the doctor had immense confidence in the condition. As Bai Xiaoshuang began to speak, the hospital room fell silent, all eyes focused on this young associate chief. Dr. Bai, please share your thoughts first. Director Li did not voice his opinion, but sought hers instead. Bai Xiaoshuang did not decline and spoke directly. If I were the lead surgeon for this operation, I would have an 80 confidence level. If you could be my first assistant director, I would have a 90 confidence level. Alright, let's do it your way. He'll be your first assistant. Director Li quickly made the decision. Even if he were the one to operate and made Bai Xiaoshuang his assistant, he would not have a 90 confidence level. This does not imply that Director Li's medical skills were inferior to Bai Xiaoshuang's. It can only be said that each has their specialization, and By Xiaoshuang was simply more specialized in Chen Chen's grandmother's condition. However, this was enough to prove By Xiaoshuang's exceptional medical skills. A 90 confidence level in medicine already signifies absolute assurance. Because all surgeries carry risks, it's impossible to achieve 100. A 90 confidence level basically means that one only needs to focus on potential postoperative complications. After hearing Director Li's explanation, both Chen Chen and his family showed relaxed expressions. The looks they cast at By Xiaoshuang were filled with gratitude along with astonishment and admiration. This girl looked so young, yet her medical skills were so impressive, even the chief director willingly became her assistant. How come other people's children are so outstanding? Meanwhile, thinking of their own children, they felt as if they were there only to collect debts. The elders present almost wished they could grab their own children and give them a good thrashing. A soft chime echoed in Chen Chen's mind. Ding. By Xiaoshuang's favor increased by 10 points. This time he clearly saw admiration flickering in By Xiaoshuang's eyes. Puzzled, he wondered, what on earth was there to admire about being scolded and having his ear tugged by his mother? Chen Chen suspected By Xiaoshuang might be slightly unbalanced, yet he paused, reconsidering. Her current accomplishments undoubtedly stemmed from relentless personal effort. What then of her family background? It must be one steeped in elite education, where expectations ran high, raise sons to soar, daughters to flourish. From childhood, she had been rigorously disciplined. Exams demanded top scores, competitions first-place trophies. She must have spent her entire youth propelled forward relentlessly by unseen forces. To her, home was likely little more than a transient shelter. Neither warmth nor refuge, merely a place to rest between sprints. She must have spent her entire youth propelled forward relentlessly by unseen forces. To her, home was likely little more than a transient shelter. Neither warmth nor, though outwardly successful, her inner world bore deep, invisible scars. A viral phrase from the internet surfaced in Chen Chen's thoughts. If she remains untouched by the world's harshness, show her its dazzling splendor. If her heart has already weathered storms, take her to ride the carousel. By Xiaoshuang's heart, he mused, carried a different kind of weariness, one forged not by age, but by solitude and sacrifice. Lost in thought, Chen Chen forgot the sting in his ear, until Chen Bai stepped forward with impeccable timing, deftly extricating him from the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin with a full preoperative comprehensive geriatric assessment today. If all results are favorable, surgery proceeds tomorrow. He turned to Director Li, and By Xiaoshuang, his tone grave and resolute. You two will jointly lead this operation, and assume full responsibility for the elderly patient's treatment from this moment onward. I'll reassign your other duties accordingly. Please rest thoroughly tonight. You must enter tomorrow's surgery at peak readiness. Then addressing Chen Chen's relatives, he added, I've secured a VIP ward for the elderly patient. She may be settled there immediately. Su Jianya, Chen Chen's uncle, hesitated visibly upon hearing VIP ward. Their current private room was already exceptional. A VIP suite would be far more luxurious, and inevitably far more expensive. Though he'd accumulated modest savings through business, premium hospital fees were no trivial matter. More critically, he wished to reserve funds for potential complications down the line. Reluctance shadowed his expression, yet Chen Bai instantly read his concern. With a warm, unrestrained smile, he eased the tension. Please set your minds at ease. Chen Chen saved my life, so all hospital expenses for the elderly patient are fully covered free of charge. He winked playfully at Chen Chen and added, I do hold that authority, and consider it only fair recompense for his life-saving deed. Chen Chen watched Chen Bai, thinking no wonder this wily old man became hospital director. What began as an improvised excuse to accommodate his mother had transformed under Shen's hand into masterful theater. The crowd erupted, gasps and murmurs rippling through the room, as Chen Bai declared the entire hospitalization cost-free. They'd already researched surgical and inpatient fees. The minimum estimate stood at 1.8 million yuan, a staggering sum for any ordinary family. Fortunately, Su Jianya possessed some resourcefulness. He'd pulled 3.0 yuan from his 5 sisters. The remaining 1.5 million yuan fell squarely on his shoulders, as the sole son. And now, just like that, Chen Bai's single sentence erased that crushing burden. Let alone upgrading to a VIP ward with dual leadership from Director Li and Deputy Director By Xiaoshuang. The true value of such care vastly exceeded 1.8 million yuan. Su Jianya froze, disbelief etching across his face. When he finally regained composure, his voice trembled. Director Shen, this is truly too much to ask. Chen Bai waved dismissively, smiling warmly. Chen Chen granted me life itself. How could this gesture possibly be excessive? Chen Chen chimed in supportively, Uncle, please move grandmother there. It honors Director Shen's gratitude, while also aiding her recovery. Su Jianya nodded firmly, abandoning hesitation, and directed everyone to pack. Director Li immediately dispatched several nurses to assist with transferring Chen Chen's grandmother to the new ward. They arrived at the pinnacle of Jiaowei International Hospital's medical luxury, the most exclusive ward in the entire facility. Before the private elevator, Chen Chen activated the doors using dual biometric authentication vein pattern and iris scan. This elevator ascends exclusively to the top floor, serving only this ward, Chen Chen explained. The cabin rose with serene, imperceptible smoothness. No vibration, no lurch. Only the silent, steady climb marked by ascending digits. Chen Chen continued. The Huanyu ward spans 480 square meters, integrating cutting-edge medical infrastructure with restorative design. It comprises 3 distinct zones: a clinical module, a residential module, and auxiliary functional spaces, including magnetic levitation anti-vibration technology to shield surgeries entirely from external tremors. Su Jianya couldn't help interrupting. Surgery can be performed inside the ward. Chen Chen nodded, smiling naturally. Its clinical zone houses a sterile surgical capsule, multimodal imaging suite, cellular laboratory, and microblood bank. Equipment even more advanced than our central operating center. Su Yiting ventured softly. Such a ward must carry an extraordinary price tag, surely. Chen Chen paused, glancing subtly at Chen Chen. Receiving silent assent, he answered plainly. Base rate 128 yuan per day. A 30 million yuan medical reserve deposit is required up front, and access is restricted exclusively to clients with annual net income exceeding 500 million US dollars. A chorus of sharp intakes filled the elevator, astonishment reverberating in every breath. The figure was so rarefied, so far beyond their frame of reference, it bordered on surreal. Not only did they fail to meet the eligibility threshold, they couldn't even fathom such sums. That daily rate was merely the room fee, a sobering realization dawning upon them. Su Jianya's voice quivered. Director Chen, when you said all expenses fully covered, does this ward fall within that guarantee? Chen Chen replied without hesitation, of course, it is included. From admission through full recovery and discharge, every cost absolutely waived. Only then did Su Jianya exhale deeply, letting the weight lift from his chest. The ward was magnificent, but its cost was astronomical, utterly beyond their means. Su Yiting remained silent, her gaze darting keenly between Chen Chen and Chen Chen, sharp, searching, skeptical. She'd noticed a telling detail before quoting the figure. Chen Chen had glanced, brief, subtle, yet unmistakable, at Chen Chen. Recalling Chen Ma's demeanor toward Chen Chen, she sensed something deeper than gratitude, an almost reverential deference uncharacteristic of how one treats a mere benefactor. Gratitude radiates warmth. Reverence implies hierarchy, reserved for those whose status eclipses. Moreover, if Chen hadn't exaggerated, the ward's specifications were astonishingly elevated. Even as director, he shouldn't possess unilateral authority to assign such elite accommodations to a lifesaver. Unless, of course, he acted under explicit mandate from someone truly empowered. Su Yiting's gaze settled steadily upon Chen Chen, and a quiet, electrifying question formed in her mind. Could it be him? Su Yiting's gaze fixed upon Chen Chen. Could the one with this authority truly be the child she had watched grow up? If it really was him, when had he acquired such immense capability? She wanted to ask, her lips parted, but the words remained unspoken. Since Xiao Chen chose to conceal it, he must. Even if curiosity gnawed at her, she could only seek confirmation in private. This was not the right moment. With a complex glance at Chen Chen, she averted her gaze. She temporarily buried all her doubts deep within. With a soft chime, the elevator reached the target floor. Chen Chen manually operated the controls, and the elevator doors slid silently open. What first appeared before the group was a row of 8 people. Chen Chen promptly began introducing them. Once the VIP ward is operational, it will maintain a 24-hour medical staffing configuration, including 1 chief physician, 2 deputy chief physicians, and 3 internationally certified specialist nurses. Considering that Director Li and Dr.By are already on board, we have not arranged for another chief physician this time. Then he proceeded to introduce the 8 individuals before them one by one. This is Dr. William, our deputy chief physician specializing in surgery. A tall, foreign-looking male doctor bowed respectfully as President Shun introduced him. This is Dr. Xieqing, our deputy chief physician in charge of internal medicine support. A female doctor around 40 to 50 years old also bowed slightly with deference. These 3 nurses are experts in pain management, wound care, and intensive care respectively. As Chen Chen spoke, the 3 nurses stepped forward in turn. Their pristine white uniforms were spotless, and the professional badges on their chests glinted in the light. These 2 are the Da Vinci robot operators, and this one is the life support system engineer. Chen Chen did not stop after introducing them, he continued. In addition to these personnel on 24-hour standby, we also have a 3-person anesthesia team, 2 rehabilitation therapists, and 1 clinical pharmacist ready to respond on demand. Taking a breath, he went on, a backup medical team is also on standby downstairs, and a global consultation specialist who can connect with top experts in Europe and America at any time is also available. After finishing the introduction, Chen Chen gestured, and the group dispersed to their respective posts. Everyone was stunned. This level of care was far beyond their comprehension. For ordinary people like them, the normal process of seeing a doctor and being hospitalized involved running around and currying favor with physicians. Yet now doctors they could never even book an appointment with and medical personnel they had never even heard of were standing by 24 hours a day ready to serve their elderly matriarch. Before they could digest the shock, they saw Chen Chen already stepping into the ward, and they hurriedly followed. Upon entering, they were once again stunned. Earlier when Chen Chen described the facilities, they only thought it sounded impressive. Yet they had no real sense of how impressive because they had never been exposed to such a level of luxury. Now seeing the ward with their own eyes, they truly understood. President Shen's description had not even captured 1/10 of the reality. This was no hospital room. It was a showroom straight out of a science fiction movie. The massive panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows made of electrochromic glass could switch between transparent and frosted modes with a single touch. A dynamic spectral lighting system simulated the natural light cycles of 12 healing sanctuaries around the world. The medical-grade fresh air system achieved APM01 filtration efficiency of 99.99. In the medical area, Chen Chen introduced again. Concealed above the ceiling was the Da Vinci SP single-port surgical robot. Intraoperative holographic navigation allowed the patient's 3D anatomical model to be projected and manipulated in midair. The bed integrated monitoring for 64 vital signs. Embedded emergency equipment cabinets were built into the walls. As for the rehabilitation and living area, the items there left them in awe. An Italian electric rehabilitation sofa with lumbar decompression function. A Swiss smart mattress that could adjust support in 7 zones in real time. A German mineral bathtub with an integrated ultrasonic bone density scanning probe. A Japanese spinal decompression chamber using the same technology as the space station. They also saw a healing garden with a retractable glass dome planted with 300 species of medicinal plants. And so on and so on. There were too many items, too much high-tech, too many things they had never seen or even heard of. This ward perfectly fused top-tier medical space with the ultimate luxury. Chen Chen's grandmother lay on the hospital bed, completely dazed. The old lady felt as if she were not here for treatment, but for a vacation. No, wait. The 5-star hotel her third daughter had taken her to in Hainan last time compared to this was nothing more than a small inn. Su Jianya stood alone by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city outside. His legs suddenly felt weak. A ward like this, which could no longer be simply called luxurious, was now theirs to use for free. He reached down and pinched his thigh hard. He felt the pain, so it wasn't a dream. Yet the more he realized this, the more uneasy he became. Just as the group remained immersed in the incredible VIP ward environment, Chen's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw it was a call from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu generally didn't call unless it was something important. Without hesitation, Chen Chen answered the call. Holy crap, Chen Gu, you're a legend. If I hadn't seen the school announcement, I would never have known you had such guts. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Yu's loud and excited voice came through. Chen Chen was puzzled. What had he done to make Zhang Yu so astonished? What happened? When in doubt, ask. That was Chen Chen's good habit. 100 million. Didn't you donate 100 million to the school? Chen Chen suddenly realized. He hadn't expected Principal Su to move so fast. The donation was made only yesterday, and the announcement was already out today. Where did you see it? He asked in a low voice. On the bulletin board in front of the teaching building, Zhang Yu replied, still excited. Chen Gu, although they only posted your name without any other details, the school forum is already buzzing about you. Mark my words, by the end of today, every bit of your background will be dug up clean. Unlike before, Chen Chen now felt remarkably calm, facing the prospect of becoming the center of attention at school. The experiences of these past few days had already matured him greatly. Moreover, the news of the 100 million donation being made public was itself approved by Dean Su with his consent. If he wanted to keep it secret, it would have been simple. He just needed to tell Dean Su at the time. But he had not forgotten the original purpose of his donation. Gaining some privileges was only one aspect. Another was his kind heart. He wanted to help senior and junior schoolmates who were beautiful and in financial difficulty. If the donation were made silently, how would those beautiful schoolmates know that Chen Chen was the one who helped them? Wouldn't that mean his plan to boost their favorability would be declared a failure outright? As for attracting the attention of school students, Chen Chen gave a dismissive chuckle. He simply didn't care about that at all. In these few short days, Chen Chen's temperament had undergone earth-shattering changes. Previously, he was someone who went with the flow and resigned himself to whatever came. Looking back now, it was somewhat laughable. Now he was only 19 with the system backing him. Young, powerful, not being arrogant and domineering was already considered low-key. When it came to women, Chen Chen had a whole new understanding. Recalling the women he had been involved with, they were basically the ones who made the first move. AI Xiaoying threw herself into his arms, Su Chuxia approached him actively, and even Chu Momo now harbored feelings for him. The only exception was Bai Shi, but that was also a case where he took the first step by chance. Now thinking about it, he was an idiot. He had been too reserved. Why pretend to be a gentleman? His body was enhanced by the system, and his money was almost unlimited. What kind of woman couldn't he satisfy? He had money, good looks, and even that lasted at least 2 hours. With his current conditions, when he saw a pretty girl he liked, he just went for it without thinking. If she wasn't willing, then she must not have felt his sufficient sincerity. After all, the money he spent would be returned several times over by the system. So what was there to hesitate about? Use money to smash. Absolute sincerity. And he would still be rolling in profits. What? You say a woman like By Xiaoshuang couldn't be won over with money. Then use his brain to think of a way. He wasn't stupid. If that still didn't work, did he have to hang himself on one? Just skip this one, there was a whole forest ahead. No more pretending. Chen Chen was just lustful. He liked pretty women when he saw them. As for being devoted in love, then Chen Chen could only say sorry. After all, his objects of devotion might be a bit numerous. In the days to come, he would try his best to spread his favors evenly. When he had more girlfriends in the future, he would visit the nearby ones often. As for those farther away, when he missed them, he would just whoosh his beauties over. He had already arranged certain aspects of the future perfectly. Hearing Zhang Yu still chattering endlessly on the phone, Chen Chen directly interrupted, "All right, let them dig if they want to, don't worry about it too much." He paused, then added, "But still keep an eye out for me, and let me know if anything new comes up." Although he took this matter lightly, he still had the normal curiosity of an ordinary person. After hanging up, Chen Chen put his phone in his pocket and turned around. He noticed that several doctors had already begun the preoperative examination on his grandmother, while most people were gathered nearby watching. But his mother Su Yak and his aunt Su Yiting and Transmigrated did not crowd over. Instead, they stood not far from him. The expressions on the three faces were all different. Transmigrated still maintained a smiling expression, hands placed in front of him like an old butler waiting for orders. His mother Su Yakin's gaze toward him carried a hint of scrutiny, occasionally glancing back toward his grandmother. Meanwhile, his aunt looked at him with an amused expression, clearly very interested in the phone call just now. However, what Chen Chen did not notice was that his aunt's gaze occasionally flickered toward Transmigrated with an ambiguous light in her eyes. As for Chen Chen's grandmother, his aunt Su Yiting was not worried. In such a top-tier ward with the personal guarantee of a medical master, the possibility of an accident was almost zero. Rather than going up to offer perfunctory concern, it was better to find a way to probe more into her nephew. Seeing Chen Chen hang up, Su Yiting's eyes lit up, and she walked straight over. Getting close to Chen Chen, she deliberately winked and made faces. "Xiao Chen, whose call was that? Could it be your little girlfriend?" Chen Chen rolled his eyes and looked at his aunt speechlessly. He originally didn't want to bother with this gossip girl, but he knew his aunt's personality too well. If he didn't satisfy her curiosity, she would definitely annoy him to death. Besides, his aunt asked who he was talking to, not what was said in the call. It wouldn't be a big deal to tell her. "Sorry to disappoint you, it was my classmate, a guy." He deliberately made an expression of "you guessed wrong" and accompanied it with a shrug. Seeing his aunt's expression that said "you're definitely lying," Chen Chen made as if to take out his phone to prove himself. "Don't believe me? Then he'll show you the call log." Su Yiting finally showed a disappointed expression on her face. She didn't actually want to see his phone, as she waved her hand dismissively and let out an "oh." At this moment, Su Yakin also came to Chen Chen. "Xiao Chen, what did your classmate want?" Her gaze toward him was probing. Chen Chen naturally couldn't tell the truth. "My roommate saw I wasn't in class and called to ask about my situation." He thought this excuse was flawless and perfectly normal. But he overlooked one thing. His mother was a teacher, and what she cared most about was students skipping class without reason. Sure enough, Su Yakin's gaze suddenly turned stern and her voice dropped. "Did you ask for leave from your teacher to come to the hospital?" Feeling the change in Su Yakin's tone, Chen Chen's heart tightened. Hearing the question, he immediately realized he had been negligent. He naturally hadn't directly asked the teacher for leave, but the principal had already approved a long leave for him, so that should count as having asked for leave, right? So he nodded with confidence, "I did." Hearing this answer, Su Yakin's gaze softened. But she still said earnestly to Chen Chen, "Your grandmother is taken care of here. Go back to class first and come see her." As if by instinct, Chen Chen nodded in agreement to Su Yakin's words like a reflex. The bold ambition he had on the phone was nowhere to be seen in front of his mother. He wanted to say goodbye to his grandmother, but Su Yakin stopped him. "Your grandmother is having an examination, don't disturb her. They'll tell her for you." Thinking that tomorrow was Saturday and his grandmother's surgery was also tomorrow, he would definitely come. Chen Chen did not insist further and turned to walk toward the elevator. Transmigrated, knowing that Chen Chen didn't have the access to open the door, immediately followed. Su Yiting's eyes rolled around. "I happen to need to go downstairs to handle something too." Without waiting for her sister's response, she quickly caught up with Chen Chen. Seeing his aunt closely following Chen Chen felt a headache. After all, next, Chen Chen overheard his maternal aunt Su Yiting telling his mother that she needed to step out for a matter. Yet he knew full well she had certainly noticed something. She was undoubtedly coming for him. If her suspicion concerned only his dating multiple girlfriends simultaneously, it would be manageable. But if it involved anything deeper, matters would grow complicated. "Director Shun, I'm deeply grateful for your assistance with my grandmother's case. You're terribly busy. There's no need to escort us personally," Chen Chen said politely after opening the elevator door, his gaze silently halting Transmigrated from entering. Though he invoked the mantle of a lifesaver, overplaying the role risked exposing the ruse. Moreover, urgent matters at the ward indeed required his exclusive authorization. Transmigrated immediately grasped Chen Chen's intent and cooperated without hesitation, smiling warmly as he replied, "Very well. Do take care on your way down." Rest assured I'll see to your grandmother's arrangements myself. The elevator doors glided shut as Chen Chen waved farewell. Inside his mind churned. How precisely would he navigate his aunt's scrutiny? Su Yiting appeared perfectly composed, not even glancing at Chen Chen, acting as though she merely happened to descend together. Yet precisely because she seemed so unnaturally calm, Chen Chen sensed profound unease. He knew her intimately free-spirited, decisive, impulsive. Had she detected even a whisper of irregularity, she'd have launched into relentless interrogation long before now. Her accompanying him downstairs could mean only one thing: she was targeting him. Her claim about errands was pure fiction, yet he'd already betrayed subtle inconsistencies in her presence. Alone, unobserved by others, yet she uttered not a word. The longer her silence stretched, the more certain Chen Chen grew she was marshalling some formidable revelation. After several tense moments, Chen Chen could bear it no longer. He rubbed his nose and blurted, "Aunt Yiting, if you have questions, just ask them outright." Su Yiting nearly laughed aloud. She knew her nephew all too well. Press him directly, and unless confronted with irrefutable proof, he'd spin an exquisitely elaborate fabrication. But by withholding inquiry, letting him stew in uncertainty, she could unsettle his composure. Still, she judged the timing wasn't quite ripe. Feigning utter bewilderment, she blinked innocently. "Huh? What are you talking about? I have nothing to ask." Chen Chen stared speechless. This was unmistakably Aunt Su Yiting's signature gambit. Yet, even knowing the trap lay ahead, he felt compelled to leap in. Proof that in certain respects the past Chen Chen and the present one remained eerily alike. He assumed this continuity stemmed from soul fusion, yet something about it felt subtly off. As the elevator's floor indicator descended digit by digit, his patience ebbed away. Just as the elevator neared the ground floor, Chen Chen surrendered. "Aunt Yiting, just tell me what you want to know. I'll confess everything, everything. Confess everything." Su Yiting barely suppressed a chuckle. A soft beep signaled arrival at the first floor, and Chen Chen nodded emphatically. He'd reasoned it through: perpetual concealment was impossible. Better to seize control, choose the moment and manner of revelation. The system, of course, remained inviolable. Su Yiting struck him as the ideal confidant, not merely his aunt, but only 12 years his senior. Open-minded and adaptable, she'd surely accept truths far more readily than other elders. Though often unreliable, she now proved unexpectedly perfect for the task. The elevator settled smoothly on the ground floor, yet its doors remained sealed. This specialized lift required dual biometric authentication, Venus pattern and iris scan, for external access. Internally, manual operation sufficed, but neither occupant reached for the door controls. Within that confined space, Chen Chen and Su Yiting lingered, unwilling to break the tension by stepping out. Su Yiting locked eyes with him, voice sharp with curiosity. "How many girlfriends do you have right now?" Seeing her gleeful, gossip-hungry expression, Chen Chen suddenly found his earlier internal turmoil absurdly comic. So that was it, the source of his agonizing deliberation. Yet having pledged full disclosure, he honored it without reservation. After brief reflection, he named 3: Bai Shi Ai Xiaoying and Su Chuxia. He answered plainly, 3, currently. Su Yiting's eyes widened. Though she'd harbored suspicions, they sprang from intuition alone, wild, unmoored instinct. She'd never imagined her hunch would prove correct, nor that her nephew wouldn't merely tread 2 paths, but 3 simultaneously. She burst into spontaneous applause, then raised a thumb high. "Brilliant. But, have you considered how your mother will kill you once she finds out?" she added, grinning wickedly. "Then why did I tell you?" Chen Chen retorted, utterly matter-of-fact. "Wait, don't tell me you think I'm asking you to mediate with Mom." Chen Chen adopted a look of pure, unblinking expectation. Su Yiting's face contorted into a pained grimace as she ventured hesitantly, "Well, maybe. You could just pretend this conversation never happened." Seeing Chen Chen's impassive stare, her expression crumpled further. "You fear your mother, but do you think I don't fear my sister? If this explodes, what fate awaits the accomplice?" "Not my problem. You asked," he countered coolly. "Chen Chen, you wretch. I've boarded your sinking ship." True, this was trivial compared to what followed. At worst, she'd endure scolding, he a beating. Su Yiting took several deep breaths. Then her demeanor shifted, grave and incisive. "You aren't Director Shen's savior, are you?" Chen Chen hadn't anticipated such uncanny intuition, yet there it was. Without hesitation, he gave a single quiet nod. "Yes." Su Yiting's pupils contracted sharply. Then, she faltered, unable to voice the question, already certain of its answer. The conjecture was too staggering to articulate. Sensing her hesitation, Chen Chen anticipated her unspoken query, and answered it himself. "Grandmother's VIP suite was secured through me. There was no rescue, no debt of life saved." Su Yiting's pulse quickened violently. "Exactly as I suspected." Yet new questions surged. If no life debt existed, why did Director Shen treat Chen Chen with such deference, even reverence? And how could such an elite restricted ward be assigned solely upon Chen Chen's connection? She also noted, he'd addressed Transmigrated by full name, not title, Transmigrated, not Director Shen. These fragments coalesced into a possibility so vertiginous it made her scalp prickle. Yet reason recoiled. How could this possibly be true? Su Yiting suddenly had a bold speculation in her mind based on various signs. However, as soon as this thought appeared, she felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. How could this possibly be true? You. She stammered, wanting to confirm with Chen Chen, but found herself unable to utter a complete. This nephew in front of her had clearly grown up under her watch since childhood, and he had only been in school for a short time. How could it possibly be what she was imagining? Chen Chen looked at his aunt's expression, clueless about what she had guessed. However, since he had already decided to use her as a breakthrough point, he hesitated no longer. This hospital is mine. Chen Chen spoke calmly. His words, though not loud, echoed in Su Yiting's. Su Yiting's mind was filled with Chen Chen's earlier words. Her legs became weak and she leaned against the cold wall of the elevator to avoid collapsing to the ground. Su Yiting had no idea how much this hospital was worth, but she knew it was definitely a number she could not even imagine. Just for her mother's current hospital room, a qualification for admission cost $500 million, and the daily basic fee was 128 RMB. Although this room was an extremely special existence, it was enough to illustrate the point. Moreover, the various top-tier medical resources in this hospital and the many medical experts were not something she believed could be simply measured with money. Why did her mother have to travel such a long way to this hospital for treatment? Wasn't it because the doctors at ordinary hospitals could not handle it and lacked confidence? After all the effort and tremendous resources spent to transfer her, now Chen Chen casually said the hospital. This almost shattered her perception. Su Yiting felt her worldview about to collapse. This top-tier hospital, which could exclude 90% of people in the world, turned out to be owned by her nephew. Chen Chen's words confirmed Su Yiting's speculation, leaving her in extreme shock. However, since she did not know the true value of it all, her reaction, while shocked, was not overly dramatic. As Chen Chen had expected, Su Yiting's capacity to accept was quite strong. Not only did she quickly accept it, but new doubts also began to form in her mind. How did this child accomplish such a feat in such a short time? Besides the hospital, was Chen Chen hiding other things? After Chen Chen spoke, although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually somewhat anxious inside. After all, he knew this matter was rather explosive for Su Yiting. Chen Chen was concerned that his aunt might not be able to bear it. He saw Su Yiting leaning against the silver elevator wall, her eyes closed, breathing rapidly. He was even prepared to open the elevator door and call for a doctor at any moment. Fortunately, his worries were unfounded, and soon Su Yiting's condition began to improve. At least from Chen Chen's perspective, her breathing had stabilized significantly. A few minutes later, he saw Su Yiting still leaning against the elevator wall, but she had opened her eyes. "Is there more?" Hearing her aunt ask this nonsensical question in a trembling voice, Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback. "More of what?" Su Yiting took a deep breath, trying to steady her voice. "Is there anything else I don't know besides the..." Chen Chen hesitated, feeling that his aunt's state was not too good, unsure whether to continue being honest. "And you take a moment to calm down." This time it was Chen Chen who hesitated in his speech. Su Yiting felt her head buzzing again. She understood his implication. He was worried she couldn't handle the shock. So that means there's still... Her heartbeat, which had just slightly calmed down, began to race violently again. She closed her eyes. "Directly, go ahead. I can still handle it." Chen Chen thought for a moment, or after all, they were in a hospital, a top-tier hospital, and any unexpected situation could be addressed promptly. Moreover, there was only one commercial street left unsaid, so he decided to lay everything bare. "The commercial street behind Moda University is also mine." The commercial street. Su Yiting's closed eyes instantly widened. She thought she was prepared, but Chen Chen's revelation still felt like a storm. Chen Chen was somewhat puzzled, feeling that his aunt's reaction was even more intense. But he nodded to confirm, "That's right, the commercial street." Su Yiting's breathing became even more rapid, and she felt her strength drain away, completely sliding down the elevator wall to sit on the floor. As an ordinary person, she had no understanding of the value of a top-tier hospital like Jiahui International Hospital. She only knew it was extremely valuable, but just how valuable? No idea. She had no concept of it, and it was precisely because of this that she could accept it so quickly. On the contrary, in Chen Chen's view, the value of the commercial street was far less than that of the billion-dollar hospital. It was still the commercial street of Moda University. In Su Yiting's eyes, it was the opposite. She didn't often visit the hospital and didn't know much about it, but shopping was familiar to her. The value of the commercial street was something she, as an ordinary person, could roughly estimate. The entire commercial street likely had at least 200 or 300 shops. If one shop were valued at $1 million, that would be worth 200 to 300 million. This was still based on the shop prices where she was. But where was this? Modu. It was a place where every inch of land was precious. The commercial street behind the university was even more so, meaning the value must multiply several times. She couldn't bear to think further. This number had already exceeded her imagination. Even 200 or 300 million was astronomical in her eyes. To put it into perspective, her mother's medical fees of 1.8 million, if it weren't for Chen Chen's uncle having some capabilities, they would have to sell their house to gather that amount. But now not only did Chen Chen have an unimaginable top-tier hospital, but he also had a street. Her nephew right before her eyes was actually a billionaire. Fortunately, Su Yiting was unaware of the specific values of the hospital and the commercial street. Otherwise, Chen Chen might have truly had to call for a doctor. Chen Chen looked at his aunt's reaction, filled with confusion and concern. Though he did not understand why this commercial street worth 10 billion shocked his aunt more than the billion-dollar hospital, he hurried forward to help Su Yiting up from the ground. But she weakly waved her hand in refusal. Don't help me, my legs are weak. Let me catch my... Seeing this, Chen Chen sat down beside Su Yiting. His mind was racing because he knew that after being honest, there was still one extremely important thing he needed to explain. Chen Chen was acutely aware that with his confession to his aunt, a question was unavoidable. That question was the problem. Whether it was his aunt, parents, or other relatives, in everyone's perception, he was merely a college student who had just started school for less than a month. To possess such a vast fortune in less than a month was simply a dream. The power of the system was something they could not comprehend. However, these things couldn't just appear out of thin air, thus an explanation was needed to clarify the origins of everything. Yet he could never disclose the existence of the system to anyone, including his parents. Chen Chen felt as if his brain was about to smoke, yet it remained blank. There was simply no reasonable explanation possible. The existence of the system was inherently unreasonable, a bug in itself. While Chen Chen was racking his brain for an explanation, Su Yiting gradually calmed down as time passed. She stared intently at Chen Chen, the child she had watched grow up, her eyes still filled with disbelief. She was astonished by the enormity of the billions in assets, and equally shocked that Chen Chen was the owner of this immense fortune. But that was as far as it went. Anything beyond that was not something her status as an aunt should concern her. After all, she was not Chen Chen's mother, she was merely his aunt. Staring at Chen Chen, a wild thought suddenly, "Are you Chen Chen?" A hint of doubt appeared in Su Yiting's eyes. Otherwise, Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat. He never expected his aunt would ask such a question. "Tell me the truth, have you been possessed by some big shot?" Su Yiting leaned in a bit closer, whispering. Chen Chen felt a moment of panic, but it was just a brief flicker. Chen Chen had already prepared himself psychologically. He was indeed Chen Chen. However, he deliberately played along with his aunt's words. "Did you figure that out?" "That's right. I've been possessed by a business tycoon, and am now set to take over my business." Su Yiting rolled her eyes, and then smiled awkwardly. She felt that her earlier thought was somewhat far-fetched. But this only left her more puzzled, and she couldn't help but continue to press. "If I remember correctly, you've just been in Magic City for less than a month, right?" "Yes. Congratulations, you are currently on a normal and unconfused timeline." Chen Chen replied in a sarcastic tone. Ignoring Chen Chen's teasing, Su Yiting pouted and directly asked the critical question, "So how did you come by this hospital and shopping street?" "Here we go," Chen Chen thought, realizing he couldn't escape this hurdle. He still hadn't come up with a reasonable explanation. He decided to stop trying to think of one and just make something up. "A few days ago I was playing outside school and saved a child. An old man saw it and insisted that I had a kind heart and was destined to be his god-grandson. Then he just kept giving me things: hospitals, shopping streets, luxury cars, mansions, money. Everything all at once. I wanted to refuse, but I couldn't." Su Yiting displayed an expression that suggested, "Are you kidding me?" Chen Chen himself felt that this reason was quite ridiculous, but upon closer inspection, it didn't seem too far off from reality. It was just that he had replaced the system with the old man. Was it reasonable? No, it wasn't. Was there something wrong with it? Not really. "Do you believe what you're saying?" Su Yiting scoffed. "Of course. How could I not? This is the truth. Otherwise, how do you think I got all these things?" Chen Chen retorted confidently. Su Yiting was momentarily caught off guard. If she wanted to know how he got it, did she really need to ask him? However, she still managed to extract the biggest flaw from this whole filled explanation. "What about that old man who gave you all those things? Can I meet him? I don't know where he went. After he gave me everything, I never saw him again." Chen Chen maintained a straight face. He thought to himself, "The system is in my head. Oh, I've never even seen it. How could I let you meet it?" Su Yiting narrowed her eyes, her gaze on Chen Chen sharp, as if it were a knife. "Chen Chen, do you take me for a 3-year-old? This story is so ridiculous that even novels wouldn't dare to write it." Chen Chen directly pressed the elevator button, and the doors slowly opened. "And that's just how it is. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Su Yiting stood up and followed Chen Chen out of the elevator, this time not responding to his words. Chen Chen continued, "Please help me out by talking to my mom a bit more, aunt." This time Su Yiting reacted. Her face was filled with anger, her voice raised significantly. "Chen Chen, you're truly something else. You dare to blatantly deceive me and expect me to shield you." Chen Chen was counting on her to help him warn his mother, so he naturally had to tread carefully. He put on a flattering expression. "How could that be, aunt? I had no choice. You see, if I tell my mom directly, she would surely be scared to death." "So, you're not afraid that I'll be scared to death?" Chen Chen was at a loss for words. He couldn't say that he thought she was strong enough to handle it, and besides, being in a hospital would lessen the fear, right? But Su Yiting would definitely explode at that. However, he couldn't think of a better way, so he decided to use his ultimate weapon, the tough guy acting cute. I know you're the best to me. Please help me out." Su Yiting looked at her nephew, who was a head taller than her, still using that childish tone with her. She felt goosebumps all over. And thinking about the fact that this nephew was now a big shot, she felt a mix of embarrassment and a hint of satisfaction. Seeing passers-by glancing over, she couldn't take it anymore. Chen Chen was shameless, but she still had to maintain her. With a resigned tone, she said, "Alright, I'll give it a try, but if it messes up, I'm definitely going to throw the blame on you." Then she muttered under her breath, "You're scared of your mom, but I'm scared of my second sister. When she gets stern, who isn't afraid? Gotta just push anything onto me if anything happens." Hearing his aunt agree, Chen Chen felt triumphant. He knew this tactic would work. "Gotta just push anything onto me if anything happens." Hearing his aunt agree, Chen Chen felt triumphant. He knew this tactic would work. In its original speech, Chen Chen thought that since his aunt already knew so much, there was no need to hide the car any longer. He didn't stop his footsteps and walked directly towards it. Su Yakin suddenly recalled Chen Chen's exaggerated excuse and grabbed his arm. "Is this car yours?" Although Su Yiting did not know much about cars, she still recognized the iconic emblem of Mercedes-Benz, one of the three major luxury car brands known as BBA. The highly distinctive three-pointed star on the Mercedes seemed to transform into sharp needles piercing into her heart that had already been numbed by shock. Moreover, the imposing appearance of this vehicle was clearly far superior to the BMW worth several hundred thousand that Chen Chen's uncle drove. In truth, she knew that a Mercedes costing several hundred thousand, or even $1 million, was nothing to Chen Chen now. It might even be considered beneath his status given the value of the hospital and commercial street he owned. By all rights, Su Yiting should not have been so astonished, as she was already aware of Chen Chen's capabilities. However, the value of the hospital and commercial street was something she had only heard from Chen Chen's own words. She could only guess at the worth of the commercial street, and she understood even less about the Jiahui International Hospital. Both were beyond the reach of an ordinary person like her. Thus, although she knew Chen Chen was immensely powerful now, it still felt like a dream, lacking a sense of reality. Only now, seeing Chen Chen's Mercedes-Benz G-Class with her own eyes, did Su Yiting feel that the ethereal floating sensation had finally landed. It was like someone claiming to be as rich as a nation. $1 million in cash placed directly before her was real. The person who was as rich as a nation was certainly wealthier. But for an ordinary person like Su Yiting, which one delivered a more intense impact went without saying. For this reason, even though higher value assets had already paved the way, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which Chen Chen considered insignificant, still struck Su Yiting with considerable awe. It's mine, what's wrong? Chen Chen was pulled to a halt by Su Yiting. But the next second he was dragged by his aunt. He found it amusing to see his aunt Su Yiting circling the car with sparkling eyes. His industries worth billions had only elicited shock, not excitement. Now she was overjoyed by this insignificant Mercedes. When Su Yiting finally stopped circling and stood at the hood caressing the engine cover, Chen Chen approached. "Aunt, do you like this car?" Su Yiting felt the friction under her hand, her excitement. Still, this was her nephew's Mercedes. Being asked if she liked it was a rhetorical question. BBA was the ceiling of luxury cars accessible to ordinary people who wouldn't like it. She said nothing, turning to look at Chen Chen, her emotions surging within. Chen Chen caught several emotions in her eyes, liking, pride, and a trace of subtle envy. Yes, envy. As an ordinary person yearning for beautiful things and a better life was only natural. Su Yiting was no exception. The siblings in her family were exceptionally close, treating each other's children as their own. Su Yiting would not treat Chen Chen differently based on his wealth. But envy was instinctive, and Su Yiting, being human, naturally felt it. Chen Chen understood this and felt grateful for such a warm family. His decision to gradually reveal his wealth was not impulsive, it had reasons. He had enough capability to provide a prosperous life for his women, and his family needed no elaboration. He wanted his parents and relatives to achieve financial freedom, never having to toil for money. But it was not yet time. One must eat bite by bite. Eating too fast could choke. And if you prepare my mother for the news, I'll arrange a car for each of our families. Imagine us all driving together on a trip. How cool would that be? Chen Chen was painting a rosy picture. But it wasn't just a fantasy, for he indeed had the means and intended to follow. However, now was not the time. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but giving the car to his aunt now would be no different from throwing a thunderbolt at her. Then she would be as unable to explain as he was. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Su Yiting's eyes brightened. She knew that a few cars were trivial for Chen Chen now, so she didn't bother with false modesty. Besides, it wasn't just for her. He said every family would get one. She patted the hood of the car and said with feigned impatience, "No need to remind me again. I promised I won't back out. But be prepared, if I mess up you won't be off the hook." Then, without waiting for a reply, she stepped back and shooed him away. "Alright, get lost now." Chen Chen, unbothered, said, "Yes, ma'am, your humble servant takes his leave," and promptly got into the car and drove off. Su Yiting stared blankly at the retreating car, her gaze lingering for a long time. She knew that Chen Chen was definitely hiding a huge secret, and the sheer magnitude of his wealth alone remained unexplained. But Chen Chen was still the same Chen Chen, and she sensed no change in him. His attitude toward his family hadn't changed at all. In fact, it had grown even closer. She sighed, deciding not to dwell on it. Since Chen Chen chose to keep things hidden, he must have his reasons. She sighed, withdrew her gaze, and turned back in the direction she came. Then she suddenly felt a headache coming on. How was she supposed to go and talk to her second sister? Thinking of the imposing authority Chen Chen's mother had built up over years as a teacher, even though she was now a teacher herself, she was still afraid. Recalling the times she was punished without mercy for her mistakes, she couldn't help but shiver. Su Yiting felt like crying. How had she ended up on the same pirate ship as that little bastard Chen Chen? Chen Chen floored the accelerator, and the car sped toward the school. But don't misunderstand. He wasn't going back to school. The Jiangwan Hanlin Villa area was simply next to the school. Thinking of someone, Chen Chen drove at breakneck speed. The journey that took an hour to get here now took only a little over 40 minutes. He parked the car steadily in his villa's garage, picked up a bouquet from the passenger seat, and got out. The flowers 99 red roses were bought on a whim when he saw a flower shop on the way back. Roses might be cliché, but classics never go out of style. He rushed upstairs eagerly, already fantasizing about Zai's surprise and the little reward she might give him upon seeing the roses. When certain indescribable images crossed his mind, an involuntary, knowing smile spread across his face. Well, a rather lecherous smile. On the sofa in the living room, Chen Chen spotted her figure at once. But all his fantasies vanished instantly. His expression froze, and the scene before him made his heart clench. She had been busy all morning directing the workers to install and arrange everything she and Chen Chen had purchased yesterday. When everything was finished, she stepped back to the entrance. Gazing at the refreshed results of her labor, she clapped her hands and nodded with satisfaction. The European-style wall clock suddenly struck, and she realized to her surprise that it was already noon. Involuntarily, she glanced at the staircase leading to the underground parking lot, but there was no sign of Chen Chen returning. A faint pang of disappointment crept into her heart, yet she knew Chen Chen was a student and usually quite busy, so she quickly suppressed her emotions. She was about to head to the kitchen to prepare something delicious to comfort her empty stomach. A faint throbbing pain began to emanate from her lower abdomen, a familiar sensation that sent a wave of panic through Bai Shi. Menstrual cramps. Her old ailment was about to strike again. Unlike others who might experience minor bleeding and little else, every time her period came it felt as if she were losing half her life writhing in agony. Based on past experience, Bai Shi knew that this faint ache was merely a warning sign. The main force was she dared not delay. Quickly she fetched a cup of hot water, took out a pre-prepared heat pack, and with trembling hands tore it open and pressed it against her abdomen. She sat on the living room sofa, awaiting the army of pain to storm and conquer. As expected, within moments the dull ache rapidly intensified. Her cheeks, which had been flushed from exertion, visibly paled, and fine beads of cold sweat began to form on. She pressed her hands firmly against her lower abdomen, curling her body into the sofa, hoping this position might offer some relief. It was at that moment she heard footsteps approaching from the stairwell. She opened her eyes in discomfort and saw Chen Chen holding a bouquet of roses, his face filled with alarm as he looked at her. Chen Chen bounded up the stairs 3 steps at a time, and the first thing he saw was Bai Shi curled up on the sofa. But her current state truly frightened him. Bai Zai's face was deathly pale, her forehead drenched in cold sweat, with stray strands of hair clinging to her skin. She was huddled into a ball on the sofa, trembling uncontrollably, looking so fragile that she seemed as if she might shatter at the slightest touch. The smile on Chen Chen's face vanished instantly. He tossed the roses onto the table, scattering a few petals, then knelt on one knee before Bai Shi. With trembling hands, he brushed the sweat-dampened hair from her forehead, tucking it behind her ear. His voice was laced with unprecedented panic. Or does it hurt? Did you eat something bad? Or? Bai Shi, seeing that Chen Chen had returned, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she tried to sit up. But the slightest movement sent a tearing pain through her lower abdomen, and she curled back up. She dared not move again, and could only lie still. Looking at the roses on the table, Chen Chen's anxious expression, his gentle movements, and the concern in his voice. Though her body still ached fiercely, the sweetness in her heart could not be suppressed. A faint, blissful smile unconsciously appeared on her pale face. But to Chen Chen, that smile set against Bai Zai's pain-twisted features seemed far too forced. Although it gave Bai Shi a morbid, fragile beauty, he had no mind to appreciate it. Instead, his heart sank. He suddenly recalled similar scenes he had seen in novels and movies. Usually such moments occurred when the heroine was terminally ill, on the verge of death. To comfort her beloved hero, not wanting him to worry too much, she would endure the pain and force a strained smile. Chen Chen felt that this was exactly what Bai Shi was doing now. She was putting on a brave face. Though touched, his heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand, throbbing with pain, making it hard to breathe. With this thought, Chen Chen's eyes reddened. He reached out and gently pressed down the corners of Bai Zai's upturned lips, then said firmly, "Cici, I understand. You don't have to hold back." Bai Shi blinked in confusion. Medical technology is so advanced now, though they can definitely cure you. You'll be fine, I promise. They'll find you the best doctors right away. Chen Chen's voice grew choked. Without another word, he pulled out his phone and dialed Shun Mabai, silently thanking Su Chuxiao for the timely arrival of the hospital. Bai Shi had been genuinely moved, but Chen Chen's cryptic words left her utterly bewildered. What was he even talking about? Why did his solemn demeanor make it seem as though she had contracted some terrible, life-threatening illness? But wasn't she just suffering from menstrual cramps? And was Chen Chen's reddened eyes and near tearful expression for— and what did he mean by I understand? By she felt like grabbing him by the collar and demanding, what exactly do you understand? And what kind of melodramatic scenario are you cooking up in your head? But when she saw that Chen Chen was actually holding his phone and had already dialed, she panicked. She knew her own situation. It was just period pain, something that would pass if she endured it. She quickly reached out to stop him. But the movement once again aggravated her pain, causing her to shudder and break out in cold sweat. This time, however, she forced herself to grip Chen Chen's wrist. The intense pain left her voice weak and breath. Don't, Master, I just got my period, that's all. It's nothing serious. Chen Chen watched as even the simplest actions caused her to break out in large beads of cold sweat. And speaking a single sentence seemed to drain all her strength. How could he believe this was just ordinary period pain? He stubbornly insisted that By she was still trying to comfort him. He quickly took the arm By she was holding and placed it in her embrace, hoping to ease her discomfort. But his other hand still held the phone's switching ears as he continued to wait for the call to connect. By she realized that Chen Chen had no intention of giving up on the call. She felt both amused and exasperated, helpless yet touched, though she had no idea what misunderstanding he had. But By she was certain that in Chen Chen's eyes she was now a terminal patient, a critical case with little time left. Husband and wife are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, each flies away. The phrase suddenly came to her mind. Hadn't her father abandoned her and her mother at the first sign of trouble? And now she and Chen Chen weren't even husband and wife, not even lovers. At best they were a master and housekeeper with a somewhat special relationship. Yet he chose to stand by her side. By she couldn't help but sigh, meeting Chen Chen. I am truly lucky. She licked her dry lips and, mustering her strength, explained to the man before her. Master, I'm really fine. It's just menstrual cramps. It happens every time. Fearing he still wouldn't believe her, she lifted the hem of her clothes to reveal the heat pack stuck to her lower abdomen. See, I'm prepared. They'll drink some hot water and rest for a while. They'll be fine. Finally, she gestured to the steaming cup of water on the table to prove she wasn't lying. Chen Chen and By she stared at each other, the air thick with an awkward tension. Though not well versed in female physiology, he possessed a modicum of common sense. He knew By she was on her period. If not for that, he would have. Seeing the warm pad on her lower abdomen and the steaming cup of water, he realized the situation. Chen Chen could now confirm it was indeed a misunderstanding. But who would have thought that a mere period could cause By she such excruciating pain? Just as he was about to stubbornly argue, the phone at his ear connected. Chairman Chen, what are your instructions? Shen Mabai's voice came through, tinged with evident confusion. Of course, Shen Mabai's confusion was understandable. Oh, it had only been an hour since Chen Chen left the hospital. Moreover, everything concerning the old lady had been arranged. Logically, there should be no issues for a while. Though Bai Shi's face was contorted with pain, she clearly heard the voice on the phone due to their proximity. The cramps in her lower abdomen remained intense, yet a wave of sweetness surged in her heart. Bai Shi's lips curled into a sly, gloating smile. She thought to herself, I told you it was nothing, but you wouldn't believe me. Now you have to explain yourself. Chen Chen clearly understood her meaning. Helplessly, he reached out again to press down her upturned lips. Feeling the icy coolness of her cheeks, his heart ached anew. He gently pinched her pale face with a mix of affection and annoyance. Inwardly, he sighed, all this fussing. It's all for you, my little heart-stealing steward. Dean Shen, please ask the best gynecologist to call me back. My girlfriend is unwell, and I have some questions to Chen Chen's tone was low. Though he believed Bai Shi was suffering from menstrual cramps, this was a normal woman's monthly visitor. How could it cause such agony? With his current resources, he was determined to seek the best medical advice for Bai Shi. Thus, Chen Chen unceremoniously asked Shen Mabai to find the top gynecologist. When Bai Shi heard Chen Chen refer to her as his girlfriend on the phone, her breath caught. She had been about to twist her head away from his hand and make a face, but now she fell silent. Her gaze unconsciously drifted toward Chen Chen, only to meet his eyes. In that instant, she felt her heart skip. In Chen Chen's eyes, Bai Shi saw undisguised concern and affection. A warmth spread through her heart, and even the pain in her lower abdomen seemed to ease. Caught in his direct stare, she instinctively wanted to look away. But then, as if recalling something, she bravely moved. Her slender fingers moved upward, intertwining with his palm, their fingers laced together. She watched as Chen Chen averted his gaze and hung up the phone. She gently tugged, pulling his attention back to her. Master, come closer. Her voice was as weak as a newborn kitten's whimper. This unmistakably coquettish tone softened Chen Chen's heart. After all, this was his little steward's rare display of playfulness. How could he refuse? He slowly leaned in, but when he was still a dozen centimeters away, Bai Shi found his pace too slow. Frowning, her face contorted with pain, she ignored the discomfort and pressed herself against him. She planted a heavy smack on his lips. And yes, that was the right word. Not a gentle kiss, but a solid resound. It was already impressive that Bai Shi managed to lift her head despite the pain. How could one expect her to control her? Having accomplished this feat, By Shi's head fell back onto the sofa, as if drained of strength. She panted heavily, as if she had just exerted herself in strenuous exercise. Her frown deepened. Clearly the movement had intensified her pain. Yet her eyes fixed on Chen Chen were filled with pride and triumph. As if she had accomplished something incredibly challenging. Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle, 2 words surfacing in his mind, is that it? She had gone through all that effort, gritting her teeth against the pain just to stubbornly kiss him. Looking at By Shi, whose face bore a mask of agony, yet still radiated pride. Chen Chen wanted to tease her, and also distract her from the pain. He deliberately licked his lips and furrowed his brow. As expected, By Shi was immediately drawn to his action. Her earlier pride vanished, but her tightly knitted brows relaxed slightly. Master, you're disgusted with me. By Shi accused him pitifully. She had braved the pain to kiss him, and this was his reaction. Though her face showed hurt, By Shi screamed inwardly, Master is such a jerk. He's disgusted with me. I'll never. Chen Chen's expression remained unchanged as he continued his act. I'm not disgusted, it's just. He deliberately dragged out the words, piquing By Shi's curiosity. By Shi fell for it, her eyes fixed on him. It's just what? Chen Chen clicked his tongue, as if reminiscing. Then he replied seriously, it's just a little salty. Upon hearing this, By Shi's pale face flushed with a hint of red. She then remembered that her face was covered in cold sweat from the pain. Knowing that Chen Chen wasn't actually disgusted, she still let out a coquettish humph. Then don't kiss me anymore. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen swiftly leaned in and deliberately pecked her lips. Perfect, I need to replenish my salt intake. Chen-Ma-Bai hung up the phone without a moment's delay. He found the gynecology director's number in his contacts, but just as his finger was about to tap the screen, he changed his mind. He scrolled further down and finally stopped at a name noted as Dong Xi. This elder sister, though retired, was unrivaled in the field of gynecology within the country. The call connected quickly. Hello, Grandpa Shen, a sweet young girl's voice came through. Oh, it's Guogua. Is your grand— Hearing the girl's voice, Chen-Ma-Bai's stern expression involuntarily softened. He called her by her nickname and cheerfully asked about her grandmother. Grandpa Shen, my grandmother is in the yard. I'll go get the phone for her. Please hold on. Then Chen-Ma-Bai heard the sound of pat-pat-pat running footsteps. A smile crept onto Chen-Ma-Bai's face as if he could see the little girl with the ponytail. Soon the voice of the girl named Guogua came through the phone again. Grandpa Shen is looking for you. In a quaint garden villa in Huangpu district of Magic City, Dong Xi was lying on a rattan chair resting with her eyes closed when she heard her granddaughter Tang Guo's voice and slowly opened her eyes. After handing her phone to her grandmother, Tang Guo did not leave, but instead came to stand behind her gently, kneading her shoulders, appearing quite obedient. However, upon closer observation, one could see her dark eyes darting around continuously. Moreover, her shoulder kneading was uneven, alternating between heavy and light, extremely perfunctory. It was obvious that she had ulterior motives. Dong Xi knew her granddaughter, who had grown up under her watch, all too. One could even say that she could tell what kind of trouble Tang Guo was up to with just a slight shift of her body. However, she did not expose her granddaughter's little scheme, instead taking the phone and holding it about 5 centimeters from her ear. Hello, Lao Shen, what do you need from me? Older sister, there is indeed something you must help me out. Just get to the point, stop beating around the bush. If you don't say it, I'm hanging up. Shen Mobi knew Dong Xi's decisive character well. After knowing her for so many years, he had never seen her speak gently to anyone other than patients and their families. Even her current attitude was considered giving him a lot of face, which was already quite good. It's like this Jiahui hospital has been acquired, and the new owner is our new chairman, Chen Chen. His girlfriend has some health issues and asked me to help find the best gynecologist. So I wanted you to lend a hand and take a look. Why not just say it earlier? Send me the phone number, and he'll ask about the situation. Tang Guo, who was behind her, thought she would hear some major news, but was disappointed to find it was just this. She pouted, her face full of disappointment. Seeing her grandmother was still going to make a call, she immediately withdrew her pretending shoulder-kneading posture, pulled her hands back, and prepared to sneak away. Dong Xi noticed that the pressure on her shoulder had suddenly vanished. Turning her head, she found Tang Guo looking disappointed and about to sneak away. With a twitch of her mouth, she felt both amused and exasperated. You little ghost, what are you so disappointed about? Come back and continue. Tang Guo paused for a moment, then smoothly changed to a flattering expression, trying to please her grandmother. No, Grandma, I was just afraid you were thirsty and wanted to go get you a glass of water. Saying this, she placed her hands back in their rightful position to continue kneading, though her movements were even more perfunctory than before. Dong Xi ignored her quirky granddaughter and dialed the phone number that Shin Mobi had sent over. When the phone rang, Chen Chen was still tirelessly continuing his distraction technique. On the surface, Bai Shi seemed to be very engaged and cooperative. However, Chen Chen noticed that the grip of their intertwined fingers was becoming increasingly tight, her knuckles turning pale, and she would occasionally tremble. Chen Chen realized that while he was worried about Bai Shi, she was also very clever, and her current cooperation was also a form of self-comfort. She was clearly enduring pain just to avoid making him worry too much. This realization made Chen Chen's heart ache immensely, and just at that heart-wrenching moment the phone rang. His eyes lit up as if he had seen a lifeline. He didn't even have time to check the caller ID before picking it up. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he impatiently jumped in. "Doctor, my girlfriend is in a lot of pain. Really painful. What should I do?" Dong Ci, who was originally leisurely lying on the chair, immediately sat up at these words. Her relaxed demeanor completely vanished. Chen Chen's tone was filled with intense anxiety and restlessness, leading her to quickly conclude that the patient must be facing a serious issue. Otherwise, the new chairman of Jiahui Hospital would not be so flustered and incoherent. Dong Ci experienced as she was did not answer Chen Chen. She did not know the patient's current condition and could only rely on Chen Chen's description. However, Chen Chen was too agitated to express himself clearly. Therefore, the immediate priority was to calm this emotionally disturbed young man down. "Mr. Chen, take a deep breath and calm down. You are the only one who can convey the patient's condition to me, so you mustn't panic. You need to stay calm." Immediately, a series of hurried deep breaths came through the phone, and Dong Ci couldn't help but nod. Chen Chen had shown himself to be quite flustered, not at all composed. Yet from the tone of his voice earlier, she could tell that Chen Chen was not very old. Moreover, this involved his girlfriend, causing him to be even more anxious. This actually proved that Chen Chen was a person of deep feelings and loyalty. When he realized the stakes of the situation, he could quickly accept advice and adjust his state. He listened to advice, made the right choice to calm himself, indicating that Chen Chen was not the type of headstrong fool. He had emotional intelligence and intelligence. He was capable of acquiring Jiahui Hospital, so he certainly had strength. Her gaze inadvertently glanced at the restless hands on her shoulder. In her heart, she sighed how wonderful it would be if such a good man would take her granddaughter. After about 5 or 6 seconds, Dong Ci noticed that the deep breathing sounds from the other end of the call had lessened. Knowing that Chen Chen had roughly calmed down, she did not waste time asking, "Are you calm now?" She went straight to the point. "Mr. Chen, I will ask, and you will answer, okay?" Hearing him respond with a good, she continued. "Do you know what is causing the patient's pain?" "I know it's Ant-Flo." "Oh no, it's dysmenorrhea, but not the ordinary kind. Gets the extremely painful type." Chen Chen was afraid that the doctor on the other end would not take it seriously, so he emphasized this point. Dong Ci did not take it lightly, and of course it wasn't because of Chen Chen's special emphasis. Rather, menstrual pain can vary in severity. In serious cases, it can even pose a risk to life. She continued, "Is it regular or occasional? Has there been vomiting or fever?" "No." Chen Chen glanced at Bai Shi, who had been staring at him, and answered, What about the amount of bleeding? Is there any abnormal discharge or odor?" Chen Chen was taken aback by this question and unconsciously glanced at a spot just below Bai Zai's abdomen. He couldn't see anything. Bai Shi was currently curled up on the sofa, her legs tucked in front of her. Coupled with her lying on her side, it was as if she had several defenses completely shielded. Chen Chen could only see her folded long legs. He suddenly shook his head. Oh, what was he thinking? Bai Shi was in how could his mind be so impure? But what to do now? He couldn't possibly just check right there, could he? Chen Chen looked at Bai Shi with a pleading gaze. He couldn't possibly conduct an examination right there. However, upon closer inspection, he found that her previously pale face was now flushed with color. He could even faintly see wisps of heat rising from her head. Since Chen Chen had answered the call, Bai Zai's eyes had not left his face. The distance between the two was already quite close, so she could hear the contents of the call clearly. In fact, seeing Chen Chen's reaction when he picked up the phone, Bai Shi wanted to take the phone and speak to the doctor herself. But in the end, for reasons unknown, she inexplicably held her tongue. Nonetheless, her gaze toward Chen Chen grew increasingly tender. Watching this man become flustered and anxious for her sake warmed her heart immensely. However, the first 2 questions from the doctor were nothing unusual, but now this current question was utterly absurd. Why would they ask Chen Chen such a question? This was too outrageous. When she realized that Chen Chen's gaze had drifted toward her private area, she instantly felt a chill run down her spine. He couldn't possibly be thinking about. Seeing the pleading look in Chen Chen's eyes, she let out a sigh of relief and gently squeezed his hand. I can talk myself." Bai Shi weakly spoke, her voice particularly soft. Chen Chen also sighed in relief and quickly handed the phone to her. Suddenly recalling her current condition and worrying that she might not hold it steadily, he simply switched the phone to speaker mode and placed it in front of her. "Hello, doctor. I am Bai Shi." She glanced at Chen Chen, forcing herself to remain calm as she continued, "The amount of bleeding is about the same as usual, and there are no unusual secretions or odors." Dong Ci paused slightly as she had originally thought the patient had gone into shock and lost consciousness, which was why Chen Chen seemed so anxious. However, she didn't dwell on it too much. A conscious patient was certainly the best situation. She nodded. "Good girl, is the pain you're experiencing continuous or intermittent?" "It's intermittent, but the intervals are very short." Just as she was speaking, her words suddenly halted, and instinctively, she began to grip harder. Chen Chen felt the pressure in his hand, and his heart ached terribly. He noticed that the cold sweat on Bai Zai's forehead was increasing, and her bangs were sticking to her skin. "Doctor, she is in a lot of pain right now. Is there any way to alleviate it for a while?" Chen Chen's voice had taken on a desperate tone. Dong Ci's voice also became a bit more serious. "First, let her lie flat on her back and elevate her legs slightly. Chen Chen hurriedly followed her instructions, placing a cushion under By's legs. Alright, what's next? Do you have a hot water bottle? Put it on her lower abdomen. Chen Chen looked around, but did not find a hot water bottle. However, he remembered that she had a warm patch on her lower abdomen. The Sanyin Jiao point is located 3 inches above the inner ankle tip, which is the distance of 4 fingers behind the inner edge of the tibia. The Sanyin Jiao point is located 3 inches above the inner ankle tip, which is the distance of 4 fingers behind the inner edge of the tibia. Apply pressure vertically with your thumb, and then massage clockwise for about 5 minutes, switching legs. The Guanyuan point is located 3 inches below the navel. Warm your palms, and place them on the acupoint, massaging in a clockwise direction, combining it with the warm patch for heat therapy. Chen Chen meticulously followed Dong Sis' instructions, measuring the distance between his fingers precisely. 4 fingers, meant exactly 4 fingers. Once he found them, he immediately reported back to Dong Xi. Before she could respond, Tang Wu covered her mouth and laughed quietly. Grandma, this Chairman Shun is like a primary school student reporting results to you. It's quite adorable. Dong Xi shot her a glare and continued to inquire. Miss, by how long have you been experiencing this kind of dysmenorrhea? Since I first got my period, it has always been like this. I used to take painkillers. But later, the effect got worse and worse. Why, she said intermittently. Chen Chen had been cautiously following Dong Sis' instructions, focusing on massaging the acupoints. Upon hearing this, his movements abruptly halted, his eyes filled with sorrow. Is it this painful every time? His voice was soft, tinged with a tremor. Why, she nodded, cold sweat glistening on her now pale face. Chen Chen freed one hand and gently wiped the sweat from her brow, his movements exceptionally tender. Then he immediately continued the previous actions on the acupoint. On the other end of the call, Dong Xi furrowed her brows. This situation is no longer just simple dysmenorrhea. Miss, By, have you previously undergone any relevant examinations? By, she nodded, but then realized the other party couldn't see her, so she weakly spoke. I had one done. At that time, the results said. By, she nodded, but then realized the other party couldn't see her, so she weakly spoke. I had one done. At that time, the results said. Because I fell into an ice hole when I was a child. That caused my cold uterus. Dong Sis' brow slightly relaxed, and her tone softened. But we mustn't be careless. Hey Race, what well do I will teach you a few more methods to alleviate the pain. Once this episode passes, make sure to schedule a comprehensive examination. Chen Chen quickly agreed, even if the doctor hadn't said so. He had planned to do so. Alright, please tell me. He was quite eager for the doctor's relief methods. Drink the brown sugar ginger tea while it's still hot. And you can also soak your feet in mugwort water, but the water temperature shouldn't be too high. The acupressures for Sanyin Jiao and Guanyuan also help. You can press them regularly, not just when you're in pain. Chen Chen nodded repeatedly, sincerely saying, thank you so much, doctor. After hanging up, he did not stop the actions in his hands. The doctor's methods indeed proved effective. In just a short time, By's complexion had noticeably improved. After another 4 to 5 minutes, Chen Chen finally stopped. He first went to the bathroom to fetch a warm towel, wiping By's face and body of the sweat. Then with gentle movements he cradled Bai Shi and prepared to carry her upstairs to the master bedroom. But she suddenly reached out, murmuring, flowers. Flowers. My flowers. Chen Chen followed her gaze and discovered she was referring to the roses he had brought back as a surprise. Feeling somewhat helpless, he thought it was quite a situation, yet she still remembered the roses. He casually picked up the flowers, and only then did Bai Shi quiet down. After placing her on the bed, he hastily headed to the kitchen downstairs to brew the brown sugar ginger tea. Bai Shi curled up in the blanket, watching the roses placed beside her without speaking, but the corners of her mouth were perpetually lifted. When Chen Chen returned with the steaming ginger tea, she softly said, young master, you really don't need to be so anxious. I'm used to it. Used to what? From now on with me around, I will make sure to cure all your ailments. He carefully helped Bai Shi sit up from the bed, letting her lean against him, spooning the ginger tea into her mouth 1 scoop at a time. Bai Shi sipped slowly, the warmth flowing from her throat all the way to her stomach, as if the pain in her body had truly alleviated significantly. What happened when I was a child? Chen Chen gently asked, his fingers softly combing through her damp hair. Bai Shi curled up slightly in Chen Chen's arms, as if still shuddering at the memory of that childhood incident. I think I was just 10 that year. I went back to my hometown in the northeast with my mom for the new year. The ice on the river looked so thick and solid. Her voice was very soft, tinged with physical weakness and fear of the memory. Chen Chen casually placed the empty bowl on the bedside table and firmly wrapped her icy little hands in his palms. And then, Bai Shi suddenly laughed. Then, I fell into a hole someone had cut for fishing. But luckily the hole wasn't big. I didn't fall all the way in. But when I was pulled out, my cotton jacket and pants were frozen stiff enough to stand on their own. Mom said I had a high fever for several days. I almost didn't make it. After speaking, she rubbed against Chen Chen's chest, as if being in his arms could dispel all her fears. Chen Chen fell silent. A 10-year-old girl falling into an ice hole in the freezing winter of the northeast with temperatures tens of degrees below zero. How utterly desperate she must have felt. But, still, he held Bai Shi tighter, afraid she might suddenly disappear. After a long moment, he suddenly spoke, his tone firm as he said to Bai Shi, "From now on, I'll protect you. He'll never let you be hurt again." Bai Zai's cheeks flushed. "What are you doing? Why are you suddenly saying such mushy, cheesy things?" She was already over 20. How could she still need to be protected like a child by Chen Chen? Ding. Bai Zai's favorability 1. Chen Chen seemed to hear a vague, barely audible "him" from the arms he held. He even wondered if it was his imagination. But the system prompt in his mind revealed Bai Zai's true thoughts and confirmed that Chen Chen had not misheard. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that while he had been taking care of Bai Shi, several mechanical system prompts had sounded in his mind, but he had been so flustered that he hadn't paid attention to what they said. Bai Shi instantly stiffened like a wooden statue, but the next second, instead of staying in Chen Chen's arms, Bai Shi instantly stiffened like a wooden statue, but the next second, instead of staying in Chen Chen's arms, she struggled to shrink back into the quilt. Chen Chen held back his laughter. He was a professional, he could definitely hold it in this time. He reached out to pull her out. "Hungry. I knew you hadn't eaten yet. While I was making the brown sugar ginger tea, I also cooked some yam and millet porridge." Bai Shi revealed half her face, looking at Chen Chen in surprise, blurting out her thoughts. "Young master, you can cook. A young master like you shouldn't have to lift a finger in the kitchen, right? You're used to being waited on hand and foot." Chen Chen pinched her exposed nose in mock annoyance, then told a white lie with affection. "I learned it on Douyin just for you, okay?" What a joke. If he couldn't cook, how had he survived before? His cooking skills were actually quite good, but had be a fool not to see such a perfect opportunity. Sure enough, at Chen Chen's words, Bai Zai's eyes welled up with tears of emotion. She didn't doubt the truth of his words at all, because in her eyes, Chen Chen should never have known how to cook. Even though it was just simple millet porridge, how many people could enjoy porridge cooked by such a pampered young master? Moreover, she was so ordinary herself. There was only one possibility. Chen Chen had a special fondness for her. Though from his every move today, she had already keenly sensed his feelings for her. But now, well, she was too happy, too lucky. Again, a mechanical sound rang in Chen Chen's mind. Ding. Bai Zai's favorability 2. If this were a Japanese anime, Chen Chen had no doubt that Bai Zai's eyes would be full of red hearts, and all around them would be pink bubbles. He had thought he was just setting off a small firecracker, but the effect seemed to surpass a mortar. Chen Chen suddenly leaned in, gently rubbing the tip of his nose against Bai Zai's. "He'll go check on the porridge. He'll add 2 spoonfuls of brown sugar for you later." In the kitchen, Chen Chen saw that the millet porridge still needed a bit more time. Not in a hurry, he took the chance to see what the system had prompted. Ding. Bai Zai's favorability 1. That was when Bai Shi saw him coming back with roses. He chuckled at the thought of how Bai Shi insisted on bringing the flowers when he carried her upstairs. The flowers were important, the person was important, but the flowers given by someone special were the most important. Ding. Bai Zai's favorability 1. This was probably when Bai Shi forced herself to kiss him. When he was on the phone with Shun Ma Bai, he directly said Bai Shi was his girlfriend. Recalling that when he asked her to be his girlfriend, she hadn't agreed, but now. A woman who says one thing, but he remembered that Bai Zai's previous favorability toward him was already 78 points, and when he heard the prompt the second time, it seemed to be more than one sound. That would mean. Excitedly, he continued checking, and sure enough. Ding. High value opposite sex. Bai Zai's favorability has exceeded 80 points. Congratulations, host, you have earned 1 system lottery draw. Chen Chen quickly asked the system to open Bai Zai's personal profile. Name: Bai Shi, age 23, height 172 centimeters, weight 54 kilograms, looks 90, figure 89, overall score 90, driving count 0, favorability 86. Seeing the glaring driving count, he felt a bit annoyed. All because of that annoying relative, he hadn't been able to eat the meat himself, but that was only a matter of time. But now all of Bai Zai's pain came from this. He cursed under his breath. Just wait, it'll change you from 0 to 1 sooner or later. But seeing that Bai Zai's favorability was already 86, 3 more points than he had calculated. Coming back to himself, he continued checking. Ding. Bai Zai's favorability 3. Chen Chen thought back. This seemed to be when he was on the phone with the doctor and acted too flustered. Was his panic attractive? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. No. Chen Chen thought for a moment and quickly understood. His behavior had been unconscious and natural, but in Bai Zai's eyes it was a genuine display of emotion. Woe, he had accidentally struck a chord in the bowtie's heart. This was truly a case of planting willows without intention, yet they provide shade. Chen Chen rubbed his hands together, eager to see what the lottery opportunity from Bai Shi would bring him. But he vaguely heard a dull bang from upstairs. After all, the distance between the master bedroom on the 2nd floor and the kitchen on the 1st floor was not insignificant. If not for the fact that Chen Chen's entire body had been enhanced by the system, he might not have heard it. He naturally wouldn't think he had misheard, and his heart skipped a beat. Forgetting all about the lottery, he immediately dashed toward the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Chen Chen's feet seemed to have sprouted wings as he dashed towards the 2nd floor. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Bai Shi leaning sideways on the bed. He felt a twinge of confusion. The bed was adorned with soft blankets, so it shouldn't have made that loud noise. However, upon seeing Bai Shi clutching the bedsheet tightly with a pained expression and cold sweat beading on her forehead, he felt a fresh wave of concern wash over him. Her lips were pale, trembling slightly. He knew that Bai Shi was in pain again, leaving no room for thoughts about any noise. "My little ancestor," he exclaimed quickly, rushing to her side. Coincidentally, just as he reached Bai Zai's side, his foot seemed to hit something. Instinctively, he looked down and found a familiar bowl in front of him. Isn't this the bowl that held the ginger tea with brown sugar earlier? But he distinctly remembered placing it on the bedside table. He instinctively glanced at where it should have been. Then Chen Chen realized the cause of the muffled sound and Bai Shi's renewed pain. Instantly, his frustration boiled over as he shot a glare at the woman on the bed. With annoyance, he said, "Serves you right. Let's see if you learn your lesson next time." He spoke harsh words, yet his hands gently tucked Bai Shi back into the covers. Then he reached in and found 2 acupoints to massage for Bai Shi. She wanted to argue a little in her defense. Unfortunately, with her lips trembling from pain, she opened her mouth, but ultimately gave up. She felt powerless. Yet Bai Shi was also determined, thinking about the earlier scene. Her mind was already racing with justifications. Wasn't it because the young master placed the flowers too far away? She had reached out, but thought about turning to grab the... Who would have thought that such a small action could trigger the pain in her lower abdomen? She had almost grasped the flowers, feeling happy, but her movement had been a bit too vigorous. And thus the tragedy unfolded. The sudden spike in pain caused her body to go limp, and the flowers she had just grasped fell again, accidentally knocking over the bowl on the table. As for herself, she lay helplessly on the bed, afraid to move. Bai Zai's first reaction wasn't to regret that her actions had led to intensified pain. Rather, she felt frustrated, thinking that if she had been a bit more careful and slower, perhaps she would have succeeded. Then Chen Chen wouldn't have discovered her. She cast a somewhat guilty glance at Chen Chen. It seemed like the culprit behind this result was likely perhaps her own, but soon she shot another glare at Chen Chen. No, it wasn't her fault. It was all the young master's fault. If he had placed the flowers within her reach, these subsequent issues wouldn't have occurred. Moreover, he had scolded her earlier. She was in so much pain, yet he could still bear to be harsh with her. Stinky young master, you were my little darling just now, and now you're treating me like a cow lady, right?" Bai Zai's eyes began to fill with grievance. But seeing Chen Chen's fierce expression paired with his honest hands diligently massaging her acupoints softened her heart. The concern in his eyes was so evident that her heart sweetened. She immediately began to think of reasons to explain to Chen Chen. All right, the young master must be worried about her, so the butler is magnanimous. With enough in his belly, he can afford to forgive you generously. Then her gaze was captured by the sticky, sweet feeling. Chen Chen had no idea that during this brief moment, the proud little butler lying on the bed without daring to move, pale-faced with trembling lips from the pain, had such a rich inner monologue. He couldn't read minds. So he simply finished his harsh words and obediently continued to massage Bai Shi for her recovery. After 4 or 5 minutes, Bai Zai's condition visibly improved. Chen Chen silently praised the doctor from earlier. He withdrew his hands and adjusted the blanket for Bai Shi. Standing up, he instructed, "I'll go get some porridge. Don't move around, or you'll feel worse." Bai Shi nodded obediently. As Chen Chen reached the door, he recalled something and turned back. He picked up the rose that Bai Shi had aimed for and placed it beside her pillow. To ensure she could reach it, he reiterated, "Make sure you don't move around. If something happens, wait for me to come back and talk." Bai Shi rolled her eyes cutely. She wasn't foolish. After the earlier lesson, how could she dare to act recklessly? Chen Chen turned and left without any hesitation. In less than 2 minutes, he returned with a steaming bowl of yam and millet porridge. Seeing Bai Shi behaving while still lying quietly on the bed, he finally felt relieved and nodded in satisfaction. Bai Shi had been keeping her eyes on the door, naturally observing Chen Chen's every move. Seeing him return in such a short time, she noticed his unusual gaze sweeping over her, followed by She of course understood why, sending another adorable eye roll in Chen Chen's direction. He didn't mind her as long as Bai Shi was fine. He sat at the edge of the bed, placing the bowl on the bedside table before carefully lifting Bai Shi. Just like when feeding her sugar water, he let her lean against him. He lifted the bowl, scooped a spoonful, gently blew on it, and brought it to Bai Zai's lips. Bai Shi didn't hold back and swallowed it in one go. Sweet, warm, fragrant. Glancing at the bowl, he noticed that the once yellow millet porridge now appeared dark red. It was sweetened with brown sugar, and her eyes squinted in delight. In truth, brown sugar wasn't particularly sweet. However, to Bai Shi, this bowl of young master's millet porridge enriched with brown sugar tasted sweeter than anything in the world. Chen Chen carefully fed her spoonful by spoonful, while Bai Shi savored the sweetness in small bites. Neither of them spoke, and the room was filled only with the soft sounds of swallowing and the clinking of the spoon against the bowl. After eating a bit, Bai Zai's stomach gradually warmed up, and the pain seemed to lessen significantly. Leaning against Chen Chen, the sense of flowers porridge and his presence brought her an inexplicable sense of peace. "Drink slowly, be careful not to burn yourself," Chen Chen reminded softly, completely embodying the role of a warm-hearted man. Bai Shi obediently opened her mouth to swallow a bite, then suddenly murmured, "Young master, you scolded me earlier." Chen Chen had just scooped another spoonful from the bowl when he paused at her words. Looking down, he noticed that although her tone was aggrieved, her eyes sparkled with mischief. This was clearly her way of acting cute. It was rare to see By she being cute, so he had to play along. He intentionally sighed. Who told you not to listen? Even with this, you still moved around. What if you fell off the bed? He feigned seriousness, but the concern in his tone and the tenderness in his eyes were impossible to hide. By she pouted and replied in a small voice, isn't it because you placed the flowers so far away? Chen Chen frowned, yet his actions remained gentle. So what? Is it my fault? By she stubbornly nodded, exactly. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh at her audacity. Holding the bowl steadily in his hands, he scooped up a spoonful, gently blew on it, and then fed it to her. He then slowly threatened her. Alright, to prevent me from making the same mistake, next time I'll just place the flowers on the ceiling, and you'll never be able to reach them, leaving no hazards. Bai's eyes widened, stopping her meal, incredulously staring at Chen Chen. You dare? Chen Chen chuckled mischievously. Watch me. As he spoke, he did not forget to bring the spoon to her mouth. Bai she puffed her cheeks in anger, but she had no way to retaliate against Chen Chen, so she begrudgingly drank the porridge, biting onto the spoon, stubbornly resembling a disgruntled cat. Chen Chen was amused by her adorable appearance, and finally couldn't hold back any longer. Alright, no more teasing. Drink up, you can't have cold food right now. Bai she finally released the spoon and obediently continued drinking the porridge. She quickly finished a bowl, and Chen Chen set it down, pushing it toward her again. He then pulled out a napkin to wipe the corner of Bai's mouth. Still want more? Bai she shook her head. Is it still hurting a lot? It's much better now. Bai she shook her head again. Chen Chen responded with a soft mm, and gently helped Bai she lie back in bed, tucking her in. He casually pushed the rose on the pillow closer to her hand, helplessly saying, if you want it, take it, but please don't move around too much. Bai's eyes lit up, and she immediately reached for the flower. She leaned in to smell the blossom, without moving her head, smiling brightly. Thank you, young master. Chen Chen found her satisfied expression amusing, and couldn't help but ask, you really like roses that much? Bai she blinked her watery big eyes, because it's a gift from you, young master. Hearing this, Chen Chen felt elated, a broad smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Unable to resist, he leaned down and kissed her forehead heavily. Bai she looked at Chen Chen with curiosity, making him feel a bit uneasy. Clearing his throat, he asked, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is it salty? She mischievously blinked. Chen Chen was at a loss for words, recalling his earlier teasing. He leaned down and kissed her again. I won't tell you, you have to taste it yourself. Bai she playfully rolled her eyes at Chen Chen, and suddenly with a twinkle in her eye asked him, young master, were you particularly worried about me just now? Chen Chen glanced at her sideways, and replied nonchalantly, of course. If anything happened to you, who would be my little housekeeper? Chen Chen chuckled lightly, and gently poked her shoulder. Are you upset? Bai she replied sullenly, no. She truly wasn't angry, knowing that Chen Chen was just— Chen Chen chuckled lightly, and gently poked her shoulder. Are you upset? Bai she replied sullenly, no. She truly wasn't angry, knowing that Chen Chen was just teasing her. Yet for some reason, hearing Chen Chen's words made her feel a sense of emptiness inside. Chen Chen leaned down closer to Bai's ear and said gently, but I only want you to be my little housekeeper. Bai she felt a warm breath brush past her ear, and before she could react, she felt Chen Chen kiss her cheek. Rest well. If it hurts again, call for me immediately. Don't endure it, it'll go tidy up downstairs. Just leave it, I'll clean it up later. Bai she quickly protested. How could she let the young master tidy up? Just the fact that he made her porridge was already— Rest well, I'll be downstairs. Call for me if you need anything. Chen Chen ignored Bai she. With her current condition, she should rest more. Besides, he hadn't eaten either. He gently flicked Bai's smooth forehead and turned to leave the room. Bai she touched her forehead and then glanced at the flower beside her, unable to suppress a bright smile. Mischievous young master. She mumbled softly but held the flower even tighter, thinking of Chen Chen, the privileged young master who actually cooked porridge for her in the kitchen. Now he even had to clean up those pots and bowls. She felt like everything was so wonderful, it was like a dream. Sweetness rose in her heart, as if she had overturned a jar of honey. However, thinking of Chen Chen washing pots and dishes, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Looks like I need to quickly arrange a maid for the young master. How can I let the young master do such rough work? Ding! Bai's favorability. Chen Chen heard the notification and smiled widely. He was not the kind of pampered young master Bai she thought he was. So tidying up posed no psychological pressure. He first slurped down 2 big bowls of porridge, slightly appeasing his somewhat messy stomach. Not feeling full since enhancing his body, he noticed his appetite had increased significantly. However, feeling that the millet porridge lacked flavor, he didn't want to drink more once there was something in his stomach. After tidying up a bit, Chen Chen sat down on the living room sofa. It was time for the moment he anticipated. Oh, let's see what surprises his little housekeeper could bring him. Tongzi brother, I want to draw lots. Chen Chen called out to his dear system in his mind. Okay host, detecting that you have one lottery opportunity, the lottery will has been opened for you. The familiar huge will appeared in Chen Chen's mind again. He confidently commanded, start stop. This time he changed his approach almost without hesitation, calling out to start and immediately shouting stop. Congratulations host, you have obtained the ownership of Villa No. 8 in Huazhou Junting. Chen Chen frowned. Based on his previous lottery experiences, the prizes drawn were never ordinary items. A few familiar names quickly flashed through his mind. The Jiangjing Mansion at Tangchini Pin. The Classical Estate at Tan Palace. Huazhou Junting. This name was rather unfamiliar, and he was puzzled as he had never heard of this name in the top luxury residences of Magic City. However, system products are definitely not ordinary. He knew it was pointless to ask the system. He directly unlocked his phone to search for this unfamiliar villa name. However, when the search page refreshed, the first line of the introduction made Chen Chen widen his eyes. Huazhou Junting, the most secretive top luxury residential area in Magic City, with 21 European-style villas, each covering over 5 acres, featuring underground clubs, private pools, gardens, and garages. And Chen Chen's Villa No. 8 was built by the lake with a construction area of 380 square meters, a total land area of 530 square meters, and a historical transaction price of 1 billion renminbi, setting a record for luxury property transactions in Magic City. He suddenly realized that he might have drawn the most precious piece of real estate in the entire Magic City. He abruptly lifted his head to look at the master bedroom on the second floor. What kind of reaction would Bai Shi have if she found out about this? Chen Chen thought for a moment and decided not to tell Bai Shi about this matter for the time being. Since Bai Shi was feeling unwell, informing her of this news would be of no use. It would be better to wait until she has recovered and then take her to visit the scene directly. Chen Chen was also quite curious about the villa estate worth 1 billion, and he wanted to know what it was like inside. However, Chen Chen did not plan to live in this estate permanently. Now, Principal Su Guodong had given him some special privileges, allowing him not to stay at school like ordinary students. Still, his identity was that of a university student. In comparison, living at Jiangwan Hanlin was actually more. Although the 30 million Jiangwan Hanlin and the 1 billion Huazhou Junting were indeed not comparable, but Chen Chen didn't care at all, as he had even lived in a dark, damp, but cheap basement before. Jiangwan Hanlin may not measure up to Huazhou Junting, but it was still a villa worth 37.5 million. Let's be realistic, how many people in the country can afford a house of this level? It is only because Chen Chen now has a system that he can easily obtain everything he possesses. Otherwise, even if he graduated from university and found a job with a monthly income over 10,000, that salary is not low. To save up 30 million, he would need to work non-stop for 250 years without eating or drinking. Therefore, he cherished everything he currently had. As for being dissatisfied, that was even more absurd. Resolving to calm his thoughts, he did not go upstairs. Instead, he turned around and headed to the kitchen to brew a pot of ginger tea with brown sugar. After filling a thermos, he finally went upstairs. Just before entering the door, he exaggeratedly shouted, "Hee hee, little butler, your young master is back. Are you happy? Are you excited?" Bai Shi was just about to doze off when she suddenly heard Chen Chen's crazy voice. Instantly, she felt a bit more awake, feeling a mix of happiness and helplessness. She asked, "What should we do if our young master acts like a child?" Chen Chen noticed Bai Zai's tired expression and her drowsy appearance. Realizing that his joke had disturbed her rest, he quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were asleep." At that moment, Bai Shi felt extremely tired and sleepy. The previous commotion had drained her considerable energy. She reached out to Chen Chen, saying, "Young master, hold me to sleep." Her voice was soft and lingering, filled with a nasal tone. Lin Xingyin smiled and waved goodbye to the audience in the live stream. That's all for today's live broadcast. See you. A flood of comments immediately. What? Never heard of it. Then the little author hasn't mentioned this before. If you really want to hear it, you can search on Douyin. It's really charming. Chen Chen was thrilled to hear Bai Zai's sticky little voice. He quickly kicked off his shoes, casually placed the thermos aside, and dove under the covers. Chen Chen gently placed his arm under Bai Zai's neck, wanting her to rest her head on it. However, she felt it was a bit too high and uncomfortable, pushing his arm away with her head. Finally, after wriggling around in his embrace, she found the position that felt the most comfortable. Breathing in the scent of Chen Chen, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Bai Zai's serene sleeping face, Chen Chen gently smoothed her slightly furrowed brows. In no time, he also felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him and gradually fell asleep while holding Bai Shi. In the Huanyu ward of the Jiahui International Hospital in Magic City, Su Yaoting sat on the sofa lost in thought. She occasionally stole glances at her second sister Chen Chen's mother Su Yakin, then frustratedly withdrew her gaze, sighing as she continued to daydream. She had cursed Chen Chen under her breath countless times. "This dog just slaps his butt and leaving this hot potato for me. All my life is so hard. How am I supposed to deal with this? He promised that if Chen Chen got into trouble, he wouldn't drag me down with him." Sighing heavily, she thought, "If you have the ability to cause trouble, then you should have the ability to solve it yourself. Why make things difficult for a little person like me?" Remembering that it was her curiosity that caused the trouble, she couldn't help but lightly smack her mouth. "It's all your fault for being so curious. See, trouble comes from the mouth." Although the phrase "trouble comes from the mouth" isn't used quite like this, it seems quite fitting. She couldn't help but look up at her second sister again. Suddenly, she noticed Su Yakin had actually gotten up and was walking towards her. Her face showed a moment of panic, but she quickly straightened her posture, forcing herself to appear calm while reassuring herself. Second sister knows nothing, it's fine, don't worry. As soon as Su Yakin reached her side, she couldn't help but speak. Second sister, what's up? Su Yakin scrutinized her youngest sister with suspicion. Since they had returned from their trip with Chen Chen, something seemed off. Her expression was heavy with thoughts, and she kept stealing glances at her. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she knew her sister's character well. Now with her perfectly straight posture and clear enunciation, but her eyes darting around, it was exactly like when she was a child and had done something wrong. Remembering how she had been stealing glances at her earlier, Su Yakin was certain that her sister must be hiding something, and it was related to her. However, her sister had grown up, and it wouldn't be appropriate to act physically. She needed to think of another way. She sat down beside Su Yiting, her tone gentle yet assured. Yiting, do you have something on your mind? Su Yiting's gaze became even more erratic. She knew her second sister. She could never hide her little thoughts from Su Yakin, just as Chen Chen could never hide anything from her aunt. They had been together for so long that they were simply too familiar with each other. Since she couldn't hide it, she might as well take this opportunity to test the waters. She leaned closer to Su Yakin. Second sister, what if Xiao Chen suddenly became a billionaire and brought back several daughters-in-law for you, what would Su Yiting thought this question wouldn't expose her. After all, Chen Chen's situation was so unbelievable that unless he admitted it himself, who would believe it? Upon hearing her younger sister say this, Su Yakin was shocked. Could it be about her son? But just as Su Yiting thought, Su Yakin immediately shook her head. How could that be possible? She knew her son whelmed several daughters-in-law. One would be a challenge enough. As for that would be as unlikely as the sun rising from the west. Even if he had some lucky break and won 5 million in the lottery, how many tickets would he need to buy to become a billionaire? Su Yiting realized that her second sister did not believe in such possibilities and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but she felt even more troubled. However, Su Yakin suddenly spoke seriously. Wait, why are you asking this? Did Xiao Chen tell you something? Su Yiting's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, but she was not one to be easily intimidated and quickly divided. She chuckled lightly. Yes, when I went down with Xiao Chen before he was bragging about how he would become a billionaire and bring back several wives for me to see. She instinctively crossed her hands, her knuckles turning slightly pale. After years of sisterly companionship, Su Yakin felt something unusual, but upon careful thought, she found no flaws. Most of what Su Yiting said was true, and with her remark if he was just bragging, it intentionally misled others, making it hard for anyone to suspect. Su Yakin didn't take it seriously, but still asked with a hint of doubt, really? Upon hearing this, Su Yiting knew she had passed the test and immediately relaxed. A smile curved at the corners of her mouth. Of course, it's true, what do you think? Without waiting for Su Yakin to ponder too much, she continued to press on. Second sister, I'm also quite curious. If Xiao Chen really became a billionaire and had several wives, what would you think? Su Yakin regarded this as a mere fantasy, her body relaxing as she leaned back against the sofa. If my son is that capable, I would just enjoy my blessings and wait for my several daughters-in-law to give me a few chubby grandsons. Isn't it just perfect to spend time with the grandchildren every day? As she spoke with a smile, a look of yearning appeared on her face, though it was unclear whether she yearned for a life of leisure or for grandchildren. Su Yiting was thrilled to hear this. Really? Second sister, do you really think that way? Su Yakin was pulled back to reality by her sister's sudden excitement and couldn't help but find her previous thoughts amusing. However, seeing Su Yiting's excited expression, she curiously asked, how could that possibly be true? Why? Su Yiting's expression stiffened for a moment, but she quickly recovered. No, I just suddenly thought of something happy. But her inner thoughts were excited. Isn't this just a way to make things easier for your little ancestor? In a certain apartment room in Magic City, Lin Xingyin smiled and waved goodbye to the audience in the live stream. That's all for today's live broadcast. See you. A flood of comments immediately appeared, urging her to stay. Don't go, Inin, stay a little longer. Inin, why hasn't Starchin come today? Lin Xingyin ignored the comments and directly ended the live stream. With a somewhat complicated expression, she opened the profile of Fallen Star from Heaven only to find that the active status was still offline. She let out a barely noticeable sigh and put her phone down on the table. She was now among the top tier of Douyin live streamers with over 10,000 viewers in the past few streams. But she knew this was thanks to Starchin's generous gifting of millions. Ironically, she had been a bit worried that he might have ulterior motives. Yet after sending him green bubbles, it was as if they had sunk into the ocean with no response at all. And in the last 2 days of streaming, Star Chen had not shown up again. Could it really be, as her sister said, that he was just there to throw money around? Was she merely the lucky one? Did he forget about her after their interaction? Were these just her and her sister's wild imaginations? Just as she was caught in her thoughts, the room door suddenly cracked open and Lin Qingming poked her head out. Upon seeing that Lin Xingyin had finished streaming, she walked in. Sister, what's wrong? Your big brother still hasn't come today. Upon seeing her sister's expression, Lin Qingming immediately understood the reason. Lin Xingyin nodded, slightly disappointed. Lin Qingming found it strange. Usually people send gifts for a reason. But this big brother sent gifts, and then ran off, even not adding her on WeChat. The two sisters exchanged glances, both falling into contemplation. Could it be a strategy to win her sister over by feigning indifference? Looking at her sister's state, it seemed quite successful. However, she still felt it was unlikely and leaned towards another possibility. Sister, do you think it's possible that it was just a momentary impulse? Then he doubted your looks in reality, but was too embarrassed to take it back, so he pretended not to see. But if he really doubted, wouldn't he first need to add you on WeChat for a video call to verify? Lin Xingyin immediately raised her objection. Lin Xingming thought it made sense. After all, that was 15 million. It couldn't just disappear without any follow-up. Oh, don't think too much. Maybe big brother is just busy. Besides, isn't this great? You get a bunch of small money for nothing. Lin Xingyin picked up her phone and checked her WeChat back-in, but still found no activity. She took a deep breath and then revealed a big smile. Forget it, let's not think about it. Come on sister, I'll treat you. In a dormitory of a university in Magic City. Chusha, how did it go last night? Li Jiejia grabbed Su Chuxia's shoulders and interrogated her sternly. Su Chuxiao felt overwhelmed and repeated for the N1th time. I told you really nothing happened. I just got drunk and slept the whole night. Li Jiejia exclaimed, what nonsense. How is that possible? Chen Chen is so innocent. Plus you aren't even wearing the same clothes you had on when you went. Exactly, you changed your clothes. You two were alone together all night and nothing happened. Who would believe that? Su Chuxiao was getting a bit annoyed, first glaring at Lu Ranran before explaining to Li Jiejia. Really nothing happened. As for the clothes, I got drunk and accidentally vomited on them, and Chen Chen bought me new ones. Li Jiejia's eyes widened. Chen Chen bought them, who changed? Su Chuxiao thought to herself, Chen Chen ripped them, I put them on, so technically it's my change. So I firmly said I changed them myself. Li Jiejia suddenly interjected, did it hurt this morning? Huh? Pain? You must be joking. Su Chuxiao grabbed a pillow from the bed and threw it at her. Lu Ranran snickered and said, that's really strange. You took her to a hotel, but didn't touch her. Could it be that you're not interested in her? Su Chuxiao felt pricked by her words, a strange discomfort rising within her. After all, Chen Chen really didn't make a move on her. But thinking of the morning's situation, her mood quickly brightened. Think what you want, but the truth is just this. In another girl's dormitory at the university in Magic City, Chu Momo supported her chin with both hands, staring at her phone placed on the table. The screen displayed her message to Chen Chen. Alright, waiting for your news, okay. Cute. JPG. The message was sent in the morning, and now it was already afternoon with no reply from the other side. She was contemplating whether to send Chen Chen another message to check. At that moment, someone suddenly lightly tapped her shoulder from behind. Momo, what are you doing? Thinking about your little romantic interest. Chu Momo hurriedly turned her phone over, trying to hide its contents from the newcomer. But this unusual action piqued the other's curiosity. She let out a strange laugh, hee-hee, as she leaned closer to Chu Momo. Chen Chen slept until 6 in the evening, awakened by the pressing need to relieve his bladder. He stretched his limbs, straightened his legs with force, and arched his back upward. Looking down, he saw, by she still sleeping soundly, a glistening trace of drool at the corner of her lips. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, pulled out his phone to take a close-up of Bai Zai's face, then gently wiped away the trace with his finger. Carefully lifting the blanket, he tiptoed to the bathroom. Relieving himself with a satisfying stream, he couldn't help but shiver slightly. Looking down, he narcissistically clicked his tongue. Tisk, truly impressive. This size almost reaches the average level of the readers before the screen. After an utterly shameless self-praise, he tucked himself back in. Returning to the bedside, Bai Zai's sleeping posture hadn't changed at all. Gazing at her pale pink lips now restored with color, his heart stirred with desire. Yet he hesitated, fearing his movement might wake her. After much internal struggle, he couldn't resist, and pressed a very gentle kiss on Bai Zai's lips. Finding Bai Shi still asleep, unresponsive, Chen Chen gave a sly grin like a weasel that had stolen a chicken. He could have kissed her openly while she was awake, even do whatever he pleased. Bai Shi would never refuse any of his actions. But no. He simply enjoyed the thrill of stealing a kiss, and, just for fun, teasing himself brought him joy. Satisfied, Chen Chen laid back down beside Bai Shi. Perhaps because his movement was a bit larger, Bai Shi unconsciously snuggled into his arms. A doting smile spread across Chen Chen's face. His right hand gently patted the area above her buttocks, the touch so light that even an ant would praise him as a massage master. A doting smile spread across Chen Chen's face. His right hand gently patted the area above her buttocks, the touch so light that even an ant would praise him as a massage master. First he replied to the little girl Chu Momo. Little Momo, I have some hospital matters tomorrow, so I can't take you. Next time I'll make it up to you. After sending the message, Chen Chen checked the time, unsure if Chu Momo would reply at this hour. Instead of waiting, he switched to AI Xiaoying's chat window. He noticed she had sent him 2 messages, each consisting of a picture paired with a sentence. 830. AI Xiaoying. Big brother, I got up and had breakfast. The picture showed a cup of soy milk and several small steamed buns. 1300. AI Xiaoying. Big brother, remember to eat, even when busy. Miss you. This time the picture was a bowl of seafood congee and a small dish of smashed cucumber. Good heavens, she was sending him a menu. Although both had kanji for lunch, AI Xiaoying's seafood kanji looked far more appetizing than his millet kanji. He hadn't eaten much at noon, and after all this time his stomach was empty. Seeing the picture AI Xiaoying sent, Chen Chen felt his stomach protesting against the neglect. Chen Chen, the seafood kanji looks good, but are you missing me or trying to tempt me? AI Xiaoying replied, AI Xiaoying, no, I just wanted to share with you, big brother. Have you not eaten yet, because you're busy? Chen Chen lied with a mm. He was indeed busy, but surely not in the way AI Xiaoying thought. Do you want some seafood kanji? It's really delicious. Chen Chen thought for a moment and declined. Even if he ordered takeout, he couldn't let AI Xiaoying pay for it. And if she ordered for both him and by she having one woman order food for another, he felt it would be inappropriate, too much of a scoundrel. Besides, most seafood is cold-natured, and by she couldn't eat it. Chen Chen, it's fine, no need to bother. He'll eat out later. AI Xiaoying, oh okay. Her words conveyed a hint of disappointment. AI Xiaoying, then go eat, big brother. Chen Chen, no rush. How's your recovery? AI, I'm much better now. Should be fine in a couple more days. Good, then rest well. He'll come see you in a few days. AI Xiaoying, I'm waiting for you. Love you. Chen Chen put down the phone and instinctively looked down at Bai Shi, but he met a pair of bright, sparkling black eyes. Bai Shi had woken up at some point and was staring at him without blinking. For a moment their eyes locked, and Chen Chen felt at a loss. Although Bai Shi had once said she didn't mind him having other women at this moment, he still felt a guilty chill in his hands, and it was like being caught red-handed in an affair. I want to eat. Bai Shi suddenly spoke. What? Chen Chen didn't react at first. He wondered if he was hallucinating. I said I want to eat seafood kanji too. Bai Shi stared at Chen Chen, her words clearer this time. This time Chen Chen heard clearly, and he felt even more incredulous. He didn't know when Bai Shi had woken up, but she must have seen his chat with AI Xiaoying. He couldn't believe Bai Shi wouldn't understand the meaning of their conversation. Yet she said nothing about AI Xiaoying, and was only craving seafood kanji. Don't you have anything to ask me? Chen Chen asked uncertainly. Ask what? The seafood kanji in the picture looks so delicious, I want to eat it too. Well, Chen Chen confirmed. Since she saw the picture, she must have read the entire conversation. With Bai Zai's intelligence, she couldn't have missed the meaning. So her craving for seafood kanji had two possible implications. One, she was using this to show her stance. She truly didn't mind him having other women. Another, she might genuinely. Chen Chen marveled at his luck in meeting a woman like Bai Shi. He couldn't help but ask the question that weighed on his mind. Don't you feel jealous? Bai Shi was silent for a few seconds, then nodded honestly. I do. Chen Chen felt that was normal. If Bai Shi had no reaction at all to his other women, that would be abnormal. Even though her affection for him had reached 86 points, a level where she would never oppose any decision he made, human instincts couldn't be completely suppressed. Then why? Master, can I ask you two questions first? Think carefully before answering, and you must not. Bai Shi interrupted Chen Chen, looking directly into his eyes. Chen Chen noticed Bai Zai's serious expression and couldn't help but become serious himself. In fact, Bai Shi wanted to ask two questions, and she already had the answers in her heart. However, women can be strange sometimes. Knowing the answer, they still want to hear someone say it out loud. Young master, yes. Chen Chen said decisively without any hesitation. Bai Shi smiled, her smile radiant. So sure. Don't you want to think it over? Chen Chen fixed his gaze on her eyes. No need, I am very sure. Perhaps I was initially attracted by your beauty, or maybe it was your personality, or perhaps it was because you were the first woman to make me take the initiative to approach. You hold a special place in my heart, and I am unequivocally certain that I love you. Bai Zai's eyes narrowed with joy, or for her the process was important, but the outcome was even more significant. Chen Chen was honest, even admitting that it might be because of his own looks that she liked him, but she was not the least bit unhappy. Even if it was because of a physical attraction, so what? There are plenty of people in this world who don't even have the qualification to be attracted. The fact that Chen Chen had feelings for her was also her skill and capability. Alright, the second question. She pointed at the position of Chen Chen's heart with her finger. Will there always be a place for me here and at home? Chen Chen immediately grabbed Bai Zai's small hand and placed it over his heart. There will always be a place for you here. As for at home, you will always be the mistress. One of them. Chen Chen's tone began firmly, but the more he spoke, the less confident he became. Bai Shi couldn't help but laugh at his response. However, she did not agree with Chen Chen's statement. She shook her head. Young master, have you forgotten? I said I don't want to be the mistress, I want to be your forever little housekeeper. Chen Chen did not understand Bai Zai's train of thought. Isn't the mistress supposed to have a housekeeper? Bai Zai's face turned slightly red, and she explained a bit shyly. There will definitely be many women in the future, but a housekeeper like me is unique. Chen Chen found it somewhat amusing. Bai Shi was retreating to advance. It seemed like she was not competing for anything, yet she positioned herself in an unassailable position. He felt no aversion to Bai Zai's little schemes, but instead he felt a bit guilty. A woman as outstanding as her with both beauty and strength could easily find a lifelong partner. Yet now, whether as a housekeeper or the mistress, she could not monopolize him. He reached out and embraced Bai Shi in his arms, earnestly stating, Trust me, I will make you the happiest woman. As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. By Zai's affection level 1. By she lay quietly in Chen Chen's embrace, completely trusting his words. However, what about my seafood porridge? She suddenly raised her head. Off. Chen Chen was both amused and exasperated. How could she not have forgotten about that? Your relatives are here now, so you can't eat. Seafood is cold. Young master, but I just want to eat. After confessing their feelings, By she seemed to have loosened some kind of restraint and started to act coquettishly towards Chen Chen. Wait a moment, don't be troublesome. Let me check if there's anything you can eat. Chen Chen manually helped By she close her mouth. By she seemed to have let herself go, checking on Chen Chen's phone. Can women eat seafood during their period? While doing so, she rubbed her head against Chen Chen's chest, making it impossible for Chen Chen to focus on his phone. He firmly pressed down on By Zai's head. You need to behave. But By she pouted, pretending to be wronged. Young master, you are being mean to me. You don't love me anymore. Chen Chen was at a loss. He found himself missing the previous proud version of By she. But now it didn't seem so. However, he still needed By she to calm down. A light bulb went off in his head. Sister, don't be naughty, and let me look at my phone first, and then I can continue to love you, okay? Sure enough, the term sister seemed to act as a switch for By she. She instantly became obedient and stopped moving. Chen Chen thought to himself, is there really a version for each person? There's the proud version, the spoiled version, and now this obedient version. He had already grasped how to switch to the obedient version. The other two versions would require more research. Without By Zai's interference, he could focus on searching for the information he wanted. Surprisingly, while most seafood is considered cold, there are exceptions. In fact, some seafood is suitable for women during their period as it can enhance immunity and alleviate discomfort. For example, salmon can help reduce inflammation and ease menstrual pains, while also boosting energy. Oysters can help prevent iron deficiency anemia caused by blood loss during menstruation and balance hormones. Shrimp is good for replenishing nutrition when feeling weak during menstruation and has blood-building properties. Cod can boost immunity and is suitable for consumption during menstruation. Wait. Readers, remember to take notes. The author has only written the effects. Chen Chen was shocked when he began to search. He initially thought all seafood was cold, and that By she couldn't touch any. However, upon researching, he found that some seafood not only does not worsen discomfort, but can actually alleviate menstrual symptoms. Then he remembered that he couldn't cook seafood, and would have to go out to buy it, which was too much trouble. He directly searched online for chef services near Med. This platform specializes in customized services from chefs with backgrounds in 5-star hotels, which is quite impressive. However, it required a reservation of 2 to 7 days in advance, which was a bit of a hassle. Nevertheless, Chen Chen felt that there was nothing that money couldn't solve. If there was, then he simply hadn't offered enough. He did not make a reservation through the platform. Instead, he directly called the number provided. Sure enough, being a moneyed individual worked well. Chen Chen stated his requirements and chose to have the ingredients purchased on his behalf. He settled on 3 dishes and 1 porridge, which originally amounted to 8,500 renminbi for reservations. Chen Chen directly paid 500 RMB, and as a result, the chef had already begun purchasing ingredients. The 3 dishes and 1 porridge were: main dish teriyaki salmon belly, anti-inflammatory, rich in omega-3. Side dish garlic silver cod, high protein, warms the stomach. Small dish ginger scallion stir-fried shrimp, relieves menstrual pain. Porridge warm shrimp and clam porridge dispels cold, replenishes iron, soothes abdominal pain. Chen Chen required only top-quality ingredients, which would take an average person some time to gather. However, professional matters should be left to professionals. They have the proper channels, and by spending a little more money, he could reduce a lot of trouble. Now he just needed to wait, saving time and effort. Chen Chen put down his phone and looked down at By she, who was still obediently resting on his chest. This gentle demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual self, and he couldn't help but feel curious. He reached out and lifted By Zai's delicate chin with his finger. Sister. Chen Chen instantly felt the woman in his arms take a heavier breath. Why do you react like this when I call sister? Why do you react like this every time I call you sister? Could it be that you actually like little puppies? Do you enjoy this kind of sibling romance? By Zai's body stiffened, her cheeks instantly flushed to the roots of her ears. I don't. What nonsense are you? Her voice trembled, filled with panic, and her gaze darted around, not daring to look at him. Chen Chen chuckled softly, deliberately lowering his voice. Sister, why is your face so red? By she felt her entire body burning with blood rushing to her face. She suddenly pushed his hand away and tried to turn around to escape, but she was pulled back into his embrace by Chen Chen. Why are you running away? Could it be that I guessed right, sister? By she didn't know if she was embarrassed or angry, glaring at Chen Chen and raising her voice to call him by name. Chen Chen. Chen Chen, unfazed, replied innocently, I'm here. What's wrong, sister? Don't you like me calling you that? By she felt trapped by Chen Chen's relentless teasing, so she chose to retaliate. She squeezed his face stubbornly. Try calling me that again. Chen Chen wasn't afraid. He had developed a thick skin since childhood. Suddenly, he flipped her over and pinned her beneath him, whispering in her ear, then, what does sister want? But he immediately regretted it. Bai Shi let out a muffled groan, her brows furrowing and the flush on her face. Chen Chen scolded himself inwardly. Damn, I got a bit carried away and forgot she's not feeling well. He hastily rolled off, Bai Shi's previous playful demeanor completely gone. He anxiously looked at Bai Shi and gently pressed on her lower abdomen in a clockwise motion, fearing that the pain that had finally eased would return. I'm sorry. Does it hurt a lot? Chen Chen's voice was filled with guilt. Bai Shi shook her head slightly. The tightly furrowed brows began to relax. Although her complexion was still a bit pale, at least she wasn't sweating coldly like before. Chen Chen let out a long breath, his anxious heart finally easing a bit. He dared not act recklessly again. He could endure hardship himself, but he couldn't bear to see Bai Shi suffer. He resolutely decided, I must take Bai Shi to the hospital for an examination, or it can't be delayed. The sooner the better. Since we plan to go to the hospital tomorrow, I might as well take her with me then. Chen Chen continued to gently massage Bai Shi with one hand, while taking out his phone with the other. He found the number of the gynecologist recommended by Chen.By from their earlier call and dialed. Once the call connected, Chen Chen spoke first. Hello doctor, this is Chen Chen, who spoke with you earlier today. Oh, you are the very cute Chairman Chen. A cheerful voice of a young girl came from the phone, as if she recognized him. But very cute Chairman Chen. He didn't have the time to dwell on this title. Now was not the moment for such concerns. Excuse me, is the doctor from earlier still there? Yes, she's here. My grandma is watering the herbs in the garden. Please hold on a moment. The girl's voice was quite lively. Grandma? In the garden? Watering herbs? Chen Chen initially thought this was a doctor at the hospital, and that this girl was It seemed that the best gynecologist recommended by Chen.By was a bit unconventional. Soon a gentle and kind voice came from the phone. Chairman Chen, is there a new situation with your girlfriend? Don't worry, just take your time to explain. As the voice fell, Chen Chen heard the girl stifling her laughter. He instantly recalled how awkward he sounded during the earlier call, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He forced a chuckle, feeling a bit shy. No, Dr. Grandma, she's much better now, but I have something I need your help with. Having a request, Chen Chen unconsciously used polite language. Laughter came from the phone, bright and cheerful. Since you're calling me Grandma, there's no need to be polite. Just tell me what you need. Well, I want to take her to the hospital tomorrow for a detailed checkup. Would it be too much trouble for you? Dr. Dong Ci replied immediately. No problem, just tell me the time, and he'll be there. Great. How about 9 a.m.? Chen Chen asked eagerly. Dr. Dong Ci nodded sure. Just after hanging up, Tang rolled her eyes and playfully said to Dong Ci, Grandma, can I go with you tomorrow? Dong Ci handed the phone to her granddaughter and gave her a meaningful look. What? Are you interested in this, Chen Chen? Tang was face flushed, and she hurriedly waved her hands. Oh, where are you thinking? I'm just a bit curious. Besides, don't they already have a girlfriend? Dong Ci continued to tend to her herbs, not looking up. Then you can drive me to the hospital tomorrow. Okay. Tang happily nodded, bouncing into the house with the phone. Dong Ci straightened up, watching her granddaughter's lively figure with a knowing smile. What a clever little girl, even trying to play this game with her grandma. She brushed the dirt off her hands and turned to the vibrant herbs, speaking meaningfully. What if he has a girlfriend? Your grandma is still a second wife. The rules of this world have always been set for those who are incapable. However, although she had a good impression of Chen Chen from the phone, without seeing him in person, everything remained uncertain. Moreover, even if she didn't oppose her granddaughter having a shared partner, it depended on whether that person was worthy of her precious granddaughter. Everything still had to wait until tomorrow when she saw him in person. Bai Shi widened her eyes and gazed at Chen Chen. Tomorrow? Are we really going to the hospital? Yes, I just made an appointment with the doctor for 9 a.m. tomorrow to take you for a full checkup. Chen Chen answered earnestly. Bai's eyes gaze suddenly became restless. Actually, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. What do you mean by you feel it? We need to let the doctor feel it. After the doctor checks and says you're fine, then you'll truly be fine, and I can rest assured. Chen Chen's expression was serious, as if this matter was non-negotiable. Bai Shi was quite dissatisfied, muttering softly, so domineering. Chen Chen suddenly leaned his face closer to hers, startling her into retracting her neck. Sister, you wouldn't be afraid of going to the hospital, would you? The teasing tone in Chen Chen's voice was very obvious. Bai Shi reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, ready to explode. But she quickly pretended to be calm, forcing a stiff smile on her face. Bai Shi forced herself to remain composed. Are you kidding me? I'm a grown woman, not a child anymore. How could I possibly be afraid of going to the hospital? But she failed to notice that her fingertips were trembling slightly. Seeing Chen Chen nod thoughtfully with an expression of agreement, she thought he believed her words and felt a wave of relief. Yet the next moment, she heard him drawl slowly. Well, it seems clear. Are you afraid of injections? Or afraid of taking medicine? In a panic, Bai Shi reached out and covered Chen Chen's annoying mouth, unwilling to let him continue. But to her utter astonishment, this action seemed to be exactly what he wanted. You? Her eyes flew wide open as she stared at this wicked man in disbelief. A soft, slippery sensation suddenly touched her palm, and she shuddered all over. Chen Chen had actually taken the opportunity to stick out his tongue and lick her palm. Bai Shi felt a numbing tingle spread rapidly from her palm throughout her entire body. Ah, she cried out in surprise as if shocked by electricity, and quickly withdrew her hand. But as soon as she pulled her hand away, Chen Chen's detestable mouth regained its freedom. For her the words that followed were like a nightmare. Big sister. Could it be? You're afraid of both injections and taking medicine. She felt as if countless thunderbolts were crashing down upon her instantly, leaving her utterly charred and tender. Afraid of both, right? Afraid, right? Right? Chen Chen's words echoed in her mind like a haunting melody. Bai's cheeks flushed crimson, and even her neck and ears turned bright red. She glared fiercely at Chen Chen, no longer willing to offer any excuses. Grinding her teeth, she fixed her gaze on Chen Chen's neck, truly wanting to lunge forward and bite him. She felt that today was terribly unlucky. Her most embarrassing secret had been discovered by Chen Chen. Just as he had said, she was afraid of taking medicine. To be precise, it wasn't fear of taking medicine, but an inability to swallow it. Even a tiny pill seemed like an insurmountable challenge to her. Even drinking plenty of water to wash it down didn't help. The water would go down, but the pill would linger on her tongue, performing a reluctant farewell drama. From childhood to adulthood, whenever she absolutely had to take medicine, she could only grind it into powder, mix it with a little water to form a paste, like feeding a child, and then drink it down. Every time she took medicine, it felt like torture, utterly bitter and unbearable. Then there were injections. She didn't know why, but she wasn't afraid of pain or blood. She wasn't even frightened by snakes, insects, rats, or mollusks, things most girls feared. Yet that tiny needle seemed to be her nemesis. Whenever she saw the glinting needle, everything went dark before her eyes. When the cold needle touched her skin, goosebumps would instantly rise all over her body. She couldn't help but tremble and shiver. Even the nurse, who smiled gently while giving her the injection, seemed to transform into a grotesque demon, wielding the needle with malicious intent. That inexplicable fear made her feel childish and embarrassed even to herself. As she had just said, she was already an adult, yet she was still like a child, afraid of injections and medicine. How? If she could have kept it hidden forever with no one knowing, it wouldn't have mattered. But now it was exposed. And the worst part was that Chen Chen was the one who discovered it. She felt she had no face left to show anyone, even wishing the world would end immediately. Then no one would ever know about these shameful things. Another thought worried her, though she felt it was unlikely. But what if? Would Chen Chen despise her for being so childish? Imagining that Chen Chen might look at her with that kind of eyes of bitter ache surged in her heart. It felt as if a needle had suddenly stabbed her, causing unbearable pain. Mist quickly gathered in her eyes, then rapidly condensed into tears, blurring her vision. Chen Chen had been leisurely watching Shi. He thought her bristling expression was adorable, and her gritted teeth look made his heart itch. But gradually he sensed how in an instant had Bai's expression shifted from shy annoyance to grievance, and she looked on the verge of tears. What's wrong? His heart tightened. Without thinking further, he quickly pulled out 2 tissues from the side and wiped away the tears about to overflow, revealing her wet eyes. And the owner of those eyes stared at him unblinkingly, carrying emotions of accusation, grievance, and worry. He was even more perplexed. How could Bai's face change faster than flipping a book? Indeed, as others said, a girl's mind is like quantum physics. You think you understand, but you haven't even touched the surface. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to ask directly. He kissed Bai's slightly reddened eyes. Seeing his movement, Shi instinctively closed her eyelids, her long lashes like a little fan. This time Chen Chen didn't dare to tease her anymore. His tone was incredibly gentle and full of affection. What's wrong? Did I go too far with my jokes? Why are you about to cry? Hearing this, Bai's heart settled. Her feeling was right. How could the young master despise her for this? Now she felt only shy annoyance and grievance, with no trace of worry left. She buried her face in Chen Chen's chest and complained in a muffled voice. Young master, why do you always like to bully me? Chen Chen was at a loss for words. For fun. Because he thought her grievance and bristling were adorable. He could think it and do it, but he couldn't say it. How could that be? I love you too much to ever bully you. You must be overthinking things. Chen Chen's tone was utterly sincere. If someone who didn't know the truth were present, they would surely be moved by the sincerity in his voice and believe him without hesitation. Unfortunately, Shi was the one involved and the victim herself. However, she didn't raise her head to refute him. Instead, she said something unrelated. Young master, I'm afraid of injections and afraid of taking medicine. Won't you think I'm childish? Chen Chen suddenly understood. So that's why Shi had been acting so strangely earlier. But wasn't it normal for a girl to be afraid of injections and medicine? Childish. Isn't that even cuter? Chen Chen scratched his head and couldn't help but laugh. Besides, I think it's perfectly normal. If this counts as childish, then what about me being afraid of caterpillars, toads, and big dogs? Shi immediately lifted her head, her eyes sparkling. The young master was afraid of things she wasn't afraid of. But before she could feel proud, Chen Chen leaned in mysteriously and whispered to her. Actually, I'm really cowardly. Do you know why? She asked subconsciously. Why? Chen Chen, who had been serious for only a moment, turned mischievous again. Because when I see a pretty girl, I don't dare to go straight up and kiss her on the lips. Because I can't even muster the courage to kiss a beautiful girl on sight. Shi blinked in surprise, then instantly realized. Chen Chen was teasing her again. Blushing, she lightly tapped his chest. No normal person would ever rush up and kiss a beautiful girl on sight. Yet suddenly something occurred to her. She locked eyes with Chen Chen and declared earnestly, "No. No. Master, your courage is anything but small. You did dare to kiss me." Chen Chen looked utterly bewildered. How could that be? He'd only been joking. Who in their right mind would actually do such a thing? Was he trying to grease a handcuff for the police, lest it rust from disuse? Seeing his dazed expression, By she blushed deeper and explained, "Master, don't you remember? The very first time we met, you kissed me outright." Chen Chen's eyes widened in sudden recollection. But that had been an accident. And technically it wasn't even their first meeting. Their true first encounter had been at the doorway. The kiss happened later inside the private lounge. By that count, it was merely their second meeting. Besides, wasn't it you, a stunning beauty, who practically launched yourself into my arms? As a perfectly ordinary man, how could I possibly resist? He deftly shifted blame. By she flushed with indignation. That wasn't launching myself. I simply lost my balance and stumbled. And you could have just helped me stand up. At the very least, you took advantage of my vulnerability. Chen Chen wore an expression that plainly asked, do I look like a fool to you? What does it matter? Once you were in my arms, and my hands were already where they needed to be, wouldn't it have been downright rude not to seal the moment with a kiss? By she suddenly felt a familiar, unmistakable sensation bloom across her chest. She glanced down. His hand had already wandered restless and uninvited. Her face burned crimson. Master, you're a lecher. Utterly shameless. Though flustered, she made no move to stop him. Between them, nearly everything had already unfolded. The final threshold remained only because By she's body was presently unfit for it. Thus, she felt no impropriety in Chen Chen's touch. Her blush was born purely of a young woman's innate modesty. Master, I feel so unlucky today, she murmured, cheeks aflame, letting his hand roam freely as she nestled against his chest. Even through his shirt, Chen Chen sensed the astonishing softness beneath her skin. Knowing her discomfort lingered, he restrained himself from probing deeper. Hearing her lament, he asked, puzzled, why do you say that? By she raised one hand and extended her slender index finger. Look, first you saw me at my most wretched, writhing in menstrual agony. Then she lifted her middle finger. And then, you did that. Chen Chen knew exactly what she meant. Suppressing laughter, he dared not push her further into flustered outrage. Pretending ignorance, he cooed, sister witch, that exactly. By she recognized the pet name, and knew instantly he was feigning innocence. She shot him a sharp, exasperated glance, and snapped, just shut up. Chen Chen finally broke, bursting into unrestrained laughter. By she took a deep, steadying breath, then abandoned finger-counting altogether. Instead, she clapped her hand over his mouth once more. But this time she'd learned her lesson. Before he could react, she issued a warning. Dare to flick your tongue, and you'll lose all privileges. Her gaze flickered pointedly toward his roving hand, leaving no doubt as to her meaning. Chen Chen instantly transformed into an obedient child, nodding meekly. By she resumed her earlier pose, and bypassed the second entirely, moving straight to the third. Also, you've discovered my childish weakness. Her palm remained firmly pressed over his lips, clearly Master, though you say you hold no disdain, and though I truly believe you mean it, I still feel unbearably ashamed. Though Chen Chen couldn't see her face, he felt the searing heat radiating from her cheek, even through layers of fabric. He tilted his head side to side, silently signaling he wished to speak. She didn't remove her hand. Instead, turned her face toward him and whispered, don't say anything foolish. She developed near phantom dread of his mouth. Reluctantly, she withdrew her hand, but didn't pull it back. Instead, she left it resting lightly beneath his jaw, poised to intercept any mischief. Chen Chen stifled a wry smile, fully aware she stood guard ready to silence him at the first provocation. Yet this time his intent was sincere. He truly had something meaningful to say, with no trace of teasing. His playful mask dissolved. Gently, tenderly he spoke. You call today unlucky, but I feel precisely the opposite. To me, today has been nothing short of miraculous. Why? She frowned, perplexed. She couldn't imagine his fortune arising from her misfortune. She held her silence, waiting quietly for him to continue. When you suffered such agonizing cramps, you called it ugly, but to me it revealed your extraordinary strength. Do you know what I felt when I saw you, pale as moonlight, forcing a smile for me? In that instant, I thought you had terminal illness. My heart shattered. Panic clawed at my throat. Fear gripped me whole. Later, though you were clearly in torment, you still pretended composure, just to soothe me. If your pain was ugly, then surely my own panic, my trembling hands, my faltering breath, was grotesque beyond measure. And you call fear of needles and medicine childish, a weakness. But to me that is your most authentic self, the self that lets its guard down, unguarded and real. Think about it. Chen Chen's tone shifted, a mischievous glint dancing in his eyes. When you got your injection, I held you. When you took your medicine, I fed it to you mouth to mouth. Why? She deeply moved, froze, then recoiled. Of course, his mouth never produced pearls, only mischief. Master. Blushing fiercely, she lifted her head to glare, only for Chen Chen to seize the moment and press a swift, warm kiss to her lips. See, Now it won't taste bitter at all. He winked triumphant, then dragging out his next words with deliberate tease, but, to his mild surprise, she refused to bite, simply continued glaring wordless and resolute. Unfazed, Chen Chen carried on unperturbed. But if I'm to care for sister properly, I'll have to be a devoted protective boyfriend, not a pampered little puppy. Oh whoa, she had long sharpened her petite silver teeth. Hearing his jest, she lunged, biting squarely into his pectoral muscle. The truth proved undeniable, even the sturdiest muscle surrenders to a woman's incisive fangs. Ow, ouch. I'm sorry. Though she hadn't bitten hard, Chen Chen's pain was genuine, not feigned. Her aim had been unervingly precise, landing squarely on one of the two sensitive centers upon his chest. Don't assume only women possess such acute sensitivity. Men are scarcely different, merely varying in skill. She did not believe his wailing. She was convinced that Chen Chen was just pretending to be pitiful to win her sympathy. So she refused to let go, even grinding her teeth with a bit of force. Chen Chen cried out in pain, but dared not break free. Lying down, he couldn't retreat or dodge. The bittersweet mix of pain and itch left him utterly captivated. Suddenly a phone rang downstairs. His own phone was on him, so it could only be By's eyes. He was instantly thrilled, feeling the ringtone was like a heavenly melody. It was a divine sound sent to rescue him. Chen Chen quickly called out to Bai Shi, "Sister, stop biting. Your phone is ringing. Let go, we'll get it for you." Bai Shi heard the ringing too and reluctantly released Chen Chen, even licking her lips with a hint of lingering. Chen Chen was worried someone might need Bai Shi, but more than that, he saw her lingering look and feared she might bite him again. So he merely rubbed the bitten spot, sprang up from the bed like a carp, and dashed downstairs in a few quick steps. The phone lay on the living room sofa, probably left behind when he carried Bai Shi upstairs. As he picked it up, he accidentally glimpsed the caller ID gate guard duty room. Well, it seemed to be work-related. When he returned to Bai Shi, the phone was still ringing, showing the guard was patient. Chen Chen quickly handed her the phone. While Bai Shi answered, he lifted the hem of his shirt to inspect her handiwork. Looking down, he saw two neat rows of tiny teeth marks on his chest. They weren't deep, but in the middle of the lower row, a prominent little bump stood out among the indentations. It was a bit red. A stifled laugh suddenly sounded in Chen Chen's ear. He looked up to find Bai Shi had hung up and was staring at his chest. She had clearly noticed her own masterpiece and couldn't help laughing. Bai Shi realized she had indeed misjudged Chen Chen. He hadn't been faking to gain her pity. But what a coincidence. Seeing Chen Chen attracted by her suppressed laughter, she quickly covered her mouth with her. However, she immediately raised her chin defiantly. "Umph, now you know my power. See if you dare bully me again." Even as she said that, seeing Chen Chen grimacing, Bai Zai's heart ached. She had only pressed her teeth against him, not daring to bite hard. Otherwise the marks wouldn't be so shallow. She would never let Chen Chen get hurt. She had bitten him earlier because he was being too naughty, always teasing her until she was both shy and annoyed. Chen Chen's current state was merely a coincidence, an act of heaven. Even the heavens couldn't stand it, and wanted to help teach this bad young master a lesson. But seeing him now, she felt a pang of pain. She reached out and gently stroked the teeth marks. "Does it really hurt that much?" When her finger touched the sensitive spot, Chen Chen shuddered. The rascal's eyes lit up with a new idea. In an extremely aggrieved voice, he said to Bai Shi, "Sister, it really hurts." Hearing him address her as sister again, with such a pitiful tone, Bai Shi was at a loss. "Then, what should I do? Let me get some medicine." She tried to sit up. "Don't move." Chen Chen quickly pressed her back down. Play is play, but he couldn't risk Bai Zai's health. Now Bai Zai's anxious look mirrored exactly how Chen Chen had been for her. It turned out that when you care for someone, even your expressions and actions become strikingly similar. Chen Chen couldn't bear to see her worried. He whispered his intention into her ear. "Sister, my mother once said that saliva has pain-relieving and disinfecting properties." He pulled back, staring at her rosy lips. Bai Zai's mind buzzed. She understood what he meant. He wanted her to use. Bai Shi didn't doubt for a second. Oh, she had heard the same from her mother. "You?" Her voice trembled, but Chen Chen cut her off. "Me?" Chen Chen feigned grievance. "I can't reach it myself. I don't have the natural advantage you girls have." Bai Shi, caught off guard, instinctively looked down. Her first thought was an acknowledgement. I could actually reach it. But she quickly realized Chen Chen had led her astray. She shook her head vigorously to dispel the odd thought. Then, pointing at herself, she tried to speak again. But Chen Chen wouldn't let her talk. The word "I" was barely out of her mouth. Chen Chen interrupted again. "Sister, it hurts. If you don't want to care for me, I can just bear the pain." He had become a master of green tea tactics without any teaching. Instantaneously the room was filled with a tea fragrance. Bai Shi wasn't foolish. She clearly saw through Chen Chen's little scheme. Chen Chen wanted her to do for him, just like the time he ate the white rabbit candy. Though it hurt a bit, now most of his reaction was clearly feigned. But what could she do? She found herself completely under his control. He had her cornered, and most importantly, she felt no resistance in her heart. Her earlier reaction was just shock and shyness at hearing such a thing for the first time. After all, she was still an innocent girl, and the little experience she had was taught by this bad young master Chen Chen. Now, with Chen Chen's cajoling and his retributive green tea tactics, she too succumbed, ready to learn new. She closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look at Chen Chen, and murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Young master. You. Lie down. By she softly urged Chen Chen to come over. Chen Chen's ears were extraordinarily sharp, not to mention, he had been closely watching By's eyes, every move. Therefore, despite her quiet voice, he still heard her clearly. Excitement instantly spread across his face as he secretly thought to himself it worked. He quickly tore off his shirt and slipped to her side in one swift motion. There was no need for words, and it wasn't the right time to speak either. He needed to let By she take the lead, otherwise he might scare her, and that would ruin everything. By she closed her eyes, feeling the familiar warmth and scent beside her. Thinking about what she was about to do made her heart race like a drum and her face flushed with heat. Yet strangely, alongside her shyness there was a hint of anticipation. Slowly opening her eyes, she moved toward her target position. As for whether Chen Chen was watching her, she no longer cared. She recalled the way Chen Chen had eaten the big white rabbit candy and began to imitate it with great seriousness. Hiss! Chen Chen inhaled sharply, unaware that he had unknowingly contributed to global warming. Knowing that the details would not be appreciated by the readers, she decided to hide them. Just then the sudden sound of the doorbell startled the pair. Then they heard Chen Chen's frustrated voice. Why do people come right at this moment, not earlier or later? This voice was akin to a wolf dog robbed of its bone. Bai's eyes face turned red as she tried to leave Chen Chen's embrace only to be pulled back by him. She helplessly looked at Chen Chen and said, Young master, it should be the chef arriving. The doorman just called to confirm their identity. You should get up. Sister, not enough. Chen Chen still wouldn't let go of Bai, she greedily expressing his dissatisfaction. Bai she was left speechless. Although interrupted, she had put in a lot of effort. Not only had she taken care of the little rabbit that she had left a mark on, but she had also taken precautions with the one that remained intact. Everything had been thoroughly sanitized inside and out. Yet Chen Chen still wore a look of dissatisfaction, like a complaining wife. Someone's here. Bai she gently traced circles on Chen Chen's chest with her finger. She didn't want to end things so hastily. Some experiences once tasted were addictive. Moreover, even if no one came, her current physical condition made it impossible to. Couldn't she just hold on a little longer? Looking at the temperamental young master, Bai she raised her hand to gently stroke Chen Chen's cheek, softly comforting him. Young master, be good, why not lift it up? Until later. Chen Chen grasped Bai's hand and excitedly asked what happens later. Bai she felt helpless. Oh, was she really that attractive to him? She leaned against Chen Chen's chest, her voice muffled. Although shy, she still gathered her courage. Young master, my whole self is yours, didn't you say? That once I'm better, you want to see if the cow or the field is better. Can it really just be like this? Chen Chen also realized how foolish he was. His current behavior seemed like trying to gain a sesame seed while losing a watermelon. Time was still on their side, and they were only just getting started. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future, even for further intimacy. Right now, Bai she was not feeling well. Why did he have to press her at this moment? Once her body was better, she would surely not refuse anything he wanted to do. Thinking of this made her blush, and she hurriedly coughed twice to cover her embarrassment. No, I'll go open the door. You rest first. He stopped holding Bai she back, letting her go, and stood up. He grabbed his shirt and walked out, putting it on as he went. Just before leaving, he couldn't help but glance back, feeling a sense of reluctance. Bai she watched Chen Chen's back and reached out to touch her lips. Suddenly she squinted and smiled, her smile hiding a sweetness known only to her. Chen Chen hurried downstairs and opened the door, finding a middle-aged man in a security uniform standing outside. After confirming the chef's identity, the security guard left directly. 3 more people stood outside. The leader took a step forward and slightly bowed. Chen Chen focused his gaze and found them quite professional. The chef wore a double-breasted white jacket and black anti-stain chef's pants with a linen apron embroidered with the hidden gourmet logo. Hello, sir. After his introduction, he explained that he was the chef responsible for the core dishes, accompanied by an assistant in charge of preparation and delivery, while the third person was a waiter managing beverages and meal service. Chen Chen noticed they carried specialized toolboxes and ingredient containers. Although it was just a simple meal of 3 dishes and a porridge, the setup certainly matched the high price. From the knives to the seasoning bottles, everything exuded a sense of professionalism. Chen Chen welcomed Chef Lu. Alright, the chef's name was Lu Ning. After inviting Chef Lu and the other 2 inside, he pointed them to the kitchen. After confirming how long it would take, he didn't engage in much further conversation, allowing them to do their jobs. As always, let the professionals handle professional matters. He returned to the 2nd floor, but this time not for some indescribable matters. He wasn't that lecherous. Well, perhaps his purpose for coming up was to see if Bai she could come downstairs to eat. If not, they would just eat in the bedroom. Gently pushing open the door to enter the room, he found that Bai she hadn't noticed his arrival. The rose that had been forgotten for a while returned to her hand. It seemed her body had indeed recovered quite a bit, as she could at least reach for things from a distance. Now Bai she lay on the bed, holding the rose in one hand while the back of her other hand rested over her eyes. She was smiling, although her teeth weren't showing. The curve of her lips was quite pronounced, and there were occasional unusual laughs escaping her throat. Seeing her like this by the bedside, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile as well. He didn't know what she was thinking, but he speculated it was likely something inappropriate for children. He intended to reach out to pull her out of her fantasy. However, unexpectedly, young master don't her voice was sweet enough to make Chen Chen feel as if he had been electrocuted, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He was extremely curious. What was his little housekeeper fantasizing about? What did she not want? Perhaps it was the sense of security that the private second floor provided her, or perhaps the strong stimulation from their earlier interaction had immersed her in such fantasies. Chen Chen tiptoed back to the door and gently closed it, the one he had left ajar earlier. Don't misunderstand. He hadn't forgotten the lessons of the past, and dared not make a reckless move toward By. Instead, he lunged onto the bed beside her. Seeing her about to cry out, he swiftly bent down and sealed her lips with his own. Her startled gasp vanished into his kiss, leaving only muffled, breathless sounds trapped in her throat. At first she stiffened in surprise, but almost instantly her arms rose unbidden, winding tightly around his neck as she returned his kiss with equal shyness and fervor. Chen Chen had intended the kiss to be brief, yet the moment he felt her response trembling against him, his composure nearly shattered. Fortunately, desire had not yet clouded his judgment entirely. He still remembered why he'd come. More importantly, he knew full well this was as far as he could go. To proceed further would bring only torment, not to her, but to himself. After that fleeting tender embrace, they lay side by side on the bed, breathing hard, hearts racing, and Chen Chen let out a wry, helpless smile. Gently stroking By's hair, he asked softly, "Sister, how long does the pain usually last when your monthly cycle arrives?" Her fingertips traced lightly over his Adam's apple, her voice distant, distracted. "It varies. Sometimes I fall asleep despite the ache, and wake up feeling much better. Other times it lingers for a day or two." Those words struck Chen Chen like a blade. He couldn't bear to imagine how By had endured this, month after month, ever since her first menstruation, alone, silently, without complaint. Recalling how she'd curled up on the sofa earlier, writhing in quiet agony, it had been little different from torture. Had he not returned unexpectedly, she would never have spoken of it herself. She had never once voiced resentment. Resilient, truly profoundly resilient. "Don't worry, I'll heal you. I promise," Chen Chen whispered, pulling her closer. A sudden spark lit his mind. "Even if all else fails, I'll redouble my efforts, ensuring you get 10 months leave each year." Huh? By she blinked, momentarily baffled, until realization dawned. 10 months. That meant you're treating me like a sow now. 10 months every year. Planning back-to-back pregnancies next. She swatted his chest, cheeks burning with embarrassment. "Rest assured, I can afford it," Chen Chen declared, utterly earnest. By she froze. Was affordability really the issue here? Why did his thoughts always veer wildly off course at precisely the most critical moments? She fell silent. Moments later, Chen Chen spoke again, voice low and gentle. "Sister, the chef said dinner will be ready in about 50 minutes. How are you feeling? Can you walk down?" By she shifted slightly, testing her body's response. "I think so, it should be fine. If not, I'll have them bring the dishes up." "No need. I still feel some discomfort, but it's manageable." With one hand resting lightly on Chen Chen's chest, she slowly sat up. "Then it's settled. I'll carry you down," Chen Chen decided without hesitation. Time slipped away, soft and intimate, wrapped in their quiet closeness. She hummed a soft affirmative, truly ravenous. Having eaten only a single bowl of young master's millet porridge at lunch, Chen Chen brushed a stray strand of hair behind By's ear before murmuring, "Let's go eat. You must be starved." She hummed a soft affirmative, truly ravenous. Having eaten only a single bowl of young master's millet porridge at lunch, her stomach had long since begun its insistent rumbling protest. Outside, night had fully descended. City lights blazed across the skyline, heralding the vibrant pulse of Shanghai's nocturnal life. She wore comfortable home attire, no need to change. As Chen Chen rose, she instinctively extended her hands, expecting to be lifted. She cherished this, being treated like a cherished, delicate girl, doted upon and protected. Chen Chen carried her downstairs, then paused, anticipating that dining chairs might prove uncomfortable, and instead settled her gently onto the living room sofa. A highly trained attendant immediately presented an azure porcelain basin steaming gently, with lemon slices floating atop the water, and a linen towel folded meticulously into the shape of a swan. Chen Chen placed By on the sofa, then subtly stepped between her and the attendant as he approached, blocking the view with quiet authority. "I'll handle this," he said, taking the basin himself. His movements flowed with practiced grace, yet radiated unmistakable possession. Unfolding the swan-shaped towel, he carefully dried her hands, then washed his own, before signaling the attendant to withdraw. Neither planned to drink alcohol, so they began their meal without delay. The head chef orchestrated each course with precise 8-minute intervals, ensuring every dish reached the table at its ideal temperature. Scarcely had dinner begun when Chen Chen dismissed the attendant with a wave. His presence felt intrusive and no assistance was needed. Better to banish the third wheel altogether. Even the chef's assistant, eager to introduce ingredients and preparations, was courteously declined. Beneath the warm glow of the lights, only the two of them remained. sharing a quiet, deeply tender supper. By she suddenly tapped her porcelain bowl of seafood congee with her spoon, producing a crisp ringing chime. Young master, that mysterious elder sister or younger sister of yours surely hasn't tasted anything half as fragrant as this bowl. She drew out the final syllable, eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Chen nearly choked on his food. Seeing his distress, By she hurriedly handed him a glass of water. But her grin remained bright and mischievous like a fox who'd just pulled off the perfect prank. Chen Chen accepted it with a resigned glance, and By she, unfazed by his look of exasperation, pressed on. Look, she ordered takeout while mine was specially prepared for me by the young master himself. The contents of her photo don't even compare to what's in my bowl. And most crucially, I have the young master right here beside me. With that, she took an exaggerated sip, letting out a loud, slurping schlup. Before Chen Chen could reply, she cut him off. First, let me declare, young master, this isn't jealousy, and it certainly isn't gloating. She paused, then added thoughtfully, well, perhaps just a little. Stirring her congee gently with her spoon, her tone softened, turned earnest. Young master, I don't know how you regard those other sisters outside, but since we've all chosen you, please don't neglect any of us. Don't let anyone feel overlooked or abandoned. Your care moves me deeply, I love it, yet I never wish for it to sour their happiness. We'll inevitably meet someday, if... Her brows furrowed faintly. In the end, young master, you'll be the one caught in the middle, won't you? In the underground parking lot, Chen Chen sat alone in the driver's seat, his fingers unconsciously scrolling through his phone, the light reflecting on his face, giving him a sense of desolation. Yes, he had been kicked out. He was driven out of his home by his little housekeeper. The reason was quite valid. His energy was too exuberant, and she, being unwell, feared that he would suffer in silence, so she simply let him go out to forage. Therefore, after they had dinner, Chen Chen carried her back to the bedroom and was directly thrown out. The world is going downhill, truly a reversal of fortune. In his own territory, being kicked out by the little maid was simply. Yet Chen Chen could somewhat understand Bai's eye. He muttered internally, silly woman. As he scrolled through his WeChat friend list, he needed to think about where to stay tonight. Should he look for AI Xiaoying? Bai's intention should also be to let him find her. After all, the only person she knew was AI Xiaoying. He felt too embarrassed to mention that AI Xiaoying was unwell, but he was clear about it in his heart. Given AI Xiaoying's current state, it would be pointless to go. It was her first time, and after 2 hours of his intense antics, 2 days of recovery time were simply inadequate. Her current state compared to Bai, she was probably no better. If he went to AI Xiaoying's place, he would likely only catch a whiff of meat smell without actually getting to eat any. If he really wanted to eat meat, going to find Su Chuxia would definitely be fine. But for some reason, Chen Chen couldn't muster much interest at the moment. Was it because his grandmother was in the hospital? Or was it the impact of Bai's words on him today? Or was it simply a moment of sage reflection? He didn't know, only feeling a bit irritable. Just as he was hesitating and troubled, his phone suddenly rang. He looked at his phone and found it was a call from Chu Momo. He was slightly taken aback. He had just replied to the little Lola's message. Chu Momo, is little brother going to the hospital because of discomfort? Then you should rest. Well, Chen Chen, no, it's just that I have some matters at the hospital. Chu Momo, oh, I see, then little brother can take me out to play when you have time, okay? The conversation ended here. Chen Chen did not mention what he was doing at the hospital, and she, understanding, did not. But why did she suddenly call again? Chen Chen slid to answer, and a puffed-up voice from the little Loli came through the little brother, you're not busy right now, are you? Her tone was like that of a little kitten that had been annoyed. She looked very angry, yet remained soft and adorable. Chen Chen was puzzled. What had happened to make this little one feel so wronged? I just happen to have nothing to do. What's up? Chen Chen asked curiously. It's those plastic sisters in my dormitory. They want to go to a bar and actually want to leave me alone in the dorm. Chen Chen sensed more resentment in her words. He could easily imagine her puffing her cheeks and pouting, likely even stomping her feet in anger. I told them to take me with them, but they actually said I looked too young, and the bar doesn't allow underage kids in. Chu Momo's voice grew louder as she spoke. Chen Chen suddenly had a mental image, 3 college students trying to take a child like Chu Momo to a bar. Then at the bar entrance being stopped by the security guard sternly saying children can't enter. Thinking of this made him almost chuckle out loud. Chu Momo's complaints were not over yet. What underage child? I'm already 19. One of them is even. Suddenly Chen Chen heard teasing voices from other girls on the line. So what if she's younger than you? I'm 166 meters tall, how about you? I have an adult face, to you? Then another girl's voice chimed in, exactly pretending to call to trick us. TSK, we're not taking you. And then the third girl said, little Momo, little Loli, we're going out soon, keep an eye on the house, don't run around. When we come back we'll buy you candy, okay? Chen Chen could sense Chu Momo feeling aggrieved, especially the tone of the third girl, which sounded completely like she was coaxing a child. He could easily imagine Chu Momo's face turning red with anger. Sure enough, the phone immediately transmitted her frantic voice. She exclaimed, filled with indignation, mixed with grievance, tinged with hope. Little brother, you have something to do tomorrow, right? Then, can you take me to the bar tonight? I've never been. By the end, only the chatter of the 3 girls remained on the phone, contrasting with Chu Momo's silence, making her sound particularly wronged. After a moment of thought, Chen Chen agreed to Chu Momo's request. He happened to have nothing to do and nowhere to go. Having previously rejected the little Lola's request, it felt a bit heartless to refuse again. More importantly, he was well aware that with such an outwardly obedient girl, the more you suppressed her, the more wild she would become when she finally exploded. He didn't want to end up where her roommates didn't take her, and he also didn't take her, and she sneaked off by herself. Though he had never been to a bar, he had heard that it was a mixed crowd. He had heard of things like picking up trash and drugs. He was somewhat aware. Rather than face those unknown consequences, it was better to take her along, so he could feel more at ease. Additionally, he had never been to a bar, and wanted to see what it was like. Right now, feeling a bit troubled, having a drink would also help him relax. Okay, I'll wait for you at the school gate. After hanging up, Chen Chen parked his car at the school gate in less than 5 minutes. Chu Momo pouted silent as she changed her clothes. Throughout, she didn't spare a glance at those 3 plastics. This puffed-up look made her even more adorable. The 3 plastic roommates noticed that Chu Momo was in a little mood, which was why she looked so cute and angry. However, today's reaction seemed a bit unusual. At this time, she should usually be happily following behind them, cutely shaking their arms, and sweetly asking, "Take me with you." But now something felt off. The 3 of them had huddled together, whispering to each other. Something isn't right. A short-haired girl spoke in a low voice. "Hey, do you think Momo was really on the phone just now?" Chu Momo sensed the light around her dimming, and then 3 pairs of shoes appeared beside her feet. Without a second thought, she knew it must be her 3 plastic sisters, crowding around again. Yet her resentment still burned fiercely, and she had no intention of acknowledging these 3 who were about to abandon her to enjoy themselves. She couldn't even be bothered to lift her head to glance at them. But these 3 girls, bursting with curiosity, were not so easily dismissed. The short-haired girl smirked mischievously and said, "Little Momo, who was that handsome guy just now?" Chu Momo had no intention of answering. Her only response was a coy, "Humph." Seeing this, the long-haired girl dropped the bombshell. "Oh, I see, he must be that secret lover you were chatting with this afternoon." Chu Momo's ears instantly turned crimson. She instinctively retorted, "Well, what secret lover? He's just a friend." This blatantly contradictory answer couldn't fool the 3. They exchanged another glance, their eyes gleaming with even more gossipy intrigue. The long-haired girl pressed the attack. "We don't believe you unless you let us see your chat history." Instead of fiddling with her already tied shoelaces, Chu Momo clamped her hand over her pocket and snapped, "No way." In unison, the 3 let out a drawn-out, their faces plastered with expressions of "We know everything." Chu Momo flushed with desperation. "It's not what you think." She looked like a kitten about to bite, feisty and adorable. The freckled girl leaned in with feigned curiosity. "What exactly do we think?" How could Chu Momo ever match wits with these 3? She stamped her feet in frustration. But soon a smug expression crept onto her face. "You're all so mean, but even if you want, take me, someone else will." Breaking free from their encirclement, she hurried to the door, pausing to glance back with a taunting smirk. "That handsome guy is a super handsome hunk. You can all just be jealous." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, and she strode off alone. A brief silence fell over the dormitory. The 3 stared at each other. Their speculation had come true. The phone call was real, the handsome guy was real, and their curiosity burned even brighter. As they exchanged glances, they saw both intense curiosity and faint worry in each other's eyes. Curiosity because such an innocent girl like Chu Momo had secretly gotten involved with a man without their knowledge. Worry for the same reason. Chu Momo was too naive, and they feared she might be deceived by this stranger. After a few seconds of silence, the long-haired girl voiced the thought they all shared. "Follow them and see." They nodded in unison. The freckled girl softly opened the door and poked her head out to scan the hallway. Then she waved behind her. "All clear, let's go." They had actually been ready to go out for a while, but since it was still a bit early for the bar, they had been dawdling around. Now, without even needing to prepare, they were ready to leave. The 3 slipped out of the dorm like thieves, pausing at every floor to scout ahead, terrified that Chu Momo might be lying in wait. But as it turned out, they had overestimated Chu Momo's vigilance. They didn't catch a glimpse of her until they reached the dormitory building's exit. "There she is." The short-haired girl suddenly pointed into the distance. Under the lamplight, Chu Momo's skipping figure had already moved more than 100 meters away. If the school's streetlights hadn't been bright enough, they would have lost her. They exchanged a look with a single thought: this girl was truly naive. Hadn't she considered they might tail her? Chu Momo's innocence sparked a tiny pang of guilt in them for their stalking. But that guilt vanished instantly, and they quickened their pace to catch up with their target. They kept a distance of about 20 to 30 meters, ducking and hiding all the way, terrified that Chu Momo might suddenly turn around and spot them. But as it turned out, their stealth was utterly unnecessary. Until she reached the school gate, Chu Momo didn't look back even once. They watched as she stopped at the entrance, pulled out her phone, and made a call. Then a handsome young man got out of a Mercedes-Benz parked by the roadside and waved at Chu Momo. The girl immediately put down her phone and dashed toward him like a swallow returning to its nest. She clung tightly to his arm, refusing to let go, her face beaming with a happiness they had never seen before. The 3 exchanged another glance, and then strode directly toward the pair. Momo, aren't you going to introduce this handsome guy to your sisters? Somewhere else, Chen Chen was idly fiddling with his phone in the car when suddenly a WeChat notification chimed. He opened it. It was from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, Chun Gu, your information has been exposed. Chen Chen was a bit surprised. He had expected it to take at least 2 or 3 days, but the efficiency of today's college students was impressive. Chen Chen, give me the details. Zhang Yu, after that 100 million donation was announced, everyone in our school with the same name as you from freshmen to seniors has been dug up. Zhang Yu, the other 8 guys with the same name have been confirmed to come from ordinary families, only you. Zhang Yu, someone secretly took a photo of you driving a Mercedes yesterday and posted it on the school forum. Zhang Yu, now everyone in the school is convinced you are the hidden big shot. Your photo, height, weight, and all that info have been exposed. Zhang Yu, the most ridiculous part is that some girl posted saying you're only 10 centimeters, last a very short time, and you abandoned her after using her. What the hell? Chen Chen almost dropped his phone. Who was spreading such rumors? How absurd was this? He had secretly measured. He was a solid 21 centimeters. And he had only been with one person, Ai Xiaoying, who was still resting now. How could she spread such lies without fear of a defamation lawsuit? He didn't mind his information being exposed, but he couldn't tolerate someone saying he was inadequate. Just as he was about to rebut, an incoming call flashed on the screen. It was Chu Momo. Instead of answering, he got out of the car and looked toward the school gate. Chu Momo was standing there obediently. Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, even though she wasn't wearing her usual cute style of clothes. Her height and face still made her look like a child. He now fully understood her roommate's concerns. It really wasn't their fault for not wanting to take such a little kid to a bar. He smiled and waved at Chu Momo. Chu Momo, still waiting for the call to connect, suddenly brightened up and dashed toward Chen Chen. Little did she know 3 sneaky figures had followed her all the way from the dorm to the school gate. Just as she was happily clinging to Chen Chen's arm, a familiar voice rang out behind her. Momo, aren't you going to introduce this handsome guy to your sisters? Just as Chu Momo was smiling broadly while holding Chen Chen's arm, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind her. She froze for a moment and slowly turned her head, confirming with her gaze they were not the right people. Her little mind was a bit confused. Who weren't these 3 troublemakers in the dormitory? When did they arrive? How could she not know? She foolishly replied, You, how come you're here? But soon she reacted, her eyes widening as she stared at the 3 of them. You 3 are following me. She pointed at the 3 incredulously, angrily accusing them of their crimes. You're going too far, secretly following me. The 3 of them had a thin skin, and when she pointed at them, a hint of awkwardness flushed across their faces. But they quickly returned to normal, stepping forward together to forcibly lower the hand that Chu Momo had pointed at them. The girl with long hair casually said, Oh, that doesn't matter. What matters is Momo. Who is this handsome guy? Is he the little lover? No talking. Chu Momo jumped up anxiously and covered the girl's mouth, fearing she would say something shocking. She turned to Chen Chen, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Then she quickly turned away, her face tense as she half pulled and half dragged the 3 bad guys away from the scene. What do you all want? Chu Momo's tone was a bit serious. Even the sweetest little kitty has moments of anger. Seeing that Chu Momo really seemed angry, the freckled girl hurriedly stepped forward. Momo, don't be mad. We were worried that you might be deceived, so we followed you. Yeah. After all, you never interacted with boys before, as suddenly a handsome guy wants to take you to a bar. We can't help but worry, can we? The short-haired girl hurriedly expressed her thoughts. Chu Momo pouted, knowing they made a valid point and were indeed looking out for her, but you guys didn't invite me to hang out first. I found someone else to take me, and you still followed me. Chu Momo puffed, her cheeks resembling an angry pufferfish. The girl with long hair chuckled inwardly. Having spent so much time together, they knew Chu Momo's temper all too well. They understood she wasn't really mad, but didn't want them to think she was easy to placate. She poked the puffed-up cheek. All right, next time I will definitely take you with me. Really? Chu Momo's eyes lit up, but she quickly added warily, You better not trick me. The long-haired girl nodded perfunctorily and said, Got it. Now can you introduce us? Chu Momo hesitated for a moment, but thought there was nothing to hide, so she finally nodded in agreement. However, she first pointed at the 3 and sternly warned, You can't go back on your word. Also control your mouths later, don't say anything weird. The 3 nodded in agreement in unison, but in their hearts they shared the same thought, going back on our word. This innocent little girl had no idea what thoughts the 3 of them were harboring, happily leading them back to Chen Chen. In front of her roommates, she felt shy to hold onto Chen Chen's arm again, so she stood properly beside him. Little brother, these are my 3 roommates. She stammered. They didn't follow me, they just happened to come out together. I didn't notice them. The 3 of them turned red at the same time. This explanation was worse than not explaining at all. Wasn't this just a clumsy attempt to cover up the truth? The girl with long hair quickly interjected, afraid this clueless little girl would say something awkward again. Hello, my name is Lin Shi. She confidently extended her hand. Chen Chen smiled and shook her hand. Hello, I am Chen Chen. The freckled girl felt a sense of familiarity with Chen Chen's name, as if she had heard or seen it somewhere. The short-haired girl's eyes sparkled. Hello, Chen Chen, I am Lin Xiaxia. What Momo said was indeed true. You are really quite handsome. Chen Chen glanced at Chu Momo, his smile growing even wider. Although he knew he was handsome, hearing it from another girl still made him feel pleased. He hadn't expected this little girl Chu Momo would praise him behind his back. She's joking, don't take it seriously. He humbly waved his hand. Hearing this, Chu Momo's face turned red. Ew, she hadn't expected the words she said privately would be revealed directly by Lin Xiaxia. But upon hearing Chen Chen say it was a joke, she got a bit flustered. It's not a joke, you really are handsome. And Lin Xiaxia just admitted it. This time Chen Chen simply smiled and did not refuse again. Being humble once is modest, being excessively humble feels like pretense. The freckled girl suddenly widened her eyes as she finally remembered where she had seen the name Chen Chen. It was when she was browsing the school forum this afternoon. Ning Ming. What's up? It's your turn to introduce yourself? Lin Shi noticed her daze and gently nudged her shoulder, quietly reminding her. The freckled girl finally came back to her senses and hurriedly spoke, but her tone was filled with deep shock, lacking the relaxed demeanor from their first meeting. Chen the Great. No Chen Chen. Hello, I am Jiang Ningming. Her voice grew smaller, and her gaze flickered uncertainly. Lin Shi frowned slightly, having noticed Jiang Ningming's odd behavior earlier. First it was Chu Momo's unusual behavior, and now Lin Shi's awkwardness. It seemed that anyone connected to Chen Chen was acting a bit differently than usual. Unfortunately, in front of Chen Chen, she couldn't directly ask Jiang Ningming what was going on. Chen Chen had guessed a bit, merely smiling slightly at the title Chen the Great. Unfortunately, in front of Chen Chen, she couldn't directly ask Jiang Ningming what was going on. Chen Chen had guessed a bit, merely smiling slightly. He scanned the faces of the three girls again, and noticed they each had their unique charm. Lin Xiaxia had a stylish bob haircut, looking bold and curious as she gazed back at him. Jiang Ningming had a few freckles on her face, radiating a youthful vibrancy. Initially, she appeared to have a cheerful personality, but now she lowered her head and dared not meet his gaze. Lin Shi had waist-length hair, exuding competence and composure in her every gesture, giving off a feeling of being refreshing and generous. The three girls wore delicate light makeup, appearing youthful and radiant under the streetlights. After this period of training, Chen Chen's discerning eye had become quite sharp. Even without system detection, he could tell that the three of them were at least above a score of 70. Even Jiang Ningming, despite having a few faint freckles on her face, looked quite stunning in Chen Chen's eyes. Not only did this not detract from her beauty, but it also added a touch of cuteness and playfulness. Chen Chen couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinary this dormitory was, with a sweet little lowly and three uniquely styled beauties. Out of curiosity, and to verify his assumptions, Chen Chen decided to let the system conduct a detection. Lin Shi comprehensive score 77, experiences 0. Lin Xiaoxia comprehensive score 76, experiences 0. Jiang Ningming comprehensive score 73, experiences 1. This result surprised Chen Chen somewhat. It was not their looks that he had estimated correctly. Rather, it was the number of experiences. The highest rated Lin Shi and Lin Xiaoxia were both inexperienced, while the slightly lesser rated Jiang Ningming had had one experience. However, upon reflection, it made sense. This could simply be normal romantic experience. The behavior of these individuals did not match that of someone easily swayed. Moreover, even if they were, it was none of his business. He was simply curious. At this moment, Chen Chen had little interest in women rated below 80 who were not evaluated by the system as high beauty. Although he himself was lacking in certain areas, his standards had risen. Chen Chen, how did you know our MOMO? Lin Xiaoxia blinked her big eyes and directly asked the question that concerned all three of them. Chen Chen thought for a moment before giving a response that was quite realistic. It's a bit like a hero saving a beauty. Wow. Lin Xiaoxia's eyes immediately lit up. Such a story she had only heard in movies and novels, and now it was happening right beside her. She wanted to hear more. Please tell me more. She looked at Chen Chen with eager eyes. However, Lin Xiaoxia did not notice that Jiang Ningming had pulled Lin Shi aside, showing her something on her phone. Chen Chen was pondering how to explain, as it was a bit awkward. He indeed was the hero who saved the beauty. Yet Chu Momo had suffered grievances in his territory. Ultimately, it seemed the issue lay with him. Seeing that Chen Chen remained silent, Chu Momo couldn't help but vividly recount the legendary story. As she babbled on excitedly, Chen Chen felt as though he was witnessing a scene come to life, her words flowing like a river accompanied by animated gestures. Although the general direction of the story was accurate, the embellishments were far too exaggerated. In Chu Momo's narrative, he had transformed into a prince riding a white horse, radiating brilliance, specifically coming to rescue her, the distressed princess. That's a bit absurd. Chen Chen thought to himself. Such a fairy tale was surely unbelievable to Lin Xiaoxia. But when he turned to look at her, he found her face filled with longing. It wasn't just disbelief, as she was completely convinced. Once the story concluded, Lin Xiaoxia looked at Chen Chen with eyes full of admiration. What she did not expect was the unexpected gain in the story. The commercial street behind the school actually belonged to Chen Chen. And Lin Shi, having seen the content on Jiang Ningming's phone, looked at Chen Chen with astonished eyes. 1 billion. This handsome guy was actually the big shot rumored all over the school's forum. Although the three of them knew different things, it did not prevent them from looking at Chen Chen with shock. However, beyond the shock, there were also traces of complicated emotions. They scrutinized Chu Momo's youthful face and petite frame. She looked just like a middle school student. Although she was indeed an adult, her appearance was that of a little lowly. Could it be that Chen Chen had some peculiar preferences? Are you all planning to go to a bar? Just as these three were letting their imaginations run wild, Chen Chen's voice pulled them back to reality. Lin Shi nodded, but before she could speak, Chu Momo interjected. Yes. Those three are going to the bar, but they aren't taking me along. Her little mouth pouted high. Lin Shi helplessly turned her face away, not looking at Chu Momo, but inwardly, she was mumbling. Clearly they had just agreed that they would definitely take her next time no matter if it was true or not, but now she was clinging. She worried Chen Chen might misunderstand something, so she wanted to explain. It's not like that. Chen Chen smiled and waved his hand, interrupting Lin Shi. I understand. If I were you, I wouldn't bring along this little one either. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Lin Shi and the others exchanged relieved glances. At the same time, they felt that Chen Chen seemed quite nice, not at all like the arrogant young master they had imagined looking. Chu Momo puffed her cheeks in defiance. Why did everyone say that about her? Being short and looking young. However, she dared to act up in front of her three roommates, but she couldn't be so bold in front of Chen Chen, merely grumbling internally while pretending to be meek. This obedient appearance left Lin Shi and the others staring. Was this still the overly lively Chu Momo they knew? Just in time, Momo wants me to take her out to play. If you don't mind, would you like to join us? It would be livelier with more people. Chen Chen gently invited them. Lin Shi and the others exchanged astonished glances. Originally, when they were unaware of Chen Chen's identity, they had considered this idea. Naturally, they did not intend for Chen Chen to foot the bill. They were prepared to split the cost. But now one of them knew that Chen Chen was the owner of the university's commercial street, and two of them knew he was the big shot who donated $1 billion to the school. They simply did not dare to hope for such an opportunity anymore. It wasn't that they didn't want to, more accurately, they knew their own. But now Chen Chen was actually inviting them to join. Naturally, they were overjoyed. They knew this was due to Chu Momo's influence, otherwise with their status as ordinary college students, they probably wouldn't catch Chen Chen's eye. Great. Thank you, Chen Chen. No thank you, young Master Chen. And thanks to Momo too. They were well aware of certain matters, and calling him young Master Chen felt entirely appropriate, and willingly accepted. What kind of place were you originally planning to go? A nightclub or a bar? Chen Chen asked. Although he had never been to either, he had heard of the differences between the two. As for a lounge, one wouldn't come out late at night just to drink and chat, right? If that were the case, wouldn't it be better to buy some snacks and enjoy them in the dormitory? Thus, he simply ignored that option. Lin Xiaoxia and Lin Shi both looked toward Jiang Ningming. Clearly, she was the planner for this outing. Jiang Ningming nervously glanced at Chen Chen and quickly averted her eyes. We originally planned to go to a bar. We heard that nightclubs can be a bit chaotic, and we didn't dare. Since you've never been. Chen Chen's words carried a hint of temptation. How about experiencing it tonight? The magical city was illuminated brilliantly at night, as Chen Chen swiftly maneuvered his Benz G-Class through the bustling streets. 10 minutes ago, at Chen Chen's suggestion, a trio of beautiful girls unanimously agreed to visit a nightclub to experience the world. Chen Chen searched on his phone, and then suggested, how about we go to Principal Wang's M2 Club? Sure. Chu Momo was the first to respond, her excited little face twisting in the passenger seat. The other three girls also nodded obediently in agreement. Upon learning of Chen Chen's identity, they were prepared to hand over all decision-making power to him. Half an hour later, the Benz stopped in front of the M2 Club. The dark metallic framework glimmered under the neon lights, exuding a low-key luxurious aura. A massive LED screen flashed the M2 logo in sync with electronic sound effects. It was just past 8 o'clock, the time was still early, and the nightclub's peak hours had not yet begun. During this period, most night venues were still in a warming-up phase, except for the quiet bar. Even the M2 Club, which had an investment of $220 million, was no exception. Looking around, there were only a scant 20 people at the entrance, grouped in threes and fours, chatting. As Chen Chen and his companions were about to enter, they were unsurprisingly stopped by the security guard at the door. The guard, with a stern face, fixed his gaze firmly on Chu Momo. Despite her deliberately wearing a black dress, her youthful face still resembled that of a middle school student. Sir, minors are not allowed to enter here. Even though he kept his eyes on Chu Momo, his words were directed at Chen Chen. I am of legal age. Even though Chu Momo had mentally prepared herself, she still stomped her feet in anxiety. This only made her appear even more innocent and adorable. However, this cuteness was clearly immune to the guard, whose expression remained serious, fearing that this little friend might sneak in. ID card, Chen Chen reminded. He had the foresight to suggest that Chu Momo bring her ID before they set off. At that time, his reminder had garnered meaningful glances from Lin Shi and the others. Clearly, the implication of bringing an ID card had led them to misinterpret. Had Chen Chen not reacted quickly and explained his meaning in time, he would have probably been labeled the lowly enthusiast by those three. Yes. I brought my ID. Oh, look. I'm already 19. Chu Momo also reacted frantically, pulling out her ID from her bag. The guard took the ID with skepticism and checked it repeatedly under the lights. He even took out his phone to scan the verification software, confirming that the ID was real and that the 19-year-old girl in the photo was indeed the little friend in front of him. Please enter. The guard reluctantly opened the passage. Chen Chen noticed that his gaze remained fixed on Chu Momo's back, filled with suspicion. Clearly he still did not believe that this girl who looked like a middle schooler was already of legal age. The moment they entered the M2 club, Chen Chen felt a bit confused. The scene before him was far too different from the nightclub he had imagined. The venue played soothing electronic music with the volume maintained at a level comfortable for conversation. The lighting was dominated by dark blue tones, creating an elegant and mysterious atmosphere. As Chen Chen scanned the venue, he noticed that there was not a single person on the dance floor. Moreover, more than 70% of the booths were vacant. A few business people in formal attire were raising their glasses and chatting their formal outfits, feeling somewhat out of place in the nightclub setting. There were also a few foreign faces who seemed to genuinely enjoy the atmosphere. Besides these individuals, there were some holding their phones taking photos and videos. These people were clearly internet celebrities taking advantage of the low crowd to capture content. The remaining staff members appeared to be more numerous than the guests. Is this a nightclub? Chu Momo murmured quietly, her expression somewhat disappointed. The nightclub she had imagined should be one filled with dazzling lights and thunderous music, such a lively scene. Just then a slightly plump sales manager approached quickly. His face was filled with a courteous smile as he respectfully bent slightly while speaking. Good evening, sir. May I? Do you have a reserved spot? The phrase "the customer is king" was embodied in his demeanor. Chen, no reservation. Chen Chen casually found an empty seat and gestured for him to continue. The sales manager discreetly sized up Chen Chen, noticing his exceptional attire and demeanor, and that the four girls accompanying him were all quite attractive. They seemed to be the type of wealthy, second-generation individuals. His smile instantly became even more prominent. Young Master Chen, we have 3 options: scattered tables, half-private booths, and fully enclosed VIP rooms. After glancing at the 4 girls closely following Chen Chen, he leaned a little closer to continue his introduction. If you want a more lively experience, the spot directly facing the DJ booth on the first floor is the most suitable. There are no partitions directly facing the dance floor, and the atmosphere is the liveliest. The half-private booth in the second floor surround area offers a degree of privacy, with low partitions making it quite suitable for gatherings with friends. As for the fully enclosed VIP room, that is in a separate area, completely private, suitable for hosting private parties, but the cost might be a bit steep. For today, the minimum consumption starts at 100. The sales manager intentionally did not mention the prices for the scattered tables and half-private booths while introducing the options. For such a well-dressed and seemingly wealthy guest with beautiful girls, he felt that a few thousand was hardly worth mentioning. Even if it did pinch his wallet in front of the girls, he would still put on a brave front and would not lose face at such a moment. Chen Chen was unaware of his little thoughts. Even if he did know, he would only smile indifferently. Just as the manager had thought, a few tens of thousands were indeed of no concern to him. Even if it were hundreds of thousands or millions, what of it? As long as he had the means, he would dare to spend that money. After all, he had the system's consumption multiplier cashback support. The more he spent, the more substantial the cashback. However, he did not blindly choose the highest-priced, fully enclosed VIP room. They came to experience the nightclub atmosphere. If they went to a fully enclosed room, what would be the point? Looking at the 4 girls surrounding him, Chen Chen pondered. The scattered tables were too open, while the fully enclosed booths were overly isolated, leaving only the half-private booth on the second floor as the most suitable choice. It allowed for an elevated view of the dance floor dynamics, with everything in plain sight, providing a full experience. If they wanted to join in, they just needed to head downstairs. The low partitions would also prevent strangers from wandering in and out, making it safer than the open seating. Are there good spots available in the half-private booths on the second floor? Upon hearing this, the manager secretly thought to himself that this would indeed boost his sales. However, he did not immediately agree, maintaining a professional caution. Please wait a moment, young Master Chen, I'll check right away. After all, as a high-end nightclub, good spots on a Friday night were almost never vacant. Even though it was just past 8 o'clock, he did not dare to guarantee. If it were after 10, he wouldn't even need to check. He could just confidently refuse Chen Chen. Shortly after, the manager received a definitive reply, his face instantly beaming with a smile, his tone brimming with barely concealed excitement. Mr. Chen, your luck is truly exceptional. Originally, all VIP seats were reserved, but the guest for the golden position just canceled on short notice. He observed Chen Chen's reaction with a subtle glance. This spot faces the DJ booth directly, offering an impeccable view, a prime location. However, the price is a bit steep, you see. Chen Chen, who was listening to Chu Momo's chattering, merely cast a sidelong glance at the manager and said indifferently, "We'll take this spot." He was utterly unconcerned about the high price, as long as there was a seat. Mr. Chen, truly magnanimous. Will you be paying by card or? The manager's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hadn't misjudged. This was a man who didn't care about money. Scan the code. Chen Chen pulled out his phone with a flat tone. The manager wasted no time retrieving a tablet from behind him. After a few swift taps, he displayed a dynamic payment QR code. Chen Chen eyed the tablet. It was a fixed amount of 5,000. He raised an eyebrow. He had thought the sales manager's, a bit steep, would be an astronomical figure, but it was only 5,000. Then again, considering that the minimum spend at a nightclub was 5,000, it was indeed no small sum. But who was Chen Chen? He was a true cheater. Someone who could treat money as if it were nothing. After scanning the payee displayed as M2 Club an official account, so it was correct. He had heard that if the payee was a personal account or an unrelated business, it could be a scammer or scalper. Paying directly without knowing would be fraught with risks. Though he didn't care about the money, he loathed trouble. Better to avoid complications. Chen Chen tapped his phone screen, entering the password while casually asking, "Is a nightclub always this refined?" The word refined caught the manager off guard. It was a rarity in a nightclub setting. However, he quickly caught on. This Mr. Chen was likely a first-timer at a nightclub. With a placating smile, he hurriedly explained, "Please forgive me, Mr. Chen. It's just opening hours now, so most guests are business people and early birds securing seats." Pausing briefly, he continued, "You've arrived a bit early. The atmosphere starts to heat up around 10:30, and the real revelry begins at midnight. By then the dance floor is packed, and the DJ hits the climax." Chen Chen suddenly realized he had been naive. He had wondered why the scene was so different from his imagination. A ding signaled the payment success. The manager's smile grew even warmer. "Mr. Chen, this way please. I'll personally escort you." But Chen Chen didn't rise immediately. He raised his wrist to check the time. It was only 8:10, still over 2 hours before the sales manager's promised liveliness. He turned to face the four girls. "You heard the manager, we're early. Should we head up and wait or go out for a stroll and come back?" Chu Momo counted on her fingers, doing simple arithmetic. 2 more hours. "Little brother, let's go out and She blinked her big clear eyes, turning to seek her roommate's consent, and they all nodded in agreement. Seeing their approval, Chen Chen turned to the sales manager. "Keep the seat for us. We'll take a walk and return." The manager naturally couldn't refuse, but he reminded Chen Chen, "Of course, Mr. Chen. However, please return before 1030 or the reserved spot will be released." Chen Chen nodded and replied, "Got it." Then he led the four girls back out through the doors of M2. The night breeze swept by, bringing a touch of coolness. Chu Momo twirled joyfully in front of Chen Chen. "Little brother, where shall we go?" Chen Chen was also at a loss. He didn't know how to kill these 2 hours. Lin Xiaoxia opened her mouth as if to say something, but hesitated and remained silent. Originally, the three of them had planned to grab a meal first, then hit the bar. But Chu Momo had completely disrupted their plans. Lin Xiaoxia had just been about to suggest eating something first. However, her maidenly reserve made her too shy to speak up. After all, Chen Chen had already spent a considerable amount on tonight's club outing, asking for more. She was certain that if she voiced it, Chen Chen would surely treat them, but that very thought made her afraid to speak. Lin Xiaoxia stole a glance at Chen Chen, then quickly lowered her head. In her mind flashed the discussions about gold diggers she had seen on forums, which only strengthened her resolve to maintain boundaries. Lin Xiaoxia comforted herself inwardly, "Just endure it. Once we're at the club, there will be fruit and snacks." Growl. She fumbled to cover her stomach, her face flushing red with embarrassment. Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Hungry? Did you skip dinner?" Lin Xiaoxia, her face still crimson, replied softly, Of course, Chu Momo, the drama queen, couldn't miss this moment. She suddenly leaned close to Lin Xiaoxia, reaching out a small hand to precisely touch Lin Xiaoxia's flat stomach. Mimicking Chen Chen's tone, she said, "Hungry? Want to eat a baby?" Then she deliberately licked her lips. Lin Xiaoxia quickly clamped a hand over her mischievous little mouth. But it was too late. Chen Chen's hearty laughter and the suppressed giggles of Lin Shi and Zhang Ningming had already erupted, leaving her utterly flustered. Her face burning red, she leaned down to threaten Chu Momo fiercely. "You want to be that baby?" But Chu Momo was unafraid. She wriggled free and darted behind Chen Chen, poking out her little head. "Little brother, there's a witch who wants to eat cute Momo. Save me." Lin Xiaoxia gritted her teeth. "Chu." Chen Chen watched their antics with a smile and shook his head. "Come on, get in the car. I'll take you to fill your stomachs." With a grand wave of his hand, he ignored the commotion behind him and strode toward the parking spot. Highline Terrace Restaurant. This was Chen Chen's carefully chosen spot, just a few minutes' drive from M2. As the Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly pulled up in front of the Escott Hotel, through the window, they could see the iconic 270-degree panoramic glass terrace on the 6th floor. Online, they say this is Moda's hottest Instagram-worthy spot. There's also a famous suspended pool, but they say it's for photos only, not for swimming. Chen Chen mused, a thought crossing his mind. I wonder how much it would cost to break that rule and take a dip. Of course, it was just a whim. He wasn't bored enough to actually try. Chu Momo's eyes lit up. She pressed against the window, looking up. "Really? I want to take photos too." Chu Momo excitedly leaned against the car window, looking up at the 6th floor of the Yashije restaurant, where the Highline Terrace restaurant was located. However, getting into this popular restaurant was not easy. The surge of customers on Friday night had caused a long queue at the hotel elevator. They waited for a full 10 minutes before it was their turn. It's so popular, truly deserving of its reputation as a must-visit spot. Lin Xiaoxia murmured softly, her hand pressed against her stomach, fearing her small belly might make an embarrassing sound. With a chime, they finally arrived at the 6th floor. As soon as the door opened, a waiter waiting nearby immediately approached them. "Good evening, sir and madam. May I ask how many of you have a reservation?" She wore a standard professional smile. "No, are there any seats near the glass railing available?" Chen Chen replied. Chen Chen noticed that it seemed like in every upscale place the first thing after entering was a greeting, and the second was to ask if there was a reservation. The waiter quickly scanned her tablet. "Yes, but..." She hesitated, glancing at Chu Momo, and cautiously added, "The glass railing area has no additional safety measures, so please be careful, sir." Chu Momo immediately became flustered, although the waiter was speaking to Chen Chen. Why was her gaze directed at her? She felt like everyone today was targeting her, and the world was filled with malice towards her. Well, except for the handsome guy. Having learned from experience, she directly shoved her ID in front of the waiter's face. "Look closely. I'm an adult. I'm 19 years old. An adult," she said deliberately, her small face. With her ID in front of her, the waiter couldn't possibly miss it. After seeing the date of birth, disbelief was written all over her face. She just couldn't associate this little kid in a black dress with the 19-year-old girl in the ID photo. Chen Chen timely interrupted the farce. "We have somewhere to be later, please arrange it quickly." The waiter immediately restored her professional, respectful demeanor. "Certainly, sir, please follow me." She was worried about Chen Chen being in a hurry, but still hesitated for a moment before, "Would you like me to take you to see the night view on the terrace first?" This was one of the reasons Chen Chen chose this restaurant. 2 hours should be enough time. Seeing the eager expressions of the girls beside him, Chen Chen nodded slightly at the waiter. "Yes, take us there." The waiter led them onto the 270-degree glass terrace. The golden roof of Jingan Temple appeared before them on the left front, like an ancient building sealed in amber. The traffic on Nanjing West Road below was streaked with crimson light. As they turned, the iconic suspended swimming pool suddenly came into view. The water surface shone black in the night, reflecting the broken city skyline, making Chen Chen and the others feel as if they were standing on the back of the sky. The glass railing was only waist-high, and the waiter deliberately slowed her pace. Suddenly stopping at the corner, she said, "Sir and madam, this is the best spot for photos." Chen Chen looked around, with the LED giant screen of Hanglong Plaza behind them emitting blue light that surged towards them like a tide. Chu Momo excitedly ran to the glass railing, her small face almost pressed against the glass. "Oh my god, this is so beautiful." Chen Chen quickly grabbed her hand, fearing that the little one might fall over in her excitement. After the few girls in front had taken enough photos, the waiter finally led them through the restaurant. Other guests along the way couldn't help but look at them, curious about the handsome guy accompanied by 4 beautiful girls. Once they were seated, the waiter respectfully handed the menu to Chen Chen. "Sir, would you like me to recommend something?" Before he could speak, Chu Momo interjected, "Handsome guy, I didn't take a photo at the suspended pool earlier, can I go take?" Chen Chen patted her head and nodded indulgently. "Go ahead, but be careful." The waiter reminded, "Ma'am, please note the pool is for photography only, swimming is not allowed." Chu Momo grabbed Lin Xiaoxia and ran towards the suspended pool. "Got it. Xiaoxia, come on, help me take a picture." Watching the 2 girls' excited backs, Chen Chen shook his head helplessly. "You guys can go too, just don't take too long." He looked at the abandoned Lin Shi and Jiang Ningming, who seemed hesitant, and smiled knowingly. The 2 exchanged glances, feeling somewhat tempted, but they didn't want to leave Chen Chen waiting alone. Chen Chen saw their thoughts and laughed heartily. "It's fine, go ahead." Once the 2 left, he turned to the waiter and instructed, "Please bring out your signature dishes." The waiter quickly noted it down and respectfully asked, "Would you like to pair it with any beverages, sir?" "We highly recommend the specially crafted champagne series from Paris Flower." After a pause, she added, "If the lady cannot drink, we also have a very popular non-alcoholic pool party special drink." Chen Chen thought for a moment. Since they would be going to M2 later, having a little to warm up would be fine. But he couldn't drink too much, needing to save space for M2. "Let's start with a bottle of champagne." "Certainly, sir, I'll prepare it right away." The waiter bowed and left. As the dishes gradually came to the table, Chu Momo and the others finally returned from their photo session. She excitedly held up her phone, presenting it to Chen Chen. "Handsome guy, look how did I do." In the photo, she stood by the suspended pool with the city night view behind her. It was indeed quite beautiful, but... "Did you edit this? Your short legs don't look that long." Chen Chen teased Chu Momo on purpose. Sure enough, Chu Momo immediately pouted angrily. "I did not. It's all about the angle, handsome guy. Do you understand angles?" Lin Shi and Lin Xiaoxia couldn't help but laugh, and even the usually reserved Jiang Ningming couldn't help but relax and cover her mouth to giggle. A bottle of champagne was soon nearly empty, and Chu Momo's small face had turned bright red. She suddenly leaned close to Chen Chen's ear, whispering mysteriously, "Handsome guy, I want to tell you a secret." "What?" "Actually, at the pool while I was taking pictures, I secretly touched the water in the pool. Oh, it was so cool." Chen Chen nearly choked on the champagne in his mouth. "You Three words suddenly popped into his mind. Little trouble. Chen Chen nearly choked on the champagne in his mouth. Three words suddenly popped into his mind. Little troublemaker. And mischievously. Then she put her finger to her lips. Sure, this is our secret. After finishing the meal, Chen Chen glanced at his watch. It was exactly 10 o'clock. The peak hour of the nightclub was about to begin. Time to head back. According to the manager, M2 should be getting lively by now. Chen Chen downed the last sip of wine in his glass and instructed the waiter who had been waiting nearby to bring the bill. The waiter respectfully handed over the check. Tomahawk steak, $8.88, pan-seared foie gras, $1.98, signature truffle pizza, $1.68, lava chocolate cake, $1.28, Caesar salad, $98, total €2.00 plus 15 service charge, total amount $2.392. Chen Chen looked at the bill and couldn't help but smile. The ambience was nice and the food was good, but the price was really quite affordable. Even an ordinary white-collar worker could afford to treat themselves here occasionally. After settling the bill, the waiter made a gesture of invitation. This way, please. VIP guests may take the private elevator. Upon the waiter's explanation, Chen Chen learned that spending over €2 entitled them to use the private elevator, avoiding the crowded regular elevator with ordinary guests. Chen Chen thought to himself, this is the convenience that money brings, often manifested in such details. When the five of them returned smoothly to the lobby of the Escad Hotel, the atmosphere on the street had completely changed. The neon lights became more dazzling and colorful, and the number of pedestrians on the street had significantly increased. Everywhere were young men and women meticulously dressed, ready to start their nightlife. Women were striding in high heels, revealing their fair legs. As for the men, they were irrelevant. In any case, the entire street was filled with the scent of hormones. This was the true night metropolis of magic. The dignified commercial street of the day had now transformed into a completely different world. After another short few minutes drive, the scene in front of M2 Club left everyone astounded. The originally sparse queuing area was now packed with people forming a line nearly 100 meters long. 6 or 7 black-clad security guards stood at the entrance, strictly checking everyone's IDs and belongings. This was the true night metropolis of magic. The dignified commercial street of the day had now transformed into a completely different world. After so many people, her petite body trembled slightly, a mix of nervousness and excitement. Just as Chen Chen felt he had miscalculated. There were too many people, and he was worried about how long they would have to wait in line. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar figure ran over from the direction of the VIP entrance. It was the security guard from the regular entrance earlier. He quickly approached Chen Chen and respectfully bowed. Young Master Chen, the manager specifically instructed that when we see you, we should take you directly to the VIP entrance. Please follow me. Chen Chen didn't quite understand the rules here and was a bit bewildered, but since he could avoid the queue, he naturally wouldn't refuse. He immediately beckoned the 4 beauties behind him to follow closely, and together they followed the security guard to the VIP entrance. You have a really good memory. You remembered me from just one meeting. Hearing Chen Chen's compliment, the security guard showed an awkward expression and answered honestly. I'm sorry, young Master Chen, but actually I remember this little miss more vividly. After saying this, as if afraid Chen Chen might be angry, he secretly glanced at Chen Chen's expression. Chen Chen understood instantly. He had been flattering himself. It wasn't that the guard remembered him, but that he had ridden on Chu Momo's coattails. Although he felt a bit amused and exasperated, he wasn't about to get angry over this. Still, he felt a somewhat strange sensation inside. Now that his face was so strikingly handsome, how could the guard not remember him, but instead have such a deep memory of a little lowly? Of course he could understand. After all, with Chu Momo's childish face and figure paired with her 19 years of age, the contrast was too great. It was hard for anyone to forget. But even so, the guard's words were a bit too blunt. Chen Chen changed the subject. I remember you were on duty at the regular entrance earlier, weren't you? How did you end up at the VIP entrance? Did you change shifts so quickly? All thanks to you, young Master Chen, the guard said with a grateful smile. Chen Chen looked confused. What did this have to do with him? He looked at the guard, waiting for an explanation. Just now, after you confirmed your spot inside and left, by the time the manager chased out, your figure had already disappeared. He was worried that you were a first-timer and didn't know about the VIP entrance, so he asked me, who was on duty at the door, if I remembered what you looked like. Later, the manager specifically consulted with the store manager about this and temporarily transferred me to the VIP entrance to wait for you. When I saw you, I immediately notified the manager. You should be out soon. As they spoke, the group had arrived at the VIP. Although it was only a few steps away from the regular entrance, it was completely separated by carefully arranged greenery. From the regular queue, one could not see inside the VIP passage at all. On the left was the crowded regular entrance with a queue nearly 100 meters long. On the right was the VIP passage with a green light all the way and luxurious decor. These two doors separated not just two passages, but two completely different kinds of nightlife. He knew that these doors separated more than just guests. Looking at the guard's grateful expression, he understood that the security guards might not have a simple shift rotation system. This temporary transfer was undoubtedly significant for this ordinary guard. In the hierarchical mini-society of the nightclub being transferred from the regular area to the VIP area, even if only temporary, as long as he could seize this opportunity the future. However, he suddenly recalled the guard's honest answer earlier. He smiled and shook his head. This guard probably wouldn't seize this opportunity. It's not that honest people are bad, but being too honest is not endearing. He didn't know how the sales manager had convinced the store manager. But to think of assigning someone specifically to receive him, this thoughtfulness, this kindness, he had to acknowledge it. The security guard pulled back the barrier, and the manager was indeed already waiting at the door. Seeing Chen Chen, he quickly stepped forward, his face instantly beaming with an ingratiating smile. Young Master Chen, you're finally back. Booth A01 is ready, and the champagne is chilled. This way, please. The security guard neatly closed the barrier, standing straight with a face full of pride. Chen Chen smiled and shook his head without saying anything. After a simple security check, Chen Chen followed the manager into the VIP passage. The moment the main hall door was pushed open, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. As the moment the main hall door swung open, a deafening sound of music erupted from within. The floor beneath their feet trembled slightly, and the scene before them left everyone in awe. Countless dazzling beams of laser intertwined and danced in the darkness, while hundreds of people moved their bodies wildly to the thunderous electronic music. At the DJ booth, a renowned DJ was fully engrossed in manipulating the mixing console, making the entire dance floor resemble a boiling pot of lava, exuding an intoxicating fervor. Wow! Chu Mo's exclamation was completely drowned out by the music, yet her wide eyes and the sparkle within them spoke volumes about her excitement. The manager led everyone up the black marble steps, and the dynamic LED lights along the edges changed colors with their footsteps. As they reached the second staircase, the manager suddenly stomped his foot 3 times in a specific spot. The lights immediately shifted, and the entire strip transformed into a brilliant rainbow flow. Young Master Chen, this is a hidden light show specially prepared for VIP guests. The manager's expression carried a hint of pride. Before Chen Chen could respond, Chu Mo had already cupped her hands in excitement, her eyes sparkling with colorful stars. Wow, it's really beautiful. Her sincere admiration only made the manager's smile shine brighter. Chen Chen nodded, as well. The light show was indeed quite stunning. Upon reaching the reception desk on the second floor, there was no need for Chen Chen to make any move, as the manager had already approached the wine steward for a familiar conversation. Moments later, he returned with a black card embossed in gold. Handing it to Chen Chen, he respectfully explained, "Young Master Chen, this is the exclusive black gold storage card for booth A01. The regular card can only store wine for 3 months, while this card allows for a year. Furthermore, if you notify us in advance during your next visit, we can waive the minimum spending on wine." Chen Chen did not respond, taking the card and casually placing it in his pocket. Then the manager led everyone to the left, bypassing the DJ console, and through a curved corridor adorned with neon lights. After walking about 10 more meters, they arrived at booth A01. Chen Chen glanced over and thought to himself it truly deserved its title as the Golden Center. This was a booth that could accommodate 8 to 10 people. Inside there were circular genuine leather sofas and 2 large coffee tables made of black crystal. The table was already set with wine glasses and a fruit platter, while a sexy waitress was pouring wine from 2 bottles of chilled champagne into the glasses. The glass railing was made of one-way transparent glass, preventing anyone outside from seeing in, while those inside could observe the entire venue, perfectly isolating the booth from the outside world. Looking down, Chen Chen found that the position faced the DJ booth, elevated about half a meter above the dance floor, creating a floating platform. It provided an unobstructed view of the entire scene, with the DJ booth and dance floor all in sight. Once everyone was seated, the manager bent down and inquired, "Young Master Chen, would you like me to arrange for a few entertainers to liven up the atmosphere?" Chen Chen glanced at Chu Mo, who was excitedly leaning over the railing to watch the dance floor, and shook his head. "No need, this is just fine." The manager suggested again, "Young Master Chen, our A01 has exclusive lighting. Oh, would you like to give it a try?" Chen Chen looked at the manager with a puzzled expression. He quickly explained, "You see, there is a black touchpad on the inner side of the coffee table. Simply press and hold for 3 seconds, and the lighting throughout the venue will dim, with only the A01 area flashing with red and blue laser beams, definitely the focal point of the entire place, but it can't be used more than 3 times per event. Additionally, we can arrange fireworks for A01, and the lighting technician will manually activate the golden waterfall light effect, creating a visually stunning experience." Chen Chen knew this definitely wouldn't be free, however he didn't mind spending money, just feeling that since he had brought a few girls today, he didn't want to attract too much attention to avoid any unexpected situations. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly noticed the sparkle of anticipation in Chu Mo's eyes. "Do you want to play?" He pinched her soft little face. Chu Mo nodded vigorously, her excitement exaggerated. Chen Chen said to her, "Go ahead and play." The manager saw Chu Mo eagerly about to press the button and hurriedly intervened. "Miss, please don't press it yet, let me explain first." Chu Mo halted her movement, casting a slightly disappointed glance at the manager, her little eyes seeming to glare at the one who was dampening her spirits. The manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He hadn't even finished his introduction, and who would have thought that this girl would be so decisive? Young Master Chen, I still need to inform you in advance that this light show the basic version costs 50 yuan each time, and you will incur a 20 consumption premium afterward. Chu Mo's little face visibly fell like a deflated balloon, and she dejectedly returned to Chen Chen's side. She thought the price was too expensive and surely wouldn't work out, but little did she know. Chen Chen didn't care at all. As long as it could be solved with money, it was nothing to him. He didn't want to be ostentatious, but since Chu Mo wanted to play, he indulged her. If you want to play, then go ahead. His casual tone starkly contrasted with the meaning behind his words. Seeing Chen Chen about to let Chu Mo play, the manager broke into a cold sweat. Young Master Chen, I might not have expressed myself clearly earlier. Once you activate the silent light show, all subsequent consumption will increase by 20. So what? Chen Chen didn't understand his meaning, but he felt a bit impatient with the repeated interruptions. Young Master Chen, don't you need to order some drinks first? The manager wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, having sensed the change in Chen Chen's tone. Isn't there already wine? He pointed to the champagne placed on the table. Chu Mo pulled at Chen Chen's clothes with a pitiful expression, her pink lips pouting high. Chen Chen brushed her silky long hair, signaling her to be patient. Young Master Chen, these 2 bottles of champagne are complimentary and do not count towards your expenses tonight, the manager hurriedly explained. Chen Chen didn't care whether it was complimentary or bought, it was all trivial to him. What mattered most was ensuring that the little girl had fun and enjoyed herself. Couldn't she see that she was expressing her unhappiness? If the price rises, then so be it. I don't care. Is there any problem? If not, then stop talking. Chen Chen thought the manager should have fallen silent. But unexpectedly the manager awkwardly smiled. Young Master Chen, there's one last thing, just one more thing. This big man was now being pressed by Chen Chen to act like a wronged little wife. He secretly marveled at how this young Master Chen was truly indulgent towards this little girl, without any limits. However, he needed to remind him, even if Chen Chen was a bit angry, he still had to muster the courage to finish his sentence. Chen Chen rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath. Speak. It's just that the red and blue laser lights can be quite dazzling. Oh, would you like some sunglasses? The booth suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Yes. A few seconds later, Chen Chen's muffled voice broke the silence. Got it, please wait a moment, I'll get it for you right away. He felt as if a great burden had been lifted and hurried out to fetch the sun. Seeing the comical expression on the manager's face, Chu Mo couldn't help but burst into laughter, her earlier grievances evaporating. She hugged Chen Chen's arm, shaking her little head proudly. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others looked at Chu Mo with envious eyes. This Chen Xiao's indulgence towards Chu Mo was simply outrageous. To make her happy, he didn't even mind the 20 markup. Meanwhile, at the corner of the empty corridor, the manager was undergoing a complex psychological struggle. First, he couldn't help but laugh at Chen Chen's last expression, reminiscent of Wang Jingzi. Then he cursed under his breath at Chen Chen's careless spending, this damn rich guy. He didn't quite understand why, when he could have saved a lot of money by placing an order early, he still chose to spend that extra. He smacked his lips, thinking that since it wasn't his money being spent, and he had already given a reminder, he didn't need to care whether Chen Chen was being willful or not. Finally, thinking of the generous commission he was about to receive, he exclaimed, I really love these rich people. After adjusting his mood, he hurried off to fetch the sunglasses for Chen Chen. Soon the manager returned to the A01 private room with several pairs of sunglasses. He respectfully distributed them to everyone in the room. These are specially designed to block blue light and protect your eyes well. After distributing the sunglasses, he obediently stepped aside. Chen Chen gently patted Chu Mo's little head, signaling her that it was time to play. Chu Mo cheerfully stood up and approached the black touch panel that had been eagerly awaited. However, she suddenly halted, looking back at the manager warily. Seeing that he was not stopping her this time, she placed her little hand on the panel. 3, 2, 1. Chu Mo silently counted in her heart, holding her touch on the panel for 3 seconds. Just at the moment she counted to 1, it felt as if the entire venue had been pressed on pause. The music from the DJ booth was suddenly cut off, and all the speakers emitted a buzzing sound. The 600 lights in the venue simultaneously went dark, and darkness swept in instantly. The crowd on the dance floor seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell cast by the Monkey King, with the bright flashes of cell phone lights in their hands flickering helplessly in the darkness. Suddenly 3 sets of industrial-grade laser lights above the A01 booth lit up, their cold white beams slicing through the darkness like surgical knives. The champagne glasses on the table in the booth instantly transformed into luminous bodies, the dazzling light reflecting in the excited pupils of several girls. A few seconds later, the strobe mode kicked in, with blue and purple lights flashing alternately at a rate of 8 times per second, turning the crowd on the dance floor into pale silhouettes, all frozen in their previous poses. After another 5 seconds, all the beams suddenly turned dark red, and all the staff, regardless of where they were, collectively bowed towards A01. In that moment, all eyes in the M2 nightclub were focused on this small booth, as if it were the center of the world. The 15-second light show ended. In the first second, red emergency lights slowly seeped from the floor cracks like magma, tinting the entire space with a mysterious crimson hue. In the second and third seconds, the main lights on the ceiling gradually illuminated, as if a colossal being was awakening rapidly from slumber. In the fourth second, the DJ booth suddenly echoed with the sound of a heartbeat beating at an extreme rate of 180 beats per minute, the powerful sound vibrating the liquid in the champagne glasses, creating tiny ripples. In the fifth second, the lighting in the venue returned to normal brightness, but all the beams directed at A01 were still 30 brighter than those in other areas. 5,000 yuan gone in 15 seconds. Is it expensive? Very expensive. But Chen Chen knew that what was being sold was not just the visual effects, but the 15 seconds of over 2,000 people in the venue being forced to look up at you. As the venue returned to normal, the entire nightclub seemed to have awakened once again. The crowd on the dance floor erupted into exclamations and whistles. Chu Momo excitedly rushed to the glass railing, pressing her little face against it to look down. Even though the light show had ended, she still saw an overwhelming number of people looking towards her position. Big brother, so many people are looking at us. She returned to Chen Chen's side, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Xiaxia and the others couldn't help but lean over the railing. This feeling of being the center of attention made them nervous, novel, and excited. The DJ had switched back to energetic music, and everything seemed the same as before. However, the atmosphere in the entire nightclub was completely different. The girls in revealing outfits, despite being unable to see inside the booth, still frequently threw flirtatious glances in the direction of A01. Guests in other VIP booths were whispering to each other, inquiring with familiar nightclub staff about the identity of the esteemed guests in the A01 booth. At this moment, within the A01 booth, he waved for the manager to come over. His eyes sparkled with excitement, just like Chu Momo and the others. He had been quite indifferent to this before, but after witnessing the scene in reality, his emotions had also become exuberant. Manager, did you just say this is the basic version? Then what do the higher level effects look like? The manager's eyes lit up at this, his smile becoming even more ingratiating. He certainly didn't think Chen Chen was merely asking out of curiosity. With Chen Xiao's previous extravagant behavior, since he was asking, it was clear he had some intentions. The flesh on his face was almost wrinkled from smiling. Chen Xiao, the basic version is at the bronze level. You have personally experienced the effects, and the price is 8,888. Wait. Chen Chen suddenly interrupted the manager's introduction. 8,888. Didn't you say it was 5,000 before? Chen Chen was somewhat puzzled. He didn't doubt that he had misremembered. Yes, Chen Xiao, you have a good memory. I mentioned it was 5,000 before. The manager nodded, his smile unchanged. Then, Chen Xiao, I have a 30 discount authority. The remaining difference can be covered using the emergency fund for orders, and it can be made up at the end of the month. The manager smiled with a silly expression. Chen Chen suddenly understood, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This was a big discount from the manager. The two were not related by blood, yet he was receiving such a large discount for no apparent reason, which was very clear in intent. Chen Chen looked at the harmlessly smiling manager in front of him and thought to himself, old fox. Chen Chen looked at the old fox in front of him, who wore a simple smile, and found himself smiling back. This guy must have seen his potential and wanted to invest in him. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand before the manager decided to give him a discount. The only display of his financial power was that 500 minimum consumption. But 500 should hardly be considered a big deal in this top-tier nightclub. Old fox, what is it about me that makes you value me so much? Chen Chen asked bluntly. He couldn't be bothered with any roundabout ways when dealing with someone smart. Young Master Chen, do you remember how you looked when you made that 5,000 payment? Chen Chen thought it couldn't possibly be because of that 5,000, but who would have thought it actually was? The manager's explanation soon clarified his doubts. Young Master Chen, 5,000 is indeed not a lot, but the difference between someone gritting their teeth to spend 5,000 and someone spending it casually is something I can distinguish after so many years in this business. Chen Chen understood. He had overlooked the details at that moment. When he casually spent 5,000, that nonchalant attitude had caught the manager's attention. So you arranged for someone to wait for me in the VIP passage. And this bronze level discount. The manager, seeing Chen Chen's straightforwardness, did not hide anything. His face still bore a simple smile. Young Master Chen, to be honest, getting that security guard to the VIP entrance was not easy. I've put in a lot of effort with the manager. The manager's moves were indeed clever. All his arrangements appeared to be made without Chen Chen's knowledge, seemingly selfless and fully considerate of Chen Chen. But he had calculated that the news would surely reach Chen Chen. Even if Chen Chen didn't notice, he would arrange for someone to accidentally let it slip. After all, the effect of being unexpectedly discovered is far superior to that of deliberate flattery. And now, since Chen Chen had made it clear, the manager certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity to take credit. At this point, if he continued to hide things, it would be no different from being a fool. Chen Chen secretly laughed, but did not expose it. After all, he didn't dislike this mutually beneficial transaction. Since he enjoyed the convenience, paying a bit of money was reasonable. Aren't you afraid of misjudging me? What if I'm just pretending to be wealthy and have been good at hiding it? He smirked slightly, seeming to smile, but not quite. A glimmer of light flashed in the manager's eyes. If he had any worries before, upon hearing this remark from Chen Chen, he thought only 2 words locked in. What's 100? Just take a gamble. If I lose, I'll work harder and make up for it with more deals. But if I win, I believe that young Master Chen will definitely not treat me unfairly. He stopped pretending to be simple, and the smile on his face turned into flattery. Chen Chen pointed at him with a finger and suddenly burst into laughter. Good. What a perceptive person. This manager was truly interesting. Indeed, being able to become a sales manager was not easy. Bold yet meticulous, sharp-eyed and experienced, it was no wonder he could reach this position. Please continue your introduction. He stretched out his arm, pulling Chu Momo, who had been listening intently to him, and the manager onto his lap. As soon as the little girl settled into his embrace, she stiffened for a moment, then relaxed completely, burying her head deep into Chen Chen's chest. Her face turned red from this sudden intimate gesture. Tonight Chu Momo had a great time, and Chen Chen had always spoiled her. Whenever she wanted something, or wanted to play, Chen Chen never refused. Tonight Chu Momo had a great time, and Chen Chen had always spoiled her. Whenever she wanted something, or wanted to play, Chen Chen never refused. However, for a long time she had been struggling with one thing. That was whenever she took the initiative, Chen Chen remained indifferent. Whether she crossed her arms, or wanted an intimate interaction, Chen Chen never gave her any feedback. He had always acted like a gentleman, and she did not like Chen Chen's gentlemanly behavior. She even doubted whether it was because she seemed too young that Chen Chen had no thoughts about her. But now Chen Chen's sudden action made all her insecurities vanish into thin air. Yet once she regained her senses, the intense shyness and surprise left her unsure of what to do. She could only bury her head in Chen Chen's embrace like a quail. Ding! Chu Momo's affection level 5. The system's notification echoed suddenly in Chen Chen's mind. He paused for a moment, looking down in surprise at the petite figure in his arms. To his astonishment, the affection level, which had been stagnant all night, had actually increased by 5 points due to this reckless action of his. He found it somewhat amusing. What on earth was this little lowly thinking? He had been doting on her and enjoying their time together, yet the affection level hadn't budged at all. But now just this one frivolous interaction. The sales manager kept his gaze straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to the scene unfolding before him. As someone who had been through the grind for so long in the nightlife scene, he knew very well what to pay attention to and what. This young Master Chen before him was his golden goose. As for whether the person in his arms was a pure lowly or a seductive beauty, that was none of his concern. His only goal now was to do everything possible and use all means to ensure young Master Chen had a great time. To have fun. The manager wore a smile full of flattery as he bent over, continuing to introduce according to Chen Xiao's request. Chen Xiao, the silver level effect will make all the lights in the store go out instantly, and then 300 special optical fibers will descend from the ceiling of the A01 area, forming a colorful light curtain waterfall. His hands gestured in the air. These are not ordinary optical fibers. Each one is coated with a nanothermal sensing layer that changes color with the body's temperature. He suddenly lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. At that time, all the mirrors in the store, including those in the bathroom, will synchronously project your side profile silhouette complete with a TikTok-style filter, but... He glanced at Chen Chen's nearly flawless handsome face and added flatteringly, but with Chen Xiao's looks this filter might be a bit redundant, at most adding just a touch of embellishment. The full set takes 15 seconds and costs only 288 RMB. Seeing Chen Chen's lack of reaction, he immediately stepped closer. Chen Chen, there is also the gold level, which uses Germany's brown shark subwoofer, capable of causing all glass products in the venue such as wine glasses, mirrors, and glass coffee tables to vibrate at high frequencies. He imitated the sound of a dragon's roar. That kind of shocking sensation is like a true dragon descending. You can also choose to project your personal QR code in a 3-meter giant format in the center of the dance floor. He gestured with both hands, his expression becoming somewhat significant. The most exciting part is the last 2 seconds where you can designate any VIP area. The lights will suddenly dim by 70, while the air conditioning vents will blow cold air directly at it. That sudden chill will definitely leave an unforgettable impression. Similarly, it takes 15 seconds, priced at 688 RMB. Chen Chen looked at the manager with a half-smile, recognizing the cleverness of the tactic. This was no longer a mere light show, it was clearly a meticulously designed provocation trap. Especially in those last 2 seconds, it satisfied the vanity of the financial backers while planting the seeds of conflict. Dissatisfied? Sure, then just fork out 688 to retaliate. But no matter what, the one profiting in the end is the nightclub firmly seated in the background. However, Chen Chen scanned the well-trained security, secretly thinking that the background of this establishment might not be as simple as it seemed. Daring to play so big, there must be a capable figure able to stabilize the venue. He looked up and saw the manager carefully observing his reaction. Continue. He was completely engrossed. All right. The Platinum Level 1 RMB allows you to customize a slogan that can be synchronized for 10 seconds on the LED screens of the three major tycoons of the Bund City Group, Tower Jinan and Wealth. Inside the private room, a special fragrance will be released ensuring that all the ladies present see you, with a built-in beauty filter lasting for 2 hours. As for the Diamond Level, the manager suddenly leaned in, his expression becoming somewhat lewd. The Diamond Level is also known as the Revenge Nuclear Bomb. You can provide a piece of black material video, and then all screens in the store will forcibly play it, not even sparing the bathroom. At this point he chuckled again. Chen Xiao, you can also choose a target VIP area where champagne will be heated to 45 degrees, that flavor. Tisk, it's so disgusting it makes you want to vomit. After saying this, he stepped back slightly, his face returning to that fawning smile. Chen Xiao, the Revenge Nuclear Bomb costs just 3 RMB. Chen Chen's pupils constricted. This had completely exceeded the range of a light show. What Revenge Nuclear Bomb? It was simply a social death package. Images involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Enemies looking at the screen full of black material, wanting to vent their anger, picking up champagne to suppress the fire, only to end up disgusted to the point of vomiting. How insidious, he mused. Yet strangely there was a twisted sense of pleasure within him. However, the 3 RMB Revenge Nuclear Bomb was something only a few could afford. Even a gold-level prank needed 6 RMB. For ordinary people these figures were nothing, but however for some this was merely pocket change for an evening's entertainment. This meant that this thrill was not something ordinary people could experience. That's it, right? Chen Chen asked, thinking this was the peak. Chen Xiao. The manager's face showed there is also the highest level, which we call God Mode. Oh, tell me more. Chen Chen was also very interested in the God Mode mentioned by him. To dare to name it God, it seemed this monetary game would reach an unimaginably extravagant level. Chen Xiao God Mode is also known as the Black Diamond Level. Once activated, all streetlights on Jinggan Temple Street will flash Morse code to spell your name. The boats on the Huangpu River will honk 3 times. He deliberately paused. Don't underestimate these 3 honks. This is a level of courtesy from the General Administration of Customs. We will use AI to generate your god form with all effects turned on. When the god descends, everyone will work. The manager's gestures became increasingly exaggerated. The most shocking part is that your iris pattern will be laser etched onto all the ice blocks in the store, making everyone feel like they are being watched by you everywhere. And when you visit next time, you can designate any guest AM2 will expel them and prohibit their entry. Of course, to activate God Mode, it requires 1 RMB. The manager bent over in flattery, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. However, for you Chen Xiao, this is surely pocket change, right? Chen Chen ignored the manager's eager gaze and looked down at the little girl in his arms. He saw Chu Momo had unknowingly raised her head, staring at him with her large wet eyes blinking without pause. Those eyes shimmered with expectation. Do you want to try? He gently stroked Chu Momo's smooth hair, leaning closer to her ear and asking tenderly. Being too close, Chen Chen's lips accidentally brushed against the edge of Chu Momo's ear. Chu Momo reflexively reached out to cover her ears, but first touched Chen Chen's cheek. Her little hand paused for 0.1 seconds before quickly retracting. Chen Chen noticed that the girl's ears and neck had turned completely red. Under the constantly changing nightclub lights, the fine soft hair stood on end like a frightened little animal. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Just now, when she was cuddling her arms, she was clearly very bold, but now she seemed shy. Chen Chen suddenly had a mischievous thought, deliberately using his fingertips to gently tease her heated earlobe. Chu Momo immediately let out a small mewl, like a kitten, burying her entire little face deeper into his embrace. That adorable little sound was particularly soft, and the music at the scene was extremely noisy. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Momo was pressed against him, even with Chen Chen's super hearing, he might not have been able to catch it. So shy. He chuckled lightly, not waiting for Chu Momo to respond. He leaned in a bit closer, turning the almost negligible distance into 0 distance. He pressed a kiss against Chu Momo's ear, feeling its burning temperature. Seeing that Chu Momo showed no intention of rejecting him and continued to obediently stay in his embrace, he ultimately couldn't hold back and gently nibbled on her already heated earlobe. In an instant, his tongue distinctly felt the rapid pulse. This kiss was very brief, lasting only 2 or 3 seconds, after which Chen Chen released Chu Momo's ear. However, in those short 2 or 3 seconds, his tongue playfully twisted, even mischievously grazing lightly. Ugh! Chu Momo instantly tensed up, frozen in Chen Chen's embrace, shaking uncontrollably. Her small hands also tightened around Chen Chen's clothing, her knuckles turning pale. Seeing that, Chen Chen decided to stop teasing her and asked again by her ear. Little Momo, would you like to try the highest level one? Chen Chen whispered again in Chu Momo's ear. Little Momo, do you want to try the most advanced one? Chu Momo's ears still lingered with a tingling sensation that hadn't faded. She was still lost in the ambiguous little act from earlier, not yet recovered. The warm breath of Chen Chen's words triggered a fresh wave of shivers. Instinctively, she buried her face deeper into Chen Chen's chest, as if that could shield her. Although she heard every word, clearly her brain simply wasn't processing. In a state of confusion, instinct prompted her to respond to the young man's question. Chen Chen looked down at the curled-up little figure in his arms and felt she had nodded. It seemed correct, though the movement was small, but it was a nod. Seeing her looking like a quail, he didn't intend to press further. After all, this amount of money was nothing but pocket change to him, and besides, he said to the manager who was still waiting nearby, "Let's give it a try? Change the god image to this little girl's." The manager was ecstatic inside, his face beaming at Chen Chen as if he were seeing his own father. Understood. The god mode requires at least 1 hour of preparation. Since you didn't make a reservation earlier, I'll go arrange it right now, ensuring that this young lady experiences the most perfect descent of God. Come back. Seeing the manager rush out in a flurry, Chen Chen called out to stop him. The manager, who was almost at the door, slammed on the brakes. He almost backpedaled and trotted back to Chen Chen's side, his back nearly bent double, a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. "Chen, young Master Chen, what other instructions do you have?" The manager's voice was noticeably breathless. "Take it easy, first bring us the drink menu." His eyes carried a hint of mockery. This old fox had probably gotten carried away upon hearing the order worth 1.88 million. The manager's surging excitement was instantly cooled by Chen Chen's gaze, and his mind cleared up considerably. He then realized that he had made a fatal mistake. He had forgotten the basic service procedure. At the same time, he also realized that Chen Chen hadn't paid yet. If he had really rushed out impulsively to arrange it, and if Chen Chen hadn't paid up the consequences. Even if Chen Chen eventually paid, it would still be recorded as his dereliction of duty. This thought made cold sweat break out on him, soaking the lining of his suit. He secretly wiped his sweat, and when he looked up again, his eyes were full of gratitude and lingering fear. His attitude became even more respectful and sincere. "Thank you for the reminder, young Master Chen. I was out of line." Chen Chen raised an eyebrow non-committally and ignored him for the moment. Instead, he waved at Lin Xiaoxia, Lin Qi, and Zhang Ningming, signaling them to come closer. He wasn't trying to take advantage of them or have anything happen. He just wanted to ask what they'd like to drink, since tonight was about taking them out to have fun. The three girls exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Although they had only caught parts of the manager's introduction and didn't quite understand all the flashy effects, they had heard the prices loud and clear. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even the last one costing over 1 million. These numbers were simply astronomical to them. Although they knew that this money meant nothing to Chen Chen, seeing him face such exorbitant spending without changing his expression was still shocking. Even when he was about to let Chu Momo experience the most expensive tier, they were still stunned, speechless. They had also witnessed the intimate interaction between Chen Chen and Chu Momo. Originally, they had come along to protect little Momo, but now, however, seeing Chu Momo clinging to him like a little bird who knew how much she was enjoying it. She didn't look like she needed any protection at all. They'd better not be that annoying attention seeker. Besides, even if they wouldn't dare, just not being intimidated by Chen Chen's aura already meant they were brave. When they saw Chen Chen waving for them to come closer, they almost reflexively moved over. Their hearts were both nervous and somewhat expectant. Could it be that young Master Chen was also interested in them? That he thought Chu Momo alone wasn't enough? He wanted to. They knew that thinking like this was wrong, a betrayal to Chu Momo. But strangely, seeing Chu Momo looking so happy in Chen Chen's arms, they felt an indescribable thrill in their hearts. It must be noted that these three were originally very innocent girls. Not long ago, they had secretly followed Chu Momo like protective chicks, out of worry that she might be deceived. Now they had become like this. It just goes to show that the environment of extravagance and indulgence changes people faster and more thoroughly than one could imagine. Chen Chen saw the three of them approach, but instead of taking the tablet the manager offered, he gave a slight chin lift. "I've heard of Ace of Spades and something called the Dragon Set. Tell me more." Faced with Chen Chen's inquiry, the manager was eager to answer everything. He took back the tablet, his face full of smiles. Young Master Chen, Ace of Spades is the standard champagne for high-end nightclub parties. Different bottle colors represent different levels and flavor profiles. There are 6 series: gold, rose gold, green gold, blanc, de blancs, blanc, de noirs, and violet. Each series has its own unique characteristics. The manager gestured professionally. First is the gold series, which can be called a nightclub classic. This one uses traditional brewing techniques. On the palate, you can taste layers of ripe pear honey and toasted bread with a subtle vanilla finish. The bottle is hand-wrapped in 24K gold foil, maxing out the luxury factor. This series is also the most recognizable of Ace of Spades. He paused briefly, then continued. The rose gold series is a romantic choice specially designed for ladies. The champagne is an elegant pink color with a blend of strawberry, raspberry, and rose petal aromas. It's sweet and fruity on the palate. The rose gold bottle adds a romantic touch, perfect for occasions with a female companion. The green gold version is the darling of electronic music parties. The refreshing taste of lime and mint carries a unique mineral sensation, absolutely fresh and stimulating. The fluorescent green metallic bottle exudes a futuristic vibe, especially suitable for music festivals or trendy events. Next he introduced with a hint of pride, the Violet series is not produced in the regular industrial line. In addition to the classic flavors of red plum and strawberry, it incorporates the elegant floral notes of lavender and violet, making the taste more complex. The pink-purple metallic glossy bottle is dreamy and enchanting, usually only opened in the most exclusive VIP rooms. He lowered his voice slightly. The Blanc de Blancs, which we call the platinum version, is made from 100 Chardonnay. It has a refreshing citrus and white flower aroma with an elegant mineral note. The silver metallic bottle looks incredibly noble, making it the top choice for high and high-spec social occasions. As for the Blanc de Noir series, the manager's tone became more mysterious. We also call it the black gold version. This is our store's treasure. This one is made from Pinot Noir with a rich combination of black cherry and dark chocolate intertwined with a smoky note of cedar. The flavor is exceptionally deep and complex. The matte black bottle with gold embossing is rarely seen in ordinary nightclubs. It generally only appears in top-tier VIP gatherings and private parties of celebrities. After the manager finished introducing all the series of Black Ace, he paused briefly, adjusted his tie, and then began to introduce the Divine Dragon set. Young Master Chen, our Divine Dragon set is divided into 3 tiers: the Small Divine Dragon set, the Grand Divine Dragon set, and the Imperial Divine Dragon set. The Small Divine Dragon set includes 1 bottle each of the Gold Edition, Green Gold Edition, Peach Pink Edition, Violet Edition, and Platinum Edition, along with a basic light show electronic screen blessings and a dedicated professional marketing hostess service priced at 188 RMB. He raised his voice slightly. The Grand Divine Dragon set is a full set of 6 bottles, the 5 from the Small Divine Dragon set, plus 1 Black Gold Edition. In addition to the exclusive light show and DJ shout-out blessings, it also includes 2 models or Atmosphere Group members to liven things up, priced at 288 RMB. When he mentioned the top tier, the manager's voice carried a hint of excitement. The highest level Imperial Divine Dragon set on top of the full series adds an extra 1.5L Louis XIII. The service includes a private customized fireworks display, full venue light control, supermodels or celebrities accompanying the table, and a lifetime black gold VIP card priced at 588 RMB. After the manager finished his introduction, he made no further suggestive remarks, folded his hands in front of him, and stood to the side, gazing respectfully at Chen Chen, waiting for his next instructions. Chen Chen turned to Lin Xiaoxia, and the other 2 girls smiled and said, "How about we order the Imperial? That way we'll have all the wines and can try every one." Only then did Lin Xiaoxia and the other 2 realize why Chen Chen had asked them to come. They breathed a sigh of relief, yet a faint trace of disappointment crept into their hearts. This time, being closer, they had heard every word of the manager's introduction. They had never tasted such high-end liquor before. Normally, they only drank a little beer at most, maybe the 100 kuai red wine from the supermarket. How could ordinary people like them ever come into contact with top-tier champagne worth hundreds of thousands? They thought to themselves that if it weren't for Chu Momo's influence and Chen Chen treating them, they might never have had the chance to taste even a sip in their entire lives. Faced with Chen Chen's question, they could only nod mechanically, offer suggestions. For one, they knew nothing about these fine wines. Even if they did, given this level of consumption, how could they dare to voice any opinion? Seeing them nod, Chen Chen casually waved his hand at the manager. "Bring us 1 Imperial Divine Dragon set, plus the God mode we just mentioned." The manager's face instantly lit up with a grin so wide that his back molars were visible. He knew that with a distinguished guest like young Master Chen, there was no need for superfluous sales pitches. Low-end consumption simply wasn't even worth his notice. The manager calculated deftly. Young Master Chen, the God mode is 18888 RMB. The Imperial Divine Dragon set is 58888 RMB plus 15 service charge. The total is 2849442 RMB. You've already paid 50000, so you only need to pay another 279000 RMB. As he spoke, his hands nimbly brought up the payment QR code on the tablet. He didn't even mention the nearly 10,000 RMB, just waved it outright. He had discount authority, but this young Master Chen never bargained. Money seemed to fall from the sky for him. Even though he knew Chen Chen didn't care about such small changes, attitude had to be spot on. That 9,000 plus odd amount was negligible compared to the 2 million plus grand total. He thought that even if he didn't have discount authority, he would have paid the wave out of his own pocket. Wasn't this golden opportunity worth more than 9,000? If he latched on tight, how many 9,000s would come his way? Besides, his commission on this single order was substantial. That 9,000 was nothing next to the commission. Chen Chen glanced at the manager, sideways, a look of approval in his. The money was trivial, but this way of handling things was truly pleasing. He readily took out his phone, scanned the code. Ding, host successfully spent 27900 yuan, triggering 2x cashback, amount 5580 yuan. Chen Chen felt the vibration from his phone, definitely the notification of the cashback arriving. He smiled knowingly. The system's cashback was as fast as ever. As the tablet in the manager's hand displayed the payment successful screen, the manager's heart, which had barely been tense, completely relaxed. This nearly 3 million yuan expenditure had been handled so effortlessly. Since young Master Chen's money was in place, it was time for him to handle the rest. Young Master Chen, please wait a moment. He'll arrange everything right away. The manager bowed respectfully, then strode away briskly, as if the wind were at his feet, his slightly plump body seeming to leap with joy. In less than 10 minutes, the entire nightclub's atmosphere shifted dramatically. The lights across the venue began to flicker in a rhythmic pattern. The background music volume dropped suddenly, and then the DJ's passionate voice rang out. Attention everyone. Tonight's most honored guest, young Master Chen, has activated the Imperial Divine Dragon set at booth A01 for 588 yuan. Let's salute young Master Chen with the most thunderous cheers. With the DJ's roar, the nightclub's lights gradually dimmed until only a single spotlight precisely illuminated booth A01. The laser projection system on the ceiling cast the black ace emblem into the air. At the same time, the sound system switched to the custom BGM Victory for the Divine Dragon, set the bass so powerful it made the floor vibrate slightly. All eyes in the venue converged on booth A01 again. For security guards in black uniforms led the way, clearing the path and preventing any bystanders from approaching. 6 supermodel-level waitresses, all over 175 centimeters tall, dressed in custom silver sequin bodycon dresses, carried black ace champagnes in different colors, striding forward with a catwalk swagger. They were arranged in order: green gold, pink gold, violet gold, platinum, and black gold. The spotlight hit each of them perfectly. Beauty and fine wine sparkled under the lights. Following them were 12 beauties in sexy outfits, holding fluorescent lightboard sparklers and cold fireworks trays, parading around the dance floor for a full lap. The DJ shouted again with passion, "Let's thank young Master Chen once more for lighting up the full Black Ace Series Imperial Divine Dragon set at VIP booth A01. When the magnificent procession finally reached the booth A01A, the models arranged the bottles into an elaborate Divine Dragon formation. Except for the models staying to serve, the others slowly exited the booth. The moment the lights flashed again, the DJ's voice turned almost frantic. Tonight's king, Louis XIII, is about to descend upon booth A01. Where are your screams? The entire nightclub erupted in chaos, screams and whistles rising and falling in waves. A specially designed golden spotlight shone on the pathway leading to booth A01, heralding an even more stunning performance about to begin. A specially designed golden spotlight swept across the corridor leading to VIP booth A01. The 4 bodyguards who had just appeared swiftly resumed their positions, and immediately afterwards 6 more identically attired guards emerged from behind the bar. Under the rapt gaze of the crowd, a stunning foreign woman stepped forward gracefully. She wore a custom-fitted black backless evening gown that accentuated her figure. Under the rapt gaze of the crowd, a stunning foreign woman stepped forward gracefully. She wore a custom-fitted black backless evening gown that accentuated her figure, and a pair of pristine white gloves adorned her hands. She held aloft a custom-designed shatterproof tray, its perimeter embedded with soft glowing LED strips emitting a gentle azure light. At its center stood the Louis XIII crystal decanter, perfectly upright and poised. The moment she appeared bearing the Louis XIII decanter, the nightclub's follow spot lights snapped onto her with a sharp dramatic hiss. In that instant, the decanter seemed enchanted, transforming instantly into the undisputed focal point of the entire venue. Its translucent crystal body appeared almost alive. Amber-hued cognac shimmered under the intense illumination, resembling molten gold rippling slowly within the bottle as she glided forward. Light pierced the thick crystal walls, refracting into concentric dancing halos across the surroundings, a prismatic aura reminiscent of a rainbow after rain. Most arresting was the 24-karat gold lily adorning the neck of the bottle. Bathed in the spotlight, its radiant petals gleamed so fiercely they threatened to blind the beholder. At its heart nestled a ruby whose reflections shifted subtly with each step she took and every change in lighting angle, flashing intermittent crimson beams akin to the club's laser projectors. Yet this gem's crimson flashes possessed an elegance immeasurably refined compared to those stark laser bursts. The engraved Louis XIII insignia on the decanter's surface caught the light brilliantly, glowing as if self-illuminated, drawing the eye instinctively toward it. As the foreign woman advanced slowly through the crowd under tight security, the follow spot remained locked precisely upon the Louis XIII decanter in her hands. The decanter's refracted light danced wildly across walls, ceilings, and spectators alike, like a swarm of gilded butterflies in mid-flight, breathtakingly exquisite. Trailing closely behind her were 2 equally striking Asian women, each holding aloft a luminous signboard. The left bore the words Louis XIII, translated as Louis XIII. The right displayed King of Cognac. Behind them streamed an endless procession of glamorous young women. Clad in minimal attire, they raised cold flame sparklers and pyrotechnic wands high above their heads. A dedicated attendant carried a basket of rose petals, scattering handfuls skyward with every few steps. This entourage followed the exact same route previously taken by the full suite of Black Spade A cards, circumnavigating the entire venue at a stately pace. ensuring every section experienced the opulence and prestige of Louis XIII up close. When the final member of the procession emerged, the sheer length of the line, easily exceeding 100 individuals, became unmistakable. This grand procession unveiled the full magnificence of Louis XIII in all its splendor. The moment the Louis XIII decanter was ceremoniously delivered to the private lounge, a meticulously orchestrated spectacle of luxury commenced. The foreign woman approached Chen Chen, cradling the decanter reverently in both hands, and offered a slight respectful bow. "Honorable guest, I am Anna. It is my profound privilege to present you with this rare and treasured elixir." Wearing fresh white gloves, she lifted the decanter from the tray with delicate reverent motions, as though handling a priceless artifact. Authentic Louis XIII decanters are handcrafted from Baccarat crystal. Anna explained fluently, in polished. Observe how flawlessly transparent and bubble-free the glass is, and note the crisp, deeply etched hallmark at its base, whereas counterfeit glass vessels often appear cloudy or reveal visible seams. She gestured for Chen Chen to examine the exquisitely engraved mark at the decanter's base, then guided his gaze to the 24-karat gold lily encircling its neck. The genuine lily is rendered with meticulous finesse, smooth without burrs, each delicate vein painstakingly polished by master artisans. Counterfeit versions often suffer from chipped plating or crude craftsmanship. Chen Chen, visibly intrigued, reached out to touch it directly. His fingertips met an astonishingly silky smoothness, prompting him to nod in quiet satisfaction. Anna's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Typically, such rarities are handled with utmost care to avoid fingerprints or skin oils that might mar their immaculate. Yet Chen Chen was the decanter's rightful owner. Whether he chose to hold it barehanded or even shatter it outright held no consequence for Anna. Anna composed herself, smoothed her expression, and resumed her professional smile, continuing her presentation with unwavering poise. "Honorable guest, please observe. The authentic lead seal employs a specially formulated matte metal engraved with both the Louis XIII insignia and a unique serial number. Counterfeits may use plastic seals or feature indistinct, blurred engraving." As she spoke, she retrieved a certificate and an ultraviolet lamp from the tray and handed them to Chen Chen. "You may verify the anti-counterfeiting hologram on the certificate using the UV lamp, then cross-check the serial number to confirm absolute authenticity." As Anna leaned forward, bringing the sealed neck of the decanter close to Chen Chen's line of sight, her body nearly brushed against his. At that proximity, Chen Chen detected a faint, subtle fragrance, though he could not discern whether it stemmed from perfume or natural musk. Truth be told, it was pleasing, delicate, unobtrusive, never cloying nor sharp. He recalled hearing that physiological differences and dietary habits often endowed Western women with distinctive natural scents. This aroma, therefore, must have been a carefully composed fragrance. Yet it held no relevance to Chen Chen. He redirected his full attention to the lead seal before him. She too caught the scent, but to Chu Mamamo, it was no fragrance. "Sly fox," she whispered inwardly, branding both the aroma and its wearer with equal disdain. Her wide, round eyes brimmed with indignation, her brows knotted tightly enough to crush a fly. She hadn't expected in the span of a single distracted glance to find such an audacious woman invading Chen Chen's personal space. She too caught the scent, but to Chu Mamamo, it was no fragrance. "Sly fox," she whispered inwardly, branding both the aroma and its wearer with equal disdain. She pressed her cheek firmly against Chen Chen's chest, rubbing gently, whether as a silent warning or simply seeking a cozier perch remained ambiguous. Gradually, Chen Chen's familiar warmth eased Chu Mamamo's tension, and her focus drifted away from Anna. Her thoughts returned instead to his earlier tender gesture toward her. It felt as though his warmth still lingered on her ear. She raised a hand to touch the flushed lobe, then broke into a soft, dreamy chuckle. As the crisp sound of the system's notification echoed in Chen Chen's mind, he was examining the anti-counterfeiting mark of Louis XIII. He felt the little one in his arms fidgeting restlessly. However, he did not immediately lower his head to check on her. The bottle was still right in front of him, and the little girl was nestled in his arms, unable to escape. Yet he had no intention of examining it closely. Guided by Anna, he quickly checked the lead seal. Then he shone a UV light on the spot indicated by Anna, and confirmed that there were indeed anti-counterfeiting marks from customs. The certificate was also made of special embossed gold foil paper, and the codes matched those on the lead seal. After confirming everything was in order, Chen Chen casually tossed the certificate onto the table, ready to have her open the bottle, only to find her scanning something at the bottle's neck with her phone. Chen Chen paid no further attention, shifting his gaze from the bottle to the little girl. He then noticed a familiar expression on Chu Mo's face, that of a silly girl. Chen Chen couldn't help but smile. He was already accustomed to her current appearance. The girl had her eyes closed, fingers touching her ears, and a silly grin on her lips. Her little face was flushed, clearly thinking of something inappropriate. He initially intended to poke that tender little face, but just as his hand reached her cheek, he suddenly changed his mind and leaned down to give her a sweet kiss on her rosy cheek. "Ah, Chu Mo." Mo instantly woke up, her small mouth gasping in surprise, her eyes widening to meet Chen. She noticed Chen Chen looking at her with a strange smile. Chu immediately realized that her previous dreamy appearance had been caught by him. Her ears turned crimson with embarrassment, and she hurriedly buried her face into Chen Chen's chest. However, just 2 seconds later, Chu timidly turned her head, and avoiding eye contact called out to Chen Chen, "Big brother." Chen Chen initially thought she would be shy for a while. Just as he was about to raise his head, he found she had turned back to call. Though the music was not loud, he could clearly hear Mo's words. Still, he leaned down, bringing his ear closer to her lips. "I'm here, what's wrong?" Chen Chen's considerate gesture warmed Chu Mo's heart. "Big brother, you." She moved her lips, but the words she wanted to say seemed to be stuck in her throat, making it hard for her to express herself fully. Seeing Chu Mo stammering for a long time, without saying anything, Chen Chen felt anxious for her. He turned his head directly, encouraging her in a gentle and enticing voice. "What's wrong with me? Be bold, just say it." Chu Mo took a deep breath, suddenly reaching out to gently turn Chen Chen's head back, making his ear face her again. With her eyes closed and determination in her heart, she stopped stuttering and spoke in one breath. "Big brother, kiss me here," she said, lightly tapping her own lips with her finger. Chen Chen raised his head to look at the small girl whose eyes were tightly shut and face flushed. He had thought it was something significant, yet it turned out she merely wanted a kiss. The girl who seemed quite bold earlier now looked shy, completely different from her previous demeanor. However, upon closer thought, while Chu Mo appeared bold and proactive, she had only hugged his arm. There didn't seem to be any other intimate gestures. On the contrary, it was he who had let her sit on his lap, held her in his arms, and kissed her ears and cheeks, as if every intimate contact would leave her blushing for half a day. Now her taking the initiative to ask for a kiss likely required tremendous courage. Naturally, he could not reject such a request. Yet he did not intend to follow Chu Mo's script completely. He had to give her a bit of surprise, didn't he? At this moment, Chu Mo's heart raced with excitement and nervousness. However, after waiting for a while, feeling no movement, she felt a bit disappointed. Could it be that Big Brother doesn't want to? She couldn't help but think. Unable to resist the urge, she wanted to open her eyes to see what was happening, but just as she cracked them open a little, she noticed a dark shadow approaching her. She hurriedly closed her eyes again, her heart racing as she internally shouted, "It's coming. It's coming. Big brother is really going to kiss me." However, when she felt a soft sensation on her forehead, her body stiffened and her mind filled with questions. "Is this right? No, it's wrong. I clearly meant to kiss my lips. Did Big Brother misunderstand?" With so many doubts in her mind, she was about to open her eyes to explain when she felt a gentle touch on her left eye, then her right eye and her nose tip. With each kiss that Chen Chen placed starting from her eyes, her body trembled uncontrollably. Inside, Chu Mo was screaming internally, Big Brother is so good at this. Is it my turn too?" She puffed up her lips in anticipation, like a little bird waiting to be fed, gently lifting her head. Seeing the little girl pouting her rosy lips, Chen Chen naturally knew what she was thinking. However, he had no good intentions at the moment, deliberately skipping over those tempting lips. Instead, he gently kissed Chu Mo's small round chin. Chen Chen raised his head, gazing at her exquisitely youthful face. He found it puzzling how she looked. At 19, as a university student, her face seemed to resemble that of a... This isn't right. The kiss was supposed to go from the tip of the nose to the lips, right? Big brother, you're just playing around. That's not fair. Chu Mo felt that Chen Chen was doing it on purpose. She had clearly pointed to her lips, and her pout was so obvious. Yet he kissed every part of her face except her lips. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, pouting and wanting to open her eyes to protest. Little did she know Chen Chen was watching everything, waiting for her to open her eyes. When he saw Chu Mo's eyelids flutter, he immediately leaned down. Just as Chu Mo opened her sparkling eyes, Chen's lips perfectly covered her soft pink ones. Chu Mo instantly froze, unable to even send a reproachful glance his way. She was completely bewildered by Chen Chen's sudden kiss. Her mind went blank, and her round, wide-open eyes were filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What was I just about to do? Chen Chen did not move, and neither did she. Chen Chen was enjoying it, while Chu Mo was in a state of confusion. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure. She hurriedly closed her eyes, her heart racing like a deer about to faint. Big brother is so naughty. But I really like it. Just as Chen Chen was about to deepen the kiss, Anna's voice suddenly rang out. I really like it. Just as Chen Chen was about to deepen the kiss, Anna's voice suddenly rang out. The sentence was cut off abruptly. As a foreigner and a professional in the nightlife scene, Anna was not at all concerned about kissing in public. She had seen much more daring displays where couples openly explored each other. However, upon seeing the girl in Chen Chen's arms, her expression froze. Oh my God, she looks too young. Beast. Anna's emotions surged within her, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on the bottle. To her, the girl being kissed by Chen Chen looked as innocent as a middle school student, completely different from the petite woman she had imagined. Previously, she admired how handsome and wealthy Chen Chen was, thinking how wonderful it would be to have a romantic encounter with such a beautiful man. Just moments ago Anna envied the girl lying in Chen Chen's arms, but now she only wanted to call the police and have Uncle Hat take Chen Chen away. She was completely unaware that the girl in Chen Chen's arms while appearing young was actually 19 years old, even a few months older than Chen Chen. Chen Chen was interrupted by Anna's voice and lost the desire to continue. He raised his head slightly displeased and keenly noticed the change in Anna's gaze. His originally gentle expression instantly turned cold. Although he usually did not care about others' opinions being looked at in such a way was something he could not tolerate. Moreover, did this foreign beauty really think so highly of herself? Although she was indeed beautiful and had an impressive figure, he knew how much chaos lay beneath her glamorous exterior. When she first walked in with the drink, Chen Chen found it puzzling that the system had not given any indication regarding such a beautiful woman. Based on his prior experience, he felt she would surely score above 80. Moreover, being in person without any filters or beauty enhancements, Chen Chen could tell that she had not undergone any surgery. Thus, he curiously checked her personal panel through the system. Name Anna Sergeyevna Ivanova, age 28, height 177 centimeters, weight 52 kilograms, appearance 88, figure 92, overall score 90, driving score 87, favorability 60, an overall score of 90, and a figure score of 92 indeed met the system's high attractiveness standards. However, the driving score of 87 made Chen Chen unable to hold back his exclamations. Damn, that's impressive. This is basically a public bus. Out of curiosity, he also checked the 6 models standing in the private room. All had figures above 80, with one even reaching a score of 89. As for appearance, 4 of them scored above 80, with the highest being that model with a figure score of 89. But similarly, the driving scores were even more bizarre. The lowest was 27, and the highest was 61. And the one with the score of 27 was the woman with the highest figure and appearance. But that's already quite high. System, why aren't these women who clearly meet the standards for appearance and figure being evaluated? Host, only those with pure hearts and minds will be rated as high attractiveness. Chen Chen understood it meant that women with chaotic private lives were unworthy even if they met the scoring standards. Wow, it's truly rare to find a woman who can maintain her purity. No wonder the previous few had a record of 0. The system standards are quite high, unless they're original, they don't even qualify for evaluation. Chen Chen retracted his thoughts, looking at the foreign beauty standing there with the bottle, feeling somewhat annoyed, even worrying that she might taint his drink. He looked down at the girl in his arms, suddenly softening his tone. Mo, do you want to open a drink? At this moment, Chu Mo had also regained her composure. Although she was still a bit dazed when they first kissed, after a few kisses it felt like she had developed some immunity. She quickly returned to her senses. Hearing her big brother speak, she instinctively looked at Anna and the Louis XIII in her hands. Naturally, she noticed the unusual expression in Anna's eyes. Her temper flared up instantly. How dare that sly vixen glare at her big brother? She no longer lingered in Chen Chen's embrace and sat up straight. Big brother, can I really open it? She turned to confirm with Chen Chen. Seeing him nod, her heart couldn't help but leap with joy. Not only was she stealing this vixen's job, but she could also personally open this top-tier wine. A bottle of Louis XIII was something her stingy father wouldn't let her open at home. Just as Chu Mo was about to reach for it, she suddenly remembered something, looked around with some disappointment, and then turned back to Chen Chen. Big brother, are you keeping this bottle after drinking for your collection? Chen Chen was a bit puzzled. What do you want that for? Chu Mo's eyes lit up. I get it now. Chen Chen. What does she understand? He didn't get it. Chu Mo mischievously blinked, turned to Anna, and extended her hand, her tone suddenly turning cold. Give me the wine. Anna instinctively took a half step back, guarding the Louis XIII in front of her, not intending to give this little girl anything. Give it to me. Chu Mo spoke again, her voice soft, but carrying undeniable authority. Her brows had already furrowed, and she exuded a startling aura. Anna felt a bit flustered. This seemingly innocent girl now had an aura that brought her immense pressure. The sharp gaze and assertive attitude were certainly not the qualities that an ordinary family could cultivate. Not to mention Anna, even Chen Chen was secretly surprised. This little girl was now displaying a presence that was completely unlike her usual soft and cute demeanor. Auras may be invisible and intangible, but they could be felt quite distinctly. It wasn't something that could simply be shown by frowning or raising one's voice. Without a certain family background, it was impossible to possess such qualities. Lin Xiaoxia and the others were left dumbfounded. The Chu Mo they knew was always the one who loved to act spoiled and was shy. Even when angry, she had an adorable appearance, unlike now where a strong aura radiated from her entirety. Chen Chen concluded that this little girl must come from an extraordinary family. Anna's blue eyes instantly filled with tears as she bit her lower lip, looking at Chen Chen with a pitiful expression. In the past, this tactic had never failed. Countless men would immediately soften and compromise upon seeing her in such a state. Though she had just heard that it was this man in front of her who had prompted the little girl to act this way, she still felt, relying solely on her exotic beauty and impressive figure, she couldn't believe she couldn't stir this man's desire to bring glory to the nation. But Chen Chen was not an ordinary person, he belonged to class 2. Upon seeing the expression and gaze of this high-spirited girl, he felt not a hint of desire, but an increasing sense of annoyance. With a cold glance at Anna, Chen directly uttered 2 words: "Give it to her." "Give it to me." Chu Momo echoed. Anna, unwilling, pouted, her eyes growing redder, resembling someone who had suffered a great grievance. Anyone who saw this would assume Chen Chen was bullying her. But in reality, this was all her own doing. How dare someone delivering wine act so disrespectfully towards a benefactor? She clearly did not understand the heights of the world. Relying on her looks, she couldn't distinguish between major and minor matters. Not to mention Chu Momo was a 19-year-old college student, a proper adult. Even if Chen Chen had some peculiar preferences, she was not the kind of person who could dictate what he should or shouldn't do. Though it was said that everyone was equal, the world was truly harsh. True equality never truly existed. Anna finally recognized reality, trembling, hands reaching out to offer the Louis XIII. The dazzling light reflected from the crystal bottle seemed to mock her arrogance. Just as Chu Momo reached out to receive it, Anna instinctively retracted her hand. Chu Momo looked up in confusion, thinking this foreign woman was about to cause trouble again. Yet to her surprise, she noticed a glimmer of hope return to Anna's eyes. You aren't wearing gloves. You might harm the bottle." Anna stammered, trying to explain. She gripped the bottle tightly, eyes filled with profound reluctance. Although this immensely valuable Louis XIII did not belong to her, being able to personally open such a renowned liquor would be a glory for any sommelier. She wished so much to open this bottle herself rather than merely watching it be treated like a toy. "Give it here." However, Chu Momo had no intention of listening. She snatched the bottle from Anna's hand. The moment she had the bottle, the sharp aura she exuded dissipated, reverting to that quirky little girl. Ignoring Anna's distressed expression, she made a face at her before turning back to Chen Chen. "Hey, big brother." She proudly held the bottle up in front of Chen Chen. The bottle glimmered under the lights, the golden liquid swirling inside, reflecting an enchanting brilliance. Chu Momo's eyes twinkled mischievously as a crafty smile appeared on her face. She waved to Lin Xiaoxia and the others standing nearby. "Xiaoxia, come over too." Hearing the call, the 3 finally snapped out of their shock. The entire series of Spade A had left them speechless. Now this Louis XIII left them breathless. Every detail of this bottle, from its adornments to the liquor itself, exuded opulence and luxury. Could they really drink this? They had never even dared to imagine such a prestigious liquor before. If possible, they would love to display it in their homes. Lin Xiaoxia and the others cautiously approached Chu Momo, who was sitting on the sofa, deftly unsealing the lid. She secured the bottle between her legs, firmly gripping the 24K gold-plated cork, which was the part sculpted like a lily. She slowly twisted the cork until a crisp click echoed, then paused her movements, a satisfied smile appearing on. Anna stood aside, her expression alternating between green and white. Watching the priceless liquor being treated so carelessly, she dared not even breathe. Gone was the previous arrogance of wanting to judge Chen Chen from a high point. Chu Momo suddenly stood up and turned to her with a sweet smile. "Excuse me, could I borrow the bottle opener in your hand?" The specialized opener for Louis XIII was exquisitely designed, featuring a spiral hook and lever mechanism. To use it, one needed only to insert it into the groove on the side of the cork, rotate, and then gently pull up to perfectly open it. Without this specialized opener, attempting to forcefully open the bottle by hand could not only cause the cork to break, leaving debris in the liquor. The gilded layer could also be scratched due to violent opening, severely affecting its collectible value. However, Anna dared not refuse. This specialized opener was part of Louis XI's accessories. Reluctantly, she handed over the opener, her movements stiff and clearly forced. Yet what broke her was that after Chu Momo took the opener, she casually tossed it aside. With a plop, the delicate Louis XIII opener accurately fell into the ice bucket. Chu Momo blinked innocently. "Oops. I slipped. How about just opening it by hand?" Chen Chen nearly laughed out loud. This girl was clearly playing tricks on Anna. He nodded in agreement. "Do as you like, anyway is fine." Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chu Momo actually began to open the bottle by hand. Her slender fingers tightly gripped the cork, her little face turning red. She emitted a muffled grunt from her throat, obviously exerting all her strength. With a crisp pop, the cork came out. The prepared dry ice spray instantly burst forth, thick, white mist swirling around the booth. For a moment, the entire booth resembled a fairyland, ethereal and enchanting. At the same time, the surrounding cold flames erupted with a bang, dazzling flames flickering in the mist. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Chu Momo exerted too much force, stumbling and uncontrollably leaning back. Chen Chen quickly reached out to steady her waist, helping her regain her balance. "I did it." Chu Momo cheered, holding the bottle up proudly in front of Chen Chen. Her little face was flushed, filled with delight, her eyes sparkling as if filled with little stars. Just as Chu Momo was exerting force to open the bottle, the DJ booth had tacitly cut off all music. The entire nightclub fell into a brief silence, with only the murmurs of the over 2,000 patrons. The moment Chu Momo pulled out the cork, the sound system precisely synchronized the click of the bottle opening. All LED screens instantly switched to the opening animation effect of Louis XIII. Countless colorful confetti rained down from the ceiling, intertwining with the re-erupting dry ice mist, creating a dreamlike scene. The DJ's passionate voice resounded through the venue via the top-tier sound system. Let us give the most enthusiastic cheers to congratulate the VIP at booth A01 for successfully opening the top-tier Louis XIII Dragon set worth 588 yuan. The entire nightclub instantly erupted into excitement, with cheers and whistles rising one after another. Countless envious eyes turned toward booth A01A, and people craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the scene inside. However, the meticulously designed one-way glass railing blocked all views, and from the outside, nothing could be seen inside. Chu Momo picked up the exclusive Louis XIII crystal glass, the carved lily on the cup gleaming brilliantly under the lights. She casually grabbed the bottle and poured a small half-glass for Chen Chen first. The golden liquid slowly slid down the rim of the glass. In an instant, a wine aroma blending honey, floral, and fruity notes permeated the air. Then Chu Momo poured some for Lin Xiaoxia and the others, and finally for herself. She casually placed the bottle on the table, and the surrounding ace of spades bottles immediately paled in comparison. This wasn't just a bottle of wine, it was a work of art with its own light show. Anna stood by watching the precious liquor being casually treated, her lips twitching in pain. What made her most exasperated was that Chu Momo raised her glass, and actually, cheers. Chu Momo laughed happily, Lin Xiaoxia and the other two smiled awkwardly, and Chen Chen indulgently played along. After clinking glasses, they tilted their heads back and downed the wine like beer. Wow, this wine smells so good. And it's not harsh at all. Chu Momo widened her eyes in surprise, her pink tongue unconsciously licking her lips. She had expected the sting of alcohol and was already prepared to pay the price for her cool act. But who would have thought that the moment the liquid touched her tongue, a burst of candied fruit fragrance and elegant floral aroma filled her mouth. The silky texture completely overturned her perception of strong liquor. Somewhat pleasantly surprised, she turned and divided the remaining wine among the group. However, she accidentally poured a bit more into Chen Chen's glass and her own. This strong woman, who was full of dominance just moments ago, had turned into a scheming girl playing tricks. Chu Momo held the glass and handed it to Chen Chen. Little brother, you drink. He laughed and took it, his gaze sweeping over Anna's twitching lips, then played along with the little lawless actions. He deliberately took a leisurely sip first. The taste is indeed quite good. Then under Anna's twisted gaze, he tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. Anna nearly fainted from anger. A bottle worth hundreds of thousands was being wasted like this. Just then Chu Momo suddenly had another idea. She picked up the now empty bottle and pretended to examine it curiously against the light. Little brother, how much do you think this bottle can sell for? She tilted her head, looking innocent. Chen Chen didn't know what this little girl was up to, but still played along, raising an eyebrow and asking back, what? Sell it as scrap, eh? No way. Chu Momo pouted in rebuttal. Then she mysteriously lowered her voice. I heard some people like to collect these empty bottles. One bottle can sell for tens of thousands. She said this, then suddenly raised the bottle high as if to examine it carefully against the light. But the next second, smack! Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the Louis XIII bottle worth tens of thousands in Chu Momo's hands simply fell to the floor and shattered into pieces. Oh dear, I slipped again. She clapped her hands and flashed an innocent smile at Anna. Sorry, sis. Anna's body gave a sudden shudder, as if she had the illusion that she would be smashed like the bottle by this little girl in the next second. She finally understood what kind of little demon she had provoked. Chen Chen looked at the fragments on the floor and couldn't help but burst into laughter. He pulled Chu Momo into his arms and gently tapped her delicate nose. Naughty. Chu Momo snuggled into his chest, not forgetting to make a face at Anna, whose expression was grim. Then she mouthed silently, serves you right. In the blink of an eye, she resumed her innocent look, nuzzling around in Chen Chen's arms. Everyone else in the booth was dumbfounded. This was no innocent little loli. She was clearly a little demon in an angel's disguise. Just as this dramatic scene came to an end, two people walked in from outside. The sales manager from before was following a middle-aged man, both with undisguised tension on their faces. After the unfamiliar man entered, his gaze was immediately drawn to the crystal fragments on the floor, but he only paused on them for a moment. Then he quickly regained a full smile, pretending not to know anything, and hurried forward to bow to Chen Chen. Master Chen, I am Wang Jingwa, manager of M2. I apologize for being late. I was just arranging the light. He straightened up, his expression suddenly turning stern, and barked at the sales manager behind him. What are you standing there for? Don't you see the glass fragments all over the floor? Arrange for someone to clean it up immediately. If Master Chen or the young ladies get hurt, can you bear the responsibility? He switched between two faces seamlessly, perfectly demonstrating the art of speaking differently to different people. Chen Chen silently watched his act. It would be pure nonsense to say that the manager knew nothing. Judging by his smooth moves, he was probably one of Anna's 87 drivers in her national glory scheme. However, none of this really mattered because Anna just didn't know her place. She hadn't committed a heinous crime. But the key was whether the little lowly in his arms had calmed down. Come to think of it, it was amusing. Anna had offended him, yet this little lowly seemed even angrier than he was. He raised his hand to interrupt whatever Manager Wang was about to say. He looked down at Chu Momo in his arms, gently pinched her little nose, and asked dotingly, "How is it?" Chu Momo's face was flushed, and she was thoroughly enjoying Chen Chen's favoritism. She nestled in Chen Chen's arms and obediently nodded her little head. Seeing that Chu Momo had calmed down and was no longer planning to punish Anna, Chen Chen raised his head again, his tone returning to detachment. Manager Wang. Yes. Young Master Chen, please give your instructions. Manager Wang nodded and smiled hastily and, "Didn't you hear young Master Chen speak? All of you get out." Manager Wang turned and changed his demeanor, scolding sharply. Anna, upon hearing the manager's order, did not feel humiliated. Instead, she seemed to feel a sense of relief. Lowering her head, she hurriedly walked out, and in her haste nearly twisted her ankle at the door. The other models, although reluctant, could only quickly follow, fearing that lingering too long would cause more trouble. Once everyone had exited, Manager Wang's face was filled with smiles. "Young Master Chen, the God mode you requested is being prepared urgently, and will start on time at 12 o'clock. Young Master Chen raised his hand to check his watch and found there were still over 40 minutes left. "Got it, you can get back to work." After a pause, he added, "Let the sales manager stay." He had a good opinion of the sales manager, who was sensible, clever, and most importantly intelligent. Had he been present earlier, this situation would not have escalated. He would have resolved it at the first signs of trouble. With him around, young Master Chen felt he could save a lot of trouble and enjoy himself for a while. He had matters to attend to tomorrow and did not plan to stay here for too long. Since the light show would not start until 12 o'clock, he decided to wrap up the nightclub visit immediately after it ended. The manager was somewhat stunned, his smile vanishing in an instant. Did young Master Chen intend to drive him away as well? However, he quickly adjusted his expression, smiling and nodding. "All right, young Master Chen, enjoy yourself, and feel free to call on me for anything you need." Jokingly, in front of someone who could easily spend 2 to 3 million, how could he dare to show any displeasure? Perhaps if young Master Chen farted now, he would still praise it as truly fragrant. Before leaving, Manager Wang exchanged glances with the sales manager, then retreated from the booth with a smile. But the moment he stepped out, his sycophantic smile turned somber. However, this was not directed at young Master Chen, but rather at the several women who had just exited the booth and were still standing outside, not daring to leave. Manager Wang turned to look inside the booth, then sternly instructed the 4 security guards at the entrance, "Make sure to stand guard. No one is allowed in without young Master Chen's permission." His voice was loud, ensuring that young Master Chen inside the booth could hear his loyalty. The security guards were clever, even if they did not know what had happened inside. But with the manager's orders, such a clear directive, they simply followed through. "Understood." Their replies were even louder than the manager's. Inside the booth, young Master Chen casually glanced outside, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He could certainly tell who Manager Wang's comments were directed at. He made no reaction and continued to speak with Chu Momo about something. Manager Wang led the women to the office and slammed the door shut. He sat down in the leather executive chair, his face dark as he took a cigarette from the gold-plated cigarette case, lit it, and took a deep drag. "Now tell me what exactly happened." He exhaled a cloud of smoke, his eyes sharp as he looked at the group. The gazes of the models all converged on Anna in unison, their eyes filled with the message, "It's all her fault." Anna lowered her head, appearing as though she had suffered a great injustice. Manager Wang flicked the ash from his cigarette and wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. "You all can leave first," he waved at the models. "Remember, mind your words." Once they had all left the office, the room fell silent. He sighed and turned to Anna again. "What happened? Can you speak now?" With no one else present, Manager Wang's tone had softened considerably. But to his surprise, Anna directly plopped down onto the couch beside her without a greeting. Manager Wang frowned, but said nothing. Anna, unable to see young Master Chen and Chu Momo, seemed to regain her confidence. She suddenly lifted her head, her tone filled with dissatisfaction, and began to complain to the manager. "Manager Wang, I didn't do anything wrong. They bullied me. What I'm asking is what exactly happened." Manager Wang suddenly yelled in anger. He slammed his palm onto the desk, causing the teacup to jump. Anna trembled slightly, fearfully looking at the suddenly enraged man behind the desk. Previously, Manager Wang had always spoken softly to her, trying to please her, but now all she saw in his eyes was... Little did she know, in the manager's eyes, she was merely a slightly more advanced plaything. And young Master Chen, he was the real god of wealth. If his superiors discovered that Manager Wang had neglected a distinguished guest like young Master Chen because of a woman, the lightest punishment would be to roll up his bedding and leave, and at worst, there would be no shortage of his kind of corpse in the sea. I was opening wine for young Master Chen at the time." Anna finally panicked and confessed honestly. "I saw that the girl in his arms was particularly small, definitely not an adult, so I couldn't help but glare at young Master Chen." The more she spoke, the smaller her voice became. "Then that little girl became unhappy knowing I was the wine steward. She deliberately made a mess with the Louis XIII against me, and even smashed the wine bottle." Anna's intention was to gain sympathy, hinting that young Master Chen had a special preference, and that she was on the side of justice. Little did she know before she could finish her sentence, Manager Wang suddenly stood up, his face turning ashen with rage. Damn it, you glared at young Master Chen. What the hell do you think you are? How dare you glare at young Master Chen? Do you know who he is? How could you dare? Anna was trembling all over from this sudden outburst. She never expected that the manager who usually fawned over her would now scold her fiercely over a customer. She stammered, young Master Chen. What kind of identity does young Master Chen have? Huh? Manager Wang sneered, loosening the knot of his tie. I don't even know. This unexpected answer left Anna stunned. Before she could react, she heard Manager Wang. All I know is that in just 1 hour he spent nearly 3 million in our establishment. I also know that if young Master Chen wanted to kill me, it would be no harder than squashing an ant. Do you think you are someone? How could he target you? Do you even deserve it? This series of statements from the manager made Anna tremble uncontrollably. Wasn't it more than 50,000? She widened her eyes in disbelief. More than 50,000. Manager Wang looked at Anna with disdain. That was just the money for the dragon suit. Do you think that's why I didn't go with you all to toast young Master Chen? You must have heard of the God Mode light show, right? 1.88 million. Young Master Chen said to start it. Just to make the girl you mentioned who is so young have a good time. By the way, let me reveal some news to you. The so-called underage girl is actually 19 years old. The security checked her ID when she entered the club. Anna collapsed helplessly onto the ground. She had thought there was still a last straw to cling to, but that self-righteous excuse was mercilessly shattered by Manager Wang's words. She sat on the ground without any dignity, her already revealing backless gown now in disarray, exposing large areas of her skin. Yet in Manager Wang's gaze the previous greed had vanished, leaving only cold anger. He irritably unbuttoned his suit jacket, realizing his shirt was already soaked with cold sweat. Although the trouble was caused by Anna as the manager, he couldn't escape responsibility. The thought of the ruthless methods employed by the real higher-ups filled him with a suffocating dread, causing a physiological cramp in his stomach. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. He had originally thought it was just a service issue, but who would have thought that this foolish woman would dare to glare at the god of wealth? That was an ancestor. Manager Wang's gaze slashed like a knife towards Anna on the ground. This once irresistible beauty who had driven him wild in bed now made him feel a wave of nausea. Listen, he stepped forward and grabbed Anna's hair, forcing her to look up. I don't care what method you use, you need to gain the forgiveness of young Master Chen and his companion, or else. Manager Wang leaned close to Anna's ear, his voice soft, but to her it sounded utterly chilling. She trembled violently, her carefully applied makeup long since ruined by tears. Anna finally understood that in this money-driven world, no matter how high-class she appeared, she was still just a disposable plaything. In the booth, the cleaning staff had already tidied up the shattered pieces on the floor. Lin Xiaoxia and the other two held crystal glasses, their gazes somewhat dazed as they looked at the golden liquid in their cups. This liquid, which emitted an alluring fragrance, was worth a fortune with every delicate sip. They wanted to admire it a little longer, but the wine seemed to have an astonishing allure, making them unable to resist sipping it every little while. The Louis XIII in the cup quickly reached the bottom, yet the empty cup still exuded a captivating aroma that intoxicated them. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was leaning close to Chu Momo's ear, whispering something. The little girl occasionally let out a bell-like laugh, her rosy cheeks gradually flushed. Sometimes she playfully patted Chen Chen's chest. That shy demeanor of wanting to refuse, yet still inviting him, was absolutely a sign that Chen Chen was teasing and flirting with the little girl. The sales manager keenly noticed that the 3 girls accompanying young Master Chen had already finished their drinks. Young Master Chen's drink had long been downed in one go, so his cup was also empty. Only one glass remained on the table with a small amount of Louis XIII. He guessed it must belong to the little girl in young Master Chen's arms, as she had been flirting with him and hadn't had a chance to drink. Originally standing quietly to the side, he took 2 steps forward without making a sound. Seizing the opportunity when Chen Chen looked up, he skillfully interjected. Young Master Chen, do you need to open the ace of spades now? The sales manager grasped the timing perfectly, ensuring that Chen Chen felt no disturbance. He glanced at the table and realized that the cups were nearly empty. He had been too focused on teasing the little girl that he had forgotten about the drinks. Open them all, he waved his hand, casually speaking in a very calm tone to instruct the manager. The manager was taken aback and hesitantly asked, Young Master Chen, do you mean all 6 bottles? He carefully explained to Chen Chen. Young Master Chen, champagne loses its bubbles quickly after being opened, and the best drinking time is only 2 hours, otherwise the taste will greatly diminish. Swallowing hard, he continued to suggest to Chen Chen, Young Master Chen, how about I open 1 or 2 bottles for you first? Chen Chen smirked. He understood that the manager was worried that he and the others wouldn't finish and it would go to waste. With 1.5 liters of Louis XIII and 6 bottles of Ace of Spades at 750 milliliters each, Chen Chen and the 4 girls would definitely not finish it. However, he wasn't worried about waste. To him, any waste was negligible. His money, although not earned from the wind, was easier to come by than that. The wind might blow money his way, but one would still have to bend down to pick it up. However, for him, the system had kindly credited the cash back directly into his bank account. Having money means no fear of waste. He could indulge as much as he wanted. Open everything. He lounged lazily on the sofa, lightly twisting a strand of Chu Momo's hair. Let's taste each flavor. The manager no longer spoke, but directly moved forward to prepare to open the wine. A suggestion is thoughtful, but after being rejected, any further comments would be seen as overstepping. However, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, young Master Chen is truly extravagant. Just as the manager was about to grab the golden ace of spades, he suddenly heard Chen Chen speak. Wait. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately halted his actions and respectfully stood by. He thought young Master Chen had changed his mind, only to see him lower his head and gently ask the little girl in his arms, Momo, do you still want to play? The affectionate inquiry made the manager inwardly gasp. It turned out this gentleman was not worried about the wine at all. He was preparing to cheer the little girl up. To Chen Chen's surprise, Chu Momo did not energetically nod in agreement, but gently shook her head. She nestled in Chen Chen's arms like a lazy cat, refusing to budge at all. Then, as if showing off, she burrowed further into Chen Chen's embrace, clearly uninterested in the opening of the bottles. Just as Chen Chen was about to let the manager continue opening the wine, he suddenly noticed. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Lin Xiaoxia and the others looking at him eagerly, their eyes filled with a glimmer of excitement, yet their expressions were hesitant. Chen Chen smiled and asked the three of them, do you want to give it a try? Instantly, their eyes lit up with surprise as they nodded eagerly. Chen Chen turned to the manager and instructed, then please explain it to them. Before he could finish, he felt Chu Momo suddenly break free from his embrace. I'll do it. Xiaoxia, let me show you. She hurriedly dashed to her sister's side, unable to contain her excitement. Chen Chen found it amusing this little girl had just been lazily snuggled in his arms. But upon hearing that she was going to teach her sisters how to open wine, she ran faster than a rabbit. Clearly, the temptation to show off in front of her dorm sisters was greater than the allure of his embrace as a big brother. The sales manager, seeing this, wisely placed the flute-shaped champagne glasses respectfully on the table. Then he slightly bowed and stood to the side, his smile undiminished, as if he were not the one being robbed of work. He stood by, ready to assist at any moment. After all, for him, ensuring that the esteemed guests had a splendid time was his most important job.